Batman, Knightfall. By Dennis O'Neil. Knightfall. 1. He stands poised, weight forward, knees bent, waiting, almost ready. He scans the area and sees nothing has changed, the conical silhouette of a water tank a dozen yards away, and beyond that the bulkier silhouettes of the Gotham City skyline. Many have called it the ugliest city in the world, all sharp angles and rigid planes, black against a sky that is never blue, nor black, nor any color he can name, a sky that seems to trap light from the streets below and transform it into something wan and dingy. There are moments when he feels he wraps this sprawling, hideous metropolis around himself like a second cloak, and he knows he could never have become what he is anywhere else. A breeze off the North River with the last nip of winter in it sends a candy wrapper skittering across the tar paper. The howl of an ambulance echoes in the street behind this building. He looks down at the skylight. He favors skylights, uses them whenever possible. The crash, the shower of jagged glass, these can work for him, frighten and startle his prey, confuse them. For 4 or 5 seconds. In 4 seconds he can usually put one man down, sometimes 2. He tugs on the polymer line he has tied to the base of the water tank, firm. He wraps the other end around his gloved left fist, steps to the parapet, and allows himself another few seconds to enjoy the quiet pleasure he always feels at moments like this. He has not questioned it deeply, fearing that to do so would be to skew some delicate internal equation that enables him to accomplish what he must. But he has examined himself enough to know that it is not. The violence is only a tool, shabby but necessary, nor does he enjoy the dominance, the power he often exerts over other men. No, the pleasure comes from being who he is, filling the identity he created and continues to create, making this Batman, this figment of his imagination, someone real, effective, formidable. He steps over the edge of the parapet and starts his controlled fall. A half second after he crashes through the skylight, the line in his fist grows taut. He releases it and drops the remaining 6 feet to the floor, absorbing the details of the loft as he falls. 5 of them, more than I anticipated. One lying on a weight bench pressing about 250 pounds. Strong and obvious danger, especially if so Jaliscan doing pull-downs on a universal exercise machine. Another jock, another danger. Between them, a thin, pale man smoking a cigarette, no problem unless armed. At the far end of the loft, the final 2, turning their heads from the television they've been watching a single light near the jock's television. Watchers are in heavy shadow. Above, a catwalk, and at the end, behind the smoker, a drop-off. A place where the floor ends 12 yards from the wall, forming a well that extends all the way to the basement, 9 floors down. This is a condemned factory building. The well must have contained some gigantic machine, long since disassembled and moved. He lands on his toes and whirls to face the jocks, his fingers already removing a small, bat-shaped dart from beneath his cloak. He snaps it up at the single light bulb, and as the bulb shatters he moves toward the first jock at the universal. His eyes are covered with the night lenses that are a part of his mask. The loft and the men are a sickly green and a bit fuzzy at the edges, but plainly visible. He recognizes the jocks and the smoker, as he expected, the Manklin brothers, hired muscle with a reputation for sadism. He glides behind Angus Manklin, who has released the shoulder bar on the universal and is blinking stupidly. Batman crosses his wrists and grabs the collar of Angus's t-shirt at the front, exerting pressure on Angus Arterius with teach sufficiens Angus murmuring softly collapses. Chucky Manklin has dropped his barbell and rises from the bench. A single straight punch launched from the hyptocucky's solar plexus, tumbles Chucky across the bench and onto the floor, where he folds into a fetal position and lies gasping. Dao Ji Manklin, the smoker, is groping in his jacket, trying to pull an automatic from his inside pocket. A single blow to the base of his skull stills him, he slumps back into his chair. Unconscious. Suddenly there is a blast of sound from the other end of the loft, and a slug ricochets off the universal. Donch Hoot Yamoran, someone yells Ulith Manklins. I didn't carry Uhoishut. The television watchers get up from their couch. The taller of them is holding a 9mm automatic, the current weapon of choice on the street. He has just fired it. He is saying, "Whatever they twast hat kami through hat skylight went it dead." His companion Cup shishans around his mouth hand calls Angus, Dao Ji, Yo Chucky. He waits for an answer. The gunman fires again. Moron, his companion shouts. I'm jetting out to hear the gunman says. Both men shuffle toward the front of the loft, toward a door that is dangerously close to the well. The shorter man lights a match and steps cautiously forward. He is unarmed. The gunman is a half step behind him, waving the automatic, squinting into the feeble light. A kick spins the gun from his hand and into the darkness. A palm strike to the chin bounces him off the wall. Ow! Screeches the short man as the match burns his thumb. He has glimpsed what has happened to the gunman and is panicking. He runs lurching into the blackness, forgetting about the well. The instant his left foot flails in empty air, he remembers, twists, trying to get back, but it is too late. He begins the long plunge, his lips parting to scream. Buthado as T fingers close around his forearm and haul him up to safety. Suddenly there is light from a bank of fluorescence that dangles from the ceiling. He blinks and sees his savior, a towering figure wrapped in a black cloak, its face covered by a mask. With blank eyes and spiked ears. The monster, who only a second ago saved his life, hits him. Then lets him slump to the floor. Then Simeon behind him speaks Yortha Batman, the voice is light almost musical. And full of a Latino accent. The speaker stands on the catwalk above the loft, his hand still on a switch jutting from a fuse box. He is huge, 7 feet tall, with an enormous chest and shoulders, a narrow waist, and thick legs. He is wearing leather, a black tank top, riding breeches, and boots. His head is covered by a black leather hood. 2 tubes curl from the top and re-enter the hood at the back of the neck. Yes, the Batman answers. How strange Yoriakaricher cloaky tonight marathon gofterer yedio will not. Brain I the 5th commandment you do not kill. Never count on it. His hand is under his cape, uncoiling his spare, weighted line. In a moment thuil flingit like a belothi kate wakrailing pulatot and climb war. You. Ya will know my name yon day on hat day ya will big formercy. Yuri threatening, get in line. Ya will scream my name scream it. The cape parts as the line is flung. For a moment, under the catwalk, the Batman loses sight of his quarry. But only for a moment. He is climbing, vaulting the railing, seeing the open window, diving through it onto the tar paper roof and rolling to his feet, all within 5 seconds. He spins, looking nothing but the familiar silhouette of the skyline. He looks upward. The hooded man now stands on the parapet of the roof of the adjoining building, where the Batman had stood only a few minutes earlier. He jumped 18 feet straight up. The Batman cannot follow. Once he gained a dilting voice calls softly ya will scream my name. A moment later, Batman knows he is alone. 3 hours earlier, the Batman had been wearing a tuxedo, calling himself Bruce Wayne, and lounging in the back seat of a limousine next to a young woman named Gwenny. Gwenny Was wearing a Donna Karan evening gown, and although the night was warm, a white sable stole was draped around her shoulders. Doyu haviana campan brusi, she sked sliding open the door of Thelamo sportable. Var. Darn stuff makes m giddy. Alfred Pennyworth in the driver seat glanced into the rearview mirror persidis lips sand. Adjusted the tiny receiver he wore in his left ear. Gwenna leaned back in the seat. I'll bid your phone when I uri jitty. Not much really, actually I tend to vomit. Oh, Gwenny gazed out the smokage lass at the passing street scene, then she said, are you going to take me to your house? Everyone says Wayne Manor is just darling. How many rooms? Gee, I've never counted. 43 Alfred said over his shoulder. That many, what dowedo with emil? Clean them. Seems like a waste to somehow cleaning rooms whenever use. Notabitsir thes opened water arctics deductions. Of course Bruce said decisively, of course if you're. Alfred adjusted the tiny receiver in his ear, leaned forward, and turned a dial on the dashboard. Weathers quitisia sonable he said. Oh darn. Bruce eskermid tofis Gwenny and puta, and in her shoulder I feel an attack. Komi gun. An attack. It's an old Wayne problem been in the family for generations. What kind of fatigue? I didn't know the medical term. My grandfather said it was Wayne clane incontinence. I'd really rather spare you the details, Gwenny. If that's what you day like. Alfred, we're near Gwenny's apartmentaire twi. 3 blocks, sir. Gwenny, Bruce said, may bud better drop you off. I hate to make such an early evening of it. If I were not feeling well. Really hideously embarrassing. Alfred guided the limousine to the curb, got out, and opened the passenger door. Bruce kissed Gwenna briskly on the cheek and said, Ishalkali and next scout schoner. Feel better, Bruce, Gwenna said, then hurried toward the door of her apartment building. Love theseable Brucey called after her. Poor Ms. Gwendolyn and other oft hela genofiung women howled Arthur Thantal. Their friends thought notorious Rua Bruce Wayne abandoned them in thession coughed evening. Alfred said, sighing, how many of temist thurb, 1,000. I'm preserving their virtue, Bruce said, issued Gadamita or at least a merit badge. Alfred put the Lincoln and Tajirn deezed it into the midtown traffic stream muted in vogue. Scout John or didn't you, beauty o warina vera boy scout. Imint Indians kutaffer dan they were a notorious liar cv earded ways a point off honor. Talia fio warian Indians kutai mean. Ya warina veron oft hosey either. Absolutely right, the defensorists. Bruce straightened in these a10th around. His mouth and eyes tightened. It was the beginning of his transformation, from callow playboy to Batman. You said the code, what do you hear? Alfred glanced at the police radio on the dashboard and touched the receiver he always wore when he was playing chauffeur. It was an arrangement that allowed Bruce to masquerade as the handsome, unfocused waste of a billionaire the world thought him to be and still stay in touch with the mean streets that were his real domain. A mention of the weather meant something particularly ugly had happened. Amos Saker, Alfred said at Manny Steakhouse on Thurston Avenue. Ich know the place, it's affront for Nono's Navox operation. Was Mr. Nono's and 7 of his associates were apparently murdered. The reporting officer sounded quite upset. Useless and dice job was the phrase used. Weary going to Thurston Avenue. No, Commissioner Gordon will you have Sergeant Bullock and Officer Montoya Secureth scene. They'll find everything theories to find. Police headquarters thin. Robinson Park. Alfred made an abrupt left turn and accelerated. Bruce lifted a telephone, tapped out a number and a moment later said Thezu. Alfred drove onto a winding street under a canopy of trees and into a dark, silent park. He stopped near the entrance to the Gotham Zoo and switched off the engine. In the back seat, Bruce shed his tuxedo jacket. He pulled on a black trench coat and slipped on a black cowl. That subtly altered the shape of his head, covering it completely except for a small area around his mouth. Later, if necessary, he would put on the full costume. When he spoke his voice was a rasp, you'd better leave, wait for me t cave. Police Commissioner James Gordon Wason Hisker pulling away from Manny Steakhouse. When Thefona buzzed even before he pickadite up hinutha thadharth rasp they. Zoo twowards this time hesh hood have saved the Gordon thought. 2 words win. 1 would have ja feist he's getting to regular blabbermouth. Gordon parked at the usual place near the birdcage, got out, and patted the holstered Chief's special on his belt. Robinson Park at 2 in the morning was not safe, even for the biggest, baddest cop in town. Maybe I'll get a shittamugger while I wait. Gordon. The commissioner turned. Batman, barely visible in the shadow of the cage, did not come closer, nor did Gordon approach him. The grim game that was their relationship was played by certain rigid, unspoken rules. No unnecessary contact, don't task personal questions, keep your distance, don't call mile kalia beautify you have tokal make them shoe rights important. You heard? Gordon asked. No nos finalibatai the radio said it was bad. Gordon pusha this glassage of his nose with his right forefinger, badass it gets they were a shot thin stabbed thin cut. Any survivors? They rain pieces. Gordon spoke calm lia shield wasted when he was furious. Witnesses? Nobody's awaiting. Any ideas, Commissioner? No nos been reallow profile lately he dinavir have won in a popularity contest speed. Wasn't at the top of Fanyun chatty list. Thema sounds like thmanklins. I thought off tem but they haven't chown for months we figure a theory out off town. You wrong, Batman said. I guess I didn't want to know wow you know another rule a the primary one don t question. My methods. Ignorance is bliss. If offended anything you'll be in touch. Okay, listen, if man cleanser involved would better. Gordon stop had suddenly aware that he was alone. Here turned to Hisker, hopeful and frustrated. Sometime Esha despised himself for his reliance on this masked vigilante, but he knew that without Batman, his job would be impossible. Gotham City hadn't thaden honest government since the civil where its corruption wastes. But of 1,000 one-liners, the venality of its officials as much a part of the national folklore as its horrible architecture. There was never enough money for proper police training, never funds to create a decent internal affairs division. Gordon knew of only a dozen cops he was absolutely sure were nt dirty. Batman was a necessary evil. Was the masked man evil? Well, Gordon thought, leaving Robinson Park, if Batman saw devil, he's my devil. I've made a pact with him and I'll keep it until he steps over the line until he kills someone. Anthan, the day that happens it'll be themed for bot a fuse and probably fourth city, too. The sun was already high overhead when Bruce Wayne entered his ancestral home, the famous Wayne Manor daled a cab, and during the 30-mile ride entertained the driver with a story about $1,000 bet on a scavenger hunt that seemed to have been only a ploy to strand him in a dreadful neighborhood while his date went off Edo heaven knows where with that vulgar football player they'd met in a thoroughly disreputable rock and roll club somewhere in Theartist's quarter. Of course he couldn't be absolutely certain they'd meant to ditch him, but he did see them kissing. Another chapter in the saga of Bruce the loser. Half the cabbies in town would be laughing about it by noon. Inside the house, he went to a grandfather clock in the foyer and set the hands at 10:47, the exact thouran minuteth watch on his father's wrist that shown Hwendrathamus Wayne had fallen with a bullet in his chest on that night 20 years ago, the night Batman was born. The clock pivoted on hidden hinges, revealing a doorway leading to a wide, uneven flight of steps hewn into the rock that supported the mansion. 130 years ago Solomon Wayne had led black men down these steps to a place where they could hide until the Underground Railroad found havens for them. Historians agree that old Solly Wayne was greedy, cantankerous, opinionated, egotistical, frequently unreasonable, and probably a bit mad, but they also agree that he had a passion for justice. Only Alfred Pennyworth knew how Bruce Ereveridis ancestris memori. The clock swung closed behind him, and Bruce descended into the chill of a huge cavern. When young Bruce, age 8, had discovered Ithi had Colladite Thebot cave reasonable enough, since he could see thousands of brown bats clinging to the stalactites. Over the years, he had mentally capitalized the word. To him, it was now the Bat Cave, and it was where he really lived. The mansion above was a mere disguise. The cave housed a fairly complete forensics laboratory, a small gym, a telephone, a shortwave radio, a police scanner, a television set and video recorder, 5 cars, a motorcycle, a kitchenette, a collection of souvenirs, a desk, 2 chairs, and a sophisticated array of computers, 2 of which were networked to a high-speed Cray supercomputer in the offices of Wayne Enterprises in downtown Gotham City. Alfred was waiting to Master Bruce. Not now, Alfred, thanks. Bruce shed his street clothes and most of the costume he wore underneath. Clad only in tights, he went to his collection of exercise equipment and began the lightest of the daily workouts he imposed on himself: a 10-minute warm-up jumping rope, 1,000 crunches, 500 push-ups, 400 concentration curls, 400 triceps presses, 200 bench presses, 100 squats, and the equivalent of 5 5-minute miles on a treadmill. As he exercised, he told Alfred of his fight with the Manklin gang and his encounter with the hooded man on the rooftop. Any conclusions, Master Bruce? The Manklins won twin any good citizenship award Sandai Natsari Aputsami Missouri. On them, but they were responsible for the massacre at the steakhouse after the man in the mask got away. I went back and looked for clues. I saw no sign that their weapons had been used before they tried to use them on me, no traces of blood on their clothing. The engine blocks on their cars were cool. I doubt any of them had been out last night at all, and if they were, they stayed in the neighborhood. I could be wrong. I could have missed something. They say there's always a first time. Right, Alfred, maybe I miss said something, but it's not likely. Hast Batman Formidon hypothesis? Yeah, but it's not on. I'm happy with it. Looks like the Maskedman Kilejimino knows. And company and a ped the Manklin's nasty style. Why? This is the par I really didn't like from what the Maskedman said and the gestaltoft. Holy incident have to sumethatha wantadajitalukat main action. Anyone you know, Master Bruce? No, he might have fooled me with the voice. That hypothetica first time. But not the body. He was huge, and I could see there was no padding anywhere. And he way sagilia examined he wallied hota jumped upon and found a few and holds. Missing bricks most lysoha probably climid, but still he'd have had tajit out on the roof and up the wall in less than 10 seconds. There probably rent 5 meanin theste to hoken. Duthaton nonoftemis built like a bulldozer. Bruce finished his rope jumping and dropped to the floor to begin his crunches. Dow have a conclusion. Note yet beauty moriet if I'm right, Thisky committed wholesale murder just to check me out. If he doth that, there's nothing he wouldn't do weary dealing with every ugly customer. Have observed thought our foes a reseldom Girl Scouts do have a plan. We can hack in toth police federal and interpol computers and themerning guile put on. Another patient hit the hangout stommer and I'll have Gordon lean in his snitches. When Thico Seretini combing the steakhouse I'll have agoti. The usual procedure est thin. Wish usually work quickest with a re-usual. Indeed any instructions, Master Bruce? Nothing. Then is shall ve wallon. An hour later Bruce finished his workout, toweled himself and sank down into a cross-legged position on a small round cushion. He closed his eyes and gradually slowed his breathing. For 3 hours he would sit motionless, and when he arose, he would be fully rested. He would not need sleep. 3. His name was Bain, and approximately 90 seconds after his rooftop encounter with Batman, he was cramming his bulk into the rear of a Ford Fairlane that was parked a block away. A slender, well-muscled man shifted nervously in the driver's seat on Luke Dovery's shoulder. "Gouquet," he sked interesting easily said to us these Batman they. Slenderman started the car and began driving, so you gonna be able to take him tonight, tomorrow, it might base I could almost certain lie yes but it would be foolish. Toda so my friend Bird. Why stat? Bird asked. Because of some reasons. I do not know this city as he does. I have seen enough to know he. I resourceful these eerie advantage Sophia will not fight time until Fiara no more. How's that gonna happen? I make the me a nothing eeks housed him if frighten him then I break him. I guess I go to plan ha. Bane shed dropped to hishest hes I and wassailant. You okay? Bird asked. Bane pressed a small button strapped to his right forearm. There was a faint gurgle. A moment later, he raised his head. Needy Dorfixa. Bird said. I do not like this word fix. I am angry when I who say it. Hi take it easy int dissing oo. Dissing. Never mind okay, so tell me about our plan you reckon ex housed Batman you said ow. You gonna do that when you don't even know who's behind that mask off eyes, it ain't like he's in the phone book. If ik no thenami is sofamanida not ni disnamya wiltum his enemies. Note unless you javimil nitandal fatamaro I mean it's a long list. Some of them. Lem is either the Joker Two-Face, the ventriloquist, the Penguin, Catwoman. A woman. Hello for woman but nobody seen her lately the rest off Emardo in time. Doing time. In Theslamar up the Ivarangilan prison, Bane. Prison Bane chuckled. The penguins in Blagationless she's busted out terst dimension derenerxum. Asylum. To prison sinanicity. Arcamain texic lia prison it's a lunabananin sani asylum there il critius go there. Butides like ya prison. Tighter and any joint I ever heard about maximum security listen some of the cons in. Arxum would make the cons back where we come from look like petunias. They say the Joker alone has killed more than 1,000 citizens. I hear one shrink psychiatrist that examineth him went nuts saw himself and Danather joined monastery. He's an enemy of Batman. Batman's the only one's ever been able to put him away. Bird glanced in the rear view mirror at the empty street behind him. And the seethers Two-Face, the ventriloquist. And 10th Joker slige but not because the entreating. Alinimi is soft Batman. Hepit em in Arxum. If they were to escape. I guess Batman go after them. The Ford passed the city limits and turned onto a small access road that ran parallel to the highway. Bird pulled into the driveway of a small motel, a collection of 6 frame cabins. Badly needing paint and roofing. There was a crudely lettered sign nailed next to the door of a 7th, equally shabby, cabin. Office hourly rates. No drugs. Bane and Bird got out of the Ford and moved toward the closest cabin. Wegata program? Bird asked. Yukalanthi telephone getum 5 women 4 ladder no 6. 6? Hey, Bane, I know Yuri Astud but 6 4 after I leave. Bane went into the cabin and, without undressing, dropped himself onto the bed. He stared up at the ceiling, at the rectangle of light from the single window. No sueno, he said aloud. But Bane did dream, as he knew he would. The rectangle on the ceiling blurred, and the edges twisted and reformed into a woman's face. Madre, Bane murmured. And the face dissolved and became a building with high stone walls perched on the edge of a high cliff overlooking a placid sea. Casa Mikasa. Bane's Cormidand Moand. He was condemned to life in prison before he was born. His father had committed a serious crime. Bane never learned exactly what it was and escaped while he was being taken to Pinaduro, a huge high-walled prison that dominated the southern coastline of the island of Santa Prisca. A squad of Los Rompas, the nation's green-shirt military police, searched for a conveyance how Bain's father had managed to get off this land. Perhaps she went to Haiti, perhaps to Puerto Rico, perhaps he got as far as Cuba. It made no difference to Santa Prisca's governor what happened to him. What was important was that someone pay for his crime. According to Santa Priscan law, only a male child could serve the sentence of the father. When the green shirts came for his mother, Neria, Bain was a week away from being born. Under the medieval codes of this island nation, her unborn child was charged with the crimes of his father. Although Neria had herself done no wrong, she was taken to Pinaduro where, screaming, she gave birth. The child was born to life and a life sentence. The law made Neria responsible for her son until his 7th birthday, then she was free to go. However, once she entered the steel gates of the prison, she knew she would never live to pass through them again. Bain would grow to manhood there, in that place of misery and despair, would learn what he knew of life, and would be given his name by a fat, cruel warden. His first memories were of cold stone floors and throats hat peered curiously at him from beneath his mother's cot. Neria must have nursed him, held him, perhaps she even crooned lullabies to him. But he did not remember her doing any of those things. When he tried to recall her voice, his mind heard only whimpers and sobs coming from the next cell as, every night, guards and inmates alike savaged her. Panagieros authorities felt their job was to ensure that no never got outside the walls. They were indifferent to what happened inside them. When Bain was 6, he watched his mother die. There was nothing particularly memorable about it. She stumbled back into her cell after the nightly ordeal, sat on the cot, her back against the bars, slumped, and simply stopped breathing. Bain knew immediately that she was dead. He was familiar with death. His child's eyes had watched several men being stabbed to death, several more beaten to death. His mother's dying was normal expected. Guards wrapped her body in a dirty sheet and carried it away. A fat man with a cigar entered. The cell grabbed Bain's hand and pulled. Kumian Hesed gato h our mamagato airward. The fat man took Bain through the gate. As they walked, Bain gazed around curiously. He had never before seen the endless blue sky, the green grass, the palm trees, nor heard the sigh of the wind and, in the distance, the roar of the ocean breaking against a rocky shoreline. Once he looked up to see what had ruffled his hair and was surprised to find nothing. He had never before felt a breeze. He and the fat man followed the guards bearing Neria's corpse up a steep path to the edge of a cliff to a place the fat man called Punto de Tiburon. The fat man squatted and put his face on chest from Bain's thesting cough. His breath made the child gag. Ya no wathapens toyorma manau, the fat man asked Shagat Seaton. Bisharks. The guards flung the corpse, and Bain watched it drop, briefly shatter the surface of the water, and slowly sink. Bain thought he saw a dark shadow glide toward the spot where the body vanished into the green-blue depths. The fat man led Bain back inside the prison, to a large room with white walls and a long wooden desk. The man sat in a leather-covered chair, unwrapped a cigar, and said, "Your mother has left you quite alone, little one. She has left you without a single guardian but the state. But the state is nuns mother. You must fend for yourself. Litioni am releasing you from protective custody and into the general population." Ogward to Nithi chilled back to his mother's land locked Hayman that first night alone with the beasts of Pinaduro. Bain did not sleep. He sat hunched on the cot and listened to the sounds, the screams, cries, moans, and shrieks he had heard all the nights of his life but had never before heeded. He squeezed his eyes shut and tried to remember what he had seen and heard earlier: sky, grass, trees, wind, but he could not. At dawn the cell was unlocked, and Bane joined the procession of convicts shuffling along. The high catwalk overlooking the mess shall heffel to hand in his shoulder will become friends today. The speaker was a convict Bane had often seen joining the crowd that had gathered around. Naria, a bulky, bald man with a ring through the left side of his nose, joined by a chain to another ring in his left hair. Ya would like to be friends with me, would you not? A second convict stepped from the cell they were passing and said, the boy does not want your filthy hand on him, puerco. This man Bane anu a strong squat, copper-skinned. His huge shoulders and arms lined with bulging veins. Bane had once seen Trog kill another man with a single blow. Release him, Trog said. He's min one as osmal as this can slip beneath the notice of the guards. He will be useful to me. Without warning, Trog struck the bald man under the chin. I said release him. Puerco lurched backward, his body slamming into Bane. Suddenly the boy slipped over the safety rail and fell. His eyes opened to blackness. Had his sight been taken from him? He stood, and with his hands extended, he stepped once, twice, then waved his arms. Suddenly a circle of the brightest light he had ever seen appeared in front of him, and, standing in the center of the circle, a figure that was even brighter than the light, a figure that was somehow familiar. Bane's lips began to form akischentos quos tranger was, but before he could speak, the figure said, yourself. Myself. Whereon I am Asia will be many years from now. Ye warm. Hwadio will become a physical and mental baragantha live in gembodam and tofumon. Superiority. The blood of kings runs in you. The blood of your father. The world is yours and will be yours one day. Men will be like cattle before you. Like sheep. For only a few may rule the many, and you are one of a rare breed. Only one danger stands in the way of your mastering the world. What is that? Fear that lease at the heart only tiscankipia from what asio yours conquer they. Fear in your heart and you may have anything you desire. You will be second to no man and masterful. First the figure's voice and then the figure itself, and finally the circleo flight these faded. And in their place, something else appeared, a giant with horns and scalloped wings that was as dark as the light had been bright, a giant bat. The boy screamed and died. And awoke. He was sitting upright on a bed in what he recognized as the prison infirmary. He had been in a coma for 31 days. The next morning gintha breakfast line Trog jostled him. Bane felt Trog shand in his belly. Slipping something beneath his shirt, and a whisper Trog said, you know thave to dothies. Booty will, Bane said. Later, alone in his cell, Bane held up what Trog had given him, an ice pick. After dinner, he went to puercosal purca lay face down in his got half asleep. Doyas do you want me to be your friend? Bane asked. Thaguard scounted for to bwound sin puerco's body they follow it a trail of blood to. Bane the put metal cuffs on Bane's wrists and took him to Thorden's office. The chilled hasternet for the fat man said, like father likes an I twas than that the fat Meng gavathi boy his name Hayes Venino. He is a Bane. I will not have such abominations in me prison. The cuff slid down Bane's tin wrists and off they clanked on the floor. The fat man looped. A theme exhaled a cloud off cigar smoke and said, listen to me little Bane, ya will be thrown into the cavidad oscuro. The cuffs will fit snug before you'll come out again. Bane stared into the fat man says, is spoke at omamother last night me warden says. They stoky a special fire for you. Throw him in the hole, the fat man screamed to the guards who'll have hair on his chest. Before I release him. The cavidad oscuro had been dug by clergy nearly 3 centuries ago, when the prison had been a monastery. Those sent there were told by the priests to pray for deliverance. But the only deliverance any ever found was madness or death. Bane would bow to neither. He would not surrender to fear. He would become fear. The chamber was in lie 8 office-styled spaces long 6 wide walls and floor were made of stone bricks. There were no sanitary facilities, no cot, only an iron grate set in the center of the floor, another in the ceiling, and a narrow ledge around the walls. He was not alone. Crabs were scuttling through the grate, and rats squeezed through a crack in the masonry. Bane found a loose brick and waited. When one of the rats came near him, he smashed its skull. He felt water on his bare feet. The cell was below sea level at high tide. Each night, the ocean would flood it. Clinging to tiny fingerholds in the walls, Bane rose with the water until he could reach and grab the ceiling grate. Hatred gave him the strength to hold on hatred, and the promise of the man he would become. He learned to welcome the nightly visits of the sea, to fill his lungs with breath and move around below the water, sometimes capturing a fish that he would eat raw. During the day, he sat on the ledge and used his mind to travel outside the cell, the prison, to span a world of sky and grass and trees. He was happy there, in his imagined universe, until he met the thing he had seen in his vision, the bat creature, the horned, winged giant, looming before him, still darker than night. But this time he did not scream, did not cower in fear. Instead aforesaid himself tot tak helung at the beast's neck, but before his fingers scood close on it, a leathery wing slapped him tumbling backward. Bane scrambled to his feet and again he lunged, but the bat figure rose straight up into the shadows, higher and higher, until it blended with the darkness, until all that was visible were its gleaming white fangs. Bane shrieked with frustration and collapsed, once again alone in his cell. More than 4,000 days, Bane was in that pit. More than 10 years. He embarrassed the warden by refusing to die. Finally the warden released him, hoping that someone would seek revenge for Puerco's murder, but the fat man did not realize what Bane had become. The lost and damned of Pinaduro. He had become a legend. Many wanted his favor. Many wanted to serve him. One was an American called Bird. "You got the power, kid," Bird said to him. "I seen it before you need anything jukalan me. And how Owl Dyer turned these favors. You got the magic hitakutas isomiof tatsi I'm doing life and this rockiger screwed. By some partners up in Gotham City ginam novakim kind of fangshistojit back there. And sethings right mabe samiofio your maja could help mefli over the swalls. Voiltakya will tell me about Gotham." Bird did. He told Bane of the spires that stabbed the clouds, the glittering cars that plied the pink and green and orange streets, the lavish homes lined with gold and money, and the women, voluptuous women clad in silk and furs, smiling, beckoning, welcoming. Hoist he can goth these Gotham City. Banyan seeskt horyul. Nobody exactly, Bird told him. I guess if you had to name one guy who's ahead of everybody else, I'd Tavato Batman. Batman. Bane remembered his vision, the horned, winged giant that loomed over him all those terrible nights in the Cavidad Oscuro. The bat thing he had not been able to kill. "Tell me more about this Batman." Has a Dan listened as Bird spoke 4 hours. Bane became a model prisoner. The warden, proud that he had tamed this animal, allowed Bane to work in the library. When part of the prison had been a monastery, the monks had assembled thousands of books. All of them were still there, and a few hundred newer volumes that had been collected over the years. Bird taught him to read, and the books brought the world to him. As Bane improved his mind, he also improved his body. Thousands of push-ups every day. Thousands of sit UPS and pull UPS. And each day of each year brought him closer to the image of perfection in his mind. His reign over the lost and forgotten of Pinaduro did not go unchallenged. Many coveted his position and his power, and occasionally someone tried to take them. Usually, Bane was able to discourage the rebels by breaking a few bones. But one would-be usurper would not be discouraged. He was a newcomer who called himself the Mick. He was as muscular as Trog. And as big as Bane himself. He was bald to the middle of his head, the back of his head sprouted stringy red hair that hung below his shoulder blades. His eyes were the color of stone. The first time, the Mick came at Bane with fists. They fought for an hour, until they could fight no more. As he limped back to his cell, Bane thought he could see doubt in the faces of the convicts who had been cheering him minutes earlier. The second time they fought, the Mick used a weapon, a shiv, a jagged shard of glass with one end wrapped in tape to form a handle. He lunged at Bane from the shadows and ripped a 9-inch gash in Bane's side. Bane backed away until he hit the cell bars. Then he lowered his head and charged. His head crashed into the Mick's stomachas. The glass story another wound in his back locked on toakother Bane. And the Mick toppled to the floor. Bane grabbed a handful of Teeman slongred hair and pulled his head back. The Mick strained, veins bulging in his neck, forcing his head forward. The hair came out in Bane's fist. Bane bit the Mick's bicep. He dropped his knife about an instant. Later brought his snup into Bane's groin. Bane rolled away and got on his feet. The Mick was already standing. Covered with sweat and blood, they punched, kicked, gouged. This fight ended as the first one had, with both men too exhausted to continue. Staggering away, bleeding and barely able to walk, Bane was certain of the doubt in the faces of those around him. Next time Trog said "You're his, kill him tonight while he sleeps." No, Bane said "E would lo suspect will kill him where he'll can see." Bane returned to the scene of the fight and found what he sought, the handful of red hair. At dinner that night, he ate hastily and left the mess hall while the other convicts were still at their meals. He went to Thornton's office and put his art at the door. Nothing. Slowly he opened the door and went inside. The room was empty. He crossed to the desk, picked up an inkwell, and spilled it on the carpet. Then he dipped a forefinger in the ink and scrawled on the wall, "El Director es un canalla." Then he dropped the Mick's red hair on the desktop. It was crudito, the appointment of stupidity. But Thuarden was a stupid man. Stupid and vindictive. They put the Mick in the cavidad oscuro for 3 months. He might not have survived if Bane hadn't often dropped bundles of foot through Tegrady and whispered instructions to him. When they hauled the Mick out, no longer muscled and formidable, they bound him to a pillar in the mess hall. The warden himself lashed him with a long black whip until the Mick drooped in his bonds, unconscious. When he had recovered enough to work, they had him dig a trench in the yard, and fill it in. And dig it, and fill it in. He did that for 10 days and nights, with little rest and less food. On the 11th day, he begged the warden for mercy. The warden granted it, again proud that he had broken another one of the bad ones. After dinner, Bane and 50 other inmates came to the Mick. Bane pulled a shiv from beneath his shirt, tossed it spinning into the air, caught the point delicately between thumb and forefinger, and extended the taped handle toward the Mick. "You see," Bane said. The Mick stared at the weapon as though he had never seen anything like it. "Take it and a seat," Bane said. The Mick grasped the taped end. "I thought you were my friend," he muttered. Bane slapped him a casual, almost indifferent swat to the cheek. "It will break your bones aloftum," Bane said, "when you can no longer move a wilthin. Stuff you into the holy and watch the rots feast on you." The Michael lunged shiv forward, stepping aside east. He Mick's momentum carried him forward. Bane stepped behind him and punched him twice in the kidneys. The Mick slammed into a wall, and Bane kicked him behind the left knee. The Mick fell, twisted around to a sitting position and swung the shiv at Bane's shin. Bane danced back a half to praised a foot and smashed it down, and Mick shan the shiv snap eden half a blood as hard jited from the Mick's spom. Bane turned to Theathers. "This is the man who made you doubt me," he shouted. Bane grabbed the Mick Shernawe length, hauled him to his feet, spun him, shoved him in Tathulan stepped back Bain lowered a Dandrovia shoulder into the mix. Back. There was a muffled crack, and the mix slid to the floor. He lay face down, arms and legs flopped at odd angles. His body seemed to be empty. Broke his back, someone murmured. Bain said he had thought to kill you. We have a better idea. Will she alive when Other sluk at you, they will remember this day. When I look at you, I will again enjoy this moment. But an hour later, the Mick died. When the warden saw the corpse, he ordered a squad of guards to find Bain. They attacked with clubs and tear gas. When they finally brought Bain down, the warden stepped forward, took a revolver from his belt, and shot Bain in both thighs. Take him to the hole? Ogward asked. No, the infirmary. The inmates wondered if even Bain could survive whatever the warden planned. But there was not a terrain steady ach day for a month. A doctor from outside Kamito Tentmanas. Injuries. Each day, Bird brought Bain food from Thornton's own kitchen. Bird often saw 4 strangers wearing fine suits clustered around Bain's talking with Thornton. When Bain was fully recovered, his arms and legs were chained, and he was taken to the warden's dispensary. The warden and the strangers were waiting. Bain was strapped to an operating table, his head and right arm were shaved, and the doctor opened a case of bright surgical instruments. What is the purpose of this experiment? Thordiniska done off strangers. You are not being paid tok no, the stranger replied. But the doctor was friendlier. A technique to create perfect fighting manwebigineth. A drug the doctor jabbed a needline to Bain's wrist asteroid compoundical venom. It also contains elements that stimulate the adrenal glands and others that affect the corpus callosum portion of the brain. None of this meant anything to the warden. If he lives through this, the doctor continued, we will implant polyacrylamide shields subcutaneously over his most vulnerable parts: heart, lungs, kidneys, temples. He will be invulnerable to everything short of a bullet fired at close range. He will be quite the Superman. Bain coughed. His back arched, and he strained against the straps. Thedrugus taking hold, the doctor said, for syncope Bain's mouth hand shoven gap plastic tongue protector inside non-oft heather subjects lasted more than 15 minutes after the initial injection. Bain's back lifted further from the front tooth cracked off at the gum. His eyes were open and bulging, the whites suddenly laced with red lines, and thick, grey tears spilled from the lower lids. His skin darkened to crimson, and the muscles beneath it twitched. Looks like he shaven Gary Altrip on oft, he strangers said. Bain's breath exploded from him and shore gasps the strip in his right arm tore loose from the table, and the arm shot upward, the elbow locked and the fingers curled into a fist. Then the arm dropped, and Bain relaxed. His eyes closed, his breathing became deep and regular, and his crimson skin faded to its normal olive color. Well, the doctor said, our Superman lives. He stuck a cigarette into Bain's right forefinger and watched it fill with blood. I shall run some tests, and if all is well, we will continue tomorrow. The next day the surgery began. Slits in the skin and muscle, first, and the sliding in of the polyacrylamide shields, simple stuff. Then the more complicated part, 2 holes bored in the base of his skull and the insertion of metal tubes. The metal tubes were attached to plastic tubes, enabling the drug, the venom, to bypass the blood-brain barrier and be introduced directly into the brain. After each operation, the doctor expected Bain to die, and instead, after each, he recovered. But not without cost. Only 4 months ago, when he had been hauled from the hole, he had been as slim and hard as a poker. Now his body was a mass of lumps and bulges, the shields, of course, but also the effect of the venom on his muscles. He was now huge and grotesque, however, he did not mind, for he was also close to his idea of perfection. In the 6th month of the experiment, Bird found the opportunity he had hoped for. The doctor had been careless, leaving a vial of venom on Thidable next to Bane's bed. Bird did not understand all that was happening to Bane, but he had overheard some of what the doctor was trying to accomplish, and he knew the drug was an essential element in it. Such a drug had to be enormously valuable. When he was taking away Bane's dinner dishes, Bird grabbed the venom and hid it under the tray. Bane saw the maneuver and smiled. If he ever got out, Bird could sell the drug for a small fortune. At 9 in the morning, they came for Bane. 4 of the strangers armed with tranquilizer guns. They handcuffed and led him toward the gate. Bane realized that if they ever got to wherever they were taking him, his chances for escape would be greatly diminished. He would be on unfamiliar turf dealing with enemies much smarter than the warden. Thegay teswango penant firmament Banuastrans fixed thesky grastreasanden. The road outside the walls, what looked like a steel box mounted on wheels, obviously a mobile caji of some kind, a cell stronger than any in Pinaduro, and perhaps a foreshadowing. Off lefeticum he couldn't let them puthime inside it. He held his breath until he was sure his skin was darkening, until he was certain that what he was about to do would be convincing to his captors. And then, as they were passing through the gate, he wheezed and folded himself at the waist. Help, he gasped. Thesanabich shaven gasseger on oft he strangers said he squatted and looked up at Bane's face. What's going on, you need a doctor? Bane kneed him in the chin, whirled, and drove his head into the second man. The third man got his gun up and fired a tranquilizer dart that struck Bane in the temple and buried itself in a plastic shield. Bane kicked him in the belly, hopped over his body, and ran, leaving all 3 strangers lying in the road. The path he was on angled steeply upward, and suddenly Bane recognized it. 11 years earlier, he had walked it with the corpse of his mother. Behind him he heard a siren and shots. Something struck him in the lower back and knocked him sprawling in the dirt, a rifle bullet, hitting the kidney shield. He scrambled to his feet and ran. At the top of the path, he paused and looked back. Guards were pouring through the gate, guards were firing from the top of the wall. He scanned the area, sky, grass, trees, and far below, the ocean that had swallowed his mother. He jumped. He hit the water feet first and plunged downward. He knew how to hold his breath and how to swim. He had had plenty of practice in the hole. But the cuffs were a problem. He did not know how to swim without his hands. He focused, sent his will coursing through vein and muscle, seeing the chain between the cuffs part, seeing his arms spread wide, and the chain snapped. A long, dark shape passed between him and the sunlight. From his reading, he knew this had to be a shark. The shark that had feasted on his mother? He began to swim away. The shark dived, moving quickly. In seconds it would catch him. His fingers scraped along a sandy bottom and closed on something, a rock. In the hole, he had used stones to smash the rats. Was this hole so different? He twisted and saw through the blue-green murk a white snout and 2 rows of glistening teeth. He swung and struck the beast just above its eyes. Again and again the shark's fin shad stopped moving, and blood was diffusing in the water around it. You want to eat me? I will show you who gets eaten. Bane bit into the white skin and tore away a chunk of gristle. Then he plunged his hand into the hole he had made and grabbed a fistful of gore and yanked it out. Bane surfaced beneath an overhang, found fingerholds in the cliff, and waited until he had stopped panting. Then he swam along the base of the cliff until he came to a beach. He crawled onto the glittering sand and stood. On the horizon, he could see the walls of Pina Duro. He stayed on the beach until night. A cold wind blew from the sea, and the waves slapped the sand loudly. In the distance Bane saw brief flashes of light. He walked until he came to a path that paralleled the shoreline. The flashes of light were directly overhead now, and fat raindrops began to smack him. At first the storm disturbed him, but after an hour, admired its impersonal fury. Occasionally, the lightning revealed the silhouette of the prison. It took him most of the night to reach one of the walls. He lay flat against it. He knew the routine of this place as well as he knew his own heartbeat. This was Saturday, actually, Sunday morning. On Saturday night, the warden left Pinaduro to visit a village nearby. He returned at dawn, always drunk, sometimes accompanied by a woman. Bane waited. He could see clouds now, ashen against the pale sky. He heard the growl of an engine, the warden's ancient station wagon struggling up the road. The station wagon stopped in front of the gate, and the warden climbed out and swayed, clutching a bottle in both hands, the stump of a cigar clenched in his teeth. "Open up!" he shouted. Bane ran. He punched the warden in the face and caught the sagging body as the bottle end. The cigar at the ground he groped beneath Thornton's raincoat and found the revolver. Spotlight swept past him, stopped, swept back. "Let them go!" someone called. Thornton squirmed in Bane's grasp. Bane's blow had not been hard. Bane pressed the barrel off the gun. Thornton's Stemplene shouted, "Send out Birdurth Wardendies!" There was no reply. "Tell them," Bane said in Thornton's ear. "You," Thornton gasped, "you're dead, my men saw blood." "Tell them," Bane repeated, pressing the gun barrel harder. "Doisha," says Thornton's voice was real. Still no answer. Bane lowered the revolver and shot the warden in the left leg. The warden screamed. "Bane! Lethemful!" Bane shot Thornton's right leg. He pressed the gun barrel to Thornton's head and looked up. From the top of the wall. "All right." Minutes passed. The gate swung open. Bird, Trog, and an inmate named Zombie trotted to Bane and the warden. "Ich knew he'd come back for us, Magic Man," Bird said. "I hope he didn't mind me bringing Sumples Thesagiselba plenty useful." "Believe me," he turned to his companions, "didn't I tell you he's got the magic?" "Bane no dead toward the station wagon you drive," he said to Bird. "No good, Magic Man, they'll have this's land sealed up tight when he decaper." "A caper? A helicopter, an airplane? Tell them." Bird shouted instructions, and then they got into the station wagon. "It'll take him a while together," Bird said, "but they'll come, at no worry." The warden was huddled in the back seat, palms pressed to the bloody holes in his legs. He was sobbing. "Can't we sheath him up?" Trog said. "I like to listen to him," Bane said. A few minutes later they heard the chup-chup-chup of an approaching helicopter. It dropped from the clouds and landed a few feet away. "Bane and Bird the gun get us off here," he said. "You got it, Mr. Magic." There was only the pilot in the aircraft, a young man wearing a military uniform. Bane, Trog, and Zombie bundled the warden into the rear compartment. Bird sat next to the pilot and aimed the revolver at him. "Up and away," Bird said. "Take air south. I got connections in Venezuela." "I have alway street dio well," Thornton said to Bane, "between subs your mother. Too without music knows what would have happened to you." The blur that was Santa Prisca was receding in the distance. Ahead of and below them there was only the sea. Bane slid open the door and grabbed the warden by the collar of his raincoat. "Ya know what happens to ya now?" Bane asked the shandon the back of he fought head used to 10 bisharks. The warden fell, flailing and screaming. During the 3 months it took Bird to arrange travel north to the United States, Bane questioned him continuously about Gotham City. Although Bird boasted of the glories of other places, New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, St. Louis, Metropolis, Bane always brought the conversation back to Gotham. Hui you so hippodon the big? Bird once asked. I do not know, Banner plied slowly, but me again wadi out told main Pinaduro. Bird spoke foreign year when he was done. Bane said this Batman would toff him. Nobody knows what he saw with this game ice but Gotham after darkishies. He stay Kent down. Every major player in the city Theon Leon's warrant scared off him crazy. And now Bane knew why he was so obsessed with Gotham. Perfectly logical, it was where fear ruled. Conquer fear, conquer the bat and you own the city. When Thmik challenged Mifhehad won he would have ruled the prison. Ya magic man but there's no way you're ever gonna lose. Ida so. Bane groaned and opened his eyes. He was disoriented, as he always was when he came from his past. Slowly, he became aware of the room around him, the motel room just outside the Gotham City limits. The rectangle on the ceiling was bright and sharp, sunlight. He must have slept for hours. He was hungry. And where were Bird and the women? 4. James Gordon had driven out of the parking lot behind police headquarters and was entering the freeway before he became aware that he was not alone in the car. Batman arose from the back seat and said, "Good evening, Commissioner. I've finally figured out how you do that Urio Noft Hosen in J Sorrentio, y'all learned. I'd in Japan." Correspondence course, Batman said. "It was either ninja or air conditioning repair, and I already hate a black suit." "Okay," I asked, "what's on our mind? What's happening with Thiermy? How do you know about that?" Gordon looked at this passenger the rearview mirror. "Lots of radio transmissioning code on the military bands to make smoke for the retobe. Na fire. Somebody ripped off a supplio frockets," Gordon said. "The little kind ones you aim from your shoulder. Anti-tank. Something like that. The feds aren't telling us dumb flatfoots much, but I gather the operation was lickasize. How many, Commissioner?" "As I said, your federal brethren are tinta sharing magessa salad marethinadosin. Anything Chelsea unusual happen lately?" Samey old Gordon said. "Hookers turned up dead this morning, necks broken. The lady is soft hanitary always jetting kill led usually not Cesada shot. And they usually die if gunshots or stab wounds." Gordon nodded. "The tight?" Batman asked. "One Amoria donate moving vans arrestalin from rental outfit. The prostitutes are probably a coincidence, but the rockets and vans might be connected." "How so?" "Terrorist weapons." "Could be a guess," Gordon said. "Use the von Sky ant bombs." "Exactly. Fill la truck with explosives or magnesiums havings detonity at by remote control. And you can take out a bridge or tunnel or almost anything else. I'll put out word. Commissioner, I'd like you to do me favor." "No kidding, I never thought I'd hear ya say that. Someone who sath manklins. So it was yahu ho put them away. How do you know where to find them? People should be careful what they say in sleazy bars. The scuzzball on the next stool might." "Vim." Gordon shook his shade in wonder. "What can I do for you?" "You said through a somion. Big, about 7 feet, strange body, too lumpy to be either an athlete or bodybuilder. I'd say through a surgery involved. He's very fast and he speaks with Aspanish accent TV. Come up with Zilchanyam. Then it probably won't do any better, but I'll see if it rings a bell for anybody." "Thanks. This guy important?" Gordon asked. "I think it at the job at the steakhouse. North Manklins. For on Saint here foul lives theory innocent they've been framed. I almost wish he hadn't feared that. You've still got plenty of past crime to hang on them." Gordon break deterred light. "Can I drop you anywhere? Opera maybe, basketball game, costume party?" He turned around to look, but the back seat was now empty. 5. Bane watched Bird, Trog, and Zombie eating, stuffing themselves with pizza, hamburgers, potatoes. There was no conversation. The cabin was silent except for the sounds of their chewing and an occasional rattle of a wrapper. He was pleased. The robbery at the military depot had gone well. He now had 36 excellent military rockets. It had been Zombicide Zombie had supplied the information they had needed to carry out Zombie wasn't Themon's real name, of course, in Norway Prison name it was a military code name. Zombie had been a covert operations officer, a former Navy SEAL, who had gone into business for himself. He was an expert in demolitions, counter-terrorist tactics, sabotage, assassination. He had been put in Pinaduro after he was caught trying to mine at harbor at Guantanamo Bay, the U.S. naval base in Cuba. Wounded, he had been stupid enough to seek help in Santa Prisca. He had been betrayed by men he thought were allies and taken to the governor, who believed that Zombie might be traded to the group that had hired him, a Qatarif Middle Eastern terrorists, but the terrorists weren't interested. The governor had ordered Zombie imprisoned while he negotiated a deal with the American CIA. Bain was grateful to Bird for introducing him to this very useful fellow. Bird was himself extremely useful. His former career as a smuggler, thief, and extortionist had given him extensive knowledge of the criminal community in the United States and the Caribbean. $100,000 in Bird's Swiss bank account that financed the trip from Venezuela, the motel hideout, and the supplies needed to rob the military depot. Like Zombie, Bird had made the mistake of trusting Santa Priscans in partnership with a man named Novak and a group of Santa Priscan nationals. He had arranged to deliver a load of cocaine to Gotham City. His partner had decided that Bird's share of profits was better spent elsewhere. It took only a brief meeting with a police chief and a briefer meeting with the Islandske Fugita put Bird behind the grey walls. It could have been worse. A judge had been perfectly willing to put Bird in front of a firing squad, but Bird's former associates were in cruel men. Trog was the third pizzied around the Leonu ho hadn't been framed. He was Suth most innocent of the three. He had been imprisoned for the crime he had committed, but it was the only serious crime he had ever done. A drug dealer's driver had decided that Trog's niece would make a nice trophy and tried to drag her out of the cafe where she worked as a waitress. Trog hit the driver once, cracking his cheekbone completely in half. The case wasn't importante take it to court, not prudent to ost valuable states Dymian an illiterate laborer. In Santa Prisca, police captains have limited judicial powers. So a Capitan Juarez sentenced Trog to 20 years in Pinaduro. He had been inside exactly 4 of those years the day he punched Puerco, and had served just over 16 the day, 4 months ago. Had accepted Bert's invitation to step through to front gate and join Bain. Finish our meal, Bain said to the 3 then we plan the next phase of our work tonight. He turned to Bird telephony our friend 6 women 4 latter. Hey magissus the tag good idea, considering the problems you had last week. I had no problems. They did. They were unable to do what I paid them for. Bird wiped his mouth with a paper napkin and said slowly, this is whack a beauty udn't think the drug may be got in your way. It was their fault make the call. You got it. While Bird used the telephone, Bain refilled the vial strapped to his right forearm with venom. He had a large supply of the greenish liquid, again thanks to the resourceful Bird. The first thing Bird had done when they arrived in Gotham was to visit an acquaintance in the pharmaceutical business. Bird produced the venom he had stolen from the warden's infirmary and asked the chemist if he could analyze, and then duplicate, the formula. When Bird and Bain returned the next day, the chemist was grinning. Hey dudes, he said, tossing his head and flipping his long blonde hair off his eyes, this stuff is righteous. Alt hosa steroids and colloids and shit, wow, you know. You have the formula? Bain asked. The chemist held up a sheet of computer paper all printy to tandy everything many was. So impressed I ran off 2 copies. Bird, standing behind Bain, put a forefinger to his lips, signaling the chemist to stop talking. But the chemist had snorted 6 lines of coke earlier and was not receptive. Took a piece. Bain asked quietly. One formidable na that needed man was so impressed I memorized it. Last night, man, I dreamed that Madonna came to me wearing nothing but a steel bikini and, dig, she sang the formula tome to the tunav material girl I think it was Yahan then she took off her steel bra and there it was tattooed on her bazongas. You think there is a way I am ever gonna forget that? In about a minute Bird murmured. But it took Bain much less time, only a few seconds, to snap the chemist's neck. Another chemist friend off Bird's caution to be discreet actually synthesize it a supply. The venom Bain's trial and error taught him that he needed 2 hits each day, spaced 12 hours apart. The apparatus implanted in his body at the prison worked perfectly. When he pressed a button on the vial strapped to his wrist, sending a pre-measured dose through a tube to a conduit sunk in his skull and into his brain, he was fine. If he delayed pressing the button by so much as an hour, he became nervous, his mouth dried, his vision blurred. If he delayed longer, his limbs spasmed, and the world around him melted and he hallucinated. The bat thing, looming out of the darkness, mocking him. Bain pressed the button, felt the warmth spread from the top of his head down to his jaw. And from there to the tips of his fingers and toes. He relaxed. I sent for the girls, Bird was saying beheriate midnight that okay, I told him to bring some wasters la ta oysters. Let us jet a work, Bain said. He swept the pizza cartons from the table and spread out a blueprint. This is a schematic of Arksum Asylum, Bird said to Zombie and Trog their Biltita. Ka play ear sago cause at the old place had revolving doors were see secured than the country clubs at Allenwood and Danbury. This area here he pointed to a shaded area on the schematic is where they store the real nutcases, the Joker, Two-Face, abattoir, some others most lie these existence see the light off day their foot is sent through dumb waiters. The corridor outside the cells is lined with heat detectors, motion detectors, pressure sensitive flooring, monitors in the sewer and water lines, TV cameras. A mouse gets in there. The alarm goes off, the whole joint is flooded with gas. Couple dozen guards with Ingrams are here. He pointed to another area on 24-hour alert. Signals sent to the cop house downtown and the Marine base. Oh, and there are battery-operated backups in case the electricity goes out. Very nice, Zombie said. What a synthools? Bain asked. Helmagi quat everyson walls, Bird said. Steel masonry, that kind of stuff. The rockets with tonight they can destroy steel and masonry. I didn't know we not, Bird said. They can, Zombie said. Good, Bain said. Voil need a helicopter parachutes and gas masks. You going to stage a prison break? Zombie asked. Yes, Bain said. Look magic, Bird said. This is gonna cost big time in thestashagot and theswiss bang kiss. Just about gone. Have many, Zombie said. Yet? Bird asked. More than enough. Leave Bain said. Cal when women arrive. Trog went into an adjoining cabin where he slept. Bird and Zombie walked across the parking lot to a vending machine near the motel office door and got colas. Zombie old buddy I got ask, said Bird. What are you getting from this? I mean, Santa. Priskashistory urea Freeman you could take thought money you saw ia go the poplane. And zam urienta ishir some place checking the action why stick around. I once thought I was a genius. I once thought I was the avatar of the great conquerors of history, Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, Caesar, von Clausewitz, Grant, Rommel, Patton. But I was wrong. Caesar would not have botched mining Guantanamo Bay. Rommel would not have trusted fools. Patton would never have allowed himself to be put into Pinaduro. I am of high competence, but in the end, I am ordinary. Bain is not. Nietzsche said that man is A rope stretching between animal and Superman. Bane is the Superman. I want to witness his becoming Iwan to serviam. I twas themist bird hate ever heard zombie say igotatally wheat sounds good. Sounds right. A black limousine turned into the parking lot from the access road. Bird and zombie watched. 6 women in short skirts climb from the back seat. I hope ethos babes got a lot of insurance, Bert said. 6. Tim drak hintered theshid behind his father's mansion and went to the cistern het twisted a knob, and as the water drained away, he removed his sweatshirt and jeans. He looked down at what he wore beneath them: boots, cape, green tights, and a red tunic emblazoned with a stylized R.O. Nav Bruce Rulson Siudas Undiden Toth Bat Kvoo left Thenami and identity you were born with behind. In the cave, Tim was Robin, and he had to dress appropriately. Identigatite hehadon si said to Alfred, what difference do clothes make, Bruce T. Weird, is she, some kind of fetishist? Notagiaminat Alfred replied, I am means certainly have all the details clear in my mind, but I can give you the gist of it. Sometime in his early travels, Bruce encountered a tribe of Native Americans in Alaska, if memory serves. Like many if not most tribal people, they had rituals involving masks of gods. When they put on the mask and raiment of a god, they became that deity. They donned the mask not to hide, but to reveal something greater than themselves that was within them. The mask was a trigger, if you will. To wear the mask in the wrong context was to cause confusion, perhaps to render the god impotent. 2. Participate in the ritual without he mask was to mock the god with terrible consequences. Bruce believed in that stuff. Hebeliev the psychological principles behind it. Was Thizarilla for the fierce Robin, Dick Grayson? Yes, and Jason Todd the second Robin. The cistern was empty. Tim climbed in, placed his palm against a stone, and pressed. The bottom of the cistern slid aside, and Tim, now Robin, dropped to the floor of the cave. Below, he took a small flashlight from his belt, switched it on, and followed the beam for a mile to where the tunnel widened to the huge chamber under Wayne Manor. Moving toward the bank of computers, he stepped onto a section of the cave floor that was actually plastic, camouflaged as rock. This, he knew, would activate an alarm in the house, altered to sound like a noisy refrigerator motor starting. Unless Alfred was busy with a tradesman or running an errand, he would be down shortly. Robin sat at the computer console and tapped the message key the small stuffed screens. In front of him brightened, South Africa. So Bruce wanted him to hack into the South African embassy's data system and fiat its codine to the grace okay that me and Bruce. Hadn't he gotten a line on the guy he met after the Manklin takedown? Robin had already gotten into system so fato therambasius thefpathi shainter Paul Navy Intelligence Thermes Criminal Investigation Division, Scotland Yard. Also, reluctantly, the Gotham City PD. It wasn't likely that Gordon would withhold information, but it was at least possible that the Commissioner had missed something. Robin started tapping keys. Are we making progress? Alfred said from behind him. I didn't know about we, but I'm not the alfijavimi a break I just gathera. Can I jdea some refreshment? Ivy just baked some fat-free brownies. In a while maybe. How wise your father? Knock ain't he's mostly vegged out sits in his wheelchair staring at nothing. Jack Drake had been desperately ill for more than a year ever since he and Tim's mother Helen were imprisoned by Haitian terrorists. Jack had emerged from the ordeal with a torn body and a broken mind. Tim sometimes envisioned his father spiritus acidine inert lump. Helen had died in a filthy hut. What doest the new doctorza? Dr. Kinsolving is it? Chandra Kinsolving she says not oho petumak but she might be able to bring him back. At least part oft he way. Let meriteth out of theres anything I can do. Thanks Alfred appreciatethi for what's up with Bruce, I haven't seen him in weeks. He has been concentrating on his duties at Wayne Enterprises. The police have been managing without Batman shall Pagia may have not said Thesadaha been relatively quiet. Off lady I think that may have a Master Brucey atrifle worried. Why? For all his rationality he has superstitions on optimis that after vera lull theory saw storm. Wait and firth a fierce tunder crack huh, you believe he's right. Let us say that I believe Heiseldom wrong. Norgument theer hey, what is this? Robin Piratathi clostoft hescreens a thing kai. May have just found a crack in the South African armor. Yeah, this has toped the password. Robin typed and waited for the computers to do their work. 7. The inmates at Arkham Asylum ate well. No grey institutional glop on plastic trays for them. Arkham didn't they viakukathat Ariel Kef. His name was Edward Cheatley, and he had learned his art in Parasandro Mayfew I Irsego he was wide Lihaldis the Wolfgang. Puckof Teast Coast that was before he servidis girlfriend husband Adelicious foi. Grass seasoned with strychnine husband survived beauty scaredin hedonia. Nicolat Blagatin found that upon his release couldn't get a job kukan gatatico. Stand. He had been rescued from a job cleaning restrooms at a downtown bus depot by Jeremiah Arksum, the executive director of the asylum. Jeremiah was called by Vicky Vale of the Gotham Gazette a bizarre combination of knee-jerk. Du Gudrun Torquemada Hebeli evident insulin shock electroshock isolation prolonged confinement in straitjackets, sleep deprivation, and such original measures as putting 3 inches of water in a baricel removing an inmate's clothing gone turn and goff the heat beat. Also believed in second chances. He had taken Eddie away from the restrooms and told him earnestly Thesamine and Mikery have grave problems but damn it they re human beings. Regardless of how sick and depraved and disgusting they might be, and they deserve the benefits of in a cuisine. Tonight, Eddie had prepared something simple, roasted Cornish game hens with a strawberry compote, dilled potato salad, steamed green beans, and for dessert, chocolate truffles. He arranged each meal on a china plate and glanced around the kitchen to be certain that Thegwards worried hearing to Jeremiah's dictum to levied Wardalina he's an artist. Damn it, and artists have to be trusted then Eddie slip it a folded piece off paper in toak. Game hen. Probably a few of his diners would get a bite of paper before they figured out they were receiving messages, but that was all right. His old jail buddy, Bird, had paid him 20 large unused bills, and for that kind of money he was willing to compromise a little poultry. Bruce Wayne was tooling his scarlet Lamborghini with a dented right front fender away from the Hotel François, where he had attended a chicken dinner in honor of Mayor Armand Krall. When his police scanner reported a Special 419. Special 419 Wasonov Gordon Scotus the Commissioner Wanteto C. Botman. Immediately, Bruce used the car phone to arrange a rendezvous and parked in an all-night garage. Don't know where the darn tree came from, he said to the attendant staring ruefully at the dent, which he had carefully pounded into the metal a week ago. It never hurt. Torin for Sethicides image of Bruce Wayne synoptitude. He took a briefcase from the passenger seat, tipped the attendant 100, and strolled to the riverfront. Concealed by a stand of trees on the strip of park between the river and the street, well away from the walk and its mercury vapor lamps, he removed a cape and mask from the briefcase and put them on. He pulled the cape around him to conceal his tuxedo and waited. Gordon arrived 5 minutes later. "What's Sony our mind, Commissioner?" Batman asked. "More hookers, 6 more dead hookers." Gordon usually didn't bother him with ordinary street crimes, something special about them. The all-ad bat scarvid in ta their bodies. Iz. Nobody's reacted it not officially beauty who can imagine what kind of word is going around. What do you think? You'dn't really want me to answer that, but somebody stipped the press the Gazette. 1T play the story by but the star and the whisper will and so will channel 6. You have any ideas? I'd better hear 'em. Nothing tangible, Commissioner, just a hunk. Spit it out. The man and the rooftop find him and to have a your killer. What's the connection? Only 'tis these murders didn't make sense and neither does she. The conversation was over. Gordon turned to gaze at the river, confident that within seconds he would be alone. Bain was pleased with himself. Cutting the bats into the women's flesh had been an inspiration. It was an ancient strategic principle: turn your enemies' friends against them. The police had told Batman Sally it was logical and been a scareful study of Gotham City. Had taught him that although the police were slightly corrupt compared to the Santa Prisca militia, they would not ignore wholesale slaughter. Especially not wholesale slaughter linked to someone much disliked. Not everyone believed Batman existed, and among those who did, he was not universally popular. The underworld feared him, as was to be expected. The liberals among politicians and churchmen decried him as a vigilante, which he most certainly was, and many ordinary policemen felt he threatened the respect they needed on the streets. You ain't no Batman was often among the jeers they heard. Now they hate an excuse to withhold cooperation, if not hunt him down. The women had served a purpose, after all. Get 'em easy more, Bain told Bird. Afraid no can do magic, Bird said. You damage a the merchandise the boys aren't letting you have any more. Bird was refusing him? Bird was daring to refuse him? Bird could be broken like a twig. Bain realized that the time for his dose had passed. He pressed the button on his arm and, a moment later, felt warmth. He relaxed. He would be generous. He would ignore Bird's insolence for now. Perhaps you're right, Bain said. Perhaps the 6 last night were enough. Wegata program. Make certain the helicopter is ready. Have zombie check thupens in list hand 20. 4 hours will strike ya thighs Arkham Asylum. Consider it done, Magic Man. Birdstone to a serval most fawning. Bain decided to forgive him. 8. The first alarm sounded at 8 the next evening. An explosion in front of the Harvesters Bank and Trust near Robinson Park. Within the next 5 minutes, there were 6 other explosions, all near banks. Police dispatchers spoke rapidly into their microphones, and sirens began to wail in the streets. At 8:30, a school bus parked in a garage burst into flames, igniting several other buses nearby. At 8:45, the Hugerooter lumber yard, the state's largest, caught fire. Sitting in a helicopter at a private airstrip near the motel, Bain listened to the police and fire dispatch twisted in his seat of a zombie huzatin. The pilot see at you have done excellent work, Bain shout over the roar of Tingianitis to meet a visit Arkham Asylum. Zombie pulled at the controls, and the aircraft rose into the air. Bain saw the ground drop away. He stifled an urge to laugh with sheer pleasure. He was where he should be, high above the earth and its tiny creatures. The horizon tilted, and Bain leaned forward in his seat, filling his eyes with a god's view of creation. Batman paused to listen to the radio report the lumberyard fire. Then he continued curling the 200-pound dumbbell. Shouldn't he be reacting? Alfred asked from his chair near the computers. It's must unlike the Dark Knight on your blatant criminal activity. I know the Dark Knight except to third-rate journalists with turgid prose styles, Batman replied, and I'm not ignoring anything. I'm waiting fires in a garage and lumberyard. Explosions outside banks obviously diversions. Hoys diverter hum from what? Somebody's diverting thecos from wherever the re-election is going to happen. And where might that be? I don't know, but I will. Explosion at Arkham Asylum, the voice on the radio squawked. That's it, Batman said. Hep down to dumble and pull at his mask into place. The limousine, Master Bruce? Alfred asked. No, I'll go lonely will Trobin. But isn't it a bit early? Bruce's firmest rule: Batman never appeared before dark, and seldom before 11. Can't he be helped, Alfred? Batman left the gym area and strode to the cluster of vehicles. He got into a low, matte black sports car vehicle Alfred Adon stubbed the Batmobile Itwash basically a Maserati. Much modified, with a racing engine, one-way bulletproof glass, bulletproof tires, a security system that included a small thermite bomb, which would melt the car to slag if anyone penetrated its other defenses, and a lot of electronics. Batman settled into the seat, which was made from a mold of his body. He touched a switch. Concealed television cameras with infrared lenses scanned every path and road within 2 miles of Wayne Manor. Batman peered at a television screen on the dashboard, nothing. He started the engine and guided the car along a winding ramp and out of the cave into an equipment shed adjoining the tennis courts behind the house. From there he drove to a small dirt road that wound around the estate, glancing often at the television monitor, and finally onto the Beltway. He turned away. From Gotham City, Arkham Asylum was in the opposite direction. Earlier the world's most notorious madmen had enjoyed some light reading with their excellent Cornish game hens. The note was brief: explosions at about 9 tonight. Exit from the rear. Guns will be in the yard. Be prepared to deal with the gas. Harvey Dent, known as Two-Face, touched the horrible scars caused by acid thrown at him when he had been a district attorney. Escape, yes. Then he touched the side of his face. That was not disfigured. No good idea. Harv, the doctors are helping you here. He took out his two-faced silver dollar and gazed first at the side that he had once scored with a knife and then at the side that was still mint. Jeremiah Arkham had allowed Harvey to keep the coin. It provides a ruminative focus for him and should hasten his progress. Jeremiah had explained to his fellow psychiatrists, who had gazed at the floor and shaken their heads. Harvey spun the coin in the air, caught it in his right hand, and slapped it onto his left wrist. The scarred side was up. In an adjoining kelth Joe carried the note and clapped Hishan's goody goody goody, he said in a falsetto voice, and giggled mayhem and murder and maybe much maleficent mischief. The bright red lip slashed across his white skin, curled upward and to a smile. Of course, he said in a low baritone, hurting people really isn't in the best circles. His lips curved down and up again as the Joker said, falsetto, so I'll do it in a straight line. Most of the other inmates in the ultra maximum security block, the Scarecrow, Maxie Zeus, Killer Croc, Mr. Jaws, Poison Ivy, read their notes quietly and wondered if what they read could possibly be true. The note meant nothing to Amygdala couldn't tread. To Abattoir, the note confirmed what he already knew, that it was his destiny, preordained by the universe itself, to flee incarceration and find his remaining family members, whose blood would nourish and empower him. The ventriloquist removed one of his socks, put his hand into it, formed a crease in the cloth. With thumb and forefinger and said, "What is your opinion, Sako?" "It's theory all good, Saka said as the ventriloquist's lips moved. The corridors of the asylum were quiet, none of the usual howls, grumbles, laughter. The entire institution seemed to be waiting. Bernie Intalia munched his pastrami and rye and eyed the bank of monitors in front of him. And his partner, Harry Humes. He and Harry were working the 8 to 4 a.m. shift in Arkham Smain Security Complex. Harry, Bernie said, "Yanata setheluni serial reading samething, izine tatana take. I doubt to iskikin. You suriyudan belong in thur with em. Nalug." Harry looked yahiri right problionia Arkham City as ya wasn there riot when he had emails aying thwords to the national anthem backwards. Did it tell you about that? A lot of times. Yawanatika Budaluni Jerry Arksam's the champ. Sawa shouldn't he do anything gabathi reading? Make yanoti in teelig what harms redagana do? Bernie continued eating his sandwich. Zombie steadied the helicopter above Arkham as Bane took aim through a scope mounted on the rocket launcher. The first rocket blew a hole in the roof of the Ultramax block, destroying most of the gas Delivery system. The second blasted an inverted V in the rear wall of the yard. A third took out a chunk of the asylum itself. Alarms blared. 10 uniformed men grabbed Ingram submachine guns and burst into the corridor outside the guardroom, but they couldn't get far. The explosions had activated motion sensors that in turn had slammed steel fire doors down at each entrance to maximum security. The entire block was sealed off. The helicopter landed in the yard. Trog tossed out crates of weapons, grenades, Uzis, Browning automatics. Bain launched his fourth rocket. Another section of the wall crumbled. Lights flashed on switchboards at the Riverside Coast Guard base and, 30 miles away, the Gotham City Police Headquarters. Detective Renee Montoya, working the afternoon shift as watch captain, put out an emergency call. But the tactical unit squads were scattered around the city, securing various banks. Even if the streets had been clear, it would have taken them at least 50 minutes to reach Arkham. And the streets weren't clear, there was still some evening traffic. Montoya's counterpart at the Coast Guard Basin Sign Lawrence Bet Flipetapenthi. Procedures Manual. He thumbed pages frantically. What the hell was supposed to do? Ah. There itis he murmured and the vento fa signal from the asylum he was and rawl. Possible assistance, but what did that mean? Scramble the base shopper, not possible. Chopper's transmission had been in the Fritsitzung inu astrunal over the landing pad. He picked up a phone and called Washington. Bain and Trog were inside Ultramax firing their 50 caliber Desert Eagle Magnum automatics at cell doors, blasting away the locks. The doors slammed open, and the inmates began to fill the corridor. The Batmobile was a mile away, one of dozens of cars beginning to lose speed. Ahead, a tractor-trailer had overturned, blocking the beltway. Batman hesitated only a moment, then spun the wheel, cutting across 3 lanes of traffic to a beltway entrance. He was met by a van driving up the ramp. He swerved off the ramp onto the grassy slope that bordered it. A moment later he sped off the grass and onto the street below. He was now a block from the asylum, in a neighborhood of dilapidated frame houses, untended lawns, and rusting vehicles. He gunned the engine. Skidding around a corner, he saw Arkham and a column of smoke rising from it. In the twilight, it was difficult to see everything, but he registered that there was an inverted V shape in the wall of the yard. Figures were tumbling through it and into the street. A helicopter was rising overhead. 2 men in inmates' jumpsuits were running up the sidewalk toward him holding carbines. At port arms. He braked the car. The inmates passed it. Batman slid out and caught them from behind. He slammed their heads together, and before they had hit the sidewalk, he was whirling in the opposite direction, running for Arkham. He had gone only a half block before another inmate leapt at him from between 2 parked cars. As wing in Ganamp Tiberbot let Batman shed. Batman caught Teeman's wrist in his left forearm and, pivoting, guided the bottle around, past its target. He continued the pivot, bringing his right elbow up into his attacker's chin, and was again facing the asylum. Continuing to run. Overhead, Bane was observing the scene through night glasses. "Hayes here," Bane murmured. "Right according to plan, magic." This from Bird, who was aiming a 30.06 Deer rifle down at the asylum, occasionally squeezing off shots at guards who dared show themselves. In the twin green circles of the glasses, Bane saw Batman glide through the hole in the wall and leap at an inmate who was standing over the weapons crates, handing out guns. The man fell immediately. But what had this Batman done to him? Whatever it was too quick for the eye to follow. Bane swept the glasses away from the yard. A tactical squad van was rounding the corner and screeching to a stop. Cops wearing armor poured from the doors in the rear and sprinted toward the asylum. Bane returned the glasses to their original position. Batman was now facing two Arkhamites. One swung at him. Batman blocked the blow with his forearm and stepped forward to drive. Histofan fingers and Tothiman solar plexus synthis a minstanthizl auto. Catch the second man in the belly. High strula formidable, Bane murmured. The tac squad cops, now wearing gas masks, were pouring through the breached wall, firing tear gas canisters. Batman hadn't recognized the men he dropped. They weren't among the dozen he had helped put in Arkham. Which was not good. Those 12, they were the most dangerous. The only reason some of them were kept alive was that they were so deranged. Psychologists demanded to be able to study them. Whole textbooks had been scrapped after the authors spent a few days in Arkham. Batman lowered the night lenses over the eye holes in his mask. The spotlights had been shattered by gunfire and the area was almost entirely dark now. He scanned the yard and saw a tall, thin, unmistakably pale figure edging toward the inverted V. This was the Joker, surely the most depraved sadist who had ever lived. At least Batman could stop him. A cop stepped in front of Batman, pointed his service revolver, and said in a voice muffled by his gas mask, "Freeze." He dipped the barrel of the gun on the ground. Batman dropped onto his right hand and, using it as an axis, pivoted his entire body. His foot swept Theco's feet from under him. Theca planted flat on his back and never saw Batman vanish into the shadows. Outside the wall, other police units were arriving. The street was a chaotic welter of flashing lights, blue uniformed bodies, cruisers, vans. Sirens screamed and growled. The air was scented with smoke and tear gas. The Joker could be anywhere. Batman knew that in seconds. He might be recognized and would have to escape again. He didn't want to hurt another officer. He ran. In his car he picked up the phone and tapped out the number of Gordon's mobile unit. "Oh no, Fio, you're meant to arrest me," he said when Gordon answered. "Yeah, he wanted for questioning the hookers is to let the miss long as I could." Can you lifted? Maybe but na tried away it would help if I could tell me how to carve up women. The man in the rooftop. Batman you vejada jave misamathin morathana hunk. The car was gliding down the dark street, away from the asylum. In the rear view mirror, Batman saw the blinking red lights of the police cruisers. "You heading toward Arkham, Commissioner?" "Right, should Bathiri knock up leaf minutes you." "I'm leaving the neighborhood. It's over. Your people can handle it from here." "I stopped 6 of them. A lot of other SGOT away, including the Joker." "Any ideas, inside job, outside job?" "There was a helicopter. The break probably originated from the possibly with inside. Help. You go tag esabud house and the chipper." "No. No guess. A hunch." "The same hunch. The man on the rooftop." 9. At 3 the following morning, Bane, Zombie, Trog, and Bird were at the motel, eating pizza. "Hui Bird howled, boy what a caper, it's gonna be a hot time in the old town tonight. With all those loonies on the loose. Lock up your wives and daughters. Hell, lock up your dogs. Do you consider the operation a success?" Zombie asked Bane. "I saw him again. Which is what I wanted to do most. He is strong. But I will study him and I will know his weakness. And if I ever see him again, I will recognize him. There is an added benefit. Many of the lunatics? Many of them escaped. If what Bird said is true, he will try to catch them. This must weaken him. I only hope it does not weaken him too much. Ya want to kill him ourself?" "Yes." Bane turned in his chair and closed his eyes. In a moment, he was again feeling the damp chill of the cavidad oscuro and watching the bat thing loom in the darkness, rise and escape. But no. That part of the vision would not come to pass. He would catch the bat and break it, and then he would fulfill his destiny, first Gotham and then the world would be his. He need only confront his nemesis and destroy it, and he had already begun to do that. Batman spent the rest of the night in the cave, monitoring police calls and the computers. Downtown. By dawn, a hastily convened task force consisting of representatives from the State Police, the Gotham City, the Prison Authority and the Mayor's Office had arrived at Adelaide $12 million damage. How can they carry about that? Alfred muttered. And a dozen inmates escaped, including some of the worst, the Joker, Two-Face, the ventriloquist, Amygdala, Killer Croc, Abattoir, Mr. Jaws, Poison Ivy, Firefly, Maxi Zeus, the Scarecrow, all life-takers, all ruthless, all once captured by Batman. I'll start with ventriloquist, Batman said, Hughes Torin with a gang IV tab son. Must T members, I'll put on a disguise and if I'm a master Bruce wouldn't it be good idea to get some erist first, aren't the chances? Slight that these ventriloquist fellow wow'll reveal himself so soon, haven't he already been up for over 48 hours, and isn't it likely that on the hour pursuit begins in earnest you may be awake 4 days and end. Enamorio fio your polite questions, Alfred. Now thought you mentioned cap far more inquisitive at Haniself could ask, if he were feeling intrusive, how you feel this is your problem, this plague of lunatics. What do you think might answer this nas a hypothetical chap? Far bite from a totem to penetrate elaborantho fio your formidable intelligence, but if you insist, Edo, you might reply hath the incarceration oft he's fiensis a responsibility you have bestowed upon yourself, and that self-assumed responsibility is Arethian Leon's Amanda not Denis. Why might that be, do you think? Because you could conceivably say, these responsibilities and the actions issuing from them are what define a man, and without such definition a man has no genuine being. I guess I could say that if it were a feign existentialist persuasion. I of course am all observant, barely literate, utterly unacquainted with the works of Sartre, Kierkegaard, Dostoevsky, Kaufman, Jaspers, Camus, and their ilk, and thus unable to advance such an hypothesis. Then how do you know their names? Alfred Archethis browse Edo dust the books in the library. You've made our point, I'll catch a couple of hours rest. Wait, a splendid idea is, shall have a hot nourishing meal for you when you awake. 10. Batman seldom needed more than 12 hours sleep, and when he did sleep almost never dreamed. Years ago, he had sought out a martial arts master in the mountains of Korea, and in the 11 months that he had studied with Kirigi, he had learned a technique that the ancient Korean refused to name, a combination of relaxation and visualization that penetrated below the conscious and subconscious, below personality itself, and put him in a state of complete serenity. Dreams cleanseth the garbage of them and go to a place where there is no garbage. But he could not go to that place, so deep within him. Not now. Because of something that had happened earlier in asylum in Matelia in Gotham from between 2 parked cars. So he dreamed. Young Brucey, tired and happy. Up late, way past bedtime on a Friday night. Birthday treat. They movies with mom and dad, a favorite of dad's, the mark of Zorro. The guy in the mask and cape. Horses and swords. The most exciting thing Brucey had ever seen. Leaving the theater. Walking along the dark street, the Shandon mom suddenly mom's fingers tighten and she gasps. What is it? A man coming from behind parked cars. Gimme money. Dad steps in front of Mom and Brucey. No. Go away. A sound like a firecracker. Dad falls. The man reaching for Mom, grabbing the pearls around her neck. Another firecracker. Mom falling, the pearls hitting the sidewalk, rolling into the gutter. The man running away. Brucey looking down at Mom and Dad. Not moving. Blood all over them. A child screaming. Bruce awoke and was staring straight up into the shadows that hid the roof of the cave. He focused on a time sense within him and learned that only 15 minutes had passed since he first lay down. Only 15. Not enough time. He closed his eyes and tried to relax past the garbage, the memories. Young Bruce, wandering the globe. A university here, an apprenticeship there. Paris, Chongju, Cape Girardeau, Manchester, Bhopal, even Krasnoyarsk and Zimbabwe, anywhere there was anyone who could teach him anything he might find useful. What a waste, the ladies of Gotham would say. Thathansami young Wayne we hecant see him to stick with a single solitary thing. Not the man his father was. If it wasn't for old Hat Wayne money he'd be out on the street begging for quarters. Home now, sitting in the library of his family mansion, staring out the windows at the twilight. Wondering. He would fight crime. He would take his childhood trauma and mold it, fashion it into something useful. But how? Suddenly the window in front of him shatters, and a bat flaps into the room. In that instant, before the shards of glass strike the rug, that fast, he performs a profound act of creation. He creates a kind of person who has never before existed. He creates himself. Has a allowed criminal serious superstitious and cowardly must be creature of the night. Is shall become a bat. Ida Satan set he's a stand most profound thing he has ever uttered. And he awoke. 2 hours had passed, but he felt completely unrest. Was he becoming ill? He would do a body scan later. After he had located Killer Croc. Or the Scarecrow. Or the Joker. Yes, he might allow himself the luxury of illness after the Joker was safely jailed. Or Two-Face. The ventriloquist. Maxi Zeus. Amygdala. Or any of the others. 11. Maxi Zeus, once Max Zlotsky, the short, chubby ventriloquist, and the lumbering giant called Amygdala scattered and went their separate ways into the woods. Maxi was running easily, as befitted the god he knew himself to be, although he was still wearing a straitjacket. I tism will that type thespound hit told disloyal subjects the grass and trees it pleasures me to deny myself my omnipotence as it pleasured me to bring wrathful lightning bolts upon the place where it pleasured me to be incarcerated. They thought to imprison a god? Ha! Do the fools not realize my might? One of his loyal subjects, a maple tree, reared up before him and he ran into it. He broke his nose and fell unconscious. The ventriloquist was in the woods, well out of sight of anyone on the road. Arxham was a mile behind him, a cluster of suburban bungalows just ahead. The night was chilly and dark. But there was a reddish moon shining through the leaves. The ventriloquist was gasping. He sat down, his back to a tree trunk, and panted. When he had regained control of his body he considered a situation and panicked he didn't he know. Wadada he needed Samianato tell him he needed Scarface how ash his friend na he was his dummy nutted wasn't tried either he didn't he know what Scarface was, but he did. No that Scarface Italcadan told him Wadada the doctors call a multiple personality disorder. Scarface said the doctors were a fellow fit. Where was Scarface? Hiding in this tree? Maybe he could chop it down and get a knife and carve and carve and carve until he found Scarface? No, probably not. No Scarface. Not now. Sacco would have to do. Hastily, frantically, the ventriloquist once again pulled off his shoe and sock. He fit the sock over his hand and formed a crease with his thumb and forefinger. Sacco said the ventriloquist have you seen Scarface? No he haven't seen your friend Mayor Scarface. Sacco said as the ventriloquist's lips moved. I really must find him and I can alone could you help me? I can our ventriloquist. From behind him Simeon said could you help too? The ventriloquist and Sako turned. Amygdala was standing by a white oak, dappled by the moonlight. The ventriloquist and Sako had to crane upward to see him. He was nearly 9 feet tall. His head was rather small at the top and wide at the jaw. The rest of him was elephantine, particularly his hands, which were as large as Sunday hams. Amygdala's very dangerous, the ventriloquist whispered to Sako. The doctor satarksum. Experimented on his brain, he's quite uncontrollable. Then we must be very cautious if we're to eat him, Sako whispered back. You may help him find Scarface, Amygdala, the ventriloquist said. I am ventriloquist. What's your little friend's name? Sako. Am I supposed tajit me medicine soon? Voil find us a medicine as soon as we find Scarface, the ventriloquist promised. Sako nodded in agreement. Batman spun the wheel and headed toward the asylum. The police radio had just reported that 2 beat cops, acting on a tip from some kids, had found Maxi Zeus, still straitjacketed. His tongue out to catch drops of blood dripping from his broken nose, babbling about nectar. Earlier a birdwatcher had seen Maxi with the ventriloquist and, a bit later, had seen the ventriloquist joined by Amygdala. If the ventriloquist and Amygdala were in the vicinity, they might still be together, which would simplify a small part of his task. I'll take any lucky break I can get. With or without luck he'd probably have Yakalin gingivening, the ventriloquist wouldn't he? Be problem unless he'd hooked up with his former pals, but Amygdala washugin dunless. Sedated, capable of ferocious rage. How long since he shat his last jolt off Thorazine? Amygdala waited outside while the ventriloquist and Sako entered the tap room, a tavern once frequented by his criminal associates. The ventriloquist wrinkled his nose. He disliked the stale alcohol smell of places like this, but in this line of work, they were practically a necessity. He looked at the bar and at the tables, a bartender and 7 customers, 6 men and a young woman. No familiar faces, said the ventriloquist. Askanaway, Sako said. The ventriloquist cleared his throat and raised his voice. We're looking for Scarface. Have any of you gentlemen seen him? For a moment the chatter of conversation stopped. 7 drinkers stared at the short, bald man with the thick glasses standing there with a sock on his hand. The woman giggled, and her companion laughed, and then the rest of the drinkers roared. Laugh at Sako, will you? Said Sako. Well, chuckle Lelio when tat me dash. Amygdala suddenly filled the door. Dash, but to think you'd best take me palmarie seriously. You're laughing at me little friend. Amygdala shouted. Nobody laughs at me little friend. The ventriloquist and Sako sat at the bar sipping somebody's abandoned chaser as Amygdala wrecked the room. Batman had heard the call on the police radio, riot at a joint a few miles from the asylum. When he arrived, there was already a police cruiser parked outside, and 2 cops were talking to a woman whose arm was in a sling. Batman stopped in the shadow of some trees and touched a switch. The carcerial tilted and swiveled to point at womanite was no. A powerful directional microphone. Monster like something from a circus. Little gehe das on hishend hurt Billy. Andalantham Louis Pitok Knifine is back and on Tavanidis muste killed Louis. Guess it was lucky on lie through me crossed harem, said they was looking for so makinda. Face. Scarface. The police radio squawked silent alarm ajoy boytoisla near road store. Batman saw that the cops interviewing the woman had heard it. They moved toward their vehicle, but they wouldn't be going in the right direction. Joy Boy Toys had moved from its Lanier Road location to a small shopping center. Apparently nobody had bothered to inform the local cop house. The Wayne fortune was based on real estate. Bruce Wayne spent a half-hour a week scanning the realty news for potentially useful information. Batman would arrive there first. the ventriloquist wasn't happy he'd found the Toy Story and the puppet department and he'd see ul enough int he light of fein electric sign but what trash, the ventriloquist grumbled. Look at these things. A stupid frog and a stupid teddy bear and a stupid butterfly. A butterfly. Absolutely out of the question. The Tanyuft he could take the place of Scarface. Batman stepped from behind a counter time for auto come with ventriloquist. I'll go long quietly but man a trouble from me no sir. Look out behind Usako said monster. I not in them mood for old jokes lose a thesok keepy our hands where I can see them. Suddenly Batman realized he was being stupid. Amygdala was probably nearby and might well be preparing to attack from behind him. Leave my friends alone. Sausage-sized fingers closed on Batman's neck and shoulder. It weighs amygdala. How can be move so quietly? One amygdala hoisted Batman over. I'll hurt you, I'll hurt. Yuri al bad. Batman was able to will himself to relax as amygdala hurled him into a shelf. He landed on his fetus. Baby Brandy dolls' squeaking mama clattered to the floral around him. He rolled into a forward somersault and brought both his butts up into amygdala's belly. The giant didn't seem to notice he grabbed Batman's ankles. How could the giant move so fast, dash and whirled, flinging Batman into a toy train exhibit. The table that held a tiny town cracked in two, and Batman fell amid tiny houses and stores and boxcars. Amygdala lunged. Batman's kick caught the giant beneath the chin and snapped his back boot. It didn't stop him. Batman put both feet against amygdala's chest and tried to force him away. Amygdala's fist dropped like a wrecking ball into Batman's shoulder. Immediately Batman's left arm went numb. Batman shoved aside the half table to his right. A tiny city hall hit him on the forehead and rolled. As amygdala struggled to stand, Batman seemed to rise from the floor. His left leg shot out. His foot slammed full force against amygdala's temple. The giant stared as though he didn't quite understand what had happened. My best a quandomavian diet didn't stuff him, Batman thought. Back to the drawing board. He dropped to his shoulders and used his forearms to propel himself upward. His legs locked around amygdala's neck and dash squeezed the carotid artery. He grabbed a pair of ankles the size of fire hydrants and pulled the giant toplet still in Batman's grip. The floor shook. And a baby Brandy squeaked. Mama Batman sat up past right amygdala's chest and still squeezing with the legs locked. His fist stoch the round brought him down on amygdala's forehead. Again and again, squeezing and hitting. Amygdala relaxed and began to snore. The store was empty. The ventriloquist had fled. But he couldn't he have gotten far? Which direction? Toward the woods? Batman heard the screech of brakes in the parking lot outside. The police cruiser. The cops had finally found the right address. He was wanted for questioning. The ventriloquist would have a tow it. He'd have it ocular escape. He had no choice. Batman had come in a rear window. He left the same way, got in the car, and released the brake. He let the car roll almost to the road before starting the engine and then switched on infrared beams visible only through a specially tinted windshield. No cop in the world could catch him now. 12. In the Batcave, Alfred had a medical kit waiting. Batman shed his mask and tunic. Extraordinary bruise in the shoulder. Master Bruce Thesaladius I see they can be quite physical. Anything broken, Alfred? Alfred's fingers probed no butherius aspirationeth. Joint and dash more probing thristis brain theorisum pani. I imagine there will be went adrenaline you ears off. I could give a painkiller, Alfred suggested tentatively. Dantis them. Oswellic no but always feel obliged tos quas our venture successful. Half Bruce said. Amygdala's back in Arcamba now but the ventriloquist got away. You can console ourself with thick knowledge. I thought you apprehended them or dangerous off. Thejuo. Alfred, maybe you didn't thermith ventriloquist escaped. And before that, the Joker escaped. And blame yourself. Who else? Alfred sighed. Get some sleep, Master Bruce. I could lie down but I couldn't sleep. Alfred was shocked. Batman had never admitted a lack of control over himself before. Alfred and Tim Drake were in the billiards room of Wayne Manor, the only room in which there was televisions that they were watching Midnight Ramblings with Mitzi Manners. Gotham's leading local talk show. Mitzi, a young woman with long straight auburn hair and the kind of pretty face that is instantly forgettable, was interviewing Dr. Simpson Flanders, a clinical psychologist who was, in appearance, her male equivalent. What can we expect from the mass escape from Arkham, Doctor? Mitzi asked, smiling. Excuse me for saying so, Mitzi, but I think the media are acting a bit hysterical. Drive. Flanders held up a book, glanced at a monitor, and adjusted the angle of the book so the camera saw its title as I detailed in my current book. I'm and so are you. These patients are misunderstood. They are crying for help. There have been and homicide since the breakout. Mitzi replied, the smile seguing into a pert frown, the chirp in her voice taking an edge. We're talking about the most dangerous collection of psychopaths ever assembled. They are hardly misunderstood. That's your innate prejudice toward the mentally divergent. Mitzi, these patients are lost, confused. They cannot operate in the outside world. You think they are a danger to society? Rod, Alfred said, thumbing Theramodi and switching off Thizet. I think he may have a point. Tim's aid. They are crying for help, at least some of them are. But that doesn't change the fact that they're killing innocent people. It's a bit lato becanona for philosophical discussion slad hadn't a bitter begetting. Back home. No hurry, dr kin solving sgot other clinic overnight for tests. And thought young lady friendo fio yours Ariana sit. Helping with inventory taken gatha family store. Homework. Alfred come in. I vegeta couple of historic after sandak after of great expectations. And I veg till Monday. Timothy, would I be correct in assuming thought you're waitin' for Master Bruce? Well, he haven't seen him zinketha breakout how shadowing. For a moment Alfred was tempted to lie, but Timothy Drake had been Batman's apprentice for a year now, ever since he had done what the best criminal minds in the country had failed to do, said Batman's identity. The day Tim first came to Wayne Manor offering to help, Bruce and Alfred knew that this young man, this child, was potentially Bruce's sequel if he were to assume the cape and cowl someday. Only the truth would serve him. Not good, Alfred said. I think's been remarkably successful. Hey, think she's a dreadful failure. He's personally apprehended 7 of the 12 escapees and he's done it while having to elude death police. The police themselves claimed that they've taken Maxie's escaped. Did them the service off running into tria make the score Batman's of Gotham's finest? 0. But not satisfied, huh? Tim's aid. Lad, for years I've wondered what Bruce's tragic flaw might be. Believe in now we takes on too much. He feels responsible for every life those psychopaths have taken simply because he has made himself responsible. Is she holding up? Alfred sighed. For the time being, he's probably the best conditioned human being on the planet, and he knows every mental and physical technique there is. But I fear that even he is approaching his limits. He hasn't trusted in 5 days indeed. Outh shad marathan a few bites off foot. What can I do to help? Tim, if I could think of anything I would have told you before now. I'm beginning to feel guilt image maybe if I'd gotten the identity of Tetwi on the rooftop. But still show. I even hacked into the South American prison computers. Batman said the guy had a Latino accent, remember? My Spanish is sketchy, but I boned up on the words for escape, riot and fleeing and programmed the machine to flag them like I's Igilco. I said possible theta prison might know thavia computer system. Maybe Batman would know, he wouldn't he? 13. When Bane had first arrived in Gotham City 6 weeks ago, he seldom went outside during the day. All that light, all that space disconcerting for one whose life had been bounded by prison walls until only recently. But lately he had taken to walking in an open park area near the motel during the early afternoon, squinting, peering at the horizon, testing how far he could see. Zombie and Bird walked with him. "We're at a Tomeko movie on all pointers?" Bird asked Bane. "Don't call him that," Zombie said. "It shows you're not taking him seriously." "Idn't they've took," Bird replied, jerking Gathumb in Bane's direction. "Magicarettos weget. A program I at magic." Banner remembered Kuzing the time ain't place of is confrontation with Mick ve must find him we must learn where livesh how lives. "Not so easy magic," Bird said. "Nobody knows what kind of is behind that mask much less where a thought face hangs. It's not like Plantahaven tried to find out." "He'll wacious thely meant off surprise," Bane said thoughtfully. "If we knew where he was come and gone to when we might be able to learn where he started from." "Sounds like the magic man's getting gaglimmer," Bird said. Bane looked at his watch, pressed the stud on his arm, and let the venom warm him. Then he scanned the horizon. "Uriel must rest," Alfred said. "I'm afraid I must insist. I caught a few minutes relaxation while I was in stakeout," Batman replied, shedding his mask and cloak. Alfred followed him across the Batcave to the communications area, where Robin was busy scanning the display on the computer screen. "When?" Alfred demanded. "When what?" "When did you catch those few minutes relaxation?" "Sometime recently." "Today?" "Maybe yesterday," Bruce turned and said. "What difference does it make?" "It will not dignify that with an answer," Alfred said, and added, "Master Bruce." Bruce joined Robin at the computer. "Anything?" "A lot, but nothing gone ho your mysterious MR rooftop might be. That's all that's important. You could get an argument on that from the FBI and Interpol. Looks like an arms shipment. Might be passing through Gotham Harbor. Let them hand light. Guess they'll have it." Robin turned from the console and looked up at Bruce. He had never seen his mentor looking like these deep grey circles beneath thy spalskin hair unkempt and 3 days growth. "Off beard, you haven't been around much lately." "I've been busy, you may have heard." "I heard what Alfred was saying, and if I didn't mind my butting in, it sounded okay." "I don't mind." Luke Curie, 13 years old. 14 had a birthday yesterday. "You raked you'dn't understand as much as you think you do. Norgument and offense." "Quiet." Bruce turned and obeyed. The hiss of a police radio echoed through the cave. "They dispatcher sword swerger bled barely discernible line third a leaf static jaws killer. Recently escaped from Arkham Bates Shoal for women hostages and tacticalese quad." Bruce dropped his head into his hands. "I was afraid of something like these hostages," Robien said. "Could be bad." Bruce moved toward the cars, grabbing a fresh mask and cloak as he passed a clothing rack. "What can he do?" Robin shouted after him. But Bruce was already in the Batmobile. He might not have heard the question. The car sped up the ramp. "Who's these jaws?" Robin asked Alfred. "Every twisted specimen I'm afraid has murdered hundreds of people, most of them innocent and helpless. Each time he kills, he makes a small cut in his own flesh. As a result, he's covered from toe foot with tiny scars. And he's in a skull full of innocent girls. Take Yaluklades jaw said, ripping open the front of his shirt. The 15 young women at the other end of the library stared at his scarred chest. Amapov hardened blood charting my everacinal migloriaxkari kill. "Look at you, too terrified to whimper. But deep inside, where all the red is so barely bound, I know. You're asking how Maniafus will become part of him. Maybe all of you, maybe only some. But Surely at least say 3 of you. One thing is certain, intend to savor this night in peace, and the surest way for you to get tundrand and Thomas Guinness to make fuss." Jaws did an about face and strode out the door. The women heard it lock behind him. Lockaduz and Gonadi Marcy Hicken Lupermo and Janine Maxwether was pacing furiously. Should have jumped him, ripped his eyes out. Isato say now nothathays gone, Nicky Jones said. What about the window? Darlene Doyley asked. Senta Jernigan shook her head, not without Takrobartha Schulbord headrescent liput. Bars on all the windows in the building can tiba too careful, the board president that told the faculty. I heard siren saw Hiligo Matty Robert said the police are outside, they'll you know what. Toto. Janine stopped pacing and joined her schoolmates. The girls clustered together in the center of the room and stared at the floor. Lieutenant Arnold Kitch of the tactical squad raised his umbrella. The mist of a few minutes ago had become a hard October rain. That dozen other cops, not equipped with umbrellas, huddled near the cars and vans, getting soaked. They were all waiting for Kitch to say something. Benson Kitch snapped in his best commander voice. Yes sir, Officer Lamar, Benson replied, almost saluting. Sitrab. Benson sidled closer to his boss, but Kitch did not extend the hospitality of the umbrella. Mustafta girls go tout he back, they're already on their way to the hospital for trauma counseling. Satisfactory. Still some 15 resident students soon accounted for surround one of the escapees' claims. She broke free of a group jas washerding into the library. Her condition? Kitch demanded. Pretty hysterical but convincing. Any other intelligence? That's it sir. We can plan without Mari information, some volunteer will have a to go in. I'll do it sir, Benson said. My brother Milt was on off Tedward Satark, someone that didn't make it. Benson went to the open back of the tac squad van, shed his uniform jacket and cap, and replaced it with a heavy, bulletproof vest and a visored helmet. He fastened a small transmitter to the vest. He dropped his service revolver on the floor of the van, took a .44 Magnum automatic from a gun rack, and bolstered it. Kitch accompanied the officer to an open basement window. He bowed his lips toward a small microphone epineto. His lay plan said testing. Loud and clear, Lieutenant Benson said, tipping the side of a shelmet, you say a tile here. Ida may not be able to respond beauty'll top my own my kivari 2 minutos to javawan. Okay. 10-4 Kitch said. The Batmobile was 90 yards away, its microphone aerial aimed at Kitch and Benson. Batman heard the conversation between the officers and, through night vision binoculars, saw Benson squeeze himself through the basement window. Batman removed his mask and made an adjustment on the tiny receiver built into it. Now he would be able to monitor Kitch and Benson. Kitch was bad news. If Gordon had been commanding the unit, or even Bullock, Batman might have been able to ask for cooperation, despite the order to question him about the murdered hookers. But Kitch was the foremost Batman hater in the department. Kitch's voice, Benson. Tap tap. The tac squad cops had the old school building surrounded and bathed in harsh light from their cruisers. If Batman tried to follow Benson, he'd have to fight his way through a mob of uniforms. Maybe he could disguise himself as a cop? No, Kitch was an ambitious martinet. Buthuasalsical and observant, he wouldn't be fooled. There had to be a way. Batman got out of the car and looked upward. Through the rain, he could see the skeletal branches of an irregular line of trees that extended to within a few yards of the school roof. Benson. Tap tap. Batman jumped, caught a low limb, and began climbing. Benson lifted the moisture-fogged visor of his shell metharuiscent, much like just the red glow from an exit sign. But it was enough. He was in a corridor on the first floor of the school. If what the escaped student had said was right, the library should be just around the corner. He unholstered his gun, flattened himself against the wall, and inched forward. Cautiously he turned the corner. Still all clear. To the left, a pair of lockers, directly ahead. The double doors to the library. Benson had to assume as ways inside okay, he'd blast lock, go in fast, and smoke the bastard. He spoke into his Mac, Lieutenant, I'm going into the library. Then he felt something cold and hard on his throat and, an instant later, saw a dark stream spurting from beneath his chin. The gun slipped from his fingers, and he fell on top of it. Lightning ripped across the sky and Batman tensed. As thunder boomed, he leapt and hit the steeply canted roof. His boots slipped on the wet tiles. He dropped and allowed himself to slide to the roof than off the ruisera wolf small windows just below the eaves. Batman caught the rain gutter and swung. Glass shattered. He arched his back, straightened his arms and legs, and went through the window. A formed cop trotado kitch lieutenant to thing ki just saw me buddy in the roof in the rain and all I couldn't besure. Just a second kitch said Hepola dislapel microphonato his lips and said Benson. Answer me. Kitch waited, listening to the faint crackle of static and the hiss of the rain. It would be better if the shoal Commissioner Gordon was saying to Mayor Crawl. It wasn't me way when I got your call. Don't wastamita me telling me what ik know. Gordon took a deep breath. They were in the parlour of T Mayor's mansion. Crawl sat in a leather throne behind a large oak desk. It did not offer Gerdnicker well. Gordon asked. Well, what? What can I do for you? You can stop screwing up, Crawl said. How have I done a thought? Your men should have dealt with the breakout from Arxum Maximum first. Mayor. I think you'd better calm your honor. Mayor Crawl, I had only a handful of men there. Because at the discipline in your department is lax, it takes your people forever to respond. And when they did respond, they pussyfooted. Does the phrase shoot to kill have any meaning for you? Not in those circumstances. There was too much confusion, too many innocent bystanders. Excuses always excuses while it hesity go esto hell. If we had more funds. Yes, I sits always anybody else fault. Well, estento me, Mr. Commissioner, one of my friends has a daughter at Bates School, and if anything happens to her, I'm holding you personally responsible. Is that all? Gordon turned to go. You leave when I you're dismissed, Crawl snapped. Gordon stopped. Yes. Even if my friend ski isn't there, Gordon, I think you might consider an early retirement. Before you get retired. Gordon ways at the door. If I'll excuse my vegeta job to do. Jason entered the library dragging Benson's corpse and locked the door behind him. They girls gasped. Well, it is sono fio one tibim a first victim tonight, thaw the norgo estois. Fool. He held up a knife, grinned, and cut a small slit in his forearm. Smiling, he watched a rivulet of blood trickle across his skin. Wireganadiagon adi Marcy Hicken Luperkrund. Pleased and Thirtus Nicky Jonas aid. Janine Maxweather picked up a chair and ran at Jaws. The killer stepped to the side and kicked the girl's knee. Janine sprawled forward. The chair slid across the floor and hit a table. Ja stood above her delicately, testing the point off his knife. You with a forefinger, now let me see how I'll be number 2. Janine glared up at him. I think it will just has stepped away from Janine and grabbed Marcy's wrist. Yes, eyes. You, my puling little bitch. You will be number 2. Marcy fell to her knees. Jaws twisted his fingers in her hair and pulled back her head. He smiled at the girls. No watch ladies watchin' to earn. The light in the corridor was bad, but Batman was wearing night vision lenses. Where's the library? Around thought corner. Yes, double door sand lockers with a stain on them. Reddish liquid, still wet, still trickling down to the floor. There was no more time. He kicked the lock on the double doors and slammed them open. Jaws looked up from his blade, which was just indenting Theskin on Marcy Hickenlooper's throat. That's enough blood for a night, Jaws. Batman said. The police. Matty Roberts said, I told you. Abeth Snitiko. Jaws said he shust like a maya stalker in the dark half figure off here. Ah, predator. Jaws pressed his blade further. Marcy moaned. Andolavite. Jaws said to Batman, don't you, especially when you bring your pre down. I don't kill, Batman said. Ahi's your saving grace, the one factor that allows the zombies to sanction your actions. Thaton dorkoisavik tim softcourse beauty who day like to kill them if only they'd to you. Get away with it. Because that would make your work so much easier, wouldn't it, Endeavor? So much more satisfying. You're wrong. Andori what me shrinks call in denial, we're the same. We both like to come up on them in the dark, feeling the forbidden power of it, seeing the fear slashed in their faces. We crave it. Benson dead on the floor, Batman thought. I've been to Slowandi not nearly fast enough. Toriak him before his litst hat girls strot. Weary not the same he said. Athirason difference ja said is to the freshones the clean ones, while you talk. Theonis fouled with blood mean mine so it know the thrill from both sides and like you. But I suspect that's already begun to change hasn't it? The girl on the floor by the table, she's begun to crawl towards sats. What does she have in mind? What do you mean? Batman asked. Someone loosed the hordes of Arkham, all your most dangerous prey, which means someone has it in for you. Thagirless next to Ja's slek he swayun tenton mehido asn't see her. Dash someone who may be stalking you right now, waiting for the right moment of fear and weakness, the perfect moment to pounce. Batman raised his hands to his face. Anything to keep his attention on me for another second. Janine Maxweather bit Jaws on the ankle. He howled and slashed at her with the knife, and as she was rolling out of the way, Batman leapt. Jaws flung Marcy at him, instinctively. Batman caught her. Jaws thrust the knife at his face. Batman shed moved a half-inch and the blade missed. Jaws hopped over Janine and sprinted for the doors. Batman lowered Marcy to the floor and followed. The corridor, pale green through the night lenses, seemed empty. No, something was rounding the corner. Jaws would stop and wait, knife ready. In Batman sir came Kitch's voice alanits to minuta swira going in. Batman ray and somersaulted past the anga of T corner. Jaws blade caught he depafies. Kappa Batman rolled to his feet, turned as feet were apart, knee bent, blade held low and canted upward, classic knife fighter stance. He jabbed. Batman pivoted out of the way, grabbed Jaws' wrist in his left hand and brought his right elbow down and Jaws' arm bone snapped. Batman forced the killer to his knees. I'm right and do know it, Jaws said through clenched teeth. Finish it, Kilm. No. Batman shouted, and hit Jaws on the side of the head with a clenched fist. Jaws fell on top of Batman's boots. Batman kicked him over and stared down at his face. I not like you. Hear me, killer? Yes you are. Batman raised his fist above his head. His arm was rigid and trembling. Losing control. Jaws taunted. To hell with it, Batman said and broke Jaws' jaw. Freeze. The command had come from behind Batman. The sea had finally arrived. He knew. There was probably a gun aimed at his back and behind it someone with a lot of questions he didn't want to answer. Heron for the nearest door which led to classroom and continued running until he flattened and dove through a window. Then he vaulted to his feet on the wet grass and sprinted in a zigzag path for the trees and his car. Behind him came shouts. A shot. Fired blind lithe echoes were looking into darkness. He couldn't see his dark costume in the rainy night. He was safe. 14. Bane watched Batman's race from the school to the car. He lowered his night vision binoculars and said to Zombie, follow him. Zombie pushed the yoke of the helicopter's controls. The craft descended toward the winding ribbon of road and paced the car below. Bane adjusted the headset he was wearing and listened to the crackle of the police transmissions. He glanced at Zombie from the corner of his eye. Zombie was valuable, perhaps more valuable than Trog or Bird. He was a pilot, a technician, a warrior, and he had ideas if had been Zombie Sidi Atamona Torthopolis band. When Bane heard of the hostage situation at the school, it had been Zombie who knew that Zhotsvazonov Batman's enemies. Batman had always proceeded from secrecy and surprise. This time, Bane knew where he would be going, and approximately when. The helicopter had arrived after Batman was already in the school, but Bane had scanned the area and, despite the rain, was able to spot the Batmobile. Then he had simply waited. And now he was following his prey home. Suddenly the helicopter lurched and the cabin was bright with a reddish glare. Zombie struggled with the control Sathanderklap momentarily and Bane felt panic. We were hit by lightning, zombie yelled. Bane scanned the road below, in vain. In the few seconds Bane was not looking, the Batmobile had vanished. Furious, he slammed his fist into the bulkhead beside him. Hey magic take it easy bird said bad break kuda happen to anyon. Bane clamped Bird's geeks between an enormous chumban forefinger and said if I hear Enamorio fio urinsilensa will kill you slowly. Bird paled and mumbled an apology. Bane fumbled under his jacket and touched the stud on his arm. A few seconds later, the warmth of the venom suffused and calmed him. He returned his attention to the road. Batman's car had vanished somewhere in theory immediately below that way's information, which might yet be useful. Tim was watching the late news when Dr. Chandra Kinsolving entered the room. Drive. Kinsolving stood behind Tim Sharon Dwachad with whom a young bearded newsman was praising the courage of Janine Maxweather, a junior at the Bates School for Women. Her classmates all agreed, Janine had defeated Jaws. Batman had merely cleaned up after her. Tim Thummit Theramodian Turned Tolukyu Pat Dr. Kinsolving how's da doing? Very well Dr. Kinsolving said coming around the cherto festim you understand I can tea. Promise anything? Sure. But I think we can hope for a partial return of lower body movement by Christmas. After that Dr. Kinsolving shrugged we'll have a Toatan see. Event thought would be great Tim's aid theatre doctors the best specialists in the world had given up hope. Jack Drake would never return they'd said thought he bought a he dance. Inhabited might continue breathing for another couple of decades. As a last resort, the family attorney had contacted Dr. Kinsolving. She was a duly licensed physician, true, but she had a reputation for unorthodox methods. Nobody knew exactly what her methods were, and she evaded questions but the experts agreed that she couldn't be achieving her results with normal allopathic medicine. Consequently, the medical establishment mistrusted her. Tim didn't from the moment they'd first met he'd sensed a special quality in her she seemed utterly calm, completely self-possessed infinitely gentle but also a trait she'd encountered in others. Dr. Kinsolving was more. But Tim lacked a concept for what more she was. He gazed at her, searching again for clues. She was a tall black woman who habitually wore severely tailored suits. Her hair was cropped close to her skull. She wore no makeup. And her only jewelry was a pair of gold hoop earrings. Tim wouldn't call her beautiful but only because the word seemed inadequate. She was something beyond merely beautiful. I left our father with Mrs. McKilvin Dr. Kinsolving said I'll try to look in tomorrow afternoon. If anything happens in the meantime you have my number. Thanks Dr. Kinsolving. The woman nodded briefly in acknowledgement and left the room. A minute later he heard her car in the driveway. He thought about putting on his Robin costume and going to the Batcave. After the encounter with Sazbrusa might need him been almost 20 hours. He was at the absolute limit of his endurance. After he slept then he'd help Bruce. 15. Without breaking stride, Jean-Paul Valley scanned through the lobby he was entering. He already knew the location of the elevators, security desk, potted plants, and computerized office directory, the general plan of the Wayne Building's ground floor as he knew the particular Sofechoft skyscraper's other 46 levels. But he needed to assure himself that nothing was out of place, that everything was completely ordinary. And he wanted to close his eyes for a second to look for the change from the hot bright October sidewalk heat. Just left to the shadowy coolness of the lobby. A second was all his eyes required to adjust to the change from glare to fluorescent twilight. He did not return the nod the lobby security man gave him as he hurried to the locked door marked employees only behind the desk. The monmetared creepus Jean Paul unlocked and opened the door and went into the lounge behind it. Jean Paul did not look at the clock above the coffee machine. He knew he was 30 minutes early. She had been a very working day since he joined Thwain organization 6 months ago. There was no need to visit his locker, he was already dressed in his uniform and carrying his 5-celled flashlight. He sat next to a formica-topped table and waited. Alfred saw Bruce slumped in front of the television in the library, watching the late news. The room was dark except for the glow from the tube. Ms. Janine Maxweather is the girl lofty hurif na thai iragashi young woman. Standing in front of the Bates School was concluding. Is Thizia Ungwoman the paragon thema diara portraying Master Bruce? Alfred asked. She hajuts all right. Perhaps she should be the recipinto Fawain Foundation scholarship. Her father is Rory Maxweather. He has more money than I do. Maybe we could give a scholarship in her name to some kid in the inner city. I trust that Batman did Marathan ride Ms. Maxweather's coattails. Alfred listened toth. Wind drive and grain against the window sit in for Bruce to replifinally he's I trust. I heard you Alfred and duri wrong if it hadn't been for Janine Maxweather, the other girl Marcy would be dead. I stood there for a full 2 minutes doing nothing but listening. Toss as round he couldn't think of anything to do. I was stupid. Oh surely. He was taunting claiming worry like I'd needed but he was right. Alfred I broke his arm. That ended the fight. But then I hit him. I broke his jaw and maybe fractured his skull. And if thought Kofadn't arrived he would have hit him again. E doubty. Idn't he? You can't know what you would have done. Neither can you. But based on a vast amount of experience in very similar situations, it is quite safe to assume thought you would have controlled you yourself. Once he would have agreed with you a month ago, I would have agreed. But now you are exhausted. You are stressed beyond what the human nervous system can bear. Within the past 6 days, you have dealt with Jaws, Scarecrow, Maxie Zeus. Zia screwed up Hecate himself. Please don't interrupt. He will so dead thought poison ivy woman and killer croc. You must rest. Note will a joke around 12 face. An abattoir and the rest of the foul crew still roam free. I have heard it, Master Bruce. Your detractors claim you are obsessed to the point of madness. Your reply has always been that you are aware of your obsession and choose to let it govern your life. It is the choice that proves your sanity. Madmen have an options. Okay, your point. I fear you have crossed the line. You know you should stop what you are doing. You know that unless you rest, you will make a mistake that could cost a life. Your Sir Simi O'Neill's. Yeti worry unable to do. So what does that make you? A guy in a cape with bats in his belfry. Normally I would applaud your attempt at humor, but not now. You are evading the question. Can't thighs wait? Until when? Until Theresa Marcy Hicken Looper lying in her own blood. Alfred, maybe I am loopy beauty not going to quit now. End off discussion. There is an alternative. Seek help. Phone me friendly neighborhood psychiatrist and say doc I'm this masked vigilante and I'm having a rough time. Not that kind of help. Have master time accompany you. Knockins he shust take it. I want throw him against the like soft joker. I want tris closing him like I lost Jason Todd. Of course not, Alfred said, but he can work with the electronics. He can perform simple surveillance. He can drive a vehicle if need be, and he can remind out how to uri human. Okay, I'll consider it, Bruce said. Have another suggestion? Okay. Enlist Theodof Jean Paul Valley. no way. Before you decide, consider he's as adept with computers as Master Tim. He's almost as good at combat as yourself. He has proven himself to be virtuous. Iberlinoam has saved your life. And I'm grateful, Bruce said, but what you suggestingus the become isam sertoff. Auxiliary Batman. Would that be so terrible? It might be for him. And it might be worse for you if I hadn't confide in him. He might be necessary evil. I'll think it of Alfred. Bruce rose, and Alfred saw him clearly. For a moment, Alfred was startled at the resemblance between Bruce and his father. In the pale glow of the television, Bruce looked like Dr. Thomas Wayne had looked when he came home after a long session in the operating room that had ended in failure. 16. Jean-Paul wasn't suriu hum hiwanteto hiris prayers on his nisanera moth. Executive Gym on the 27th floor of the Wayne Building in downtown Gotham, Jean Paul was praying as he had prayed every night since early childhood. But to whom? Not the Lord. Those were different prayers. To Saint Dumas, then, founder of the order? Yes. But did he have the right to speak to the Venerable Dumas? Was he not excommunicated from the order, and if he was could hestil invoke Saint's name, he didn't know but he had to pray to someone, just as he had to continue drawing breath, and that someone had to be Dumas. There was no other choice for him. But when he closed his eyes, he did not see the saint as depicted in old woodcuts and the modern paintings they inspired. Paul saw his father. He knew enough psychology to explain this, but he believed in the order far more than he believed in Freud. Jean-Paul finished his devotions and rose. The gym was deserted, as was the entire building. Except for a couple of security men. Jean-Paul shed his black t-shirt and picked up a heavy broadsword. For a moment he held the haft in front of his face, as he had been taught, and then he began the slashes, thrusts, parries, and jabs that constituted the devotion to the most blessed Saint Dumas through the use and manipulation of bladed weapons. Batman once told him that these was what Theotians called a kata, an intricate series of moves meant to simulate and improve combat skills. If that were true, the Oriental warriors must have learned it from the order. Several times, in moods of adolescent rebellion, he had tried the devotion without praying. First and had stumbled and fumbled and finally hurt himself. So he knew that what his father had told him was true. Without aid and succor from the saint, he was no more than the inept bumbler the world believed him to be. The devotion concluded, he put on his shirt and a uniform jacket over it. He got his 5-cell flashlight from his locker and began to patrol the building. Batman stepped from Thesta Orwell, stood just outside their glow of an exit sign, and waited. He could hear Jean-Paul's footsteps 50 yards down T corridor, firm, sharply defined steps. Jean-Paul was not shuffling, not sauntering, not moping through the boring job of checking things that never needed to be checked. He was walking like a man fully alert and focused. That was good. Coming closer. Now only a dozen yards away. Batman tensed. He felt as though he were about to step off a precipice. He had always admitted the possibility that one day he might have to reveal his identity to an outsider, but he had never thought that in doing so he would be admitting weakness, because that's what he was doing, conceding that Alfred was right. He was exhausted, stressed almost beyond endurance. Too weak to continue his crusade alone. Jean-Paul became visible, a moving shape against the deep darkness of the corridor. He wasn't tossing his flashlight, he was trusting his night vision. Again, good. Jean-Paul stopped. He was sensing something ahead of him, again, good. Hello, Batman said, stepping into the light. Jean-Paul's body instantly shifted into the state of alert relaxation Batman had observed only in Zen masters and the greatest martial artists, poised on the cusp between readiness and action. Take idea Batman said I'm a good guy his fingers moved to the lower edge of his mask. And he hesitated. Was this really necessary? I'm a called Batman he said finally peeling away. The mask animal saw Bruce Wayne. Zombie spread a map out on the table and motioned Bane, Trog, and Bird closer. Zombie. Use a dis forefinger to trace a ending blue line this I swear will last saw Batman scar. Heading for this area here. Unless he went over 20 miles of back roads to the Beltway. He had to have enough success dates they realound Beviririkman Vincenzo. Peterson, Wayne, Higgins, Drake, and Gorfinkel. We can eliminate Higgins and Gorfinkel. Higgins is 94 and Gorfinkel died last year. His 70-year-old widow lives in the house with a few servants, all of whom are past 50. We can probably eliminate Drake. He was tortured by gangsters in Haiti a few years ago and he's been confined to a wheelchair ever since. Maybe he's faking Jit Bert said. Maybe Zombie said but it's more likely that Wayne Vincenzo Peterson is the Botman. Vincenzo was an Olympic athlete, the decathlon, and he now runs a bottling company. Peterson is the CEO of a company that manufactures cameras. He played baseball in college. Wayne asa screw up his money comes from real estate he's also got an investment firm and Wayne carry search outfit he doesn't go out in public much, but when he does, he usually makes a fool of himself he drop headed to a dozen colleges and if he hadn't been lucky enough to hire top men he would have been broke long ago. Perhaps it was not luck Bane said can you jame picture soft heisman. Na prob Bird said I got connections at channel 6 they'll have a filsynthum. Get me these pictures Bane said they will tell us anything. Jean-Paul gazed around at the cave, odd. He had known of its existence Bruce told him about it a few hours ago but he had pictured some cramped hole with a bench and a couple of Nathies. This vast subterranean cathedral. These machines. This gymnasium, and the cars, the trophies, the racks of costumes, and the makeup table. Master Bruce would like you to familiarize ourself with everything here Alfred said it should take you several days. My duty is a Thwain building. You are on special assignment for that duration. Mr. Pennyworth what's this about, if I can ask? Master Bruce is engaged in a prolonged and very difficult task no doubt you've seen he. Reports of the Arksome escapees on television. In ever watch television excuse me for interrupting you sir. Quite ill right as I was saying Batman is an asterisk fool situation. He may not be able to do all he feels he must. His tasks could conceivably force him to focus his energies elsewhere for a time. In that eventuality, he would ask you to assume the mantle of Batman until such time as he is able to return to his normal mode of existence. Even if that does not come to pass, he might need your assistance. Excuse Miseraria saying I might want Meadow Batman. In extremis perhaps it is not likely to happen but one of Batman's rules is to always prepare for any eventuality. Jean-Paul went to the rack of costumes, removed one, and held it against his body. It would fit. He and Bruce Wayne had nearly identical builds. But would it be blasphemy to actually wear this strange vestment? He hoped not. He would pray to Saint Dumas for guidance. 17. It was a strange experience for Robin to be riding shotgun in the Batmobile. He was familiar with the car, of course he'd seen it in the Batcavia and had even sat in the driver's seat when Batman wasn't around but he'd never thought of be in it while it was cruising through the canyons of the financial district. Earlier that night Alfred had finally told him about his predecessor, the second Robin, Jason Todd. Jason was a street kid who had helped Batman catch a group of young thieves who operated from an orphanage despite Jason's obvious hostility and resistance to discipline. Bruce had liked him, had finally asked him to live and wane a man around eventualito becamebotman's assistant their range men twas not an easy one. Jason was moody and sometimes disobedient. But he was also smart and courageous. I think Bruce saw something of himself in the lad. Alfred explained they were both orphans and like young Bruce Jason was trying to make the best of a painful circumstance. But Jason wasn't an orphan. While helping Batman investigate a lead to the Joker, who was involved in an arms smuggling deal, Jason had discovered that his mother was probably still alive, somewhere in the Middle East. Without telling Batman, or anyone else, he pursued her. At a lonely oasis in the Sinai Desert, Jason and his mother were killed in an explosion almost certainly attraps it but the Joker Bruce never mentioned Jason Buthiran the cave Jason's Robin costume was encased in glass, a memorial and perhaps a reminder. Robin wasn't said to riding beside a Somio insolence how are you doing with Joker? He asked, more to make conversation than to get information. Looks like he shied and gone the other side oft had I Tino where I at Batman's voice. Always lowered, almost to a whisper, when he spoke of the Joker. Seems Gietanite Robien said. Batman nodded. We've to anybody in particular. Two-Face. That's we ya went and ta the catamaran exhibit at the boat show on the shock behind th. Double mint billboard. Right. I'll check the police scanner. Robin twisted a knob and the car was filled with the crackle of radio transmission. Domestic disturbance warehouse fiery on Hickson and front shooting liquor store. Whole Japan progress a sea cream truck reported missing. All the violence, all the pain, all the terrible things man did to man. The city only seemed quiet. The city was never quiet, and never would be. Robin thought he saw Batman grimace, but in the dim light from the dashboard, he couldn't be sure. The Happy Freeze truck was parked outside the mayor's mansion blocking the driveway. When Kral chauffeured limousine arrived at 11. A uniformed officer got out of the limo and sauntered toward the truck. He approached the driver's door. Through the window the officer saw a figure dressed in a purple suit and floppy green hat with a huge, round red nose, obviously an ice cream peddling clown. The officer rapped on the glass movite funny face he shouted. The clown rolled down the window. Are you his honor the illustrious Mayor Kral? The clown asked, and giggled. Do we look like him? WEL1-1 NOIV eared s handsome. Yoganamavethis thingaramaganamavite for you. Please, such a harsh tone of voice. It positively frightens me to pieces. Listen. Nozer Mysterio listen. I have a present for the mayor, from the girls at the Bates school. They went to thank his honor for all his help during the recent unfortunate bloodletting. What kind of present? Do I look like I'm driving gopher truck? Maybe you think I vegetalo dof DM on sin here. Baseball cards? Yo-yos? Krugerrands? Penny stocks? Ice cream, you ninny. I have got a whole quarto frocero dandipthetis nuthish honors favituft tobe causitis delicious. He reached into a cooler on the seat beside him and produced an ice cream bar on a stick. Aurenwist flavor mocha java splendor try some. Kind aculi for this stuff but what the hell? Thief a serbit into the scream bar. The clown got out off tea truck with a quart package and began mincing toward the mayor's limo. Hey it didn't sigh the Pfizer gasped clutch at his throat and his mouth witty net into a grin, collapsed. The rear window of the limo dropped, and Mayor Kral called what's happening with Smith. Hey da seizure. Johnson see what's the matter with him Kral told his chauffeur. The clown held out tech quart package usuri miss cream we als cream for sea cream. Hesang could it please hear you scream. He's dead Johnson yelled. The clown was pulling a silenced automatic from under his coat as he turned. He fired, hitting Johnson once in the chest. Johnson fell atop Smith. What the hell? Kral started to open the door of the limo. That's right, Mayer sie the clown said removing Thordnosen gesturing with. His pistol si manutan joint a phone hilau mato introduce mijilf hes webtoth. Hey tand bouwed from thuist I am ofenk nonus the sadistic fiend from el or the. Clown Prince of crime beauty okan kalmeth joker. As soon as the radio reporteth that Kral chauffeur and bodyguard had been found dead by a passing patrol car, Batman spun the wheel of the Batmobile and sped up a side street. The neighborhood was old, dating back to before the Civil War, and the streets were narrow and winding. Yet Batman was able to power the car through them as though he were alone on a 6-lane freeway. Robin had never seen driving like it. There was already a cluster of vehicles Bethesda gate when Batman braked the car stay. Put he told Robin. Batman joined Commissioner Gordon, Sergeant Harvey Bullock, and Officer Renee Montoya, who were standing over the bodies of Smith and Johnson while a uniformed cop took pictures. Harvey was, as usual, feeding himself from a carton of donuts. He was a slob. His fedora was on backward, his belly showed through a gap in his shirt and overhung his belt, and his shoes were so scuffed that it was impossible to say what color they had been originally. In contrast, Montoya was slim and rigid as a rapier, a woman of starch and creases. They were at Wolf Gordon's best. Hey looky who's here, Bullock said through a mouthful of donut R prime. Candidate for America's Most Wanted. Batman in Uridum he stood squarely in front of Gordon and said I've eared you and me. For questioning I misarrendering mijilf toyo Commissioner Gordon. Lem put thikafsenhum Bullock said fumbling in a pocket. Thought one t benecessary Gordo and said. May I ask what you've learned, Batman said to Gordon. Not much prowl car spotethis at woonov ms Kral's driver theather shis bodyguard. We will read a search at the Monsiano Senov Kral the maid say she hasn't come home yet. The photographer Luke Dopat Gordon OK Doder Nimover Commissioner. Doyor job sunt the medical examiner Sal Rita Scene M. Batman contemplated Smith and Johnson hepiridothericta sofa green on Smith's face. Took a small flashlight from under his cloak, and played it on both bodies. He knelt and put his face glosto splotchen the front of Smith's raincoat. Commissioner need to Luke. Unde rim. Gordon hesitated OK but don t disturbanethan morathan you have to. Batman rolled Smith partway onto his right side and shined the light under him. Kral's been kidnapped by the Joker theory in a happy freeza sea cream truck probably. Heading for the lower Ryland tunnel Jatonthi Horn and Jetham stopped. He sprinted for the Batmobile. Wasn't there anything about him being wanted for questioning? Bullock asked. You heard him, Sergeant get the tunnel patrol and told them to stop happy freeze trucks. They tell them to see extreme caution. But the call came too late. When the happy freeze truck stopped at one of the toll booths at the Gotham end of the tunnel, the clown driving had handed the attendant an ice cream bar. Instead of $3. The truck sped away, smashing through the thin wooden gate, and entered the tunnel. A second later, the booth exploded. Little leftover plastic wefromadial with zamaconfrarescent sinai, the Joker said over his shoulder to Kral, who was bound and gagged with tape and sitting in a puddle of melted ice cream. You can avertal what a you'll find for the darned stuff. The Joker braked. Ahead, bursts of red light bounced off the white tile walls of the tunnel. Well, the police at anegat farand off the sherry pipial clogged, the Joker said in a deep heavily accented voice. Dang my soul offenthian t guess the sherry party sa gonagit. Mighty in Reston. It had been obvious, of course, Batman thought as he careened through the streets of the lower city. Thegrenon the bodyguard's face, the Joker special poison the splotch on his clothing. Smelted like ice cream. The stick under the body confirmed it. Earlier, somebody reported a stolen ice cream truck, not usual this late in the year. So the Joker had taken the truck, poisoned an ice cream bar, conned the guard into eating it, shot the chauffeur, and taken Kral. Are we heading for the tunnel? Robin asked. Yes. Wouldn't it be faster to take the bridge? You heard the radio fire on Hickson in front, the bridge will be blocked with fire equipment. And the Joker son theather side off to Iver. He always hides out in remote areas, and even if he hasn't this time it would very sky for him to drive such a recognizable vehicle line the city lottie. At night. He could be holed up in a garage, but no Iver's the best bit. Ahead, past a bus terminal, barely visible in the darkness, they could see a column of smoke. Rising, grey against the deep blue of the sky. The Batmobile screeched around a corner and stopped. Traffic was backed up from the entrance to the tunnel, which was partially collapsed. Smoke rose from the rubble. Thefona buzzed Batman punched Abutin and heard Gordon yout here. Yes. Joker straphead in the tunnel cruisers and the other side is some kind of explosion on these. I'm Luke and Gady. Then I'm maybe 3 minutes behind we've been communicating by phone in case. He's monitoring the police band Luke you can skip thisma people can hand light. Since when? Batman broke the connection and turned to Robin. I'm going after him now. Listen to me, stay in the car. Do not follow him under any circumstances. Because the Joker killed Jason. Do you understand? Okay sure, Robien said. The Joker ran up to an alcove in the tunnel 100 yards ahead of the Happy Freeze truck. Deposited 2 ice cream bars, and ran back. He climbed into the cab and placed his palms flat against his ears. Kaboom, he said. And an explosion shattered the tile wall and collapsed the ceiling. Dust filled the air. Kral gasped and coughed beneath his gig, but the Joker seemed unaffected. Now this a real sticky situation, he said conversationally. Actually it's not so much sticky as wet, and that is a very important distinction. Attendez-vous, Monday frere, and I what I am laying down. You see, we are, at this moment, under the Gotham River Wichton tea plant. Tater sand and tea plant get imbued enough off thise agricultural kit chat. The point is that the Big Bang you just heard undoubtedly opened a crack or 7 in the tunnel, and even as we speak said moisture is seeping in and will soon trickle, and I am quite confident, and I mean this seriously, will shortly thereafter gush in a torrent on Daignon hereabouts. What can tea grow some world-class gill synth world's biggest cherry will be in titanic trouble glub glub. Does that include you, Mayorsi Wayersy? Kral tried to speak but uttered only a muffled grunt through the tape. Me idn't plan to drone, the Joker continued, not a night, because I have a plan. But you guessed that, did you not? Ah, once upon a time, you see, I planned some dreadful mischief. Naughty me, I was going to blow up all the bridges and tunnels at the height of rush. Ouran cost the air litamisa fa thou san soft solid citizens would I who say, 10 sof. Thousands? Lots, anyway. But I never quite got around to it. You know how it is, a man gets so darn busy with the little murders and tortures, everyday acts of random, ruthless mayhem that he neglects the really creative part of his soul. What I did was, I got hold of the plans for this particular tunnel. Why, the geniuses who constructed this public work put in a whole slew of smaller tunnels for wires and telephone lines and sewers. I know whereth ye are. Something had begun to drum on the top of the truck. The Joker put a hand to his ear and struck a listening pose. Hark, the pitter-patter of rain on the roof. Well, it was rain before it became ol man Gotham wast hatten centurious ago. I forget if even you anywho, I am prepared to make you an offer will take you with mayo unthave to grow gills. But, and you knew there would be a but, didn't you? Dash if I do, I swear, promise, attest, and aver that when wersifully away will cause you prolonged pain such as you cannot imagine. The sound on the roof grew louder. What'll it be? The Joker asked, death bedroning now or hideous later. Kral grunted. Can the Joker crooned, tell you what I'll elucidate the possibility isonit. A time. You just nod when you hear something you like, and yes, they do call me Mr. Fair. Now. Numero uno ya grow gills. Crawl shook his head violently. Numero dos, and I gotta tell you, this is the one I like, death biased literature. Crawl bobbed his head. Mr. Mayor, I like your enthusiasm, I really do anigatally the choice you made. Was the choice with heart? Now let me see how the heck do I get this out to here. Batman ran among the stalled cars and trucks until he came to the collapsed entrance to the tunnel. Smoke was boiling from somewhere in the rubble, mixing with the pall of dust that hung in the air. He paused to survey the scene for a moment before leaping to the top of the cab of a semi, and from there to a jagged gap in the masonry. He squeezed through it and found himself in a crawlway over the main roadbed. He pulled a small flashlight from his belt, and in its beam saw that part of the crawlway had fallen into the tunnel. The hole was big enough to accommodate him. He dropped onto the roadbed, letting his legs fold under him. Rolling, coming to his feet. The main lighting system was out, but an emergency generator was powering small auxiliary bulbs every 25 feet. They barely glowed. Batman kept a grip on his flash. Ahead, a minivan was stopped, its engine still running. As Batman ran past it, the driver called, "Mr. What's happening?" Batman paused. "Turn off your motor and sit tight." He could see that the driver was a chubby, middle-aged man, for Chubicaldreen were at behind him helplessant. "Way. I hope." He ran on, past a battered old Volkswagen Bug, 2 white subcompacts, and a green pickup. It was nearly midnight. Traffic had been sparse when the explosions occurred. That was fortunate. A rush hour bombing would have caused panic and chaos. Gordon had said the far end of the tunnel was blocked. It was possible that the Joker had somehow gotten around the barriers. Beautif hadn't Batman should be seeing the happy freeze truck soon. Water splashed on his cowl. A dozen rivulets were pouring from cracks in the masonry. Batman shined his flashlight upward and saw new cracks opening, new streams of water. "The Ivor's going to come roaring in here. Those people will never get out in time." Suddenly, he felt as though his bones had been sucked away. He could barely stand. He remembered that he hadn't really slept in days. He'd lost count of exactly how many days. And for the last week he had taken all his nourishment in bites as he worked. He leaned against the curved wall. Maybe he just rested a while. No. Not when I'm so close. He forced himself onward. He rounded a curve in the tunnel and saw the happy freeze truck. Bursting into the cabin, he swept his light around. A litter of wrappers and cartons and splotches of melted ice cream. But no Crawl. No Joker. Batman left the truck and continued running. He was splashing now. The water was almost ankle deep. He was nearing the far end of the tunnel. The Joker had to be somewhere close. Robin switched his attention between the police band and the regular AM radio signal. Specifically the all-news station WGNS. The police calls were for medics, ambulances, and rescue equipment. Listening to them, it was possible to guess what was happening in the tunnel, but the site danoun zerong spelledite out tunnel personnel athesina say. Water is already flooding in, weakening the structure that was already weakened by half completed repairs. It may only be minutes before the tunnel completely collapses, trapping up to 100 motorists. Once again, 2 explosions at the lower island tunnel. "And I'm a supposed togists a therin thikar," Robin thought. "I could be out there helping, but..." Bruce said, "Not of okay, he's thebos may by should turn to music station maybe. Should get into somera corapus long as I'm just sitting here I'll turn off and go. Rockin' Robbie Cowell Skyavern behand har the latest from Sony at a day or some buddy. Butha didn't he?" The Joker pushed Crawl ahead of him. They were in a narrow space between the tiled wall of the tunnel and the steel and concrete shell that encased it. On one side they could hear the Murmur of engines from the cars trapped in the stretch between mountains of rebel innan. Occasional angry horn, on the other side, silence. Millions of tons of river made no noise. The Joker had a flashlight he had taken from the Happy Freeze truck's glove compartment. He shined it over Kral's shoulder. Only little further, your honorness, the Joker said. Should Kamatoan a slaughter round. The knife I used to legri tour bargain, I'll yun te pay our hands so you can climb. But I will keep one end of the tape stuck to you and I'll be holding the other, and if you try anything precipitous, I shall break your leg. I think we can all agree that that is the proper course of action here. Kral grunted. They Kamatoa while the Joker's beam swept shipward no later just Holacinthesment. Where a ladder had been, and a dark stain that was visibly spreading downward. They have Madame purloined plans obsolete. They have changed things. And do you know what? They did not call first. I must confess my disappointment. And my hurt. I am wounded as I am. A fat drop of water splashed on the top of Kral's shed. Oh, the Joker said that as if I were redosk me Mr. Mayor troll either themmerning. Do arriving way ahead of schedule, or a bad sign. It may mean that ol man rivri saw come in. What kind of city are you running where bodies of excessive moisture do not keep to their proper places? The Joker grabbed Kral's shoulder and spun him around back the way you came, troll. Batman reached the tunnel exit. It was as blocked as the entrance. A frail man in a three-piece suit had taken a shovel from the trunk of his car and was digging at the rubble. At the rate he was going, he'd be free and clear in about 3 months. No sign of the Joker or Kral. Batman tucked away his flash and slid the night lenses over the eye holes in his mask. Maybe they'd improve his vision, maybe he'd see something he'd missed. He retraced his steps, scanning the walls as he moved. And there it was. A metal door in an alcove. Probably a maintenance access. Why didn't he spot it before? Because I was exhausted? No excuse. He felt pressure on his calf, above the top of his boot. Water. Now more than a foot high. Soon within minutes he'd be standingen a Jesu merget rave hestil had dimito. Escape to return to where he'd entered. He might be able to take some of the trapped motorists with him. But then what about the mayor? And the Joker? Would they drown? Would the world finally be rid of the Joker? No way to be sure. Batman had seen him survive explosions, gunfire, electrocution, falling from aircraft, and yes, even plunging to the bottom of the Gotham River. What reason was there to believe that the odds would finally catch up to him? Batman stepped toward the door, halted, and stepped back. Heck, couldn't he decide where to go? What do it was the most terrifying moment of his adult life. Have Palmer Haas the chief engineer at a lower Ryland tunnel on he line the WGNS. Announcer was saying Robin turned up the volume Mr. Haas, can you tell us what situation is? Hard to see on a 4 pipa iriomi events. What is it Mr. Haas? The pressure reading just changed. It probably means that the road bead is filling with water. How many pipa ira trapped there? 75 Yingdi Haas said grimly. Can you estimate off their chances, Mr. Haas, Chief Engineer Haas, we seem to have lost contact with Chief Engineer Palmer Haas. Stay in the car, Bruce had said. While innocents drowned. No. Robin opened the door and began running. Palmer Haas ran to the construction foreman. How's it going? Hega speed adjusting ishard. Hat. We've had the backhoe working ever since the explosion, the foreman said, but little. Take ye another hour for we've engit a little hole dug through. Dow have ye any explosive synthesite? Ye away been blasting galde. Use them, Haas ordered. Hellman's buddy sun theather side death a reckon like libby blown to bits. We've auto take that chance. The foreman shook his head, shrugged, and trudged away. Robin ust Batman's root pavement to the top oft he's matotha jogajap crawlway. Hole. Down to the roadbed. He landed in waist-deep water. He waded forward. Slowly. He flattened his body and began to swim, a shallow crawl. Slow, but faster than walking. There were a few bulbs at the top of the wall still glowing. In their dim light, he saw people sitting on top of cars. "Can you tell us what's going on?" Amon yelled. Robin lowered his feet and stood noser not suri myself. Then he remembered the radio in his tunic, one of many devices Bruce had insisted be incorporated into the costume devices Jacinta thad hepuladay earpiece from his belt, made an adjustment on his buckle, and heard nothing but static. Too far underwater. He resumed swimming. His belly scraped asphalt. The water was calf-deep here. On his feet, he splashed ahead, calling instructions to everyone he saw. Then he saw the Happy Freeze truck and, in the beam of headlights, Batman, unmoving, staring at a wall. The Joker yanked Crawl Scholar Themair Jerked Toast open Kes from the door. Not so fast Raleigh not sur wan tali the hour hide hole just it. The Joker positioned Crawl in front of the door, kicked it open and shoved Crawl out. Crawl stumbled and fell face down in the water. A second earlier, Batman had heard someone call his name, turned, and saw Robin splashing toward him. He waved, "Go back." He heard the sound of rusty hinges and turned again. Someone Crawl was falling behind. In the doorway, was a familiar silhouette, the Joker. A slab of tile and cement tore loose from the ceiling and fell between Batman and the Joker. An edge struck Batman just above the ear. His bulletproof cowl absorbed much of the blow. But still the force of it knocked him to his knees. Robbing Kneeladot aside saying words Batman couldn't equity hear above a thiga shoft. Water that was pouring over them from above. Batman shook his head, closed his eyes. Opened them a clown's motley trousers and floppy shoes were in front of him, and another voice was screeching. From the corner of his vision, he saw Robin jerk away. He wanted to move. He needed to move but he couldn't. Robin and Batman hadn't seen th Joker until a floppy showy kicked him in the fizz. "Ya little Dickens," the Joker scritched, "I killed when they sinai, eated." White-gloved fingers closed around his throat and squeezed. Weight on his head forced him under the water. "Thistama'll stay dead." Robin reached up, found the waistband off Joker's motley trousers hepuled shifting ease. Center of gravity, and the weight lifted. He burst into air, choked, and gasped. The Joker was sitting next to him read a swinging guide fist slammed into Robin Shawan Dogain. He went under. He kicked out, struck something. Robin groped blindly and touched the wall. He leaned on it, gathered his legs under him, and stood. His vision filled with dust and debris, and he realized that he had just heard an explosion. The lenses of his mask were clouded. He tore it off. Smoke was billowing from the exit. He saw a clown shape shambling away deeper into the tunnel and Batman standing, visibly trembling, his cloak mottled with grey powder. "He's been standing there," Robin thought. "Just standing there." Batman looked around and slowly shook his head. "Do you know where he war?" Robin shouted to them. Batmanodadan stumbled after the clown. Robin grabbed him by the cloak. "Batmano!" Batman swept a hand backward, trying to free himself. But the effort was feeble. Robin tightened his grip. He knew, with absolute certainty, that if Batman pursued his enemy, they would both die, but he couldn't foresee in his mentor just couldn't he had to say something. "Crawl needs your help." "Who? Who needs my help?" "Who speaking Tome?" "Crawl lying face down in the water." "Crawl needs me help, but I can help Crawl because Ethiather is mari important, isn't it?" "Isn't it more important than saving Crawl, this other thing?" In he's a familiar voice help me with crawl. His mother and father dead on the street. Was that more important than crawl? Avenging their murders, yes. That was the other thing, dealing with thieves and murderers. But why? So innocent people would not lie with their faces paling, their limbs splayed and growing cold. Kroll was dying a hand in his arm, the voice come in. Moving toward Kroll. So Kroll would not die as his parents had died. That was more important than anything. Kroll being lifted. Was he lifting Kroll? Men in coveralls and high rubber boots milling around them, taking Kroll, babbling. The voice these way. A bright place. A shadowy place. A dark place. The voice we can hide a here thing canyon saw us go in the confusion irradioed. Alfred he'll pick you up, I'll go back for the car. Whatever that meant. Whatever any of that meant. 18. Bain sat alone in front of the television screen in the motel office, watching the videotape Bird had brought to him. First he saw news footage of Daryl Vincenzo, a solidly built man with a dark mustache and a curious light Ferenc manner. No, Bain said aloud. Next, Cotter Peterson, younger and slimmer than Vincenzo, a lean, all-American boy type in his mid-30s. No, said Bain. Finally, Bruce Wayne, tall, handsome, but vacuous. Shambling walk, slouching posture. Empty grin. Him, said Bain, the monorissa mask beneath itistil huento Theodora penadite. Ens hout come a minute later, Bird zombie and trogantered hefus you have. The maps. Bain asked zombie. Yes, zombie unfolded a geological cartan spread it on the floor in front of Bain. Asia. Can see the rary lot of caverns in Theria. Batman would custo live in a cave, Bain said, hecamus from the cold and the dark. You sound like you know him, Bird said, Edo emetum in the cavidad oscuro. Bruce or Washi Batman lay on the hard stone of the cave floor. His eyes were closed. But his breathing was irregular. He was awake. He was in a region past sleep, past exhaustion. The Joker had escaped. He had failed. Bain was rigid on the motel bed, his muscles tense and bulging. He had been sucked into his old dream, and now he advanced toward the bat thing, strode into the bleak, cold night of Theminsterscave, strode alone because he knew this battle would have to be fought as Bain had always fought his important battles, without friend or ally, with no one to share either victory or blame. The bat was a presence rather than a thing seen. Only its eyes were visible, glittering in the dark. With a roar, Bain charged, grasped the bat in his massive arms, and began to squeeze, knowing that this time, finally, he would triumph. Isha sleeping doyao the ink. Timasked. I hope so, Alfred replied, but he doubty. They were sitting in the large, coppery kitchen of the manor. Alfred nodded toward the refrigerator. I have some excellent low-fat apple pie. No thanks for almost a minute the ruisselance. Then Tim asked how shadowing. I fear for him, lad, I've never seen him like thighs and diamond me wits, and he doesn't know respond. To joking, to scolding, to simple logic. If I thought I could get him to a good psychiatrist. How about a regular doctor? Doubtful, but word he mention Lord no shisbot I need satinchen do you have Simeon in mind. Chandra dr kinsolving. The physician attending your father. She's work had wonders for dad Tim's aid there something about her she's marathan. A doctor she's like hodge or something emine good which, if there is such a thing. I believe a the literature admits oft a possibility. I can feel so kind of power coming off her. Is she attractive? It's not that, Alfred, I'd recognize lest not that Evie had much experience with it. You're young, how are you otherwise? That business in the tunnel must have been as heroin for a wash for Master Bruce. Tell me about it. I didn't realize how bad it was until afterward, at the time he was too busy. Just getting through a tonitis. You did well hiding Bruce ain't construction site, driving the automobile back here by Yourself. That would have given some traffic a cow if I'd been stopped. Alfred smiled. You did what the circumstances demanded. One thing bothers me almost let mayor crawl drone while I waste talking to Batman. May I remand doubt hat his honor did survive. Not hanks do mean I could be politisch de toft he water at least buta likud. Think if was Batman and the Joker. As I said moment ago Uriung yalak experience. He'd never make a mistake like that. Bruce, in the first office carriers Batman Herod frequently sometimes nightly but. Henavira read the same way twice that may be a lesson you can learn from him. Sound silitharder than algebra timglin seeda this watch hey igerta run. Schoolwork. Something better oddate. Your young Russian immigrant friend Adrian. Ariana Sayu Alfred. Alfred went to the window and watched Tim bicycle in the direction of his father's house. Today he was Tim, not Robin. The cave was off limits to Tim. Alfred wondered if the youngster knew that Bruce Wayne didn't they've dates no tree alonus not onus that admitted the possibility of a relationship. The hardships Bruce routinely endured were far more than physical. Batman could have no lover and remain Batman. Alfred did not wish that kind of loneliness for Tim. The limousine stopped in the motel driveway 8 precise o'clock. The driver tapped horn. Bane, followed by Zombie, Bird, and Trog, came from the office. They all got into the rear seat of the limo, and Bird wrapped the plexiglass partition that separated the passenger area from the driver's seat at Hitty Bro. Where to? The driver asked. Just drive, we'll give you directions, Bird said. We're going to find Batman? Zombie asked. Not yet, Bane said. Went to look at the city. The master surveys realm, Zombie murmured. Downtown Gotham man, Bird told the driver. The limo turned from the motel parking lot and sped down the road. Bird, Trog, and Zombie sat upright, rigid in their seats. Bane leaned back, put his hands behind his head, and relaxed. The movie had been okay better than okay and thuak back to Ariana Swayseven. Better than the movie. She and Tim weren't exactly touching no key except when their arms sort of accidentally collided, which was actually pretty often, but there was a potent possibility of touch and Tim found that just a bit dizzying. They stopped at the doorway next to Ariana's family print shop and stood a foot apart. Ariana brushed back a strand of her long black hair. Tim looked into her enormous grey eyes. Well, Tim said. Ariana said. You really liked the movie. I told you did, Ariana said gravely. Didn't you believe me? Oh, sure, didn't think you weren't being truthful completely exactly. Ariana's face was tilted up her eyes wide, her lips slightly pursed, some kind of invitation throbbed in the air between him and Tim. Couldn't he believe a they was sure what it was. Tangle with a maniac serial killer, no prob. But this. He bowed toward her, bumped her nose with his. Skin slid against skin and lips touched. Briefly but significantly. Well, good night, Ariana said. I'll call you out tomorrow, Tim said. Ariana unlocked the door, glanced back, and closed it. I'm pretty sure I am no recognizing lust, Tim thought. Pretty sure. Having experience with it. To little experience here, no doubt about it, very little experience a beauty mysterion. 19. Alfred went through the clock and into the cave. Bruce was still lying on his pallet, eyes squeezed shut, body rigid, clearly not resting properly. Go away, he said, not moving very well. Alfred slowly climbed the steps to the manor, closed the clock behind him, took a feather duster from a closet, and entered the library. He swiped at the leather-bound Mark Twain first editions. Always keep busy, was his motto. But tonight, the chore was not therapeutic. If something happened tonight, Bruce Batman would not be able to cope. If anything happened. Suddenly the sturdy walls of this grand old house seemed frail and the darkness outside full of menace. He picked up a phone and dialed Jean-Paul was finishing his third nightly round of the Wayne building when the phone buzzed. He removed it from his belt, spoke his name, and listened. Mr. Valley Alfred Pennyworth Hura Mr. Waynesman I wonder if I would besokendes. To drop the manner. Now. If I could. I need mruena to authorism a leaving me post. Actually that swhy I'm a calling Alfred said brusquely Mr. Wayne is indisposed and we might require our services. Yuri surathisizel right with Ruane. I am reasonably certain he would not object. Well I'll have a to take a taxi cab Jean-Paul said wouldn't I misery ident drive. A taxi cab is an excellent idea Alfred assuredum voil ramberzi out the foray. It'll take in hour. Shall expect what 11. 12 It'll take Miss to meet a jetta taxi cab. 12 Then goodbye for Namur Valley. The city outside the limousine was dazzling. Bain leaned back in the cushions and gazed through the smoky glass at the blaze of colored lights and sleek women wearing fur, the towering buildings, the stately homes, the cathedrals, parks, and rows of shops, the restaurants, the hotels, the theaters, and clubs all of Gotham's riches. Where to now magic? Bird asked. Stop at the next corner. Bird relayed the instruction to the driver. Every onigatau Bain said. Zombie and trog nodded and obeyed Bird said a big mways it thing we said. Don T questioned him Zombie growled. Okay Bird said climbing gonto sidewalk. The driver to Bain said. Zombie and Trog moved around to the driver's door. You heard him Zombie said. No way I can leave this vehicle the driver said company rules. Zombie pulled the door open and Trog hauled the driver out and threw him across the hood. Onto the sidewalk. Bain got into the driver's seat. He had observed the operation of the machine. Making it function would present no particular difficulty. He touched the controls, peered at the gauges behind the wheel, and satisfied he understood them all, steered into the traffic stream. Where's she going? Bird asked. Trog spoke forth a fierce time as they had left Santa Prisca killed bat. Time enter a dis father shows a thing king o feriana he expected a still bething king o faroon till. He fell asleep and maybe immediately upon awakening in the morning and maybe during the day when he had a spare moment. Usually when he taxied in from the city this late, the house was dark. But he saw a light under the door to the recreation room. He looked in. Chandra was in the big leather chair, reading a book. She looked up and smiled. Working glad dr kinsolving. Timasked. It was until a high ligo your father may need me later. Is something wrong? Non your father is doing well I just want to observe the results of something itri dit. Seemed wasteful to drive to Gotham and back I thought he'd sleep on the couch Haria Fiu. Don't mind. Don't mind, Dr. Kinsolving. This house has 23 rooms and at least half of them have bed staked he only thined oft he hal upstairs bed as big as a football field. Thank you Tim. Sure well ziu. Tim waved and went up to his room hisped ways as big as a football field to Butha didn't he feel like occupying it. What he wanted to do was call Ariana, but it was almost midnight, much too late. Maybe he could hack around on the computer for a while, have another shot at the task Batman had given him. They still didn't know who Hotagi the roof was. When Alfred heard a car stopping outside the main entranceway to the manor, he thought. Jean-Paul had arrived and opened the door but the car wasn't a taxi it was a limousine and Themons striding toward certainly wasn't Jean-Paul Valley Alfred remembered Bruce's description oft has strange figurant Manklin brothers loft and shocked knew that this was the brute Batman had been seeking. He swung the door shut but before he could turn the lock he was slammed against a wall. Bane shouldered the door aside as it rebounded and stalked into the foyer. Alfred was seeing double, two huge brutes wearing hoods with hoses coming from them. Tromping across twargs toward twa grandfather clocks. Hesh hukashe dan said wherein traceving callers thighs evening serbutafio oliveo ur. Card. Where I she? Bain demanded. Master Wayne? Out enjoying the company of some young woman, I should think. He mentioned a new comedy club. Bain turned to the clock. Alfred wondered how Bain knew, then realized that he must have noticed Alfred glance at the clock. Master Bruce is in no condition to deal with him. I suppose it's miss how thoughtful wish Jean Paul would arrive. Bain was grasping the clock, pulling at it. Alfred picked up a lead glass vase and swung at it. The back of Bain chittered. Bain glanced over his shoulder. He grunted do not do that again. Sound suggestion, considering the effect it had. Alfred looked for another weapon. A creak and a splintering, and then the right side of the clock tore loose, revealing the entrance to the cave. No weapon. In desperation, Alfred lunged at Bain, hit him on the side. With both hands Bain's elbow shot back like a piston, striking Alfred in the chest, leaving him unable to move as he sank to the rug. Bain started down the steps. Bruce heard the clock break and boot soles scraping on the stone stairway, descending. He rose from his pallet and waited as the footfalls came closer. Someone was violating the cave. He should be alarmed, should be already in motion, attacking. But his emotions were as heavy as sludge, and his body was obeying his emotions. The man stepped into the light. We've met before, Bruce said the rooftop. You're Bruce Wayne, you're Batman. For a moment Brucey considered lying Buthu a standing gun masked wearing Batman's clothes, facing a stranger who obviously knew his secret. He felt a pang of anger. He has no right to know. He calmed himself with a deep breath. Anger would gain him nothing, and lying would be stupid. Okay, let's say I am, he said. I have no nusankia lived in the hello fadark hole 1,000 soft miles from Mary have known you in my dreams. And I escaped from that hell from my dreams for one reason. Only to find you and to break you. Died to free Tharkham inmates. Yes. Wasit about me? Yawan tetham tower me down, weaken me, all vuisted levies. It's been at hing but that, you'd kill for tat. I would kill for anything, I would kill Tosalin's a grating voice. To darken the light in eyes. That dared to look at me. Your evelyn violencian de grozico fit. Doyu. Bain laughed. I've spent my life fightin' your kind of madness and now. Bruce stopped speaking. Now he knew that he had told the truth. He did hate violence, but that this man, this Bain, was right in laughing, too, because Bruce embraced what he hated. Why had he never seen the contradiction? Because he had never allowed himself to? After a full minute he said, you may be the most insane creature I've ever faced, don't you? No wadi war, don't you see the ugliness in humanity? Words Bain said. Bruce reached over his shoulder and began pulling his mask into place. You canatid, Bain said. I nothing I'm becoming. Webigan, Bain said, ha pressed the stud strap to his arm. Bruce saw Bain's skin flush and his muscle swell. What is it? Watch it, and to himself. Jean Paul felt like cursing himself. There he was, standing outside the Wayne building for 15 minutes looking for a taxi cab to hail before he realized that at this hour on Saturday night taxi cabs did not come into this area, which was devoted to the higher kinds of financial business and was virtually deserted after 6 on Friday evening. Could one telephone for a taxi cab? Surely that must be possible, but how? And where did one find a public telephone? Amid these towering, windowless walls? He had left his portable cellular phone in his locker. It was part of his uniform and he had changed to street clothing. He could re-enter the building but Hestilo wouldn't know the procedure for summoning a taxi cab. He began a few blocks away through a bright lit thoroughfare. Surely he'd be able to find a taxi cab there. Alfred could not breathe, but he was not dead, so oxygen must be reaching his lungs. Somehow he couldn't stand either, but he could drag himself across herrage inch by inch to the high table and the telephone on it. When he got their call, if he got there he would think of someone too. Tim, are you still awake? Chandrakin solving stood in the door to Tim's room. Yes ma'am. Tim turned from his computer. Why, do you need something? No, but come and look at your father. Tim followed Chandra down the hall to his father's room. It was the largest in the house, outfitted as a complete medical facility. Jack Drake lay on his bed, eyes closed, chest lifting and falling regularly. Tim was always astonished at how old and pale and delicate he was, this tycoon who, a couple of years ago, was a hardymansman exuding machismo from Vriporias began fire, says Bruce Wayne. But Bruce never strutted his toughness nor boasted of it, and sometimes Jack Drake had. There it wasn't CM Toby anything wrong, Tim said. No Tim, there's something right. He soft the respirator and he was the apparatus wasen. The Florinist, it's the first real progress he's made, Chandra said. That's good, isn't it? That's really good. Really very good. I didn't know what to say, thanks Drakin solving, thanks a lot. You welcome Tim. Batman settled the mask firmly on his face and was immediately disappointed. Always, until this moment, putting on the mask gave him a sense of otherness, and with it a feeling of power. But now he was simply a man with his face covered, a man who had exceeded any measurable capacity for fatigue, stress, and exhaustion days ago. But, he reminded himself, he had studied with world's finest martial artists and had surpassed Aloftem. He had been in 1,000 battles and lost none. He was in the cave that was his real home. Exhausted or not, he could defeat this strutting maniac. He leapt. Bane caught him in mid-flight and hurled him into the computer bank. A monitor toppled and imploded. Batman's reflexes strained behundred soft drills avid him from serious injury. He let himself go limp, bounced off the console and to the floor. He was on his feet and askant Bane hadn't moved. He stood like a stone pillar waiting. And suddenly Batman knew he had been mistaken. He could not beat his enemy. No, if I think the tight's true. He went at Bane with his favorite kung fu move, jump high, extend leg and kick. Bane caught his ankle in one hand, swung him around, and threw him against a wall. This time his reflexes were slower, he hit the wall hard. Slowly, leaning against the wall for support, Batman got up. Every muscle slug, his hand trembling, gal strength stretch a dance saped. He circled Bane, feinted, and put hip and shoulder into a straight left to the belly. Bane did not move. "You're already broken," Bane said. Tim was just getting into bed when the phone rang. At first he thought it was one of his nerdy friends from school playing a joke. He could hear only a gasping. "Okay, Ives, ha ha ha, no, can you fin something constructive, eat it a like picky our nose." But then he heard Alfred's voice, horsey and tortured. "Get help, Master Bruce." For a moment Tim couldn't grasp the meaning of what was shearing Bruce's in trouble. Yes, Bruce or Batman. Get help, there Ruasathum paws thought Hefone had been dropped. "Alfred, Alfred." Tim heard only the murmur of the open line. Get help? From whom? Then he was running, down the back steps, out into the yard, across to the shed. He was about to break Bruce's rule. He wasn't wearing his robbing costume, but was certain that something was terribly wrong in the cave, or the manor, or both. Robin or Tim Drake, what difference did it make? As long as someone went to do whatever had to be done. It had been stupid to try. What? Something. Batman couldn't remember what it had been. Stupid to try. Oh, yeah, sure, unarmed combat. That was stupid. He was outmuscled. But he'd been outmuscled before, most recently by Amygdala, and he'd won. He reached beneath his cape and found the small, bat-shaped shuriken. Batman snapped the darts toward their target. They struck Bane, lodged in his skin. But he did not react with so much as a twitch. Must be Zomekindoff subcutaneous implant that didn't even feel my punch. Batman backed away toward a display of weapon she'd collected during his year soft globe. Trotting a grabbed a boomerang and spun attack crossed he cavite splintered on Bane's chest. Batman's fingers closed around the hilt of a katana. The razor-sharp samurai sword that would slice through enemy's protection right into his chest into his shirt you day like to kill them if only they'd will to you, Jazad said. Batman's fingers uncurled. I'll have to outthink him. But his brain was a sodden lump in his skull. Bane advanced. Not hurrying. He's enjoying these. Batman moved farther back, away from the pool of light, into the damp chill of the cave. Bane stepped into the shadows with him. Total darkness, that's where I'll have an advantage. He slid the night lenses into place and continued edging backward. The cab driver was drunk and English was obviously not his first language. Or second. Or third. When the taxicab passed the same intersection for the third time, Jean-Paul opened the door and got out. With the driver shouting at him, Jean-Paul dashed through the traffic to the sidewalk. The cab screeched away. Jean-Paul scanned the avenue. A few passenger cars, a delivery van. But no more taxicabs. He glanced at his wristwatch. Almost only o'clock 2 hours is until Fred Pennyworth skal Jean-Paul aped themeter was detergent. Tim ran the mile from the shed to the main area of the cave in 6 minutes. He stepped hard. On the artificial stone, Alfred would hear the alarm and know he'd arrived. That is, if Alfred is in condition to hear anything. Batman. Tim's hout. The word echoed, then faded to silence. Tim went to the work area and saw a computer screen lying shattered on the floor. A few feet away, a broken boomerang. Batman. Echoes, and silence. Someone was calling him far away, he didn't know who and he didn't care, not at the moment. He moved deeper and deeper into the cavern, where he had not been since he first discovered it, so long ago. Then the cave had promised wonders, his for the exploration. Now it promised safety. In the green glow of his night lenses, he saw treacherous cracks in the stone floor and abrupt drop-offs, walls that projected sharply and unexpectedly outward. Stalactites and stalagmites as pointed as spears. His breath exploded in tiny clouds before his eyes and he heard the flapping of bats' wings in the vaulted ceiling above him and somewhere nearby, running water. Here, the cave was cold, damp, dangerous. There were 100 ways for a man to injure himself, especially if he were coming in the dark. Any one of them would do. His knees but scraped and tooted on the rock advancing. Batman could not count on the man injuring himself. He would have to attack, but attack from an unexpected place, by surprise, cloaked in darkness. Surprise and darkness, they would surely give him the advantage he needed. The scraping and thudding were closer. Batman levered himself up onto a narrow ledge about 6 feet from the floor. He tested the width and braced against the wall behind it. Perfect, wide enough to jump from and high enough to let him land on his quarry with maximum impact. He waited. The footfalls hesitated, stopped, and began again. His enemy came into sight, stepping cautiously, blindly but calmly exploring the area ahead. With his toe, waving his extended hands. Batman leapt. But this timing was no tried, instead of bringing his weight down directly in Bane's end shoulder where he could get his forearm against the arteries in his neck, he hit Bane's left shoulder and slid down his back and grabbed for the abyss and Bane should Bane's lapides. Hand away he groped for Bane's throat. Bane caught his wrist, bowed to a stand, pulled Batman up and over. The green glowing cavern spun, and then Batman was on his back. Lucan Gupit Bane's massive boot descending. His ribs splintered beneath his tunic, and pain blazed in his chest. The boot descended again. Black and green filling Batman's vision Anthan Theruus Knockler et al. Bane bent groped found Batman scapy and grunted in satisfaction he straightened and turned and began to drag Batman back toward the manor. Tim entered the manor from the secret doorway. The grandfather clock that concealed it was hanging from one hinge. Tim quelled an urge to panic and began to search the house. He found Alfred in the bathroom next to the foyer. The old man's shirt was draped across bathtub, and he was peering down at a mottled purple bruise near his solar plexus. His face was ashen, and his hands trembled. Alfred, what happened? Tim didn't mind Mr. Bruce ain't he cave Alfred spotta was haken with a spasm of coughing. Whoever did this toy wisn't cave, with Batman? Alfred nodded yes. It didn't see yon but he knew it was a huge cavern. Tim helped Alfred to a chair. He went to the telephone in the foyer and called his home number. On the 11th ring, Chandra answered. Chandra, I'm at Bruce Wayne's. There's been an emergency Maybe. I'll be right here, Tim. Tim was crossing the foyer to where he'd left Alfred when he heard the sound of something bumping on the steps leading to the clock. Bane filled the doorway. He glanced at Tim and strode into the house, dragging Batman behind him. Tim jumped at Bane, and Bane swatted him aside. Tim slid across the parquet floor and crashed against a table. Bane dragged Batman outside, across the lawn, to the limousine. He opened the door, dumped Batman in, went around the hood, and got in the driver's side. Tim stumbled onto the lawn just as the limousine was circling the driveway. Squinting, he was able to see and memorize the license plate. Halfway to the gate of the estate, the limousine passed another vehicle, a taxicab. A few seconds later the cab stopped and Jean-Paul got out. Tim, just inside the door to the house, moving toward the bathroom, and Alfred heard it and met Jean-Paul coming up the walk. Can you drive? He asked. No. The needs up Tom come in. Tim and Jean-Paul ran into the house, to the kitchen. Tim grabbed a set of keys from a pegboard in the pantry. What's happening? Jean-Paul asked. No to me to explain. Tim opened the side door that led to the carport where the Buick station wagon Alfred used for local errands was kept. When he and Jean-Paul were in the Buick, he fumbled the key in the ignition and started the engine. Okay, just relax and doit, no problem here, you've driven dat Porsche round the grounds. Often and on to hand led mobile a couple of nights ago. Put the sucker in gear and the station wagon rolled down the driveway to the gate. Which way? Left would take us through 20 miles of back roads and eventually to the interstate. Right leads to the Beltway and the city. What would Bruce do? Play the percentages. Yes. A lot more possibilities to the right. Tim turned to the right and stepped on the gas. Bane had trouble finding the ramp that led to the highway. After 3 tries, he finally saw the sign with the arrow and sped onto the Beltway. Batman groaned and stirred. Bane punched him. Bane turned onto the exit marked downtown Gotham City. He was disappointed. He had never been in a city this early in the morning. Where were the people? He expected the crowd she'd seen earlier thronging the sidewalks, dashing across the intersections, shouting and cursing and laughing. But the streets were almost empty. He saw 3 men gathered around a fire in a trash barrel. They would have to do. Tim saw twin tail lights bobbing up the ramp. The Buick was still a half-mile from the Beltway. So he couldn't be certain he lights belonged to the limousine, but he'd swear with him. A the shower this for from thesidither wouldn't be mina drivers and therod hefud. Wagon more gas. Jean-Paul sat on the forward edge of the seat, straining against the safety belt. Once on the beltway, brightly lit by mercury vapor lamps, Tim was certain that he was following the limo. Despite the distance, he could see the big car clearly. He wasn't sure what the next try to overtake the limo? Then what? Rescue Batman? Fight. Whoever's inside, maybe theory a lot oft him with guns. Tim chose merely to follow, maintaining the half-mile gap. When the limo reached its destination, wherever that might be, he could devise a tactic, he hoped. The limo turned into the downtown shopping area, a maze of narrow streets. If Tim lost sight of the limo, he might never see it again. But he had no trouble keeping it in view. The driver went down Adams Boulevard, the city's widest and brightest thoroughfare. "He stopping," Jean-Paul said. Tim pulled to the curb. "Now what?" Bane pulled Batman from the car. He paused, dropped Batman to the sidewalk, and pressed the stood on his arm, the sweet warmth of venom. The time had come to decide what to do with his enemy. Kill him? A death, painful but swift? No. That would destroy this Batman, but with little satisfaction. Bane remembered what he had said to the Mick: "When others look at you, they will remember to stay. When I look at you, I will again enjoy this moment." If that had been true, if Mick an annoyance hardly worthy of Bane's attention, how much more was it true of Batman? To conquer the enemy, that was admirable. But to break him, to watch him writhe helplessly, to hear him plead for mercy, that was magnificent. A man who could do that would have cause to fear nothing. "It will keep you in Asseler," Bane said aloud. "One week it will have a themdraju across the floor by 1 foot." Bane could see it. Batman, pale, blinded by light, smeared with filth, dressed in tatters, so thin his ribs almost burst from his skin, his arms and legs flopping, drool leaking down his chin. "Give him a cockroach to," Bane says. "Give him a live mouse, then put fire to his feet and to hear him scream." The brief vision had the power of a prophecy. Effortlessly, Bane lifted Batman high overhead and looked around. There were the 3 men warming themselves at the fire in the trash barrel, an old lady wrapped in a dark shawl. Shuffling past them, a delivery van stopped at a traffic signal, and a block behind him, a station wagon similar to the one the warden at Santa Prisca had owned. "Look!" Bane roared. The men, the old lady, even the van driver turned their eyes toward him. "I am Bane, I am the king of Gotham City." He raised his knee and smashed Batman down on it. Night Quest 1. Batman awoke and became aware of what was happening as Bane hoisted him into the air. He knew, with absolute and terrible certainty, that Bane planned to break his back. King of Gotham City had heard and realized he had a second to save himself. As Bane dropped him, Batman was able to twist to the left. He hoped to take the main force off his smash against Bane's knee and his ribs, but he did not twist far enough. He heard and felt bone break, and then he was on the cement looking up at Bane. Bane, head thrown back. Howled in triumph Batman tried to move and couldn't. Bane look down at them illive. "Ya now," Bane said, "but I will soon return. Thing coughed hat, think of what I will do to you." Time and Jean-Paul reached Batman as Bane was climbing into the limousine. "I'll get him," Jean-Paul said. "No, that's not important. Help me with Batman. It's important." Jean-Paul ran for the limousine, but Bane had already guided it away from the curb. Jean-Paul chased it for a block. Finally he allowed his steps to falter and stood in the middle of Adams Avenue watching a pair of tail lights recede. Tim was speaking to Batman when Jean-Paul returned. "We'll get you out to a hospital." "No hospital," Batman said, his voice a want barely audible. "Home." The 3 men had left the warmth of the trash barrel fire and were gathered around Tim and Batman. The old lady joined them. "Int got time for this no beauty light and leet mass." She hurried away. Tim looked up at Jean-Paul. "Helped them to the station wagon. Perhaps we shouldn't move him." "Doisha says," Batman whispered. The men from the trash barrel stepped aside as Tim and Jean-Paul lifted Batman, trying to keep his body as still as possible, and carried him to the station wagon. They laid him flat on the back seat and got in the front. Tim put the wagon in gear and edged into the center lane, peering intently ahead, looking for potholes. "How shadowing?" Tim asked Jean-Paul. "I think he's unconscious." "No," Batman said, "awake, get costume off." "Yawan tustown dressu?" Jean-Paul asked. "Why?" "Secret identity. That matters at a time like these. Don't argue with him." Tim snapped. "Just dush essays," but Tim thought that Jean-Paul might be right. Maybe they shouldn't remove Bruce's costume. Mabe thought would injure him further. He suddenly wished he was older and much smarter. He glanced over his shoulder. Jean-Paul was pulling the tunic from Bruce's body. It was too late to second-guess himself. The harm, if any, was already done. Tim watched the sky lighten ahead of them as he drove off the beltway. When he passed the gate to Wayne Manor, sun was flickering in the branches of the big oak near the house. He parked in the carport next to a Honda he recognized as belonging to Chandra Kinsolving and left Jean-Paul with Bruce while he went inside. Alfred and Chandra were in the drawing room having tea. "I came right after you left," Chandra said. "We've been waiting. I've tended to Mr. Pennyworth's injuries." "Nasty fall," Alfred muttered. And he said something had happened to Bruce Wayne. Alfred nodded. He was still pale, but he was no longer trembling, and he was sitting erect in his chair. "Apparently his injuries weren't too serious. Bruce has been in a car crash." Tim's aide. "He's outside." Chandra was already on her feet, picking up a medical bag that had been on the floor next to her chair. She and Alfred followed Tim to the carport. Chandra opened the door nearest. "Bruce shed Pyridotaman touch at his neck. We'll need a stretcher." "I'll get it," Alfred said, hurrying away. Tim knew that Alfred would have to go in Toth Cave. He would be gone for at least a few minutes. "What happened?" Chandra demanded. "To Krong turn," Bruce said hoarsely. "Went off-road." "Should I telephone for an ambulance?" Jean-Paul asked. "No ambulance," Bruce said. "That will you have to be my decision," Chandra said. She went around the wagon and opened the door on the opposite side, knelt by Bruce, and probed his legs. Tim and Jean-Paul watched, saying nothing. Alfred appeared with a folding stretcher on his shoulder. With Chandra supervising, they removed Bruce from the wagon, laid him on the stretcher, and carried him into his first-floor bedroom. Chandra opened her bag, removed several instruments, and began a thorough examination. Alfred, Tim and Jean-Paul went into the kitchen. "Is it as bad as it appears?" Alfred asked. "It is terrible," Jean-Paul said. "Let's wait for Chandra's decision," Tim's aide. "A short time later Chandra joined them. "Not good," she said briskly. "He's massively bruised. Probably has some internal injuries and I think his spine is broken. He'll need x-rays to be sure." "Would that mean paralysis?" Alfred asked. It'll be weeks before we know anything. Right now I can do is guess indeed. Rather not. I'll need hospital facilities. I'll arrange for them now." "Tim, he wants to see you." Tim didn't want to leave the kitchen. Everything was happening took a clihony dead time to assimilate, to understand. Again he felt his inexperience as a terrible burden. But Bruce had called, and he had to answer. He crept into the bedroom. Bruce lay under a single sheet. His head did not move when he spoke. "You vegato helping Paul become Batman." Jean-Paul. "Tim ovid closeto," Bruce shed. "That guy to walk me out dangerous must be stopped. The Arkham inmates to half off them still loose." "Commissioner Gordon. Police will do a thaken one t bin on need Batman need another Batman." "Is that possible?" Tim wanted to ask. "Can there be another Batman?" Bruce C.S. closed his breathing. "Was Hallow City's going to hell to make for Gordon. Yuri to Iung Jean Paulus Thean Likois show him teach him." Bruce Yuri jumping to conclusions. You'll probably be back in action in I Courtwo. No, not soon. May Benever up Toyo and Jean Paul. Chandra entered and said the ambulance will be here shortly. I'm take Hinch win for tests. An X-rays. Don Twant. No relevant Ruani'll get high information. I must have a buddy our condition and thin. We can discuss bringing you back here provide Yuri willing to pay for a lot of equipment. And full-time nursing. The hospital would probably be cheaper. Don't like a hospital's full of sick people. All right. I'll see you later, Tim said to Bruce. Don't forget adao atiaskadayu. On me way. Tim went into the kitchen. Jean-Paul said Yuri about Tajatoniello fa promotion. Until a year ago Jean-Paul Valet hadn't known the thuasat trained assassin if he had bothered to think about it, he would have realized that his was not a normal existence, but he would not have guessed the reason for the abnormalities. He was being taught an array of skills that were close to supernatural and with them, an absolute ruthlessness. His father deliberately kept him unaware that he was being dedicated to the ancient order of St. Dumas, to a life of terror and violence in what was presumed to be a just no, a holy cause. To his teachers, young Jean-Paul seemed to be a typical nerd. He got excellent grades, and he was certainly no discipline problem, but his social skills were close to absolute zero. Everyone agreed that he could have been a success with the girls. He was tall, slim, with pale blue eyes and gleaming blonde hair. His was the kind of unthreatening masculine beauty that adolescent females often find highly attractive. But if any of the young women spoke to him, he stammered and fled. He was no better with the boys. The only way he could relate to others was with ascrupulous courtesy morathananave is teacher word creep. When Jean-Paul's name was mentioned in the faculty lounge, the kinder among them made excuses for the boy. He was, after all, practically an orphan. He had no mother, and his father seemed to be absent most of the time. He was a latchkey kid with a vengeance. What they couldn't know was that Jean-Paul wanted to be friends with them, desperately. But his father had forbidden what the termed any unnecessary fraternization with them saved. His father's teachings medite clear they tanyonu haus natamum baroft he orderofst. Dumas was unclean at best, standing with one foot in hell at worst. The problem was, there didn't seem to be any members of the Order of Saint Dumas except Jean-Paul and his father. Having no conversations with his peers or for that matter with his teachers, Jean-Paul could not know that other children did not have gaps in their memories. Nor that these inevitably occurred following those occasions, usually late at night, when his father either used a hypodermic needle on him or slowly spun a shiny gold medallion. Nor could he know that youngsters did not normally grow in quantum spurts, increasing tremendously in strength or agility virtually overnight. All this Jean-Paul Valley considered part of the natural process of growing up because there was no one to tell him it was not so. If someone had bothered to ask him, he would have claimed to be quite ordinary. Until the night his dying father crawled to his door. Jean-Paul was living in a small apartment near the campus of Gotham University, where he was a graduate student majoring in computer science. The apartment was like most of the places Jean-Paul had lived, small, dingy, out of the way, in fact, accessible only through a door that opened on an alley. Jean-Paul was, as usual, studying not computer science, which he found vaguely interesting and not difficult, but one of the history books his father insisted he read. It was a heavy, leather bound Tomathotbarano tightly indralat incidents in what the author claimed was the pinnacle of human achievement, the flowering Goth civilization the Crusades. Jean-Paul had just taken off his glasses and was rubbing his eyes when he heard what sounded like a scratching at the door. He ignored it, as he ignored most things. But the sound persisted. Finally Jean-Paul investigated and found a man sprawled in the alley. His strange costume was ripped in a dozen places, and he was bleeding from several wounds in his chest. Jean Paul felt panic. What was he supposed to do? What action would accord with the precepts of Saint Dumas? What would his father do? Then, bending down, he realized that the man was his father. Inside, his father gasped. Jean-Paul managed to lift the older man and take him to the apartment singly bed. There's a doctor on call at the university, he said. No doctor, his father said. Nous must know. Know what? Of Azrael. Azrael. The name sounded familiar, but Jean-Paul could not remember when or where he had heard it. Listen, his father said. Here is what you must do. Strip me bond in my body to be found by strangers. No. Jean-Paul cried with a force that surprised him. He did not know he was capable of such emotion. And then open the package I gave you last year. It contains what you need. I have failed. You must not. Jean-Paul waited for him to say more, but his father merely stared at the ceiling. Finally Jean-Paul realized that his father was dead. He felt tears forming in his eyes, and then something deep inside him seemed to shift, and there was no more grief, only a need to obey. He was a loyal disciple of Saint Dumas, and unquestioning obedience was the first of the order's precepts. He pulled the strange garment salried a stiff with dry blood off his father's corpse. He worked quick like only with no emotion whatever. He waited until 3 in the morning. Then he hoisted the body over his shoulders in a fireman's carry and hurried to the doft he looked botways like a schoolboy. Crossing an intersection alone, and then lumbered to the nearest corner. He dropped his father's remains shed down in a trash barrel and returned to his apartment, satisfied that they had done well. The package his father had mentioned was in a bedroom closet. It contained instructions to call a telephone number to say all praise it of most blessed St. Dumas and to it for further instructions. It also contained $40,000 in small, worn bills. Jean-Paul followed the instructions. 15 minutes later the phone rang and the person on the other end told him to leave the country. He was to travel by commercial aircraft to Switzerland, where he would be met by someone who would escort him to his final destination. A day later Jean-Paul was in a Land Rover being driven through a snowy valley between two towering mountains. The driver was a large man wearing a black watch cap, black pea coat, black trousers and boots, and black sunglasses. He said nothing. The silent man stopped the Rover in front of a weathered frame chalet and pointed to it. Jean-Paul approached cautiously. The door swung open with a loud creak of hinges, and Jean-Paul was staring through it into the interior of the chalet. Then he lowered his gaze and saw a stunted person barely 3 feet tall. His body was as round as a barrel. Arms and legs seemed to protrude from it, rather than be part of it. His head and lower face were covered with red-brown fur. His face was flat, simian. He was clad in a rough brown robe. I am Namaz, he said in heavily accented English. Am your teacher? Teacher of what? Jean-Paul asked. We do no thavi formal name for it, Namaz replied, leading Jean-Paul and the silentman in Tathichalat warring fire in a stone a fireplace. We call it the Z-stem. Like a computer operating system. Namaz laughed. Hi. The sound was like cracking ice computers? No. Hi computers, he looked up at the silentman Heinrich. Heinrich slapped Jean-Paul hard across the face. Feeling tears spilling down his cheeks, Jean-Paul asked what did you do that for? Y'all let him strike you so? Namaz demanded. You do not strike him back. Well no. Not even if hetel si out hadi our father was a member of a secret organization hat dates back to the 14th century, and that he killed 14 men, 2 women, and an 11-year-old child. Heinrich slapped Jean-Paul harder. Thought our father was a liar and a failure. no Mozart this time Heinrich struck Jean Paul with a closed fist. Jean Paul fell backward and lay flat on the floor, his glasses hanging. Bionadum plepis hitasted blood wiriudoing thisdome. Toherdiu ta show you how wiki war ta prepare auto become Azrael. Months later, after the ordeal and all that followed it were over, Alfred told Jean Paul what had been happening in Gotham City while he was in Switzerland learning of his heritage. They were sitting in Wayne Manor's spacious library. Fried offered Jean Paul tea, and when the younger man refused, poured himself a cup and relaxed in an overstuffed leather chair. As Jean Paul perched on the edge of a footstool. Asia now the ruisamajor panic the treasel tiden several deaths when your father fell. From that balcony nuna could explain exactly what happened. Alfred began naturally. Master Bruce was interested. It seems that in the middle of the annual Gotham City Founders Day parade something dropped from the sky and landed in the middle of the equestrian club's marching gun at several horses stampeded trampling a number of spectators including a young woman named Sherry Port. Ms. Port was with a television crew chronicling the event. That gave Master Bruce a personal reason to investigate. Ms. Port was an acquaintance, one of the few women he had ever dated twice. The eyewitness accounts were confused, but several of the more lucid testimonies agreed that the thing that had caused the stampede was a human body clad in some sort of medieval costume. One Emin said it was a falling angel. They ensured that Master Bruce would involve himself. Falling angel Sansadend Ethery, an irresistible combination. Fourth Batman. The falling angel Washi and Paul's father Bu neither he nor Bruce Wayne knew that then. The detective work was, for Batman, almost ridiculously easy. First, determine where the man had come from. Simply look up and see the terrace of a high-rise apartment building's penthouse. Find out that the penthouse belonged to a Carlton Le Ha. Confirm that Le Ha was a Swiss importer the CIA believed to be involved in the international arms trade. Late one night, drop onto the terrace from a hang glider and, using infrared equipment, find traces of blood in a spent 9mm slug coated with Teflon. Next, go to a nearby building owned by Wayne Realty and put a laser microphone in an empty office Matadal Ha's living room window, and attach a voice-activated tape recorder. The microphone picked up vibrations in the window glass of Le Ha's domicile. Alfred explained it translateth them into sounds including a man's speech. When Master Bruce checked the tape machine, he heard Le Ha planning to transport illegal warheads to Switzerland. At that point, Bruce Wayne, the notorious wastrel, decided on a skiing vacation in the Alps. Naturally, his faithful butler accompanied him to warm his mittens. While Bruce and Alfred were following Le Ha, Jean Paul was simultaneously being disillusioned, enlightened, and trained to be an avenging angel. His teacher was Namaz. They Gnome the word dwarf somehow failed to describe him told Jean Paul about the Order of Saint Dumas. Jean Paul had heard of the order, of course. His father had drilled him in their tools and precepts but had never explained what the order was, nor described its functioning. Quite simply, the Order of Saint Dumas was the wealthiest organization in the world. It had been formed by a zealous lieutenant of the Knights Templar during the latter years of the Crusades. Dumas and his followers found the Knights Templar, those dedicated, fanatic warrior priests, to be lax and unenthusiastic in the bringing of holiness to the heathen hordes. And, incidentally, relieving the heathen hordes of gold, silk, gems, and anything else of value that could be loaded on horseback. Dumas formed his own army, prosecuted the Crusades. Years after Rome had declared them at an end, and answered a protest from the Pope with the demand that he, Dumas, be declared blessed. The Pope refused on the grounds that this honor was reserved for those saintly folk who had gone on to their heavenly reward. Generally after some years had passed, Dumas retaliated by slaughtering the papal emissaries, declaring himself not merely blessed but canonized, and disappeared. Virtually overnight, the entire order, some several thousand strong, vanished like smoke in the wind. They dispersed into every civilized country on earth and, with the loot from their holy mission, became bankers, merchants, and heads of state. During the first century of their covert activities, rumors occasionally started concerning a secret cabal. Sometimes people said it was called the Illuminati. Dumas's successors encouraged this falsehood a little. Misdirection never hurt. The order gave nothing away, engaged in no charity, paid no taxes. By the time Columbus stepped onto the shore soft new world, the order's wealth was incalculable, its members the richest men on the planet. But membership in the order, with all the privilege and luxury that accompanied it, had a price: absolute obedience. It was one of Dumas' precepts. Anyone betrayed the order and disobedience was a prime betrayal. An avenging angel named Azrael would come to meet swift and merciless punishment. This was no idle threat. The dozen or so members who did disobey during those early centuries were hacked to pieces, often in front of witnesses who described an angel with a flaming sword appearing from nowhere to strike the victim. Only a few in Thorder's innermost circle knew that Azrael Waseman Husangel Hood was a combination of psychology, theatrics, and technology. The psychology and theatrics changed little over the centuries, but that technology evolved with the times. Initially, Azrael's flaming sword was an iron blade with a piece of cotton soaked in coal oil wrapped around it. By the 19th century, it was a hollow piece of perforated steel containing a sodium rod. The Titus Irignit immediately before making its appearance Ethiopin Jean Paul's father had used was forged from tungsten. Its haft was a tube full of a plasticky compound that could be ignited by thumbing a button and was propelled through the holes in the sword. The Adenkoff compressed air hidden the costume sleeve. The costume itself weighs a soft extruded plastic of crimson and scarlet that would protect the wearer from anything short of an exploding bullet, or one coated with Teflon, which is what Carlton Leha fired at Jean Paul's father when Azrael appeared on the Balkan spent house. He's a high blasphemer and apostate, Namaz told Jean Paul he seeks therakazand power of the most holy order for himself. The Azrael who was your father failed to punish him. You must. I am Topthanu Azrael. Why? Your father and his father all were blessed with this sacred task. It is an hereditary privilege. Il praised Dumas givethanks Namaz Baudisht. Becoming the new Azrael was mostly a matter of running up the snowy mountainsides and lifting weights, a physical regimen any professional football player might adopt. The rest of the skills and knowledge Jean Paul already had. His father had been imparting them to him almost from the day he was born. The injections, the swinging medallion were preludes to his father reaching down past Jean Paul's mind to parts of the soul psychologists Stantaven suspect exist and twisting, wrenching, remolding, a technique first used by Chartrian. Dumas and perfected for secondturies there were egus in Jean Paul's memory but not in his experience. Without knowing it, he was charged with angelic zeal and lethal abilities. When Jean Paul had been in Switzerland a month, Namaz declared him ready to be Azrael and gave him a mission: find and punish Carlton Leha. It was not especially difficult. The order's resources were vast. Bruce Wayne also had considerable resources, and the finest investigative mind alive. But he was not infallible, he was capable of mistakes, and he made a serious one in a West Berlin hospital. As Batman, he had traced Leha to themed Eichel facility and cornered him in a storage room. Leha had smashed a 5-gallon jar of ether on the floor next to Batman, and as Batman struggled to overcome the narcotic fumes, he had been beaten senseless. Later, in the back of a van parked under a tree on a country road, Leha had removed Batman's mask and recognized Bruce Wayne from society page photographs. Leha was Delighted. He was richer by far than Wayne, and so ransom was not a consideration. But surely he could find uses for Wayne's resources, particularly those connected with Wayne Tech, with its laboratories full of cutting-edge technology that could be converted into weaponry. In a private jet, Lee Ha took Wayne to an oil refinery he owned in New Mexico and began trying to separate Batman from his secrets. But Bruce Wayne's mind was almost as conditioned as Jean-Paul Valichy had never benefited from an order system, but since age 14 he had been investigating the regions below human consciousness, training himself in hypnosis and meditation, learning from a psychologist in California, a yogi in India, a sideshow performer in Florida, and a patient in a London hospital for the insane, among others. Lee Ha's sodium pentothal was ineffectual, as were scopolamine and various hallucinogens. Finally, Lee Ha decided that the old ways were the best ways. He bound a shirtless Bruce Wayne atop a Larenthor refinery's underground storage facility and applied a white-hot bowie knife to his fleshed hat. Didn't work either. Sooner or later he will break you. Lee Ha said. He was holding a knife in his right hand, a small blowtorch in his left. Not in this world, Bruce said. Then I could our heart too. Bruce kicked the knife from Lee Ha's hand. Little trouble hanging on to your implement there. Bruce sked pleasantly. Maybe if I outie to your fingers, little pink bow maybe. I do not need a blade. Lee Ha said. He dropped the blowtorch and the floor ched behind his back to a holster on his belt, and produced a 7.65mm Beretta. End of Waisarord no. Azrael, in all his angelic ferocity, a flaming sword in each hand, filled the doorway. Namaz, grinning, stood beside him. No Thatman Kalio Ulier. Azrael cried. No Thatman Kalio betrayer. Know that men call you defiler. How many times must I kill you? Lee Ha shrieked. I can kill you again. He fired some of his slugshot Azrael's plastic armaments, and either bounced off or emitted themselves short of his body. Others punched holes in pipes that ran along the low ceiling. Crude oil dribbled out. There was a dull whoosh as the oil seeped onto the still flaming blowtorch. A fiery wall sprang up with Azrael and Namaz on one side, Lee Ha and Wayne on the other. No, watch the infidels hibern, Namaz said. Azrael removed his cloak and started toward the wall. Where are you going? Namaz demanded. Azrael looked at Bruce Wayne through the flames. I can TV mantodi. Azrael does not rescue Azrael. Hi avenges come our work here is finished. Azrael ignored him. Protected by his costume, he went through he fiery and severed Bruce's bonds with one of his swords. Lee Ha leapt at him, swinging the Beretta. Azrael stepped backward and thrust out his sword. Lee Ha gasped and looked down at blood welling from a gash in his chest. He dropped to his knees and then pitched over onto his side. Azrael wrapped Bruce in the cloak and again breached the blazing wall. Bruce waved a disarma. Lee Ha barely visible through he fire. We can tave him. Defiler, Azrael murmured. With Namaz hopping behind him, he carried Bruce up a steep flight of steps and out into the cool New Mexican night. When they had gone 100 yards, the refinery exploded, gouting debris high into the dark sky. You disobeyed. Namaz screamed. You disgrace your mission as a angel of vengeance. I am no tan angel, Jean-Paul replied quiet liar moving ishelmet. I am a man, my name is Jean-Paul Valley, that was me father's namatu. No thoughty warry excommunicated, no thoughty war cast out, no thoughty warrian abomination. Namaz hobbled out of the glow of the burning refinery and vanished into the darkness. Jean-Paul returned with Bruce to Gotham City aboard a Wayne jet. Alfred met them at the airport and led them to the waiting limousine. Jean-Paul accepted Bruce offer off Eredito. Thesatyashi Paul was getting gutoft he car in front of his apartment. Bruce said he haven tea. Forgotten Thacia way to malif if there's anything you need please calm. I'll be fine. Jean-Paul mumladan dash it away. Hesiem slikianasiung chap Alfred said. Nice, he's no nisarthaniam. Urinotnus master Bruce. Only in polite company we'll have a to keep an eye on young Mervali. A week later, Jean-Paul telephoned and asked to see Bruce. The next morning he arrived at Bruce's Wainateak office with Hishernula Trimed wearing a dark brown sud purple tie, and black loafers. Hesaden the chair opposite Bruce and started Durug doyao thing kyo could give me job, he blurted the university iden t feel I belong theory anymore. I'm sure we can find us a mething Bruce said smiling. Jean-Paul accepted a position with the private security organization that guarded all of the Wayne facilities, the downtown office buildings and the sleek, modern Wayne Tech laboratories just beyond the city limits. He was a model employee. But he would win no popularity contests more than Ave Iskalixa said toward creep when his name was mentioned in the office cafeteria. 2. The morning after Bruce Wayne went into the hospital, Alfred looked for a likely place for an accident. When he found a suitable area, he drove the Buick to the Manor and met Tim. Alfred got into the Lamborghini, Tim into the Buick, and they went to the soon-to-be accident site. It was on a lonely back road with woods on one side and a deep ditch on the other. They pushed the Lamborghini off the road and down the steep incline into the ditch. Its front end banged into a tree. From Therodalfredan Tim stared down a tight Luke's hard lie scratched Tim's aid. Just a moment Alfred said and went to station wagon to have a sledgehammer. From the trunk end, with Tim following, stepped and slid into the ditch. For 5 minutes they took turns smashing the hammer onto the car. Panting Alfred stepped back. A proper job I'd say. Luke's reala bang it up team agreed. Now what? Wesumane ta truck and express regretat the fatov so excellent a machine. They'll think Brucey I sat terrible driver. The already do it swatha wants them to think. Alfredo isn't it both him to Luke like juchanas when he's realize a thing. I believe I'd secret lid light shim. One a hello for promotion Tim Drake had called Jean-Paul's elevation from security guard to masked crime fighter part of Jean-Paul feared that him sorts were Marie Curie than he knew. He was in the cave now, standing in front of the rack of costumes. Jean-Paul took one down, hefted it. Feather light made from silk and a synthetic fabric, useless as armor and highly impractical on a cold Gotham night, but excellent for situations demanding acrobatics. And probably quite comfortable when worn beneath a business suit. He replaced it and removed another heavy Kevlar tunic and cloak, radio and night vision gear in the cowl, a belt laden with tools, an excellent garment to wear to a firefight and well suited to basic breaking and entering. Like a debutante trying to decide on a ball gown, Jean-Paul held the costume to his body and stepped in front of a mirror. It was not like his Azrael garb. It was dark and demonic. But was it evil? If so, was it a seductive evil, a comfortable evil? Looking good, Robin said, coming down his steps. Drive a Thegirl swiled Yoridi. I suppose so. Okay, first we deal with the transportation problem. You been taking those drivers ed courses Alfred signed you up for. I complete a the course today. You think you can handle the mobile? Yes. We'll see. They went to the customized Maserati. Twice, before they reached the cave exit, Jean-Paul almost steered the car into a wall. This vehicle was not like the one he had learned to drive at the school. It was almost perverse. He barely twitched the wheel and the car veered wildly. Take idea Robien said. I am driving, Jean-Paul said brusquely, clearly not wanting to discuss Demeter. You might get an argument from the car about that. Jean-Paul stopped just outside the cave exit. What's wrong? Robin asked. Be quiet. Jean-Paul did as he had been taught to do, uttered an invocation to Saint Dumas. He felt a crater open somewhere within his soul, and from it flowed the skills and confidence he needed. He put the car in gear and drove smoothly and flawlessly to Gotham City. 3. Word has gotten around, Bird said to Trog Zombie and Bane and Thwardis bye bye. Batman. Good, Bane said Wegatap program. Bird asked if Bane had spoken truthfully. The answer would have Ebeno hadn't thought beyond the breaking off Batman Sami how Bane assumed that once that his course of action would be obvious it wasn't he. What is the criminal organization closest to here? Hesked Bird closest like in geography. Hell magic that Havito be the Tellurica gang they hang in a clubhouse a North Gotham. 10-11 miles down the pike. Vo'll go see them tonight. Bird grinned, and Trog and Zombie nodded. Bruce Wayne had been in the hospital for 10 days when Chandra Kinsolving brought him. His 10 o'clock rangejacy and good news you can go home today, she said. Well, Dr. Kinsolving that is certainly a day brightener, Bruce said. He was sitting up in his hospital bed and had been staring at a game show on television when the doctor walked in. Some of his nurses are absolute lyridanditis a strain form a butler to smuggle. Decent food past the heritans. Dontio and the artist results. Absolutely. It's all pretty much a guess our spine is fractured, but while the spinal cord is severely traumatized, it is not quite severed. You also have broken ribs on both sides, a lot of bruises and contusions, and some internal bleeding, but those are things we can handle. The broken spine is the problem. Sao hates the bottom line main doctor I'm told wheelchair kid from now on, worse than that. It's much too early to tell thine jury was bad beauty war in excellent overall condition. The best I've ever seen, we'll just have it to see how you respond to treatment. Yuri the doctor. Sean Draper chidont he'd give t bed several things about our case buzzlame mr. Wayne. Such as your injurious aren't consistent with an automobile accident. What exactly did happen? Darned if no one minuti I'm driving golong hapiosapagynasty and the next samo. I wake up in my bed and standing government. Iz. Anything else, doctor? Your body I've never seen so many scars, some irrequite fresh there sabern markin. Your shoulder that has to be less than a year old. There are bullet holes, knife slashes, even a puckering that must have been caused by aciditis and the body of an unemployed wastrel, playboy. The point is mr. Wayne urino twadia seemtobe. Then wait am I didn't know if I had to guess he'd say a warrior. Don't you wish? Women adore those macho types. But, alas, the truth is more prosaic. In my youth, I played dangerous games. I lost a lot. Losing gave me the souvenirs you mentioned. I do hope you're not disappointed. If that's your story, I suppose you'll stick with it. Like glue. Mr. Wayne, it would be better if I out told me the truth, much better for both of us. But especially for you. I can knit your bones together, I can pump you full of drugs, I can even supervise physical therapy, but I can heal you as long as you insist on lying tome she's tood. And walk head to the door heavy anisaday. Bruce lay back. The banter, the phony nonchalance, had exhausted him. A part of his mind registered the television game show because a part of his mind always registered everything. But mostly he was considering Dr. Chandra Kinsolving. She was asking to know his secrets. He couldn't possibly tell them to her, but found the prospect of doing so intriguing and oddly attractive. How did it go last night? Alfred asked. He and Tim were in the kitchen of the manor eating low-fat apple pie and drinking cider. Depends on what you're judging. I guess it went okay. Jean Paul weighs a satisfactory stand-in for Master Bruce. Like I said, okay, Tim said. You are not terribly convincing. Okay, Alfred'll tell the truth, has scared me. Jean Paul. The same I never saw him being as real, so I didn't know how he was. Ferocious according to Master Bruce, Alfred murmured. Beautis Batman, he weighs a very thing Bruce wants be plead to think haze. It began shortly after he arrived in Gotham. Robin hadn't planned for anything to happen this first night out. He thought it best if Jean-Paul merely got used to the idea of being Batman. But minutes after they passed the city limits, the police dispatcher alerted patrol cars of a possible break-in at a tool and die factory on the north side near the river. Robin told Jean-Paul Batman to ignore it. "It's the kind of thing Gordon's people can handle," he said. "Not for us." "It's a crime, isn't it?" Batman demanded. He sent the car hurtling down an alley and screeched onto a street, empty except for a stripped and burned remnant of a van and a few sheets of newspaper fluttering in the gutter. They were ahead of the police cruiser, assuming Gotham City cops would bother to answer a lousy burglary call. As they arrived at the factory, a Lincoln town car was roaring away. They followed the Lincoln 16 blocks to an auto paint shop. "Okay, let's call Gordon Inanthis," Robien said. "He can take height from air." "No," Batman said. "I'm Batman Owen This I swatadoa catch criminals ha go tout off the car." Robin set the alarms and safeties and joined him. Batman was talking toward the paint shop's door. Robin whispered, "Give me a minute to do a recon. I'll get on the roof and check for skylights." Batman did not break stride. "Hey, Wairino Tevencherethis agaisted anything?" Batman kicked in the door. "Oh boy!" Robin followed him inside. They were in a large, open area filled with paint sprayers, tool benches, and 2 cars with newspapers taped around them. It smelled of grease and enamel and something less pungent and less pleasant, perhaps of human origin. 3 men were gathered around the open trunk of the Lincoln, removing small power tools from it. "Surrender!" Batman commanded. "He doesn't they've a chips for it," Robin thought. "He doesn't sound like he means it." The men, dressed in jeans and denim jackets, coveralls, and greasy chinos, looked at Batman and each other. They were psyching themselves to resist. This is where Bruce would make a move, before they talk themselves into fighting. Amininapani tail swung Goran chat Batman shed Batman hithim on sea and Heffeland. Lay still. A second man, this one in a short, spiky brush cut, was bringing a heavy hammer. From eye above down at Batman shed Batman caught Teeman's wrist punch the minth. Stomach twist the hammer away and overred the pinup into Theemanskin from 4 feet away. Robin heard bone crack. Batman, still holding the hammer, turned to the last. "Oft hey Tiva-san," said. "Your turn." Batman raised the hammer. Robin stepped between him and the thief. He's not resisting. "Good I want to give him a constakanja his mind. Not with the hammer." Batman tossed the hammer spinning back over his head, stepped around Robin, kicked the thief in the stomach, kneed him in the face, brought clasped fists onto the nape of his neck. And when he was lying in a pool of grease, kicked him in the head. "That's not tough," Robien said. "That's sadistic." "You think so? Maybe you're too soft-hearted for Thiskandofa fort." "You Oregon creep," Robin wanted to say. "Your first night out Tanduri telling him how to do the job." Butha didn't nod a Jean-Paul and notada until he was eating pie in the kitchen with Alfred. The next day, he may have overreacted because of nerves, Alfred said. "It washes manner as much as Watha did Tim's so self-righteous." "Give him another trial run," Alfred said. "If you still have misgivings, then, perhaps you should voice them to Master Bruce." "Okay, if you think I absolutely have a tobitsgatinato think about." Alfred carried dirty dishes to the sink. He glanced over his shoulder to see Tim with his chin cupped in his hands, staring at the wall. 4. Chandra had been gone for 5 minutes, but Bruce still felt her presence in the room. She was a good doctor, of that he was sure. But she was more than that. He felt an almost tangible energy coming from her, and when it touched him he felt something he hadn't experienced since early childhood: peace. The first hours after the injury, as he slipped in and out of consciousness, were a torment of fearful possibilities. What if I never walk again? What if I never move again? What if it affects my mind? What if I can be Batman? Then would he be anybody? He'd been Batman's Seth that night in front of hate heater that night all three Waynes died. Oh, it took the ghost called Bruce another decade and a half to find an identity, but he died with his parents nonetheless, and the world was a limbo until he created and then inhabited the Batman. This creation of his, this Batman, was trained, intelligent, and to a certain degree intuitive. But he was also physical. Could he exist without the physicality? No, not as Batman. Then as what? He didn't want to answer that question, and when John draws around he didn't feel the need to. It was 4 in the afternoon. She was due back at 10 the next morning. Only 18 hours. Not so long to wait. So what day I hear Montoya? Harvey Bullock asked through the half donut he had stuffed in his mouth. You're disgusting, Harvey Renee Montoya replied. They were in the main police headquarters in downtown Gotham, the only 2 detectives left in the building. The rest were scattered throughout the city tending to Gotham's main after dark business crime. Okay, I'm disgusting, Bullock stuffed the other half off to donut into his mouth and said. Again, so had Dea here. Nothing more than you veered some body centered Victoria Club last night and blew him and 6 pals away. Lots of spent shells, but no witnesses and nothing we can you seen to report. Commissioner Gurdon's got a dozen was knocking on doors butte in that part of town. Yeah, nobody heard nothing. What I got I wonder apart from who don't I to show it's gonna affect the rest of Temooks in town. Montoya shrugged and walked to the other side of the squadroom where she couldn't hear the sound of Bullock chewing. Nothing. Bane said, our killing Goff Talieri common accomplished no thing. Hey Magic Bird said, you gotta javethese a things time thwards gotta jit around. Time? It has been a week since I destroyed Batman. How much more time will waned? Ehavia suggestion zombie said. Yes. Bane stardatham across hemodaltable. We have a been striking gatrandomat whatever target presents itself this is nathuado. Accomplish our ends. Well, I didn't know about that, Bird said. Wanna be thinly outfit around? No. Bane said. No, Bane wants to lettle the outfits, zombie said. We hit atop this man Bressie. Tony Bressie? Bird asked. Why? Bane asked zombie. Heisp the leader of the largest and most powerful organization in the city, zombie said. They others defer to and control Bressie on to have a hold on the rest. Bane leaned across he tably into lis faceois and lion ches from Bird's witted and oddle. Mathes. Well, befair magic you didn't ask. Bad answer, zombie murmured. Bane moved an ink closer to Bird and said, do not speak that way to me gain. Hey big noofin, Bird's voice a lower at and stopped. Bane straightened. Let us discuss our offensive against Bressie he began. Bruce could feel some kind of energy seeping from Chandra's fingertips into the top of his spine and down his back, a pleasant, warm tingling. She was humming softly, tunelessly. May I ask what you're doing? Atricular dire sego, Chandra said. Does the strict have an aim? Probably, Chandra replied pleasantly as he increased the pressure on Bruce's back. Most things do. Athenigmatic healer. If I like you have your secret see have ementhetifer cease menu on kilm. And mine you will. The tingling grew stronger, almost unpleasantly strong, like an electric current passing through Bruce's bones. You're killing a Bruce odent mistake Muri doing remarkably well. It's been less than 2 months since the accident and you've regained most of your upper body movement. You're able to sit in a wheelchair at a point when most men would still be flatin' their backs. Frankly, you're incredible beauty. Suspect that's because you have good genes. Mother Nature has been very kind to your beauty urina, helping her urino tallowing your body to recover as completely as it could. The tingling stopped, and Chandra moved around to the front of the bed. Yuri holding so much and Yuri impeding the natural processes, she said. Sometimes You make me angry and I feel like just bailing out and letting you and your damn secrets perish together. Wouldn't you? Would I like Mito? No I didn't mean that, Bruce said quickly. Then I lancer you on the answer is demetifique no normally I can't stand men like you. The smug rich with their little secrets and their little plans. Is that what I am? Only what do you day like me to think you war or what do you day like you to think you war? She leaned over the bed and kissed him abruptly, quickly, on the lips. I miss Arisha said, straightening that wasn't professional. Perhaps not, but it was therapeutic. I wonder how many women Dr. Sayuv was that linyan. None Chandra. I think that's the first completely truth in Javiver said Tom, maybe you've a start toward telling the truth or toward jetting well. In your case they may be identical. Chandra moved closer. For a moment Bruce was certain she would kiss him again. But she straightened and walked quickly from the room, as though she were already late for an important appointment. Bain Jean-Paul Valley said. Hey! Robin looked away from the computer screen to hear Jean-Paul was running on the cave's treadmill. Bain Jean-Paul repeated. Bruce Wayne said the man who broke him wash Bain Yuri. Going after him. A couple of objections to thought Paul one. Bruce said not to have an oi da hair to find him you kles wathsipto. One I didn't carry what Bruce said. Jean-Paul replied, he's a helpless cripple. Helpless cripple? You cold-hearted jerk. I am the Batman now. 2. This Bane is a criminal. We will locate him by questioning other criminals. Listen Polyurethephyl Batman ya wear the swite only until Bruce sees well. Jean-Paul hopped off the treadmill, dropped to the floor of the cave, and began doing push-ups. Huil never I am the Batman period. Arrogant creep. Okay, let's pretend it didn't the are that Robien said just exactly what criminals are we going to tacto. I've been reading Wayne's computer files. Anthony Bresci seems to be some sort of important crime boss. Tough Tony, yeah, he was definitely on Batman's list of future projects. We'll start with him. Jean-Paul was nodoing is push-ups and his left hand. I'm almost afraid tosk, but what do you have in mind? Call him up, make an appointment. Don't be stupid. Robin left the computer bank on squat head down to hair his face 07 with Jean-Paul's. I'm trying to funasoina to comedy beauty not stupid either. I assume a plan to bust into Bresci's sheen. According to the Phil she owns a place called the Skytop Club. Yeah, hand the building that's under tits downtown somewhere near the bridge. How late do these nightclubs stay open? Jean-Paul was pushing upon on his left thumb and forefinger. Depends liquor law say not past 2 am. We'll go theory a 2:30. Great and I vegeton algebra examine themorning. Okay, Robien said, I'm in student. Shut down the computer, but I'm gonna catch a fuse between O and Thana. You might want to get some sleep too. I don't need sleep. I day like to answer that, but we'll read no ina to comedian. Yes, Wedo. Jean-Paul grunted and began pushing upon his right thumb and forefinger. 5. It ways of ter midnight when Bert entered Bain's cabin. Do you have a them? Bain asked. PC a cake bim we got us a couple of brats and tough Tony's got some bodyguards sto. Very. They were hard to kill. Not for zombie, it's like that guy Washborn with a gun in his hand. You have Danul. Hey hapito beyond the team. The digital clock in Bruce's bedside edible read 2:14. He had been trying to sleep since seven. None of the 114 techniques he knew for inducing states of rest, ranging from simple relaxation to somnambulism, were working now. Maybe Chandra's right, maybe Vejato Jesalego, maybe won't recover until I tell her. But how could he do that? Only a few people on Earth knew he was Batman, people who were as dedicated as he was, and he sometimes regretted the circumstances that had forced him to share his secrets with them. Was it fair to burden this woman, this doctor, this healer, with knowledge that could get her killed? But if he didn't, would she be able to help him? she herself thought not, and if she failed he would never put on the mask again, would never be Batman. Would never Batman. Was that unthinkable? Was it a possibility? Suddenly he realized that he had a choice. He could choose to be Bruce Wayne, no double identity, no secrets apart from the secrets every rich man had, and then he would have no problem with telling Chandra. Listen, darling, I used to be this dark avenger but I know Tanamore, he said aloud, and the sound of his voice let him I not Batman anymore. That was probably true, and if it wasn't he could make it true. And maybe he should. At 6 in the morning Bruce reached for the telephone. He started to call Chandra's office. Then realized she wouldn't be there this early. He remembered that she'd said she'd be staying with Jack Drake. He started to call Drake's number and stopped. It wouldn't be fair to wake the Drake household because Bruce Wayne had something he wanted to say. And he shouldn't say it on the phone. Finally he telephoned a car service and asked to be picked up in 30 minutes. He got out of bed slowly, barely able to move in his hips to shoulders body cast, and put a robe on over his pajamas. He lowered himself into his wheelchair and rolled past Alfred's room. No point in waking the old guy. But why not? He was about to follow Alfred's advice. Why shouldn't he share his intentions with his oldest and closest friend? Because this is private. This is the most private thing I've ever done. What? Telling a doctor something the doctor needs to know? No. Letting someone into my life. Letting a woman in. The hadn't happened before, not a the armies of Barbies and Cindys and Carols and Megs and Debbies, the flight attendants, the lawyers, the businesswomen, the debutantes, the journalists. None had been given a glimpse of what lay behind the famous Bruce Wayne impersonation. He wheeled himself to the front door and waited. He was feeling an emotion utterly alien to him. He wasn't surihwatit wash, but I guess a declaration might be close. There was a cold wind blowing through the shuttered window of Skytop Club's office, but tough Tony Bressy wasn't he feeling jithus in his knees looking gup at the blue-gloved fist poised above his face and, beyond the fist, at the mask. Tell me about Bane, Batman said. No way. Batman slapped Tony's nose, a bone cracked and blood trickled in Tony's mouth. Take it easy, Robin said from the doorway. Bane, Batman repeated. Listen, Tony Bressa said, you take our best shot at Mayuja Vitali Bu Shane T. Saying nothing about him. Robin stepped forward. Yuri scared you. A fiu. Bressy sneered. Robin turned to Batman. There was Sasquatch on the police radio last night. A couple of Tony's employees shot a death in Akara Lo Fajadim, wondering who else was in that car. Maybe Tana here wants to tell us. Mickets, Tony mumbled. He said he'd send him home in pieces. Unless? Robin asked. There has to be an unless. He wants to take over everything, every operation in Gotham. No, we're getting somewhere, Batman said. Getting somewhere? Robin asked. Care to explain? Not in front of him, Batman said. Heckuft Bressy, seer Yuri not going anywhere. You? Bressy shook his head. Batman led Robin to a telephone alcove on the far side of the nightclub. As he spoke, he stared past the cluster of tables and chairs to where Bressy was kneeling beneath the shattered window. Tough Tony can get me closer to Bane. Bruce said we shouldn't take in Bane a note now. I where themont leash thbata make the decisions. Bane is meany and miney all own. You can help me or you can stay out of the way. Robin started to reply, but Batman was already moving across the room. Batman hit tough Tony Bressy again. There's no need to beat him like that, Robin said. You shut up, Batman shouted. Robin looked at the three men tied to a pillar, at the smashed windows of the abandoned warehouse, at the litter on the floor, and finally at Tony Bressy and Batman. He's out of control and there's not much I can say in front of Bressy without blowing your cover. Batman glared at Bressy. Now do have you an understanding, tough Tony? Yes sure, Bressy said, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. "You'll keep the boys." He nodded toward the bound men. "Haratilla convince Banyuri. Gonna hand him over to Hyman Thunians they control with em so he hands over Mikids. And when they're really assy city toward Tome. Go to it. The jeet out off here and start contacting Bane's people. I'll do it." Bressy said. "You know I'll do anything to get Mikids back. Forgiti our kids don't you cross Mandi'll kill the Mizilf." Robin turned away. Bressy was a killer a dozen times over, and a drug dealer, and he was probably party to even slimier things. But it was painful to see the naked desperation in his eyes when he spoke of a children with ways and Batman CS behind that mask. What kind of childhood did Jean Paul have? The driver wheeled Bruce out to the town car, helped him into the back seat, and stowed the wheelchair in the trunk. "Name S. Benny," the driver said. "You're that Bruce Wayne and Ticha. Theo Nandanley. I hear to buddy out totaling Lamborghini to bad Corsane me professional opinion. You drive a Thicario can handle Mabgini weighs a little too much for you. Obviously. Boy I day like digit me Hansononiatham babies. Ask Santaviri politely." "Hey I just thought asamething," Benny said. "Antiogo tach offer, how come I need me?" Bruce tried to answer the question for himself. What he was about to do was somehow intimate, too private to share with anyone, even Alfred. This must be how a man feels when he's proposing marriage. "But that's not what I'm doing today, is it? It's his day off," he told Benny. Bruce directed the driver to the Drake estate, a little more than a mile away. Benny stopped by the main entrance to the huge old Georgian mansion next to a green delivery van marked sprang flowers and helped Bruce into the chair. "Yawan tissued wait. None somebody here will drive me back," somebody named Chandra Kinsolving. Bruce propelled himself to the front door and reached for the bell push. He hesitated. Did he really want to do this? The front wheel of the chair accidentally bumped the door. It swung open. Well, nothing unusual there. Whoever belonged to the delivery van was probably making a delivery. A bit early for it, but maybe the Drake household was early rising. Then why am I tense? Why are all my alarm systems jangling? Bruce pushed inside. He was in a wide foyer, not unlike his own. There was an elevator directly in front of him and an alcove to his left. "Hello," he shouted. A man stepped from the alcove. He was wearing a red ski mask and he carried a submachine gun. Kidnappers? Must be. No problem. I can be all over him before he presses the trigger. Not in a wheelchair. Bruce rolled toward the gunman. Amy Arley, he wasn't sorry if the invitation said. 7 Amers of Enmund, wouldn't you know that I can find the darn thing close enough? Bruce grabbed the barrel of the gun with his left hand and drove the stiffened fingers of his right into the man's solar plexus. The man doubled up, staggered a step backward, and straightened. That strike should have taken him out. He punched Bruce. Then he moved behind the chair and tipped it forward. Bruce tumbled onto the carpet. He tried to jetta his feet, but the body cast wouldn't let him move. I'm lying here alligatorly and it's back helpless. He heard the elevator doors slide open and saw feet. 10 of them. 6 wearing combat boots. 2 in sneakers, and 2 in high heels. Get him out to the lift, someone said. Weary bloody well trying, someone else said. Thina voice he recognized Bruce. It was Chandra's voice. He struggled to move his neck to doth the simplest damn thinginth world, to look up, just look up. 2 men were carrying Jack Drake, who was lying on a stretcher, both wore red ski masks. A third man in a red ski mask was dragging Chandra across the foyer. Got to do something. The kidnappers took Jack Drake and Chandra through the door to the outside. Bruce tried to roll himself over onto his belly. He heard an engine start and a car, no, the delivery van, screech down the driveway. After a long minute, he succeeded in rolling onto the front of his body. He reached out, pulled himself a few inches, and repeated the process, and repeated it. And repeated it. Almost 10 minutes later, he reached a table with a telephone on it, knocked it over, and used the phone to call Alfred. In 10 minutes, the kidnappers could be halfway to the next state. Bruce lay on the floor, utterly exhausted, until Alfred came. By the time Bruce gave his statement to the police, was driven home by Alfred, and went to bed, it was noon. He slept until 8 the following morning. When he opened his eyes, Alfred greeted him with a tray bearing tea and toast. "I not hungry," Bruce said. "Where rother ever doing the invalid impersonation today and twee?" Alfred asked. "What the hell does that mean? All thys week you've been your normal self allowing for our infirmities now suddenly. You remind me of Garbo playing Camille. Try putting the back of your wrist to your forehead. And sighing really quite effective et properly executed. I suppose you have an alternative suggestion. None you haven't thought of yourself, Master Bruce." Bruce took a slice off toast from the tray and bite into it. "You think I've been feelin' sorry for myself because he was lasat the drakes maybe so, but maybe it just needy daff you hoors. Ta process what happened. Judging from our past performance you should have done that processing in about 4 seconds. There is no past performance. Alfred Batman has always dealt with violence. Bruce Wayne has seldom dealt with anything more urgent than cotillion invitations. Violence is new territory for Bruce. And how is she feeling, Gaboody? Scared? But not even Alfred is going to know that. I'll handle it how Tim. Distraught Asia might well imagine he's been down in Thkavil morning working computers. Keeping busy, probably trying not to worry about his father. Ask if he'll talk to him. I can guarantee that'll. Bruce ate the rest of the toast. As he was finishing the last sip of his tea, Tim entered the room. The boy share was in lihuf kumid the collar of his white shirt was oil dandies. Eyes were unnaturally bright. Seeing the grief and terror in Tim's face stunned Bruce had never learned to empathize, nor to express sympathy. His parents were slain before they could teach him. Finally he found refuge in aklich Tim I'm terriblizery. Ich no Bruce. I wish I could have done emery. I guess it Italy could. The police are some times very good at this sort of thing. I'm sure they'll have news for you soon. Okay, if that's all. Tim went to the door, paused. If there's anything I can do. Tim turned Dan Kamito Bruce's bedside. Bruce Yuri Detective Uretha Bestanth. World, so how can y'all theory and ask if there's anything you can do? Find my father. Find Chandra, if I didn't care about my father. Ya know that's not fair. Tim Jack and Chandra re important tome. Especially her. Especially Chandra. Then look for them. The police. If the police were any good there wouldn't be a Batman. Tim, that's the problem. I not Batman not now. Maybe nave ragain. Your legs are a temporal Utah commission beauty have told me million time est hath. Mind eyes what fight scream and the body. Bruce started at he bead close. Okay, get me a pencil and paper. I'll make ye a list of things. You'll have a target form another list of things for ye out a do. Back in Aminud. Tim. Yet. Have a wasked Jean Paul to help. No, this is Nistel. 6. Jean Paul finished his daily prayers to Saint Dumas. He felt stronger than ever physically, but his soul was troubled. Sometime Esha wondered if he were already in hell being punished. For some hideous in these world full of crime and sorrow couldn't be earth. It seemed to him that it must be a grotesque distortion of the real earth, an earth seen in a funhouse mirror. So it was either a nether realm or a nightmare. But if it were a nightmare, whose? Trog, Bird, and Zombie watched Bane playing with the Bressy children on the floor of the motel cabin. At first the huge Santa Priskin had been hesitant. He approached the boy and girl cautiously, as though they were exotic and perhaps dangerous beasts. He's curious, Zombie said. He's never seen children before, not this close. Halbert said, the kind of life he shad he's never been a kid. Gradually, Bane relaxed, and after an hour he seemed to be enjoying himself with the young Bressies, neither of whom was yet in school. The children, after getting past their fright at the unfamiliar surroundings, liked Bane, too. Tonight he may kill them, Bert said quietly. Thought gonna be problem I think. Not for him, Zombie said. He swahis. Trog nodded. Bruce was just finishing gaskin off Jack Drake's portfolio. He had already examined documents pertaining to Drake's business, real estate, and philanthropic interests. These, mostly in the form of computer printouts, were stacked on the floor next to his bed. Anything? Tima sked. Your father isn't long gone, friend. Sand like any wealthy man has a few anemias buted on tea. See how anyone could profit from his kidnapping or his death, for that matter. Revenge? Possible, but not likely. We table that and consider other possible motives. Terrorist attack? Possible. Ransom? Very possible. Wouldn't they have contacted us by now? Tim asked anxiously. It's been 36 hours. Not necessarily. Sometimes they let the victims' families too. Then we're at a dead end. Not a tal died to hack into the police computer. Tim handed Brucey a printout stolen vehicles for the past week. A delivery van like the one you described was stolen Monday morning and abandoned last night. Bruce scanned the pigeon, nodded. On Harlan Road. Okay, that figures. How? Harlan Road, Snarlbert Field. It's a small private airfield, no commercial traffic. Too small. For a 707 but large enough for all our jet. You think they took my father out of the city, out of state? No, out of the country to Great Britain. With a number of reasons. Bruce said. Their accents English or Scottish. One of the kidnappers referred to the levatorous a lift that's British. The guy who had dumped me was carrying a Sten, a vintage World War II commando weapon. Again, British. Nothing even remotely conclusive, but maybe starting place. So here's my hypothesis. 4 masked Brits took your father and Chandra to Albert Field and loaded them onto a private plane. They couldn't use a commercial carrier for obvious reasons. They took off 4 parts unknown, but they may headed across Atlantic. Should we get in touch with somebody over there? Scotland Yard, Interpol. The red tape would be impossible time even if we get Gordon to make the request now. Do it ourselves, as always. Get into the FAA net. Find a flight plan for a private plane going from Gotham to England, Ireland, Scotland, or Wallis. If I strike out, we'll try something else. I'm on me way. And send Alfred in. Bruce stacked the printouts together, evened the edges, put them on the floor, and waited. Bane, bare to the waist, was watching the evening news on television when Bird entered the cabin. Majishio Gotamanut. What is it? Listen, if we're gonna consolidate our hold on Gotham, I think we after real put the squeezy on suijathunians cause now that Batman's back. Batman is not back. Beauty's a lot of Bressy's boys got taken out be him when he busted in Toth Skybox, and he may have no get Bressy skeet stashed away. Bane stood abruptly and held his clenched fists in front of his chest. It's nothing. Beauty costume I broke the botman and I will crush the pretender. Bane was standing close to Bird, looming over him. Bird edged back until he was stopped by the wall. Bane quivered with anger. Then he pressed the stud on his arm, felt the rush of the venom, and a moment later relaxed. Zombie came into the cabin. Bressa hust made contact. He said sest unions airy hours. Wan Shiskildrenbach. Good, Bane said. I didn't know about this Bane of Batman squeezing Bressy. I told you Bird Batman is broken. Alright, however since the outfit huatif he sussing Bressy. Then I will take Zombie and Trog and find it when I who supervise a theory turn off Bressy's children. Bane returned his attention to the television. Robin climbed from the cave to the cistern, pressed the hidden control that flooded it, shed his costume and put on the Gian sweat around jacket had left theory earlier wearily he walked through the crisp October evening toward his house, his empty house. His father and Chandra had been gone more than 36 hours. Bruce was involved in the case, and that was cause for hope. If anyone could find Jack Drake and Dr. Kinsolving, Bruce could. So maybe he should try to stop worrying about them. But he had no reason to stop worrying about Batman O'Damathis, not Batman he's. Jean Paul Valley in a Batman suit and he said he's going after Bainatoniticantly thimdo. It he's getting mean around meaner why theach passing night part of it must be thought training. Bruce said he had the system alt hath hypnosis and the drugs westeld and tino wow. Much his brain was washed but that's not the enlightening that shanging Jean Paul it's also. Because he's shutting me out trying to goit alone. Alfred says he's me thing happened to Bruce. When Jason Todd died, the Batman started getting darker and darker without the balance of a Robin to ground him keep him sane but Huatif Jean Paul one told me keep him sane, should I tell Bruce he made a mistake? No. Not yet note Huala Bruce is trying to find my father and trying to recover from a broken back. Besides, Bruce didn't make a mistake and Odin Therius off skill and confidence Jean Paul's. Only one who could wear that cape. The Georgian mansion was quiet. To Tim, the silence seemed tense and brooding. He climbed the rear staircase, entered his room, and flopped down on the bed. Tonight could be wicked. Bruce put down Hefoni and turned to Alfred thought confirms it a privateja took off Rome. Albert Field about 4 hours after the kidnapping. Destination Heathrow? Alfred asked. Noah's Mallerfield near somewhere called Mungcly. About 6 time a lease outside London predominantly rural area quite a picturesque fiu. Enjoyed that sort of thing. Ya know a thin. Is spent some time in the neighborhood in my youth Surrey Haven t been irritating almost 30 years but expect a thasn changed much. We'll see what should be there by tomorrow morning. Alfred frowned you reserious about pursuing the kidnappers. Why wouldn't I? Your injuries. That's so not seriousness for doing Chandri Kinsolving seem stoked he on la Doctor Who. Can do anything gabud me back. Master Bruce Surly in old world theory sate least only other physician who's capable of ministering to you. Find that person and we'll discuss it. Bruce picked up the telephone. Alfred's phone deepened you rearranging transportation to England. Yes unless you'd prefer to do it. I would rather not I will abet folly if I must but I refuse to initiate it. Alfred turned abruptly and left the room. Jean Paul awoke and blinked, struggling to remember where he was. Yes, the cave. But what was he doing here? He looked down at the workbench in front of him. There were tools. An elaborate drawing, and next to it, part of his Azrael costume, the left gauntlet, the one that contained the compressed air apparatus. It had been modified and, although he had no memory of doing it, Jean Paul knew the work was his. The equipment, designed to blow flame through a hollow sword, would now propel the small darts Batman used at tremendous speed, greatly increasing their effectiveness as weapons. Tonight, perhaps, he would use them against Bane. He said a prayer of thanks to Saint Dumas. The Wayne Corps Learjet took off smoothly, banked over the city, climbed, and settled into a course for England. Bruce wheeled himself to the cockpit and chatted with the pilot for a few minutes. He had qualified to pilot small jet aircraft the month he'd returned to Gotham City. More than a decade ago and heck his license current but he hadn't flown anything larger than a Beechcraft in years. He asked the pilot several layman's questions and when he returned to the main cabin while he'd ever need to know about a recently installed Lauren system. "Do have a plan?" Alfred asked. "A phone first should conjure up a couple of new identities. May I ask why?" We may have it odo pretty open investigating the kind Bruce the Klutzwain and his dim-witted servant wouldn't he be capable of? Dim-witted. Okay, not incandescently bright but devilishly handsome servant. Anyway, we may not be able to play dumb not continuously salb Simeonials to Simeonialses. Bertie Worcester and Jeeves Alfred said then head did Adavillish li handsome Jeeves. Worcester sasdem Baswani and Jeevesistant thansaminoy think yilb sereminford. Gray and dolbichar leshis chafferd hats huden tiba mucho fastretch forio being. A coffer. Dumid toba type cast forever Alfred sighed. Thepes gudanth work steady. Half of what you say is perfectly correct. Exactly how do we accomplish these transformations? With clothin forga documents me makeup and dash Bruce's voice arose a half octavianed. Became a phlegmy wine abitoft he old vocal acrobatics you know. No but it trustish shaliern. No doubt. Master Bruce serious certain this is a good idea, you know every private detective inth world. Wouldn't one of them be better suited for this work? That fellow from St. Louis. Timothy Trench. Dash is good, and Joe Potato and Christopher Chance are better, and several others are as good as Potato and Chance but none of them is good enough. Bruce settled back in his chair and stared at the darkness outside the window. 7. They had been hidden in the warehouse among some wooden crates for almost an hour, and Robin could sense Batman getting impatient. When Bruce Wayne wore the mask, Batman could wait for hours motionless, breathing slowly, and deplibute Jean Paul's Batman fidgeted, constantly shifting his weight, adjusting the bulky gauntlet he wore on his left arm, clenching and unclenching his fists. And it was contagious. Robin found himself resisting the temptation to squirm. It was after own by Robin's watch when they heard the ski-kofta door below opening. A tall bald man entered, pushing to Nebresi Skildren ahead of him. He was followed by a thin blonde man in a squat, powerful man with coppery skin. Yabig Tony the blonde man called member May, bird. He waved a hand at the bald man. This smigai zombie and these dash he waved at the squat man is Trog. Bressy, who had been pacing the littered floor next to the stacked crates, turned and started forward. Here's your kids, Bressy zombie said, and furry our sake I hope ho kamito collect them. Alone. You think I'm crazy enough to cross you? Bressy protested. Robin saw Batman stand and knew that in a moment something would be terribly wrong. It was too soon, they should stay concealed. Where's Bane? Batman shouted. Up there waste him. Zombie yelled. Batman was swooping down from the top of Tekrates's Bane men were repelling automatics from under their jackets, and Robin was calling note yet, not all the kids are in. The clear. He's a hellbent and shock and pain the Thedo as Taven Herm. Batman landed next to Zombie and smashed him to the floor. He spun and struck Trog with the gauntlet. Even from 30 feet away Robin could see flicks of blood flying from Trug's facius. Batman's blow landed. Bird had to meet against this gun clear and ways aiming it at Batman's back. Behind you! Robin shouted. Batman twisted, sweeping his arm around, and 3 darts sprang from the gauntlet. They hit Bird in both shoulders. He yelped and dropped his weapon. Batman crossed to him and punched him unconscious. The fight was over. Bressy gathered his children in his arms and clung to them. Robin dropped from the crates to the floor and ran to where Batman was lifting Zombie off the floor by his collar. Where's Bane? Theman shed lolled. Robin grabbed Batman's arm. Hakantia si hisu tofit, yanakadal threeftum. Silly, they'll be lucky to be able to talk by next Wednesday. And what's with the gonzo? Blitzkrieg? Those kids. Dash were an eve Reindanger nevirant heelen off fire. Batman said all the heat was in May. Robin heard a siren outside coming closer, and saw Batman stiffen. Police? Batman asked. I duckle them. I thought we could assist some help with them mopping up. Batman was talking utoft he light toward their door that was to bide mockery of everything weary supposed Tobe. He vanished into the shadows. Robin ran after him. In a small hotel a couple of miles from London's Heathrow Airport Bruce Wayne was transformed into Sir Hemmingford Grey. Dark brown hair was thinned with clippers until the scalp showed through it and then dyed a dingy grey, matching sideburns and moustache were glued into place, foam pads were inserted between gums and cheeks. But the primary disguise was not cosmetic. Years ago, a Russian theatre director, a disciple of Stanislavski, had taught Bruciatric the Thadnavergodanito Anyov Stanislavski's Buxafindid. Stanislavski had ever heard of it. Darken the room. Sit absolutely still. Visualize the character you want to become. Use all your senses. See how he stands, sits, lies, walks, gestures. Hear his voice in speech, song, laughter. In anger, glee, and mourning's meliscintest what's inside his mouth feel the texture of his skin, his hair, his beard. Know this person. Then visualize yourself as completely as you can and, again, amplify sight with the other senses and place yourself next to him. Now, bring his body into yours and rest until you are used to it. Sir Hemmingford Grey Janina Timinut Sloop Dupan said what you say Charles, shall we be off? Absolutely Sir Hemmingford Charles now Fred said. An hour later, they were driving in an open car through rural England. The weather was brisk. Charles wore a heavy overcoat, suede driving gloves, and a wool cap with ear flaps. Sir Hemmingford was wrapped in a heavy blanket. Wouldn't it be wise to put the top up? Charles asked. No te thing a grade os coming back to England after so long got a smell theared you. No. They ate lunch in a small roadside pub outside the village of Monkley and asked the innkeeper for directions to the airfield. It was only a few minutes away. Not much of an airport, Charles said. Bloody small, Sir Hemmingford said. There was one landing strip, 2 hangars, and an office. The only plane in sight was an ancient Piper Cub parked near one of the hangars. Charles stopped the car in front of the office, and Sir Hemmingford, leaning heavily on 2 canes, got out. He banged into the office and thumped his cane on the floor. A young man in a white shirt with the sleeves rolled to the elbows looked up from a Daily Mirror. Yes. You from around here? Sir Hemmingford demanded. Yes sir, I was born in the village. Why no me family the Greys? I didn't believe I recognize the name. Damn it full to cough in his bloody airplane you with me reflect you know well where I she. Who? The Unman folded his paper and set it aside. The damned full ho has a me rifle elephant gun big bugger said he'd wait form well. If I could be more specific. Sir Hemmingford thumped Hiskins and the floor the damned full limit in Gotham City took my rifle and my bag and said he'd give me lift the rage plane lit own. You must me an MRASP. The tisnam, espositus should ver arrived yesterday. Last night he's renting Moncly Hall. That shim told me he was renting some bloody hall. Well what? Where at the bloody hell is Moncly Hall? Just the other side off the village. Why no lady who could save yourself a lot of time if I who just answer a man's questions. Sir Hemmingford Grey stomped out. Charles was waiting by the car. E hata lunai through hu indo woft he hanger over the Charles aid their saliar jet. Inside. Viragudoner Wathan next stop Moncly Hall. When Robin came out of the tunnel and into the main chamber of the cave, he saw Jean Paul. In the Batman costume but without the mask, sitting at the workbench. Paul. When Jean Paul shouted no sign having heard him Robin went to the bench Jean Paul's eyes were unnaturally wide, his hand, holding a drafting pen, was moving mechanically over a piece of paper. Robin leaned closer to see what Jean Paul was drawing. It looked like a much modified version of the costume he was wearing. He synth system. Jean Paul cs closed for amament when he appeaned them hiterned to Robin and said you're looking for Bruce? He's on a trip. Bruce and Alfred. They called. They apologized for not getting in touch with you with a something to do with our father. Tim Drake, inside the Robin garb, felt a flash of elation. Bruce said he'd call you the first chance he gets. Jean-Paul continued. He told madam of into mean the store, he said. Robin nodded. How are you doing, Paul? Pretty last night. I'm fine. I misery wahad to argue like that. Yeah mate to sao how are you doing? Jean Paul looked at the drawings as thought they were alien artifacts. These I mean, just some doesn't the costume needs improvement that better be getting home before you're missed. Guess so. Catch you all later, Paul. Sure later. Jean Paul bent over the bench and began to move the pen. The woman who was behind the counter of the Monkley post office was sure she remembered Sir Hemmingford Grey's people, and seeing as how Sir Hemmingford was practically family, she didn't see a thing wrong with telling him as much as he wanted to know about the new tenants at Monkley Hall. An American named Benedict Asp. Sir Hemmingford said as Charles inched the big car through Monkley's narrow winding main street. He shad the house for a month. Lots of company. Do you know foreign blokes? The missus in the post office said she heard em talkin' foragn anyway. I suppose you must be Sir em in fordatal times. Charles asked, sounding like Alfred. Better safe than jury. Right. Oh. Have we a plan? Sir Hemmingford had opened a leather attaché case and was examining a round device the size office molest fingernail. Direct assault. That's the brightish way combined with a lot of sneakiness. Sealer net that from the French. Batman glided silently, swiftly over the roofs of Gotham City. In the distance, the river, gleaming in the moonlight, below, the rigid geometry of the streets, pale orange in the glow. Oft he vapor lights. Although he'd been a student at Local University for 6 months, he city was still mostly new to him. He had seldom left the neighborhood of the campus until the night his dying father had crawled to his door. He'd learn all these kretsun not hawk. The mantle of the bat was his. Bane must fall if Gotham was to be his, too. But Bane still ruled the night. He must find the monster and then the night, the city. Everything would be his and he would make it righteous. He entered Gotham Police Headquarters through a lavatory window on the 3rd floor and went down the corridor to Commissioner Gordon's office. Gordon looked up from airport. He had been studying Nusut, nasty looking. I can say it's an improvement in your usual costume. I know taskin' for compliments. I've been expecting you. Gordon said. You've been very active lately. My detectives have been cleaning you after you. That's what I'm here about, Batman said, remembering to peek in Bruce Wayne's rasp. What have all learned from Bane stooges? Have a thiduct. Bullock and Kitch have been working them for close to 24 hours. Getting nowhere. I didn't think they were going to rat Bane out. Where are you holding them? These at a detention center over in Gerard, but not for long. The feds are crying for a shot at them. And the governor wants them separate and placed in maximum security in a hurry. Interesting. I assume after Bana, how do I plan to find him? Batman turned away. I'll keep thought Mijilfa or not Ellis know the better. That does seem to be the procedure at these days. 8. For the 5th time Chandra examined her prison. 18 by 26 paces. Stone walls. No windows. Low ceiling with heavy oak beams across it. A thick oak door with a large, ancient-looking lock, probably pickable if she knew anything about picking locks. Obviously. The cellar of a house, originally a wine cellar, probably. It was furnished with a table, a chamber pot, a bed and a hospital bed. That's where a Jack Draco's lion gas leaped. Transparent plastic mask of the respirator over his face. The respirator itself was hooked to an electrical cord that snaked under the door. An identical cord led to the table and to the single lamp on it. Jack wasn't faring well. The violence of abduction had synthesized him into shock. His skin was ashen, and despite everything Chandra had been able to do, he was breathing in shallow gasps. He had been in Amazon cathade boarded the aircraft somewhere outside Gotham. His condition was critical. He would die unless Chandra got the medical supplies she needed. She sat on the edge of the bed next to her patient, checked the respirator, and tried to think. What do ik know? Long planatrip 6-7 hours if voent west weary on the west coast. California, Washington, Oregon. If voent east weary out of T country and Gland France am. Betting on east. When they had landed, Jack was already unconscious. Their kidnappers had taken him off the aircraft first, then blindfolded Chandra and led her to a vehicle. There were no city sounds, just a gentle sigh of breeze and, she was pretty sure, the chirping of birds. They had driven about 30 minutes. And down steps and here we've been for hours. How much longer before we find out what's happening? What do these bastards want? Sir Hemingford and his man, Charles, checked into an inn the postmistress had recommended, their only choice, really, since the next nearest hotel was 40 miles away. A woman who looked remarkably like the postmistress except for 30 extra pounds, and was in fact her sister, showed them to a large, comfortable room, announced breakfast at 6:30 sharp, and bade them a good night. Sir Hemingford sat on the bed, leaned his canes against the wall, and began trembling. Master Bruce, Alfred said, hurrying to his side. Not Bruce Hemingford. Sir Hemingford waved him away. It's nothing, just tired Befinian. A little while. He lay down, and a moment later, his breathing slowed and deepened. Alfred he couldn't think of himself as some ridiculous Charles covered him with a quilt. This had better not gone for long. He's a sick man, he can't take McMurray's stress. The sleek black Jaguar sedan stopped in front of Monk Lee Hall, and a beefy man in a blue blazer and black turtleneck got out. The door to the house opened, and Benedict Asp trotted down the stone walk. Ah, Colonel Vega Asp, cried Yuri, welcome at Mung Klai Hall me humba abode. Asp was short and wiry. His white hair was thin in front and pulled into a floppy ponytail in back. His face was sharp, ferret-like, and he wore large, wire-rimmed glasses. He was dressed in a green t-shirt, leather vest, jeans, and hiking boots. He shook hands with Vega. I am ex-Colonel Na Benedict, Vega said. Glass nos twas not good for my department. Our funding ceased abruptly, so kiss democracy, I suppose. Not necessarily, sir. There are ways and means, especially in England. They love their secrecy here. Most thelp fool to such as ourselves. Asp led his guest into the house and down a steep flight of steps to a heavy oak door. He unlocked it with a large brass key, swung it open, and ushered Vega inside. Colonel Yuri Vegemaya present the eminent American physician Dr. Chandra Kinsolving. Chandra turned from Jack Drake and stared. Benjamin U. It is Benedict now. Sandra to Veja he's I'd forgive me colonel in neglected a mention. That Kinsolving is a me sister. Vega bowed. Sir Hemingford Grey had been pounding the door with his cane for a minute when Benedict Asp, yawning, opened it. Don T.S. Bozai Hueve decent breakfast inside. Sir Hemingford said. Beg your pardon, Asp said Waryu. What the bloody hell do we look like? Sir Hemingford demanded dash pushed pasta spend. Entered the main hall oft he old house. Sir Hemingford Grey well what? Well, where's breakfast? Some kidney pie at Obeganith. Asp rubbed his eyes with his palms. Do you know what I mightus? Corsido almost 6 high bloody timey hod some kidney pie and. Listen, Sir Hungerford. Hemingford Americana, explains it. Explains what? We weren't offering me breakfast. Sir Hemingford was circling the room, occasionally planting his canes firmly on the hardwood floor and bending to examine the surface of a table or chair. I'm afraid I must ask you to leave us, said. Not until you tell my blood well one tea. Tell you what? How long I plan to stay here? Sir Hemingford's voice was tense and exasperated. What business is that of yours? Because I said to visit this place. When I was young. Before father packed the lot of us off. To Africa, and a bloody bull elephant did for my legs. Always liked Monkley Hall. Thought I might buy it. Asp gestured toward the door. Perhaps if I come back later. Dinner, what you serve? None of that American food. Nothing that comes from a tin. Beef. And porridge, that's a proper dinner. We can discuss it thighs of Turnuan. Sir Hemingford stomped to the door. Asp scurried around him to open it. Urina thaf bad for an American what died use a thanamuas. Benedict Asp. As, ascendunki, may by where half bad must bury us and for an aim like that. In the car driving away from Monkley Hall, Sir Hemingford said, stop round the next bend. Charles parked the roadster under a clump of trees. Sir Hemingford opened a leather briefcase and took out a pair of headphones. He touched a knob inside the case and listened intently for a few moments. Working, he said. How many bugs did you manage to plant? Charles asked. Only 3, Sir Hemingford's, which donate per a quarter if Veden got anything from them will trithelace equipment. Charles got out of the car and began to search for a place to hide the electronics. No, Chandra said, I told out when Tyre Sago Benny will not do it again. Asp went to where Jack Drake was bound upright in a chair. A respirator covered the lower half of his face, and the hiss of his breathing was the loudest sound in the cellar. Asp slapped him. Yuzik Brute, Chandra said, starting forward. Yuri Vega caught her arm. Asp struck Jack Drake again. Drake shed snapped back and the hiss became louder. Stop! Chandra cried, whatever it is you want me to do, I'll do it, just don't hit him anymore. Excellent, Asp said Colonel Vega, ya would perhaps do the honors. Yuri Vega rolled up his left sleeve to the elbow and produced a gravity knife from his hip pocket. He snapped it open and, smiling, laid the edge on his bare arm. With a quick, deft motion, he sliced open his flesh. My dear. Asp said to Chandra. He stood beside her and closed his eyes reluctantly. Chandra did the same. They became very still. He paled a bit, and her dark skin became still darker. The muscles in Chandra's face relaxed. Her hands rose as though on strings, flattened, and made small circles in front of her. Her lips parted, and she began to hum tunelessly. Yuri Vega looked down at his arm and gasped. The blood was drying, the raw, red flesh visible through the gash was vanishing, the skin was closing, knitting together. In 30 seconds, the wound was gone, it left no scar. Satisfied, my dear Colonel? Asp asked. It is impressive, yes, Vega said, but I must see more you have demonstrated healing now. Shom killing, he waved the knife and grinned. Lieutenant Kitch and Sergeant Bullock had been in the tiny interrogation room for 6 hours. First with Bird, then with Trog, and now with Zombie. There were a dozen empty paper cups on the single table and a mound off Bullock's cigar butts in the tray. You guys are never gonna see the light of day, you know that. Bullock asked leaning over the seated Zombie. Are you trying to frighten me, Sergeant? Zombie smiled. With what? Imprisonment, have served hard time in Pinaduro, the hellhole of Thuniverse. Your prison sare soft easy. Sure, Thericone triclubs. Bullock agreed. Beauty'll serve you the fed sare coming tomorrow when splitting u and door twa bunky sup. You'll be counting thyers in separate pens. Hard time is harder without friends. And what must I do to save myself? Surrender baintoyu, e would de first e would de. Smiling. Get this goon outta here before Iputus login him, Bullock said to Kitch. Let's go, Kitch said, opening the door. We're finished with you. Imagine my relief, Zombie said. A uniformed officer led him away. Bula klita fresh cigar issued havgest thesigai saretupan gasau tweeden tea. Haviondam klui but hubanasor what's going on in thicity. We have a his gong kitch said we'll have a him next. Yeah hand world peace a lovey and harmonia you sound like hearin' her up for Miss America. Only own way we reckon a jethies bany and it's got nothing to do with playing with the rules. Jean Paul finally found what he was looking for in Batman's private computer Phil's floor. Plans for the Gotham City House of Detention on Gerrard Street Gordon had said Bainesman were being held in T-lock upon the top floor good it would not be difficult but they didn't he have much time. He would have to act tonight. 9. Bane finally identified the emotion he was feeling. He was tranquil. He had never before been away from the sound of a man voice as no tevan during thir spent in Pinageros. Whole. Though he could not always see other human beings, he could feel their presence, an almost tangible weight on him, unending and oppressive, and always he heard them. Laughing, moaning, shouting, sometimes screaming, and occasionally shrieking. Always there was the sound of voices. Until now. He despised Trog, Bird, and Zombie especially. Zombie for being so stupid as to get caught. But he was also grateful to them. Their absence confirmed for him what he wanted to believe, he was totally self-sufficient. He needed no one. People were mere tools, to be used and discarded. He wondered if kings felt like this. No, he decided, probably not. Kings were human and weak. And he was something beyond human. He tapped the stud on his arm and as the venom flooded him he laughed in contempt for humanity and all its shabby, stupid weakness. Sao hate diao tell zombie. Bert said passing Thesel zombie sat on his bunk trog. Squatted in a corner. Don tb absurd zombie said I told them nothing. Bert stop head abruptly listen I'm jetting spook diao thinkban wilfrus. Only Bane can know what will do if it serves his purpose huil actif nothin we must. Wait for them nothing they have nothing to interest us. Bert slid down to wall and sat next to Trog I didn't like the idea of doing time. But I done. It for worse reason son li tingim gonna missus watching magician action. There was the crash of break a glass and a parcel dropped from the cell sunly window. What the hell? Bert muttered. Zombie untied the string that held the parcel closed. He removed 3 gas masks from the paper wrapping. The straps of one were wrapped around a note. Watch and wait -B. It Bird whispered. Zombie lifted the final item from the parcel. It was a small, round piece of plastic explosive. With a tiny detonator stuck into it for the lock Zombie said. Suddenly his eyes stung, and his throat was burning. He slipped one of the gas masks on end. Threw the others to Bird and Trog. He could hear a guard in the corridor outside choking. He pressed the plastic charge against the door lock, snapped the detonator, and ran to the far side of the cell. There was a brief, bright flash, and a sound like someone kicking a cardboard box. The door swung wide. Outside the air was filled with white mist. Zombie, Bird, and Trog jumped over the sprawled bodies of 2 guards and ran to the barred gate at the far end of the narrow corridor, which was partially open. A 3rd guard, gasping and stumbling, stood in their way. Trog picked the man up and hurled him against a wall. They were in a narrow stairwell. Up there Zombie said. They dashed up a steep flight of steps, went through another door, and found themselves on the roof of the building. The street, 8 floors below, was filled with police cars and uniformed officers. No good Zombie said Heron Totherov T building the Ruisaro Pelliter that dropped to a dark alley. In the faint light from a few windows, Zombie could see a dark sedan waiting for them. He motioned to the others come in. They climbed down the ladder, peered into the car to make certain it was empty, and piled in. A moment later Zombie guided it from the alley and into the busy Saturday night traffic. "Ik nu maji kwud kami through forest," said Bird. Zombie sped through a red light and drove toward the motel. Bane would be waiting there. Batman smiled. He was list hanimally away from the jail sitting mobile and watching. A dog crawled slowly across a phosphorescent screen that transmitter he'd hidden under the left front fender of digitaway care was working perfectly. Shek knew it would gotten it from the electronics bin in the cave, and Bruce Wayne always bought the best. The gas masks had come from the cave, too. Only the gas itself gave him any problems. He'd had to mix it himself, but again the cave had provided raw ingredients and lab equipment. The formula, he had discovered, he already knew, as he knew praise be to Saint Dumas and the system a dozen suitable formulas. He checked the position of the dot and put the car in gear. Bird, Trog, and Zombie were doing exactly what he planned for them to do, lead him directly to Bane. Bullock, Montoya, Warden Froman from the House of Detention, and Gordon were gathered in Gordon's office. Seatways 11 and who after Bane's stream and had escaped. Bullock blew smoky into Warden Froman's face. "So Hakoni io your voice is dirty. Yawinto explained that." Froman asked. "The bust outweighs ain inside a job had a be. Somebody knew the layout and somebody cut the alarm wires. Sao how sit. Listen fat mangidi our sigarutov mifation jit your face out of my face or what?" Montoya lit a hand in Bullock's arm. "Take it easy, Harv." "Good advice," Gordon said dryly. "You may be right, Sergeant Bullock, and you may not be. Weedn't know enough I to make the can think of at least only other possibility at least tone." Bullock inspected the glowing end of his cigar and grunted. "Bird's body crashed through the cabin window." Bane jumped from his chair and ran to where his aide lay. Bird was breathing, but his clothes were tattered and his face a mass of bruises and blood. Someone had beaten him mercilessly. There was a note pinned to his shirt. "Meet me atop the Neenan building. 10 tonight. Batman." Bane didn't know what time it was. A buddying tequist. "I broke him," Bane said. "E did it once, will do it again, I will do it forever." Bane stepped over Bert's body and left the cabin. Outside, he found Trog and Zombie slumped against the wall of the motel office. There, close were eaten. Zombie was bleeding from a scalp wound. Trig's left eye was swollen shut, and his mouth was a red smear. Zombie looked up at Bane. "It was Batman hejumpetus." "Get in the car," Bane said. 10. Batman moved swiftly and silently up the fire escape. Below him lay an overflowing dumpster in an alley, above, the roof of the Neenan building with a huge electric billboard that overlooked Adams Boulevard at 10 on Saturday night, the busiest avenue in Gotham. People would see him destroy Bane, and yet the battle would be so high off the ground that nobody would be able to interfere, at least not until it was over. By tomorrow morning the city's criminals would know that Batman had destroyed Bane. Batman would again be supreme. And Jean-Paul Valley was Batman. Yuri Surathis is a good idea. Zombie Skadash steered the car off the freeway 8th Adams Boulevard exit. "Yes," Bane said. In the back seat, Trog grunted and wiped his wrist across his bloody mouth. "Ya know there'll be thousands soft people there. Yes, I went them to see before the first time in lie a few saw this time I went through hall. Siditok now broke the botman. We may have problems getting away afterward," Zombie said. "Voil deal with them." Bane's finger shivered near the stood on his arm, but did not touch it. "Not yet." Batman planted small explosive charges in the stairwell and on the top landing of the fire escape. After Bane arrived, if Bane arrived, he would detonate the charges. He and Bane would be alone on the rooftop. He moved to the off the roof and looked down. Gothamites scattered like confetti, coming out of theaters, entering restaurants, pausing to examine store windows, to buy food from cart vendors, to scan billboards. Cars, vans, trucks, bicycles, people on roller skates and skateboards. Shouts, roars, laughter. To Jean-Paul, it was a neon-lit version of hell. Bane left Trog in the alley near the fire escape with a gun and orders to prevent anyone from climbing it. 5 minutes later, he knocked out a night watchman in the lobby of the Neenan building and posted zombie near the entrance to the elevator. Then he entered the elevator and rode it to the top floor. He got out and went up a short, narrow flight of steps, opened a door, and stepped onto the tarred rooftop. He looked around. Garishly colored light from the sign and the signs on adjoining buildings momentarily dazzled him. He squinted, searching for the Batman. Was it possible the fool would not come? Show yourself! Bane shouted. A dark blur against the blaze of color dropped from the top of the sign. I'm here, Batman said. Good, Bane said. Hitoched the student felt the warmth, the strength gush through him. Just before he leapt from the top of the sign, Jean-Paul, who once was Azrael and now was Batman, murmured a special prayer his father had taught him. It worked as it always did, to sharpen his senses and focus his attention. He saw Bane's fingers move to his arm. He noticed a bus leading from the arm to the back of Bane shed. That's a source of power for him. Yuri different, Bane said. Yuri only pretending to Bahim. No, I am Batman, the only Batman. Soon, Bane said slowly, ya will wish ya were not. The thing he touched is in his left arm, so he's right-handed. Batman began gliding to the left. Bane moved with him. Slowly they circled some invisible point between them until Batman raised his gauntlet arm. There was a faint hiss, and 3 darts sprang out and flew toward Bane's throat. Bannerized at his arm, and the darts emptied themselves into a subcutaneous plastic sheath. Batman kicked Bane in the chin. Bane shed snapped and he stepped backward. Batman punched him in the jaw. Bane took another step backward. Then Bane struck back. The blow to Batman's skin was swift and totally unexpected. World tilted and Batman was looking up at the smoky sky. Bane landed atop him and immediately punched him in the face. Batman's mask absorbed some of the blow, but no tena. Ugly flowers suddenly blossomed behind his eyes, and something screeched in his ears. Bane raised his arm for another strike. Batman reached up and cupped a chance around Bane's neck and pulled a dash leverities. Legs upward, Bane tumbled forward and Batman rolled out from under him, up to a standing position. Bane's momentum had taken him to the of Tiruf just as he was scrambling to his feet. Batman kicked him in the chest. Bane teetered and fell backward. When Ed Switzer didn't make his regular Elavino clock call in, Marion Dilby, night captain at Acme Security, Inc., phoned Ed at the Neenan building. After 40 rings, she hung up and got on her radio. Acme was hort-handed that night, so instead of summoning Acme's patrol cars, she called the cops. She told the dispatcher at Gotham PD that the night watchman at the Neenan building wasn't responding. The dispatcher went in the air with it. Harvey Bullock was only 2 blocks from the Neenan building when he heard the alert. What the hell, he muttered and keyed his microphone. Bullock here, he told the dispatcher. A goth Neenan thing. Bane did not fall far. He caught the fire escape and dangled. Batman saw Bane hanging and realized he had forgotten to detonate the charges. He pressed a button on his belt. There were 2 dull explosions. Dust billowed from the wall, where at the top of the fiery escape had been bolted to the brick facade, and the fire escape pulled free and began to fall into the alley. Bane fell with it. He released his grip, dropped 12 feet into an open dumpster, and sank into garbage. I can't let them escape. Batman fixed his line around the base of the sign, tossed the other end over the roof. Sedge grabbed it and rappelled down. He hit the alley just as Bane was climbing from the garbage and saw a second man emerging from the shadows, aiming a gun. No. Bane yelled at Trog Heisman. Trog lowered the gun. Batman leapt at Bane. Bane brought his elbow around but Batman ducked under it and hit Bane in the stomach. As Bane backed away, he reached for the stud on his left forearm. His power source. As Bane touched the stud, Batman grabbed the best hat led from Bane's arm to the back of his head and pulled. A fine mist sprayed from the tube into the empty air. Suddenly the alley was lit by twa bright beams and a hoarse voice commanded freeze. Bullock had steer a disker to Theraroft Neenan building that's where most oft his skells operated, in the back, in the dark. He got there in time to see the guy in the funny suit Batman hurting the other mook. That's when he got on the horn and dialed freeze. Then he pulled his BC and got out off the car. Batman turned to look at Bullock, and the other mook punched Batman in the head. Then the mook took off running. Bullock thought about shooting him and decided not to. Paperwork be bitch, instead got on the horn and called for backup. Bane had to get away. The police couldn't deal with the mask. Whoever the bastard was. Not without venom. He had to get the venom into his brain. But how? He had the drug, there was a vial full of it, strapped to his arm. But how could he put it into his blood? Drink it? Perhaps. That could work, but it would be slow, would have to seep through his stomach and intestines, and it might lose potency in the process. What could he do? Bane ran. He would get away. He would find a doctor who could reattach the tubes. He would flood himself with the sweet warmth. He would find the man in the mask and break his bones one at a time until he was nothing but a sack of agony. There was something ahead. A flight of steps leading up to an elevated train platform. Good. A train could take him away, perhaps take him to the motel cabin where he could rest and think about finding a doctor. He sprinted up the steps and passed a small booth. Someone in the booth yelled at him. Bane continued running until he came to a turnstile. He jumped over it and was on a narrow platform overlooking the train tracks. He looked to the left, to the right. A round light was growing in the darkness, a rumble was becoming louder. A train was approaching. Bane waited until it had screeched into the station and hissed to a stop. Doors slid open and Bane entered a car. The doors slid shut, the brakes hissed, and the train swayed as it moved out of the station. Bane momentarily lost his balance and clutched the overhead rail. A few of the dozen passengers glanced up, briefly surveyed the newcomer, and returned their attention to their magazines, books, newspapers, or the floor. This was Gotham City. Sweaty, battered men in weird clothing were nothing remarkable, particularly late at night. Bane was safe. From a block away, Batman had seen Bane run up the steps, had seen a train coming to a stop. Bane was escaping. He could not permit that. He uttered a prayer to Saint Dumas and scrambled up the steps. He was vaulting over the turnstile as the last car was passing the far end of the platform. He ran and jumped. His fingers closed around a U-shaped bracket, and his toes found purchase on a narrow lagerum of metal under the car's rear door. He peered through a dirty window set in the top half of the door and saw that the car was empty except for a shabby old woman, whose legs were shielded by two overflowing shopping bags. The train dipped sharply to the left as it rounded a curve. Batman clung to the bracket until the trainway sagenu pritepullet at the door hand light wouldn't open. He drew back his gauntlet fist and smashed it through the plexiglass window, which buckled inward and fell to the floor in one piece. Batman squeezed through the opening. Get out to here, woman with the shopping bags at 11. Bullock saw Batman enter the transit station and figured the mook had to be there too. Then he saw the train and knew they'd probably both be in it. He told the dispatcher what he knew. And added the train Zane Express it won't stop till it hits Riverside. Get some uniforms down there to meet. The dispatcher reported Bullock's transmission to Commissioner Gordon. Gordon slammed down the phone. He was shrugging into his overcoat as he trotted to the elevator that would take him to the garage. Police headquarters was only a couple of minutes from Riverside. He could be there when the train arrived. The doors between he cars aren't locked. Batman ran forward until he reached the front of the train. The car was empty except for Bane, who stood gripping a metal pole. Batman lowered his head and charged. His head and shoulders struck Bane, and locked together, they stumbled backward. Batman brought his knee up into Bane's belly and slammed his gauntleted palm up into Bane's skin. The train slowed as it pulled into Riverside Station. Batman's shoulder pressed Bane against the car's center door as he punched Bane's midsection with both fists. A rib cracked. The door slid open and Bane, grunting, fell backward. Batman stepped from the car and stood waiting. Slowly Bane raised himself to one knee and looked up. Batman did not move. Bane lurched to his feet and stumbled away. In 2 strides, Batman caught him, spun him around, and kicked him off the platform to the track bed. Gordon and Bullock burst through a gate and ran to the edge of the platform. They saw Bane lying across the tracks with Batman straddling him, knees bent, arm drawn back, huge fist cocked. "Kilm," Bane whispered, "there is nothing for me now, Kilm. We'll take over now," Gordon called from the platform. Batman's arm trembled. A blow from his gauntlet fist would crack the skull, jelly the brain. "Don't do it," Gordon yelled. "Kilm." "No," Batman said, "Yuri broken Bane a blage te prison can hold the pieces." Batman waited until Gordon and Bullock jumped from the platform to the tracks before turning and walking through the darkness of the tunnel. Later, Batman went to the cave and shed his mask and costume. Then Jean-Paul sat alone in the dark and pondered, why hadn't he killed Bane? Standing above him there on the tracks, fist raised, clean, righteous rage coursing through him, he had been filled with the conviction that killing Bane was a holy kaributhi hadn't. Because that's what Bane wanted, yes, of course death would have been to see Bane ill suffer far more if he lives. Azrael knows only death. Batman can punish in many ways. Jean-Paul smiled. He had his answer. Jean-Paul Valley was no longer Azrael. Jean-Paul Valley was now Batman. But who was Jean-Paul Valley? The late afternoon sun slanted in through the single window, making the largest guest room. In the unsurprisingly bright sun within the light would demand the night chill. Would claim Monk Lee. But for now both the village and the inn it served were warm and pleasant. "Nothing, Master Br. Hemmingford?" asked Alfred, who was no longer pretending to be Charles. Bruce switched off the tape machine he had been listening to for the past hour. "Nothing. Either they renotavera talkative bunker they redoing their conversing away from Mike supplanted." Alfred frowned. Bruce was no longer being Sir Hemmingford except when others were present. A bad sign. Normally, he would have relished the discipline the constant masquerade required. He must be perpetually exhausted. "An alternative plan then?" Alfred asked. "Not yet. In that case, may I suggest dinner you haven't eaten since last night?" "I not really hungry," Bruce snapped. Alfred was not intimidated. "Undoubtedly truandel saquita beside death point you must eat." "Okay, compromise, drop me off at the surveillance point, maybe I can see more than I am hearing anthung o in tatha village and jitsam super bring mazamathing some fruit. All carbohydrates and no protein." Bruce held up a shansin mcsurrender. Okay, be all means protein fish, a fish sandwich and the fruit." "Very well." It was evening when Alfred helped Sir Hemmingford from the car to the clump of trees. Across an open field, they could see Monk Lee Hall, a large, graceless structure of no particular architectural style, entirely black except for disharmonious green trim on the eaves. The sun had gone down, the sky was the colour of pearl and full of crimson streaks. "I shall return within the hour," Alfred promised. Sir Hemmingford Wazel read a scanning Monk Cly Hall through powerful binoculars. "Take your time." Benedict Asp led Yuri Vega into the wine cellar and smiled at his sister. "Nowhere ready for theory altistisp," said Hepointetit metal capst hetrizombald. Unpadded cyclists' helmets resting gonthitable each hay dassingle cable that sprouted from the back and led to a fiberglass case the size of an automobile battery. "Nothing doing," Benny Chandra said. "Colonel Asp said to Vega, "perhaps you would do the honors." Vega crossed to where Jack Drake was tied to a chair. He lifted Drake's left hand and broke the index finger. Drake's facet twisted under the respirator mask and whimpered. "Don't," Chandra pleaded. "Hauna so fi auto agreed recuperate," Asp said, placing gun oft he caps on Chandra shed. "What is this thing?" Chandra asked. "Something the excellent Soviet scientists under Colonel Vega's command developed before his foolish superiors disbanded the Department through his mortoit Yuri. Put under house arrest," Vega said. "Asia make no madir," Asp continued. "Our Russian friend shad quite a healthy interest in the paranormal. They saw it as a possible source of weaponry and did say weary about ta prove them right. Thesa helmets asp put on his capturian storeth energy you. And I know so well. That much has been proven. Colonel Vega believes that once it is stored, it can be amplified and directed. That is what we shall establish tonight." "What do you want me to do?" Chandra's voice was flat and resigned. "Nothing awfully dreadful, I assure you. Simply do what you have done before with such success, Colonel." Vega took out his knife, opened it, and sliced open the top of his left wrist. "Heal him," Asp commanded. Chandra and Asp, eyes closed, skin changing, hands up and circling, humming. Inside her skull, a shriek, as thick, homey fingers jabbed into her brain. "No, Benny, please," she whispered. But the fingers jabbed and tore and twisted. Chandra Shan Sandhead fell and thin sheslipid ta theflo round lay still. "She's dead?" Vega asked. Asp knelt beside Chandra nominally in shock. "She'll recover nicely." "What off these?" Vega held up his left wrist. The cut was a pen and leaking blood. "I'm afraid I'll have a top yet a bandage in it," Asp said. "I'd warn you, you know. The energy got diverted. Now let's go see how effective it was." Vega sucked blood from the cut and fumbled in his pocket for a handkerchief. Alfred shivered. He had decided to leave the car with Sir Hemmingford and walk into Monkley. Now, as he approached the outskirts of the village, he was wishing he had worn a coat. A cold wind was rattling the leaves around him, and his sweater was not proof against it. No tata la well nometer by tofchil woodenar mimandinamanutor he would be at the inn, sipping mulled cider in front of a fire and perhaps enjoying a bit of a chat with the plump proprietress. He would have to hurry, though. Sir Hemmingford was wearing an overcoat, but still in his condition it wouldn't dodo leave him in Thoather for long. Something gways ahead directly in Alfred's path just outside the inn. He drew closey and caught his breath. It was a man, the village constable, his legs tangled in his bicycle frame. The lights from the inn windows shone dully in his open eyes. Alfred didn't need to touch him to know he was dead. Alfred ran the few steps to the inn and went inside. "Hello," he called. "Any da doctor?" There was a powerful smell of frying meat in the air. Alfred dashed into the kitchen. The proprietress was sprawled across the stove, her cheek resting on a skillet. Alfred grabbed her apron string and pulled her off, her body slumped to the floor. "Oh me dear lord," Alfred whispered. He looked around through an old-fashioned dial telephone on the wall near a butcher block. Alfred scurried around the block and stumbled. Another woman was lying in his way, the postmistress. He reached over the body and got the phone. He dialed the operator. After 20 rings, he hung up. Shivering, not with cold this time, he returned to the main room of the inn. He heard a car pass outside and went to the window. A black Jaguar was just rounding one of the main streets. Benz thesame black Jaguar had seen parked in front of Monclai Hall. Master Bruce. Alfred went to the dead constable and, keeping his eyes averted from the corpse, lifted the bicycle he had to pull hard to free it from the constable's legs. Forgive me, he murmured. He mounted the bike and began pedaling toward Monclai Hall. Master Bruce was alone, almost helpless, and Alfred felt certain that whatever monstrous evil was happening in the village originated in that grim, black dwelling. Behind him, there was a dull explosion, the kitchen window of the inn erupted outward, and flames began to curl around its edges. 12. Sir Hemmingford saw Benedict Asp and another, larger man get into the black Jaguar and drive away. Thought could mean to how so as might, but he only opportunity he'd have to search it. But it was a quarter-mile away across open ground in the dark. Only a few months ago, none of this would have been a problem. The dash across the field would have taken only a minute, and he would have negotiated the uneven terrain effortlessly, either by using special lenses or simply relying on his own extraordinary night vision. But now the trek would be painful and slow on foot. In the car parked behind him, it would be much faster and easier. If he could drive the car, which he doubted, so he'd have to travel in his own power. And injured as he was, he might not get to Monclai Hall within the hour, and once there, it would take him even more hours to conduct any kind of search. He could get lucky, of course. Asp and his companion might be gone until tomorrow, and whatever he needed to find something to do with Chandra and Jack Drake, could be in plain sight. But did he dare take the chance? Everything was so complicated. Actions that he once would have taken without thought had to be considered and debated. Alfred. Where was Alfred? Alfred could drive, and keep a watch outside Monclai Hall while Sir Hemmingford conducted at least a cursory search. How long did it take to buy a fish sandwich? He looked at the road to Monclai and saw an orange glow in the sky above the town. A fire. Alfred would want to help, they explained when he wasn't back it. Sir Hemmingford heard the purr of a high-performance engine and put the glasses to his eyes. The Jaguar had returned. Asp and the other man got out. Asp opened the trunk and, with his companion Shelp, removed a woman. Sir Hemmingford had seen enough death to recognize it, even from a distance. Asp and the man carried the body inside. Sir Hemmingford put on his earphones. A moment later. Luke nota mark on her nota cluito testifiesta how shadid. And all done by the power of Tautisp said. You can perform the autopsy yourself, Benedict. A Russian accent. Certainly weighs at the top of my class in medical school. A pity the lady doctor is not able to do it. Chandra haspano fampel helpal reeditonite wouldn't say, lethapurti are have harassed. So Chandra is inside the house. And she is helping Asp. What do you expect offend when you kuderupin Benedict? That shadida accelerated health, her metabolism including her immune system, went into overdrive. The strain kill at her. A horsechucked lethi Russian tumako fagudthing. Exactly, I'm finished with my preliminary examination. Themer detailed autopsy can wait. I'll collecto your ferricomplici and her patient and we can be an way wadanti opak. And sita thikar yuri. Sound of footsteps receding. They were getting ready to leave. With Chandra. With Jack Drake. Where is Alfred? It was ghastly. Alfred had returned to the inn to help with the fire caused by a rupture in the fuel line or some such, no doubt. He got a pail of water from the pump in the yard and took it into the kitchen. Flames were creeping up the wall behind the stove and across the linoleum floor. Alfred flung his pail sword hof water and went to the sink for a refill. 4. More times he emptied the pail, the fire was then contained in a small area around the stove, blocked by wet wallboard and linoleum. Alfred pulled down window curtains and used them to beat out the flames. He stood, panting, covered with soot, trying not to look at the postmistress and the hideously burned proprietress. Where is everyone? Surely, the rest of the villagers must have seen the flames by now. He dropped the curtains and went outside. Looked left and right, up and down. The village was quiet. Hello, he shouted. Could they all be dead? Gripped by a terrible certainty, he trudged toward the nearest house, already knowing what he would find inside, already dreading it. Chandra was adjusting the flow control in Jack Drake's respirator when Aspen to Redth. Cellar. Come, we're leaving our taskerice done. Benny, what did we do? What did I do? Something that will make me one oft herishest men only Artha will buy you one exceptionally nice Christmas gift. I not going, Chandra said. Don't make he mehidi wagain. You promised that we'd cure act Drake. Asp glanced down at Drake. Did he? Has snatched away the respirator, Chandra grabbed. Asp slapped her. Healdy, Chandra cried. If I ujavimion marimament struba I thou will watch take a note sieve. You like a spdang gled the respirator mask in front of Drake's face. Dracois gasping ease. Skin was becoming mottled. All right, I'll do whatever you say, Chandra murmured. That's me girl, ha handed their spirator to Chandran stu das ideas herigetitinto. Play she over Jack Drake's nose and mouth. No whelp me carry him to Thekar, Asp said, unless you'd rather leave him here. Sir Hemmingford could drive. Not well, but he could get where he was going, he couldn't. His legs buthuisable to push Thekar accelerator and brake with onufis gainsash. Steered with the other hand, he bumped along Thuader Cofter road, hoping he'd meet someone, preferably Alfred or a constable, but anyone would do. The road was deserted. Stopping was awkward. Trying to shift into neutral as he steadied the wheel with an elbow and jabbed at the brake, he momentarily lost control. The gears shrieked, and the car lurched to a stop 50 yards from Monkley Hall. A front tire slid into a ditch, and the entire car canted sharply to the right. Every fly remember at all the times as Bruce Wayne he'd faked bad driving. Sir Hemmingford got out and leaned heavily on his canes. Only about 50 yards. Nothing but cake. Move forward. Put a cane out in front, lean on it, pivot, swinging the opposite side of the body. Forward, put the other cane in front, lean, pivot, swing. Only 50 yards. Ahead he saw Asp and the Russian carry out something wrapped in a rug that had to be the corpse and dump it in the trunk of the Jaguar. Lean, pivot, swing. The Russian got into the driver's seat as Asp vanished into the house again. Only about 20 yards now. Asp reappeared. He and a woman were supporting Jack Drake between them. The woman was Chandra. Tall, stately, dark skin glistening in the light from the open door. Unmistakably Chandra Kinsolving. Lean, pivot, swing. 10 yards. I say, where at the bloody hell's the path to the Angato? Sir Hemmingford shouted, getting. So man can te depend on anything nothing glando forefathers do you know? E haven't for old full, Asp said. Sir Hemmingford craned his neck forward and squinted. Dr. Kinsolving, isn't it? Do you remember, we met in Thestatas in Jathamcity? Chandra continued walking. Bruce had to communicate with Harigardals oft herisk hespoki in his normal voice. You wondered how many women doctors Ida said a certain linean. Chandra halted and stared at him. You, Bruce? Ya know this man? Asp demanded. Mistaken identity, Chandra said. Chandra, if he should you against our will speak out, Bruce said. Whoever you are, let me make it quite clear, MRASP and I are old friends. I am his willing business partner. Do you understand? The Russian said. What is the trouble? No trouble, Chandra said. Yuri, perhaps you'd care to deal with this imbecile, said. Vega stepped behind Bruce and wrapped a beefy forearm around his neck. Chandra and ASP, with Jack Drake still between them, moved toward the Jaguar. Bruce brought one of his canes back beneath his elbow and into Vega's belly. Vega's grip loosened and Bruce hooked. Cane around the Russian sang clean fell forward, pulling Vega's leg from under him. Bruce broke his fall with a forearm and rolled with his momentum as Vega pitched backward and hit the grass. ASP was opening the rear door of the Jaguar 10 feet from Bruce's head. Chandra was supporting Drake alone. Can't let them leave with Drake good to chance hurting him. Bruce hooked the other cane around Drake's gaff and Pula. Drake slipped from Chandra's grasp and fell sideways onto the lawn. Vega was on his hands and knees, crawling toward Bruce. Bruce flipped a cane, got an overhand grip, and drove a Thesmalan into Vegascan. Let them go, Chandra saying. Let who go? Drake? Vega was hakingisht. Bruce jabed first his left cane into Vegas templeen, then his right. From the top of his vision he could see Asp's legs disappearing into the left side of the Jaguar. A car door slammed and an engine rumbled. Vegas' elbows bent, his face hit the grass with legs straightened and he lay still. Tires spun on gravel, and the Jaguar roared away. Bruce tried to roll over and couldn't. It wasn't the pain, he could enter into the pain and get past it, the way the Korean master Kirigi had taught him long ago. It was the body cast. It was imprisoning him. Bruce grasped a tuft of grass and pulled himself onto his stomach. He inched forward, dragging his legs until he could touch the side of Drake's neck. Hesh who'd have felt a pulse. But didn't he? Can't sec per contigat in the correct position the damn cast. Drake's respirator mask on querlying next to his shoulder. Bruce put the mask in position. Come in, Jack, breathe, you can do it. Something that was tan and crimson burst in front of Bruce's eyes and fatigue coursed through him. Can't he pass out? Note Hwilla, Drake has a chance. From far away, from the bottom of some well somewhere, Master Bruce. Another tan and crimson burst, flaring past the edge of his vision and slowly receding, congealing into a nose, a thin mustache. Master Bruce. Alfred? Maybe not. Probably an hallucination. But maybe not. Just in case, Alfred Jack needs help. Doctor, the village. What was Alfred saying? Nobody in Monkley? Was that it? Someone coughed. He's alive, Alfred said. Bruce started to protest. Of course I'm alive. Then he realized that Jack Drake had coughed. That Alfred meant Jack Drake. It was okay to pass out now. 13. The doctors seem cautiously optimistic, Alfred said across an ocean's event house and miles away. Tim Drake, he's iad and relaxedis grip on the phone. Did they say when he can come home? No, but I shouldn't imagine it will be na time soon. Alfred said he was lounging in an overstuffed chair in the penthouse suite of a London hotel, holding the telephone in one hand. And data cup in theatre. You have to remember he has been through quite an ordeal. But he's okay. All things considered, he's doing remarkably well, Alfred said. What about Bruce? He's in the hospital room next to your father. His back, is it worse? Alfred hesitated before replying. Let him just say that he's certainly not better now that he has rescued your father. We can hope that he will entrust the fate of Dr. Kinsolving to others. Behave sanely and take care of himself. Tell him he'd better Gotham need shim. Alfred sipped a wick. Brings us to another topic. How is Jean Paul faring? Well, the transatlantic line hist finally Tim's aid. He's real effective. Thought dus not exact lions or Christian Timothy. Identino auto said his English sentences are some at times generally acceptable. Alfred de think he may balloony. Alfred put down his teacup and frowned en a particulariason. A lot of things when he's atonic he's really brutal, almost sadistic, and latterly he's gotten really secretive. He's always going gut alone. He won't tell me where he shed der. Even wath's working gone. I suppose machoft hat may be normal jeventha stress gemost bunder. But the distant all he's shut me out oft cave. Bajorperdin. He's blocked off the entrance from the cistern the carantrons can only be opened from the inside or by code. Is the tal? Alfred said. I've saved the best for last or may by mean to worst. Anyway he's nailed Baines and thumb. To jail. I suppose you should celebrate. Alfred Bruce told Jean Paul to stay away from Bain. I am well aware of that. You think you should tell Bruce? It was Schick knew Tim. Alfred heard Tim break the connection and stared at the phone for a full minute before hanging up. A primly efficient nurse was helping Bruce Wayne button his shirt when Dr. Rogers Holder entered the examination room, holding a sheaf of papers. Herdington Mr. Bruce Wayne. Dr. Holder spoke with a thick Yorkshire accent he weighs in his 50s, mostly bald, thin, wearing heavy glasses and a lab coat. A stethoscope dangled from his neck. Arathos Marie test results. Bruce sked nodding toward the papers. Your beauty you haven't answered me questionnario hurting. Yes I am. Well best get a said toit because that's what thirstophio your life you will likely be all about. Pain. And a brought it on yourself you full Wayne and arrogant over manid irresponsible. Fool. The nurse glanced at Bruce and bustled away. It take ye the prognosis is not favorable Dr. Holder. It could have been if I had acted sane lie when you first injured yourself if I had stayed home and minded a good physician. But no. Not you. Not the Gotham City playboy. You had to traipse around the world doing heaven knows what pleasuring yourself I shouldn't doubt. What I did was not much fun. Dr. Holder slammed the papers down unatable top Uascus the prognosis favorable, no. Siritis not I'd saw ye of a dio yourself to life off pain and paralysis. Is theory anything I can do? A doctor could do. Perhaps they ve had some success with transplanted fetal tissue in spinal trauma cases. Get yourself to a good surgeon and let him go to work. Do it immediately today and there. Might be chance wait even a weekend. Thank you doctor. I didn't want your bloody thanks. The nurse re-entered and helped Bruce finish dressing. Alfred covered Bruce with a blanket and crossed the room to telephone Ishal Chekis. Out of here at once. While the staff is preparing the bill, I shall charter an airplane. We can be back in Gotham City by this evening. I shall have someone from the hospital waiting. We're not going home Bruce said. But Dr. Holder said. We're staying until the job is done. But you've accomplished what you set out to do Jack Drake is safe you rescued him. Alfred slung face o pitying but this voice held an ode of outrage no take care fio yourself. Let's O'Neil's finish it. Pathetameth that someone else got started Bruce said slowly mer lives wood belost. Maybe a lot more. Have you forgotten Moncly? Of course not now Alfred sounded angry. That quaint English village became charnalaus within seconds because of Benedict. A spand Chandra kinsolving. Alfred went to the window and stared down at the bustling midday traffic in the street below. That's what's really driving wasn't it? Dr. Kinsolving you feel betrayed shows a woman. You had committo. Love, maybe I didn't know I haven't that much experience with love beauty don't know I was on my way to tell her everything when she and Jack Drake were kidnapped. Only she wasn't kidnapped, was she? She was part of it, part of whatever put all those bodies on the streets of Moncly. You may be judging her too harshly. No I not haven tigat evidence I thought would convict her in a court of flobetiden thave. To have a thought kind of vidence I know to judge or alloy or revenaka behave a luxury of. Being able to decide for myself. Some would question your softward luxury. Thought would be dear privilege. Have you ever wondered why as bothered with Mr. Drake? Alfred asked Wistajathy. Abduction, Whitted Tidrican solving simpligatos bon heron. We'll have the answer to thought when we find kinsolving. Chandra had driven only a few miles when as bordered her to pull over note until Wariak. A police station, Chandra said. ASP produced a small leather case from his pocket. He removed a hypodermic needle from it. And, without warning, jabbed it into Chandra's shoulder. It should hit you in a few seconds. ASP said casually, it's a quite potent hallucinogen, quite potent. Makes LSD seem like aspirin. If I today like to continue driving, well, the trip will be most interesting. I wonder how many innocent people it'll kill. Suddenly there were 8 different roads in front of the windshield, in 8 different colors. Skewing in 8 different directions. Chandra stopped the car. I suggest you climb into the backseat and enjoy yourself, ASP said. But Chandra did not enjoy herself, and was not enjoying herself now. She was in a cottage. Somewhere, she thought, in Scotland. But she did not know why she thought she was in Scotland, something she had heard or seen while she had been hallucinating, perhaps. Hours later, as she was coming off the drug, when the world was again more or less solid and normalis, Fad hurried here into his room and bound her to chair. Then he'd gonna attend to the car, leaving Chandra to ponder the mistakes she'd made. The worst had been abandoning Bruce, if that was Brucey under those whiskers she'd made. An instant decision, the kind she was no good at based on sketchy information. Jack Drake needed more medicine than Chandra had available, more than ASP was going to allow her. Bruce just might have a chance against the Russian, but not against Vega and ASP. So when Fad climbed into the seat next to her and ordered her to drive, she had thinking she'd go only as far as the first place she could to get help for Bruce and Jack Drake and a constable. For a Spandvga, but they'd met noon and Therod, and again she'd underestimated ASP. She should have known that they'd have a weapon, if not a gun, then the hypodermic he did have. Chandra strained her wrists against the loops of rope around them. There was some play. As Fadonia's Lapiyab of tying here up if he'd begun at just 10 minutes. She looked out the window. She was pretty sure the sky was darkening, only pretty sure. Because she had seen the sky do many bizarre and ugly things recently. How long had they been driving? At least 8 hours. For Hera Preview Fastener Cedernitius Pastth. Window and, a moment later, entered the cottage. Chandra tugged at the ropes. Her left wrist was half free. What next, Benny? Chandra asked. Fists, whips, thumbscrews, something Javanestier? Because I want cooperate with you now. Thought you can't threaten me with Jack Drake's death. Asp grinned. Me dear Chandra, wound me with the our accusations how many times must it tell you? Dash. He grabbed her hair and forced her head back, then lowered his face until it was almost touching hers. I abhor violence. If Simeon can hurt you back, he noticed at how quickly you abandoned dio your friend Ura when he was getting beat up. Chandra Asp chuckled. Sir Hemmingford graded mesmal service a theory was finished with Barish Uri. I had what I wanted from him, the amplifiers. One way or another he and I would have parted company with an odd air toy. Didn't he particularly want to kill Hyman? Thinks to Greya, didn't they've to I say it again? I abhor violence. But not so much that I will hesitate to use it, dear sister. I will prevail. And when I do, I will be able to demand anything from anyone on earth, because I will be able to kill at a distance, and there will be nothing that can stop mighty Samathing Gomli Godskud aspire tuntil na. Duis thward Mgalamaniac havi animianan foria Benny. Chandra could feel her own warm blood on her wrist and hand. She had torn away skin. But the loops were at her knuckles. Only a bit more. Then her hand was free. She was still partially bound to the chair, but her left hand was loose. As Chandra was getting to her feet, she lifted and swung the chair asp shut it connected. The high back snapped off at the impact, and the last of Chandra's bonds fell to the floor. ASP was glassy-eyed, blinking, rubbing the place where the chair had struck him. Chandra bolted for the door, opened it, and faced a huge man, almost 7 feet tall. He had a jagged scar across his forehead. He wore round glasses tinted dark blue, a black, sleeveless t-shirt, and black jeans. He hit her. Silly slut isp said looking down at her die thou think I'd leaveth his room unguarded, this is Fritz, a valued associate from my drug-running days. I arranged for him to meet us here. The day before last Fritz this is me sister Sandra beauty of ve already met. Asp grabbed Chandra Sharon dragged her to another chair with Fritz shelfie again. Bound her. Fritz tested the knots, they were secure and tight. ASP left the room and returned with a small leather case. He took a hypodermic from it. I've been to thought show Chandra said don't you have any other tricks? Ami Dirthas is another trick entirely during my year say saw supplier of custom pharmaceuticals, I experimented with a great many compounds. You will remember that I am a genius and consequently I wasn't commonly successful naughties dash he held up the needle begona truth serum Samelid American customers found Otherus as foritite is quite excellent at neutralizing willpower. ASP injected Chandra with the drug. Waiting for it to become effective, he said. Conversationally pity we lost Drake we might have gotten another couple of days off him before we lost him permanently. But he was in sorry shape. Sooner or later, I would have had to find another way past your inhibitions. Why didn't you us drug from the beginning? Chandrafaltas thof shori speaking. Through a mouthful of molasses. The gallant lady seeks to combat militale pharmaceutical miracluith conversation. Asp cried Andy generous fellow that I am, see no reason to deny her. Well, Drake was a target of opportunity, dear sister. You were with him when my associates found you. It would have been wasteful not to eat him. Chandra struggled to form words Shawanteto say how dio olocatum. How to deal ocatio, is that the question? The inseris nodiously 4 years I urged. For my beloved sibling, on and off. But other matters kept distracting me. Finally I followed a few suggestions saw furies and my associates were able to trace you know the rest. Chandra strained against the ropes. Asp turned to Fritz there some matter I wish you dat and to an English nobleman sir. Hemmingford Grey. He apparently knows my dear sister, and he was instrumental in freeing Drake. He is obviously not the twit he pretends to be. I consider him a danger. See if you can find him. Then what? Eliminate him. Chandra slumped in her chair. 14. Bruce finished pasting the matonchop whiskers onto his face. He had already dyed his hair. And insert the cheek pads Sir Hemmingford Levy's he murmured. I thought we had retired Sir Hemmingford Alfred said. In Sir Hemmingford's voice Bruce said no to by tofa told dog Sir Hemmite still buse fooled to. Ustantino, for nothing if the Anquena had drawn teth shouse third be apother. In the tabloids. Wayne the billionaire is news whilst Sir Hem is just another dotty British eccentric. He smiled Sir Hemmingford sug smiley into the mirror round picket up a telephone. Calling Master Timothy. Alfred asked. Righto scathimto do spot of work formatantino. In phone hello Tim. House midad. Tim Drakey asked from Savent House and miles away doing well doctors. Harrisay has a good chance we'll keep you posted. I haven't thanked you for saving him. Not necessary lad. About that information you asked Matajidi Hackett and Tothi Med Shul records send. Learned that Chandras Namisen Chandrikin Solvanjit Sandrasplan she's from a little town upstate called Slag Lake. She was adopted when she was 6 by Mr. and Mrs. Amos. Asplan MRS Asplin Istalala Vestaliving in Slag Lake. Very good, we'll be in touch. May I speak to him? Alfred asked. Sir Hemmingford handed him the phone. Timothy, hello lad, how wise of everything? Jean Polyomian, I haven't seen him against she's locked in the cave. Na news is good news I'll be in touch cheers lad. Alfred gave the phone back to Sir Hemmingford. Anything gels in your mind, lad? Sir Hemmingford asked. Not a lot. Some things against they'll keep till I see you again. Not a sort of matter you'd care to discuss in an open line at 80. I guess not, Tim murmured. Righto, keep well. As Sir Hemmingford was cradling the receiver, he glanced into the mirror. He'd said to put on his disguise and saw a man wearing a ski mask lifting a handgun. He flung the phone sideways, ripping the cord from the length. The process on dialed Alfred down. The phone crashed through the window and hit the gunman in the face. Sir Hemmingford hobbled to the window in time to see the gunman top a fence and vanish into the next yard. He hung one of his canes over his left wrist and grasped his ribs with his right hand. "You've hurt yourself," Alfred said. "Not now, there maybe others call the police." Sir Hemmingford, pale and trembling, followed Alfred into the hall, which had no outside windows, and sat while Alfred spoke to a desk sergeant. "Your man failed." Benedict ASP shook his head. "He's a good man," Fritz said angrily. "Not good enough, evidently. There's another possibility." "Is there?" A sprays Dania brow. "Maybe this Hemmingford guy is better than he all looks from what he out told me hand ledth. Ruskatu. You have a point, said Avra. Good point, Sir Hemmingford Grey is much more. Then he pierced ob hisen point off actot anger tom hu en to here Chandrale. Handcuffed to a bedpost and looked down at her. She was unconscious, breathing heavily. Thruff Hermuth, her dark skin listened with a patina of sweat. "Perhaps, dear sister. Sandra here is the answer to Sir Hemmingford Grey." Bruce Wayne glanced briefly at the lights of Gotham City from the window of the Learjet. Then turned to Alfred and said, "We'll get him in Gotham tonight and near Ly Starto. Slag Lakey and Themmerning. May I ask why we're not returning to the manor? For an athinjit sun the other side off town way out o 4-way for an otherridden twant. Jean Paul to feel weary intruding gon him. You didn't he give him the house?" "No, Alfred, but I want him to have a free hand at least until he feels easy in his new job. I never thought of being Batman as a job. Vocation, mission, hobby, whatever. What do I hope it accomplish in Slag Lake? We've at a brick wall going forward, Sal go backward to Herr Chandra or Sandra. Began sometimes to hear exactly at the present and the past. The story of your life," Alfred said dryly. Chandra twisted in the chair, straining against the ropes that bound her, eyes squeezed shut. Teeth clenched. "Remember me, little Sandra," said. "Remember the house in Slag Lake. Pretty little white house with a wide front porch and a green lawn and a picket fence. And our dear mother, Minnie Asplin. Thin woman wearing a faded house dress, always twisting her fingers nervously or tugging at the ends of her brown hair, always apologizing. And most of all, remember Daddy dear, Amos Asplin. Almost as thin as Minnie, shiny black hair slicked back, three-piece suit neatly pressed, gold rimmed glasses glittering. Remember how he weighs Apolero T common at Yak Divine Church Affairs and Throttery. And the town council. Remember how everyone admired him, praised his generosity and kindness, particularly his kindness in adopting a little black child from the city, providing a homey and all the benefits of life in an ideal American community. I remember, Chandra said. Remember how he would beat one scream name at you dirty pickaninny slut you. Hated him. Remember the time I tried to interfere and he pushed me away? I hit my head on Thetaba and he said Servagia right and Minnie just stood there doing nothing as usual. You had her too. Yes, Chandra murmured. Latiriao tried to help me, you touch at thikut on my head and at first nothing happened. But then, kneeling by her little white brother, dabbing at his tear-stained cheeks with the hem of her dress, Sandra put her finger on the ugly cut just above his hairline and connected, Chandra murmured, and as my letaged the corners off her lips. Felt their minds rush together like separate streams of water melding into one and become energized. Chandra solwideened. Theech soft Benny skindrew close and knitted together. And then one day he came in with the whip. Do you remember what happened next? Sandra. Chandra bit her lower lip. A thin trickle of blood slid down her chin. That cut on the boy shed hela dry tup mini Asplin told Bruce Wayne and Alfred. Goon Bruce said. They were in the living room of Tasplin's white frame house in Slaglock. Bruce occupied a large, worn easy chair with lace doilies on the arms. Alfred sat on one end of an equally worn sofa, and Minnie Asplin perched on the front edge of a wooden rocker. Her fingers twisted nervously as she spoke. Pretty soon they wa shieling gother folkshire bouts. Minnie said got kit reputation for it. Seems like neither one could do much alone, but when they put their red stochther. Well zomies kala did a miracle core samashi hate did said it ways an abomination said. It was the devil's work hebby the girl worse never. Alfred regarded Minnie Asplin. She's lonely. She's glad to have someone to talk to even potential enemies. May I ask who you did not interfere with such barbarity? He asked. Them day saw if Donia's husband told her. Mrs. Asplin forgive Bruce said, but Mrs. Asplin was obviously racist. So hided. Adopt a black child. What if Annalie figured it washa wanted Simeon could feel good about hurting feel. Reicheszinga Belton something hate hot way civil. Alfred Boutished good lord he murmured. What finally happened to him? Bruce asked. Onada he was meaner najul he come in with an old buggy whiff found somewhere. Said he was going to take the skin off her. He goes into the bedroom where the two of them was and he raises that whip and all of a sudden he grabs his chest and just keels over. Dead. A sad O'Neil he was. Minnie stared at the carpet, rocking gently. After a minute Bruce said quietly Anthan. Sandra show scared she swore she never use what she call at her power again pretty. Soon she run away. I got a card from her years later. She wrote as how she changed her name. And ganito medical shul. What about the boy? Bruce asked. He run away a couple of days after Sandra and Eva heard a word from a Tino of. He's alive or dead? Alfred glanced at Bruce. Bruce shook his head no. Suddenly Minnie stopped rocking. Her thin hands went to her chest and she started to stand. Mrs. Asplin, said Alfred alsoracing. Minnie's legs folded and she sat on thermof rock around when it ever turned under her. Weight, fell to the floor. Her left leg twitched twice, and she lay still. Alfred knelt next to her and put his finger on a thin wrist. He looked to where Bruce was still sitting in Theosicker. She's dead, Master Bruce. Just like the people in Monkly, Bruce said. 15. Way did it, Benedictus said, clapping his hands. No, we did. I could feel it. Heel ain't. Overround kissed Chandra on the cheek. She did not respond. Her eyes remained closed. He was sure you had the hate in you yet. I just had to get past our saliso perigo. Exactly what didido. Fritziskt removing thipshina cap from Ishtisp said. Wekuled the old witch justice wekuled her span 20 years ago only tistamu. Did it from Savent house and miles away. That's good do. Esprit moved Chandra's gap very good. Eventually, it will make us very rich men. The richest in history, in point of fact. First, however, we have one more annoyance to take care of. It's name Isha Minford Grey. Bruce Wayne used the car phone and Atex as drawl to Thesla Lake Sharif's office and report a death in the Asplin house. I feel dreadful just leaving her like that, Alfred said from the front seat. Metug Bruce said, Butharuus nothing we could do for her. The funeral home will get a large anonymous donation to pay for her funeral. The car was passing a sign which read, Leaving Slag Lake, have a nice day. Alfred stepped on the gas. Bruce removed a laptop computer from a leather case, plugged it into a telephone jack, and began tapping the keys. Getting something from Master Tim? Alfred asked. A computer feed. Another modern miracle. Master Timothy operates a keyboard in Gotham and you share their salts in a speeding automobile at 200 miles away. The also have indoor toilets thesadays, Bruce said. Bruce adjusteth brightness control on the computer screen Tim's gotten a maken. Benedict ASP. His real name is Asplin, of course. Benjamin Asplin. Adopted at age 3 by Mrand Mrs Amos Asplin. Evidently not for the same reason his sister was. True old Amos apparently wasn't into beating white children. Benjamin has quite a history. Brilliant student. IQ of 180. But he flunked out of medical school after he was caught selling organs from fresh corpses. Charming. Next the seems to have gotten into the designer drug business he was also involved with. The Russian KGB. The CIA thinks he spent time at their parapsychology lab in Moscow. Then he vanished for a dozen or so years. The feds assumed he was dead. Master Bruce at the various authorities seem to have alive lie interest in these asp have consider giving them what you've learned anonymously of course and letting them deal with him. Bruce was silent. Still Fred and Gabudi are kinsolvingerwi. Alfred I considered his discussion closed. Aspfit the capto Chandra shed umayas well relax Sandra ordoya steel prefer. Chandra. Please Benny note again note after the slaughter in that village. Ah you know about that. Aspad just a dask and cape on his own head. At the time I just knew we done smthinch horrible lattery heard you telling Simeon. A buddy. A conversation I had with Fritz when I thought you were asleep. ASP was holding a hypodermic needle up in front of his eyes. He tapped it with a fingernail and squirted a tiny jet of liquid from the Andari will so aware of how we took a long overdue revenge on mother dearest. Yes I could feel hurty. Yes pleasant wasn't it? ASP jabbed the needline to Chandra's shoulder and thumbed the plunger. Benny please. Y'all loved who tweeted ta the old witch asp said it's a methinge of wanted for years. No. Yes you hated her you had to Asia hate the old man. It didn't want to kill them. Beauty you did, little Sandronsami very deep inside you grateful to forgiven you. The opportunity. A roaring. She was in a black tunnel and wind was roaring around her, past her, through her. In the wind she heard Benny's voice, his accusation you did, little Sandra dash and she screamed no but Shoasant Surian yon could hear. Beauty's Sandra yes indeed you have an anger inside you out hats all the stronger for being Sowell hidden. The tunnel changed from black to a fierce red, became a long tube of fire, and flames licked into Sandra's heart, and she knew that what Benny was saying was true. Now said ASP we turn our attention to Sir Hemmingford Grey whom we met briefly outside the house at Monkley. Chandra's lips formed toward Bruce. Hinuia he obviously realized I were in danger. Did he? He could have rescued you. But didn't the tree? Instead he bandani diu as your natural mother and father abandoni diu. And he lied to me. He lied about who he was. Lied from the very beginning. He expected me to believe his lies about being weak. They had no right to abandon you. He had no right to abandon you. He had no right to lie to me. You hate him for that. Do I? Latiner Jaiporidafiu. No, not hate. Not for Bruce. Let it come to me so I can amplify tan transform it and send it to Sir Hemmingford Grey. Bruce Wayne. She saw him, as clearly as if he were standing in front of her, and felt a surge of emotion. Love? Yes. Something she had always believed in, but had never experienced. But no, she cried because Bruce was disintegrating. His face was separating into sharp-edged pieces and the pieces were flying apart, as though he were a jigsaw puzzle suddenly caught in a high wind. And then there was nothing except a dreary room in a dreary cottage and Benny Asplin wearing a ridiculous beanie. Master Bruce Siri will write. Bruce had suddenly stopped as Alfred was helping him from the car, leaned on his canes, and gazed with empty eyes at the sidewalk. Hey! Hemat Alfred starry and smiled. Sorry, I must have as owned out he began to limp. Toward the entrance to a hotel where Wayne Industries kept a suite, I flashed on our fictitious friend, Sir Hemmingford. I have this odd feeling that if he existed. They passed through the revolving doors into the lobby. He would have deed, Bruce concluded. Chandra's head had fallen onto her chest. She okay? Fritz asked. Yes, these a little brain gymnastics apparently take a load out off her, Asp said personally. I find theme invigorating. Yeah, well, how did go? Iden Trielanoe Haviano feeling that something didn't work when we directed her. Attentions to mother dearest, I was sure, the crone croaked. But Grey, I wish I could be sure. Ah well, we are in terra incognita. Who can guess what a particular feeling means? I have other matters to attend to, specifically the acquisition of $50 billion. And possibly the murder of a world leader. 16. The elevator doors had just slid open when Bruce felt the pain. His left knee buckled, and for a moment he teetered on his canes before he lost the center of gravity and toppled to the rug. Master Bruce, Alfred said, kneeling beside him. What's wrong? Don Tino, Bruce said through clenched teeth, trouble standing. I'll get you out of a hospital immediately. Alfred scurried to the door of the suite, opened it with a key from his ring, and entered and used the telephone in the foyer. Within a minute, 2 uniformed hotelmen and a detective in a shiny blue suit were next to Alfred, hovering over Bruce. But there was nothing any of them could do. A quarter of an hour later, paramedics from Central Medical Center arrived. Smiling and murmuring encouraging words, they carefully put Bruce onto a stretcher and took him down to the lobby and out to a waiting ambulance. One of them, a blonde light heavyweight with freckles named Jimmy, remained with him as outside, a siren howled and the ambulance crept through midtown traffic. Hey Mr. Wainu, gotten a problem here, Jim, I said cheerily. Justro Utan Uregana. Be on your feet tomorrow next day at latest. If Chandra were waiting for me at the hospital, I might believe that. Then, shocked, Bruce remembered. Chandra isn't a healer anymore, she's a murderer, a mass murderer, and then can't think about that, got to deal with the present, get control off breathing, focus on the pain. Stop fighting and let it happen. He was transferred onto a gurney and hustled through a corridor that smelled of antiseptic. A young man in thick glasses rolled up his sleeve and laid a needle against his upper arm. Is that necessary? Bruce asked. The pain's under control. Just relax, the unman said as the needle stung Bruce's flesh and Thuna received away. Andra turned and went away, Zaviral Tamizan what some part of Bruce's mind Nuera. The next several days, he could have fought the drugs successfully. That was a trick he'd learned from several mentors, but he chose not to, and he didn't know the pain was present, but not bothersome, and, anyway, not under his control. Finally, shapes hardened and colors muted. He stopped drifting through a non-place and felt the crispness of the sheets over him and under him, the firmness of the mattress. The unmanan the glasses entered. Theraman smiled. Dr. Hornaday we already met beauty who might not remember. You told me Torlax, Bruce said. Edid did good well. What's the prognosis? Brucey skadandal most added, give it to me straight, doc. I wish he had better news, Mr. Wayne. I have feeling that I'm going to wish that too. But the truth is that our back was broken and they don't know thing to help the healing process. You're not the first doctor to tell me that, but at least Hornade wasn't furious as Holder had been. Rather, young Dr. Hornaday seemed bemused. Bottom line, it doesn't look good. I'm ordering you to stay in bed until we work out a treatment plan. Seems reasonable. If I want anything, books, television, tapes, whatever, just let the nursec know. I'll have man Alfred bring some things. As long gashido as he bring roller skates. I'll try to dissuade him. At the door, Hornaday turned and said, I'm glad you've kept your sense of humor, Mr. Wayne. It'll help, but please don't take dio yourself, your condition is serious. Noted Dr. And thinks. So he'd have it a lethy trail jit cold decay he would, and when he was recovered he'd find it again more than on sea he'd locate the fugitive be following all at that ways years old when he got it. ASP and Chandra would have to be somewhere on the planet, and as long as that ways true they wouldn't be able to hide from him. Meanwhile he hadn't read a book that had nothing to do with a pending investigation in years, nor had he seen a movie or a television program purely for pleasure he'd seize enforced leisure to discover what being ordinary could feel like. His only fear was that he might enjoy it. Reported gunshots, possible domestic disturbance, horror reduced to the formality of a police radio dispatch. A man, a woman, 3 children. The patrolman who had answered that innocuous call had found all 5 slaughtered. Someone had changed their neat, well kept suburban home into a butcher's shop. Batman had been busy with other matters with a small-time hood named Roggy Bennett. When the cops first got the report, he waited to see Roggy loaded into an ambulance and then returned to the cave where, as he did every night, he listened to tapes of radio traffic. The usual stuff: robbery, assault, arson, burglary, and yes, murder, he was used to hearing it and resigned to being unable to do anything about most of it. But the slaughter of an entire family, even for Gotham, that was horrifying. The kind of crime that Bruce Wayne would have certainly taken as a challenge. So Jean-Paul Valley would, too. But he needed more information. Cal Gordon thought would probably do Gordon's manner had been chilly lately. Better to get in touch with that fat detective, Bullock. Harvey Bullock. Harvey Bullock seemed to like this new Batman. Batman stir sign frequent conversations with Bullock were a he's in human contacts since he'd exiled Robin. He never left the cave during the day. He could sustain himself with emergency rations Wayne had stored, dried fruits, grains, vitamin pills. The cave itself supplied water, a cool subterranean stream that widened occasionally into small pools, trickled from one end to the other. He could bathe in the pools, and that was all the washing he needed to do. He saw no reason to launder his clothes, nor to shave, nor cut or comb his hair. His father had taught him, again and again, that mere amusements, theater, television, music were not worthy. They had never been part of his existence, and so he did not miss them. He didn't miss friends either. He never hated. He understood loneliness only as an abstraction. He was pleased with himself, certain that as Batman he was serving everything that was righteous. Without any awareness the thought speak and gall out he began a familiar prayer: I vow to walk the path of virtue each night of my life. Then do you forsake me? Jean-Paul whirled. Who had spoken? Who was in the cave with him? Oh, faithless in there, in the shadows, a figure in medieval armor glowed with an inner light. A familiar figure. Father. Jean-Paul breathed. Hugo Bigoti was dead. I am his father and your father and father to all who walk in righteousness. Saint Dumas. The figure glowed brighter. Widow Yudni mebi dawning the monta eo fanatherman. Identino audio mean. Saint Dumas swept his hand downward, a swift, slashing motion. The monta eo fanatherman. Jean-Paul looked down at the costume he wore. First he swear allegiance to his Bruce Wayne. And ever swore dash. Silence, first Wayne and now these Bullock. Jean-Paul was in his knees, his downcast hands clasped only to jet in formation. Bullock is nothing. I don't like him. Jean-Paul struggled to find the words that would convince the Saint of his innocence. He's fate and smells bad ideal with him on little better surveyu. Now st Dumas voice softer almost kindly would that thighs were a true itis. Perhaps. I will obey you anything you say. Yes, and now the saint's voice deep soothing continues. Je arbit Hermuel. My son, what you do is in the final reckoning a test. Remember, Azrael does not protect. Azrael does not preserve. Azrael avenges. Atist, what do you mean? Butharuus norpleon lie a distant drip of water and affant. Slapping that might have been the sound off bat swings. Jean Paul raised his eyes. Again alone in the cave. He remained kneeling for almost an hour, eyes closed, trying to fathom what had been said. To him, it was confusing, contradictory. Only one thing seemed clear: continue as you are. They. Saint had given him permission to visit Harvey Bullock. Then something seemed to explode in the center of his brain. What if the Saint's visitation had been an hallucination? What if he had been giving himself permission to do what his own corrupt, selfish ego wanted to do? What if there was no saintdom? Suddenly he was certain he could feel his body disintegrating, each atom separating and spinning away from its mates, leaving only a void. But the feeling passed. He opened his eyes and saw himself solid and intact, and he laughed at his moment of doubt. Harvey Bullock's neighbors often complained of cigars. One visitor was inside the front door of his apartment building. It was possible to smell them. No, impossible not to smell. As the visitor climbed the steps toward Harvey's third floor unit, the smell got stronger. Until, standing on his worn and filthy welcome mat, pressing his buzzer, the odor congealed. In the visitor cynicis and the expendento fill first the visitor shed then his body and finally the universe. So the neighbors bitched. And Harvey flashed his badge and hinted that in about 2 seconds flat heck could have anybody in Gotham City tossed out of their apartment. And on the street he'd hold up a pair of stubby dirt encrusted fingers. 2 seconds he'd sigh grinning. Batman was shaving trouble breathing. Gash entered Bullock's place through a fire escape window. He remembered his father's description of hell and wondered if the sulphurous pit stank like this. It was 4 in the morning, he expected Bullock to be asleep. But Harvey was wide awake, slouched in an easy chair in front of the television watching the holiday season's first showing of It's a Wonderful Life. 3 empty donut cartons and 2 pizza boxes littered the bare floor around his feet. He had a beer can in one hand and a smoldering cigar stub in the other. A shoulder holster with a .38 police special was slung over the back of the chair, and when he heard Batman step into the room, he dropped the beer and reached for it. "Ya won't need to shoot me," Batman said. "Well, maybe not right away," Harvey eyed conversationally, as though masked vigilantes were to be expected at 4 in the morning. "Ya want to brew, I can offer you nothing else. It's a little lateef ordiner. I want information. The killing suit in the burbs, right? That be your kind of thing. What can you tell 'm?" "Nothing you'll wanna hear," Bullock said. "Mom, Dad, 2 sons 8 and 5 and a daughter 6 beaten shot cut up make you marifter theutopsies. Motive? No vandalism, no zignoff missing valuables nutcase probably." Batman moved closer to Bullock, who was the family name. Old man was Kenyon Etchison, worked for the electric company. Wife's name Sarah. Without kids were William, Jane, Jonathan. "Anything else?" "Ya want to see what they looked like?" Harvey heaved himself to his feet and lumbered to where a trench coat was thrown on a scarred coffee table. He removed something from a pocket and handed it to Batman. "Wedo on I that from the bedroom boys down at the photo lab made copies." Batman was looking at a color snapshot. In the flickering glow of the television, the 5 people in the picture seemed frailandi hostly canatek these, hissed. "Sure I can jeed no thurin the morning," Bullock said. Batman turned toward the fire escape. "You'll hear from." "Hey," Harvey said suddenly as Batman washel fout huindo youthi and it took out. "Roggy been it last night?" Batman nodded. "Pretty good theory, ya know, for a long time I didn't chowmick, but latterly I been liking your moves." Later, in the cave, Jean Paul stared at the photograph. Here, under powerful incandescent light, the Etchisons looked healthy, robust, cheerful the ideal American family. Father. Children, mother. The woman looked both sweet and strong, beautiful and kind of sexy. I wonder what me mother was like, Jean-Paul said aloud. Nobody, not even Saint Dumas, answered him. Bruce had been he best student in the history of Evelynwood Gotham Brown cred. 5 books in the 90 minutes following the hospital breakfast, but one of them, the Tao Te Ching, was so short it hardly counted. At 11, Alfred and 4 men in jumpsuits arrived. The men uncrated a 40-inch television and began installing it. Complete with cable, Alfred said somewhat proudly. How do you manage a thought? Bruce asked. Most hospitals didn't have cable. These and didn't through till and huragoi hate a microwave edition stalled on the roof very quietly, I assure you. We shall, of course, be obligated to donate it to the institution once we leave. Voil be glad to do so, Bruce said. Using the remote, he switched on the set and channel surfed past talk shows, game shows. Home shopping, a black and white movie, a rerun of Magnum Pie, and a cartoon called Beavis and Butthead until he came to a newscast. He was about to skip that, too, when he heard da familiar name Village of Monklai. He thumbed up the volume. Repeating your top story, the announcer said gravely into the camera. Undersecretary Falsomik Feldonto told reporters that the president has received a death threat. According to Undersecretary Feldon, a note faxed to the White House said the president and 4 other heads of state would be killed unless they each deliver $10 billion. Urias. Urias the sacred asponthi head sof Egyptian deities, Bruce muttered. What astonishing thing tok no, Alfred said. The noti apparently citeth the deaths offered a citizen soft English village of Monclias. Proof of Urias say billada to make good on the threat, the announcer continued. The noti also cited the death of Sir Hemingford Grey and said the leaders have until Thursday to answer the ultimatum. White House spokesman indicated that the president has no intention of complying. Sources in the administration said that Undersecretary Feldon may be subject to disciplinary action for speaking to the press without the president's permission. Bruce switched off the set and threw back the sheet that had covered him. He swung his legs over the side of the bed. What do you think you're doing? Alfred demanded. This is Monday eve till Thursday. Alfred Puthishan son. Bruce shoulder say Alberta he had not taken Enalise years off service. Tuthwaina family, absolutely not, you heard what the doctor said. Bruce shrugged free. If Alfred Shan Sandri Chet Fariskins asp thinks Hemingford Grey is dead. Okay, we make a big noise about him being alive. Accuse the press of sensationalism. Threaten to sue. Press conferences, public outrages, whatever it takes. That gives me no. Alfred's voice quivered. Brucey haven ever questioni diu before nor vi for own moment, ever been disloyal. You have given me an extraordinary life, a life I have cherished and hope to continue cherishing. But I will not be part of your self-destruction. Anything but that. If I had an obi the doctor sorter si shall resign me post. Bruce grasped a docani in each hand and planted them on the floor. He looked at Alfred. Please try to understand. All I am isaman huser an ideal, it's not something I can do halfway. If I vegetodi in that service a sacrifice would be regrettable beautifishi back from th possibility of dying my life has meant nothing. Alfred stepped away, straightened, and announced, in that case Mr. Waina hereby tender my resignation effective immediately. Good day, sir. He strode from the room. Bruce stared after him. I think he means it. Bruce put his weight on the canes and limped to the door, but the corridor was empty. Alfred was gone. 17. Alfred stepped onto the sidewalk in front of the hospital and waved to a cab driver who had just discharged a passenger. The driver motioned him into the cab. Alfred settled into the back seat and told the driver, Wayne Manor, if I please shall direct you You kid in Meppel. The driver looked at Alfred over his shoulder and sneered, that's more and when time lease outside the city limits. Aha, you are familiar with theory on excellent quality for a taxi man to possess. I commend you. Techie hike. If die Deutsch Alba direct Leito Commissioner Barta oft he taxi and limousine department. A feinigental man ho hast ein dath man or on numerous occasions is shall tell him that dash. Alfred leaned forward and squinted at the driver's framed license and the dashboard AMR. Henry Goldwing refused a legitimacy commission. Okay, the driver grumbled, heput the caringier and joined the traffic stream. The city thinned until they were passing only occasional clusters of shops, and then only an occasional isolated house. It was a route Alfred had traveled often, thousands of times, and yet today, in the flat winter sunlight, it seemed alien. Alfred was startled when he realized that something inside him was aching. The cab stopped in front of T Manners Main entrance. Alfred dead the driver an amount of money he had carefully counted out. Yukelthai satype, the driver shouted, Lausa 650? For Allaway out here. Tis precisely 15% off he fare, I believe thatis the recommended rate. Stinkin' limeys, the driver said, but Alfred'll read a shut the cab door and was moving toward the walk. The driver spun his wheels, spraying gravel, as he sped down the drive. Alfred looked at the lawn, the brown, dead winter grass littered with newspapers, and winced. He started to put his key into the lock and paused when he saw a cobweb hanging from the knob. Disgraceful, he said. He entered the house and stopped at the foyer table, ran a forefinger over the surface, and left a trail in dust. Barbaric, he said. What do you want? Someone isked from behind him. Batman stood framed an aniner. Door, I asked you a question. I come lookin' for you, Alfred said. You found me. May I ask you to remove the mask, and to speak in your normal voice? Batman was motionless for a moment. Then he slowly reached up and bared his face. He clutched the mask to his chest. Alfred thought, how young B looks. Okay, Jean-Paul said. I have come a tosk for our help, Alfred said. For ourself, or for him? For our Wayne. Listen, Hequit, I'm the Batmano. Yes, precisely, you're the Batman and he needs the Batman. Bruce Wayne needs ma. Someone a very powerful will try to kill him soon. Here fuse to take precautions. His only hope is for you to not interested Mr. Pennyworth. I could appel toyo urvanity, Alfred said. I could tally out hat Mr. Wayne Senum. I could be the most dangerous criminal on earth, and that to capture him would be a splendid feather in your cap. But I shall not. Instead, I ask you a simple question, are you what you claim to be? Are you the Batman? Yes, of course I am. And would the Batman refuse to help someone in mortal danger? Would the Batman condone murder? Jean-Paul pressed the mask to his chest. Would Jean-Paul? Alfred said softly. Tell me about it, Jean-Paul said. Mr. Wayne is a patient at Central Medical Center. If he's not there, you might look for Sir Hemingford Grey. Batman should require no more information than that. I'll find him, I'll save him. Jean-Paul raised the mask on Puditan. I'm certain you will, Alfred said. What are you going to do? Alfred gazed around the foyer, from the vaulted ceiling with its hanging chandelier, to the parquet floor to the dusty table. I shall clean this grand old house for the last time. Bruce maneuvered his wheelchair atop the elevator. He'd been in residence here at Thritz Gotham for 4 days, and he had yet to detect any sign of ASP. Time to up the ante. The man the staff of the Ritz knew as Sir Hemingford Grey took a deep breath and rolled his chair across the thick carpet of the city's most expensive hotel toward a 6-by-6-foot painting depicting pink cherubs with white wings and gold halos playing silver harps amid fleecy clouds. It was an original by Oslo Frolgollard, a 19th-century romantic whose Work is sometimes given credit for prompting the reaction that eventually gave birth to abstract expressionism. Going todo je blok say favor Sir Heminfort said to a bellhop hestopeden frontoft. Frolgolard and piradati monstrosity he announced loudly insulto thys uglias. Sin Sir Heminfort fumbled in the pocket office jacket and produced a platinum cigarette lighter. The hotel security chief, who had just arrived and was walking briskly toward the front desk, stopped to watch the eccentric Brit who had earned the enmity of the staff with his outrageous demands and their gratitude with the size of his tips when those demands were met. Sir Hemingford flicked the lighter, and when it was alight applied the flame to the lower framioft he painting someone should have denethis 100 I sego he said. The security chief grabbed a fire extinguisher from behind the desk and charged past Sir Hemingford, who was leaning back in his wheelchair and rubbing his hands as fire began to nip at the ankle of a particularly chubby cherub. The security chief discharged a blast of mist from the nozzle of the extinguisher, saving the cherub and the rest of Frolgolard's masterpiece. He turned to Sir Hemingford, what the hell do you think you're doing? Mabito buta fifth environment don tibather think me it's very like a me to be helpful. Sir Hemingford rolled forward, lighter blazing, reaching for the cherubs. The security chief blasted mist at Sir Hemingford's lighter, grabbed the back of the wheelchair, and yanked. Sir Hemingford swiveled his neck and gazed up at the security chief. Curiously coppery. I'm the chief of hotel securities. Nuit nui awaru therico per a garbage collector should have guessed copper. Garbage man would smell better. Yuri under arrest. About time. Sir Hemingford thrust out his wrists and waited for handcuffs. 18. And then Heinzel the judge de bailiff the prosecutor the mayor's mother. And the American flag and the Boy Scouts Benedict tas bluk da crossed hito poft he tabloid. At Fritz they finally find himton cant cost sand turn them loose. Then he sin Gotham. And we said still across heischen he waved the newspaper according to his. Heron today ached moording Gotham sound. That be well outside the city asp shrugged, yes that should make it easy for you. Meaning. I went out tagathim for may hire anybody y'all I kejitanis apply asai you'll need but donti. Fail me again. That me and I can puff them. No I vejatok no you'll hoer really I sandau survive duratak we'll pooth him through tests and then you can puff him. A chill December fog was just beginning to billow in off the ocean, putting a halo around the lights on the pier and softening the edges of the sheds and pilings. The yacht, a 40-foot converted Navy minesweeper, rocked gently beneath Bruce Wayne's wheelchair. These would be good night for them Takamaria's deserted per visibility if thigh escape over. Thwater they'll be almost impossible to catch. Bruce wheeled himself across he captain's cabin to addressing Tibble might as well get ready for company. He inserted foam pads into his cheeks and dabbed a touch of grey onto his. Mystica he inspected himself in the mirror the disguise perfect bootithed fold. The hotel staff, a judge, and assorted journalists, bailiffs, and cops. It would probably also fool ASB should muscle for as long as it needed to if they came tonight. If they ever came. He waited while the fog thickened outside. Water lapped gently against the wooden hull. Cabless creaked far away, a ship shorn moaned. He looked out the porthole. The end of the pier was completely shrouded, and the lights were now only dim circles in the mist. Good. I was right to pick this place. No innocent bystanders to get hurt. He thought about the past 48 hours and about what he was doing. Not being much like Batman, certainly. Batman would know exactly what he wanted to happen, and how he would act when it did, and how he would act if it didn't. Batman would have at least 4 alternative plans, tactics for each, contingencies for each. Batman would have an array of equipment either secreted on his person or within easy reach. Batman would try to leave nothing to chance, but, like the good martial artist he was, would allow for the possibility of chance. He looked in the mirror. Batman did not look back. So what's old Manfred Grey doing? Playing with a deck full of wild cards, setting himself up as bait and hoping to improvise. Oh, he had a few little tricks. His canes were gimmicked to double as weapons, and there was a microwave transmitter hidden in the frame of his wheelchair. But he really had no idea how he might employ these things, or whether they would be of any use to him at all. Mostly, he was doing what Batman never did, trusting to the luck of the moment. Again, he glanced into the mirror, and saw Sir Hemingford. Maybe primitive peoples were wiser than we know. Maybe the mask does change the wearer. He thought he heard something hit the deck outside, but he couldn't hear the fog muffled and distorted sounds. A man wearing a wetsuit appeared in the doorway. He was aiming a silenced Uzi machine pistol. "'Bout bloody time," Sir Hemingford said and sneezed. "Well, where is it, e haven t godel? Nighty no. What the hell out a king about old man, they gun monasked. The bloody pizza. I order it an hour ago." And who earlier Jean Paul had finally learned where Sir Hemingford Grey was. He'd spent day at the cave's computers as curing the world's data banks for information about Bruce Wayne's newest alter ego, and had found nothing. Frustration tightened his throat, making his fingers fumble on the keyboard. He was on the edge of rage. Alfred Pennyworth had smugly assumed that finding Grey or Wayne would be no problem. Well, it was. If locating Wayne was so important, why hadn't the butler helped? Because he couldn't he? Because for all his attitude of superiority, he was nothing more than a servant? That, Jean Paul decided, was the answer. For a moment, the screen blurred and the cave seemed to tilt. Jean Paul realized that something was wrong with him and was astonished when he identified what it was. He was hungry. He went to the rations bin. There was no food left in it, just a handful of empty wrappers. For the first time in almost a month, he went up into the mansion to eat something, and while on his way to the kitchen, he heard the screech of brakes on the drive outside. He opened the front door and saw a newspaper delivery van, barely visible in the fog, moving slowly toward the gate on the stripoflon between Hesta up and the driveway Seixward Hoft. Gotham Gazette. He picked them up and as he went back inside glanced at the headlines on the top paper. The usual stuff: war in foreign places, government inefficiency and corruption, things Jean Paul had no interest in. And then Brit Torch's painting. Sir Hemingford Grey arrested. Heron down to the Kavi and Hocket in Tothritz Gotham's guest registration and the right was Sir Hemingford Grey penthouse suite. Jean Paul rubbed his eyes with his palms. Alfred had said that Bruce was under physician's care, and so he had searched the data banks of hospitals and those area medical men whose records were computerized, but he hadn't thought of looking at hotels, nor of reading the newspaper. Well, okay, so I made a simple mistake, overlooked something. I'm new at this detective business, I learn, and besides I'm better than him at things the trial account there salad. Less crime in Gotham City since I put on the mask. Jean Paul glanced at the photo lying next to the keyboard, the one Bullock had given him. They family. Kenyon Etchison and the kids. That lovely mother. This is what I should be working on. This horrible massacre. Not chasing an irresponsible fool who sets fire to pictures. Sir Hemingford Grey, or Bruce Wayne, or whatever he was calling himself, could certainly wait another few hours. Jean Paul had more important work to do. The kidnappers had come in from the water, boarded the port side of the moored yacht, and taken Sir Hemingford off the same way. As they were lowering his wheelchair onto the motor launch, he had been able to activate the microwave transmitter in the chair. It would bounce a distress signal off both onshore relay stations and a satellite partially leased by Wayne Tech. But would anyone detect, and home in on, the signal in time? He doubted it. The launch bounded hard on the chop of the bay, sending spasms of agony from his back to the tips of his fingers. He almost welcomed the jab of the needle that dropped him through a hole in the bottom of his mind. He awoke once, briefly, as he was being transferred to another boat, and again to a rain that stung his face as he was being carried ashore. Wind was howling, and he had an impression of sand and palm trees before his lid through the hole. He opened his eyes to a face that filled his vision. The face smiled and receded and spoke. Sir Hemmingford Grey, Oris thought our name. He was in his wheelchair, and Benedict ASP was standing over him. The room was spacious, furnished with rattan chairs and a low rattan table. A French window to his left was crisscrossed with duct tape. He could hear rain slapping it in waves. Nometer Asp said, I'm less interested in finding out who you are than in learning how you survived my attack. It wasn't easy to do. Sir Hemmingford's voice, his throat was dry, his mouth cottony, but he managed it. Ya weren't aware of it. Aspersidis lips interesting if true. Euretha bloke from Mung Cliat, damn it main ya were a damn drow back there. Iv mind to sway to fortamages. Asp chuckled, ha got some ething of thitaba and showy to Sir Hemmingford I hope you weren't counting gonthies. Sir Hemmingford's brows arched as he looked at the transmitter. It was interfering with our navigation gear. Asp continued, that show found it very nice stat oft hard imagine. Dunna had it installed in Kenya evia hey by toff getting lost. Chap said that to help. He was wrong. Asp turned and called, bring Heron. Two of the three kidnappers, Sir Hemmingford recognized them from their body language, entered with Chandra shuffling, head bowed, between them. Her short hair was neatly coiffed, and she was wearing a crisp, clean, white linen dress and straw sandals. You twadn't need to introduce you. Aspasked pleasantly knew of course not well. Sir Hemmingford warned out, wondering why you threw this little party. Can't say javayadam. Ya will let me explain, my dear sister. The dark lady you know as Chandra has perfected a technique for killing at a distance. Telepathy. Sir Hemmingford grumbled, some mumba jumba like that. Something very like it. Chandra here generates energy which I focus and intensify. Changes it, Chandra mumbled. Asp slapped her lightly on the cheek. Please let's remember to speak when spoken to shall we. Asp got another object from the table, a metal cap the size and shape of an old-fashioned beanie. Recently Russian colleague developed these. He lifted the cap to eye level. A device ethatalosmeto projects Sandras energito anywhere any artha confessed hedidonti. Understand how it works. Pharmaceutical seremia array of expertise. Why use it that thing gun? Athena, you are aware of the attack? Yes, we used it on you and you survived nicely. That will not do. I vejat, I'll learn your secret so I can stop others from interfering with my plans. Such as Thyankia precedent. Of course you would know about that. It was on the news. Cost me quite a bit of trouble, that little bit of publicity did. I had to find a White House staffer, Folsom Felden, I believe his name is, an addict, his rather attractive young daughter to a certain stimulant. I promised to unaddict her if he told the world what I wanted it to hear. Who knows? I may actually make good on my promise. Asputhi metal cap down Bethue doyu haviani idea. Wary war, Fritzadiol lept during Mistophio your journey. Judging from Thesmaloft here and those palm trees outside, I'd say the Caribbean. Close actually weary on the coast off Florida. Sir Hemmingford cockadished, sounds like a bad blows brewing up. The season's first tropical storm by morning, they say it may become a full hurricane. But you probably won't be around to see it. Asp turned to Chandra, sister dearest, time to play our little game. Snot a game, Chandra sword swirl most lestinti allow dis of wind and drains bad. Please don't make him adoit. Beauty, you know y'all of it. Chandra listen tom Bruce said in his own voice he sozinga hypnotic drugonyu. That sgot tobt he answer beauty o can fight it. But she can teasp said smugly e notice our voice has changed no more Monty Python. Pompous bright a ta voice a sister recognize easy wonder. He leaned closeto gendrand. Spoke he into hearer a voice belonging to Nuho has betrayed Harris he has been betrayed. Byr Motharan air father di viri one il see awakening all the rage and the hate she tries to suppress. Don't listen to him Bruce shouted. One of the terrorists stepped behind the wheelchair and cuffed Bruce hard on the side of the head. Notanother peep he whispered and put his thick fingers around Bruce's throat. Asp was behind Chandra stroking her Harris cheek against thers old hat hate let it go. Chandra sees were widey and staring tear scorsa down her cheeks. See him asp murmured leti our enerjigu out to him latit kumitomi and through. Meadow him. Bruce stiffened. A vein throbbed in his forehead and a trickle of blood leaked from the corner of his lips. His fingers gripped the chair. Yes I's asfist. Bruce smout hopen dandepushadon the chair arm shalf lifting himself up. Then, as though the bones had vanished from his body, he collapsed onto the floor. Chandra, too, relaxed. Her eyes closed, and she swayed slightly. Asp left her and knelt by Bruce. He's still breathing asp said Fritz Lockheim in the next room for now. When the slut has recovered we'll try again. If it still doesn't work, then friend Fritz ya will simply kill him. 19. James Gordon glanced up from the report he was studying to the rain-streaked window of his office and the blurred lights of the city outside it. The weatherman on his car radio had said there was a tropical storm down south that might reach Gotham by morning. Maybe he should tell police officers to prepare for a blow he'd monitor the situation and if worst seemed likely he'd appropriate orders to the next watch. Commissioner Gordon someone said from the shadows behind him. Without looking back Gordon said son someday you're going to get yourself killed. Sneaking around like that. Robin stepped around the desk and took the light from the single lamp and it notified trite. Annie had a good teacher. I guess it did that what's only our mind. Someone said you'd have information about a kidnapping or a threat against the president. That someone Ishamayo your teacher the real Batman not the sadistic clown was taken his place. Ya know. I know Tanadio. Well do you have the information commissioner? Hekalad Metho mentioned something that happened in a bridgencito to prove his identity then he told Matumaniter a certain radio frequency. Maing signal. Yugo tit Gordon is set a forefinger topushis glasses of his nose and leaned back in his chair. He said he might find the bastards wow iped out that English village and the wood. Be presidential assassin do fit. Then do it. Kenson will ost the signal somewhere off the coast of North Carolina. Send somebody to Harivirio alas third it. We've been in touch with the Coast Guard they veget a storm down that way, maybe a hurricane they'll send out choppers when it posses thought could be couple of days. Robin moved closer in the meantime nothing jukendo. Afraid not he's in trouble isna. Identino yes. Spinal injury and hestil goes of turthibajus. How do you know about that? Once upon a time it was a pretty good copy haven entirely lost the knackwegat reports of some big guy named Bane snapping Batman across his knee. Two of the witnesses were winos, and we pretty much discount anything they say, but another was a very sober elderly lady in her way to air limus hair account agreed with the winos all the way that's pretty good circumstantial evidence but main litherus disclown mentioned Batman and me. Aaron texict lipak her buddy sinaver saw is fashion dissuspective enever her dis real was. But ik no is nota punk and woe verse wearing isudies. I one titan yani thin juva said commissioner except the punk parties not that. Maybe. Better maybe worse but not a punk. If you say so I can still get in touch with the ow through t computer bulletin board. Yes Robin stepped back into the shadows. I'll do they to hear anything. I'd appreciate it. Gordon returned to his report. It occurred to him that Robin was just a kid, and no matter how smart wouldn't they feel his mentor's moves Gordon might be able to follow him at least for a way and get an idea of where he went. Did Jordan's contract with Batman extend to Robin? He decided it did. Jean-Paul stared at the photograph, as though the mute images might somehow be able to tell him who destroyed this family. But they did not. Should he pray to Saint Dumas? Or was there something else he could do? He tapped keys and brought the homicide squad's report upon the screen. All damage is related to the struggle, no vandalism and no evidence of theft. Might me an a crime of passion. Jean-Paul paused. Passion? That was something he knew about only from his reading. Like friendship, it was an abstraction to him. He shrugged and continued to scan the report. It was full of details that added nothing to his knowledge of what had happened to the Etchison family. He removed it from the screen and began to search for data on the family itself. There was a list of relatives, only one of whom interested Jean-Paul Tatwaskanayan Etchison's first cousin, Arnold, who seemed to have dropped off the earth 10 years earlier. No record of illness, death, burial, just nothing. Suddenly, without realizing it, Jean-Paul began silent lightosk forced domishal panthan had an idea ha cross-referenced the prison population database, and then the mental hospitals. The blur of words on the screen slowed and resolved into a file. Etchison, Arnold. Age 40, height 6'1", weight 187, hair brown, eyes brown, distinguishing features scar left shoulder, scar right thigh, Arnold Hector abattoir Yest Hang Kyo. Jean-Paul said aloud. He opened the rest of the file and read eagerly. Arnold Etchison, alias Abattoir, was a serial killer specializing in family members, currently at large after the breakout at Arkham Asylum. He had 20 known victims, all but one of them related to him. According to the psychiatrist's reports, Abattoir claimed to feed on the soul's office deadkinfolk. No, it's 25 victims. He printed out the Abattoir information and went back to the Etchison family file, searching for the next nearest relative. The computer gave him the name of another of Abattoir's cousins, Graham Etchison. He found the name in the Gotham telephone directory and dialed Etchison's number. There was a click and hello, you've reached the residency of Graham Etchison and come to the phone right now. Beautify leave message after the signal. I'll be sure to return your call just as soon as I can. Thank you for calling and have a nice day. Jean-Paul spoke as Batman Mr. Etchison, who may be in terrible danger. Please pity ourself. Under police protection as quickly as possible. Call Commissioner James Gordon and mention Abattoir. Jean-Paul hung up and glanced at the printout made, but didn't need to heed already memorized its contents. 6 months ago, Bruce Wayne had tracked Abattoir to the family crypt in St. Dimphna Cemetery. That was where Wayne, as Batman, had found and defeated him. So that was a place to start. 40 minutes later, the costumed Jean-Paul parked the Maserati next to an iron picket fence on a lonely road a few miles outside the Gotham city limits. Just the car's terminaltical Yupamop of te graves and Dimphnas marked the position of Etchison family plots. And after climbing over the fence, moved silently among the tombstones. The rain had stopped, but the wind that had driven it was still filling the air with cold. Fat droplets hung from bare branches, glistening in the light from the occasional lamp posts. Marble grave markers gleamed. The Etchison mausoleum was only about 400 yards from the road, a large structure of white stone. The door was ajar. Batman shrugged his cape from around his arms to free them, slid his night vision lenses into place, took a deep breath, and sprang through the doorway. The low chamber was empty. On a bier in the center was an open coffin, its lid lay on the floor nearby. The coffin was empty except for a single bone from a human thigh. Batman lifted it and peered at the teeth marks at the splintered end human teeth marks. He tossed the bone back into the coffin. Assume the cemetery is well tended. A keeper would surely discover the damaged mausoleum. Soon after it was vandalized, within a day or two at most. So abattoir was probably here after the quintuple murders. Batman ran for the car. He had to find Graham Etchison. For a long time Bruce Wayne didn't know what he was sleeping or awake he could see nothing, and he heard only a roar of wind. When he tried to remember where he was, or what had happened to him, he felt a jumble of mixed sensations, a numbness in the center of his forehead, a burst of flame that seemed to start in his brain and spread throughout his body. A sudden assault that wrenched part of his being away to crumble and decay and dissipate. And something else, a presence that was kind and comforting. Gradually he became aware of the chair that supported him, and then, abruptly, he knew that he was captive in a house, in Florida, and a tropical storm was raging outside. The woman and the man, Chandra Kinsolving and Benedict Asp, they had tried to kill him, not it wasn't precisely true they had attacked something he had created, a second no, a third identity. But which identity? He was Batman and he was Bruce Wayne and he was Bruce Wayne and he was Batman and who else? He couldn't remember. Bruce tried to move. He nodded his head. Okay, his head was intact. His legs, nothing. His right arm, yes, he was able to raise it, to flex the fingers, bend the wrist. His left arm, nothing. Thine juries were sleftermsisless. He must have fallen unconscious. They'd taken him somewhere il sainty house most. Certainly locked him in a room. Left him alone, but for how long? Maybe long enough. He fumbled under the left armrest of the wheelchair, found the hidden compartment, slid it open, and located the small flashlight. He switched on the light and shined it around him. His guess had been right. He was in a small, barren room. No windows. One door put the flash in his mouth hand wheeled himself to the door lock -ed. Suspected. He slipped lockpicks from the compartment. Old lock. Piece of cake. He twisted the knob, wheeled himself back, and pulled the door open. Okay, good. Out into an empty hallway. A second door 4 yards to his right, a flight of steps immediately to his left. A window at the far end. He wheeled himself to the steps, slowly and awkwardly because he could use only one hand, the steps were too narrow for his chair. He might be able to lower himself down them by leaving the chair and using his hands, but that was risky. Better to check out other options. He went to the window, to a pane streaked with rain, the glass slapped by palm fronds. For a moment wished he had snidlances but the didn't really need them toke no that he couldn't escape from earth. The leaves meant he was parallel to the top of a tree, on the second floor of the house, or higher. Too high to risk climbing with no legs and only one useful arm. The door, then. It wasn't locked. Hindshadita pen waited, listened and went into a room almost identical to the one he just left unfurnished except for Allo Wickertaba and Asmal Yamp. Chandra was sitting in the center of the floor, skirt high, legs splayed out in front of her, twisting her fingers and humming softly. Bruce remembered that he was supposed to be someone who wasn't Theropha's real identity. Asanthatha should disguise his speech. Chandrates. But he couldn't say thanami whatever it wasn't the voice was she sown. Chandra looked up and smiled. It was a sweet smile he'd never seen before, and when she spoke her words lilted high no ho you are yuri not sireminford that's no the hour. Real name. Bruce Ig real name. The smile wittind you can t foam. For a moment, he doubted that this woman was Chandra Kinsolving. Could Chandra have a younger sister? You shouldn't try to foam. Chandra said. Definitely Chandra. A different Chandra, though. Ashandra Falof Swedeno sen sepper hop she's running so mekindoff game. Bruce wheeled himself forward until he sat above her. He reminded himself that she had tried, twice, to do him harm and in fact had done something to his memory. He decided to bluff. Listen, I wasn't stupid enough to come here all on there's a Coast Guard destroyer waiting. For my signal if they don't take it in about 5 minutos they'll radio Florida State Tech up send. Half the uniforms in the state will come charging in. They have orders to block every road within 10 miles and send in SWAT teams. You can save yourself a lot of grief and maybe keep your brother alive if I'll help get away. Iwan tojit away Bruce the Sizabad play side and T dash her face wrinkled and her eyes filled. I didn't like this place. In the next room, Benedict ASP leaned closer to his mall receiver. He glanced over his shoulder. At Fritz Athis Lutander Frandaza Thochidos Noam. Chandra's voice Ethan Antini Kama from the receiver. I hate this place. Yawant meta breakitub. Fritz asked. No let them talk, it might be very educational. From the receiver Bruce Chandra look at me. Chandra ipad tears away with a fist and bither lower lip Chandrari will write. I'm fine thank you, she said politely, then she bowed her head and shook it violently and when, after a minute, she raised it again, she reminded Bruce of a swimmer coming up for air. No I know tal right, her face had changed, pain and fatigue had replaced the innocence. I keep slipping into tough childhood I guess. Bruce was sure she was telling the truth, no actress could be so convincing. I don't understand, he said. I can't stand the things I've done. Monstrous horrible violence. Slowly she got on her feet and stood beside him. Classic case of regression thepatientis unable to accept the present. She regresses back to an age when she turned and stared at the wall. Goon, Bruce said gently. I have a power something I can't name, it's an energy I generate. You may have heard of things like it. The Japanese have a technique called Reiki. The Chinese call it Qigong. Some American nursing schools teach therapeutic touch. What I do is similar but far more potent. I first became aware of it when I was 6 or 7, after my stepfather took me from the orphanage. At first I thought it was good. It seemed to help people to heal. But it could do their things to it, could kill them. Amos Esplin. Yes, Benny and I together we caused his death. The medical examiner said he'd off heart failure, and he did, but we caused it with our minds worried inside his body and disrupted him. Ich know the story, it wasn't our fault. Yes it was, he hated him, I wanted him dead. Your brother Benjamin, he did the killing. Yeshedid, at least he helped, but he was responsible for that, too. Benny was normal. A normal little boy until I came at him when I come alive with Thesplan Schwudentag. Tim wouldn't he play with me waslin li sunade got inside his shade and change at him into something like myself. Ya worry child, you can t blame yourself. Chandrainarada mi was scared as soon as I could iron away and change at my name. I lived on the streets in New York, Minneapolis, Chicago. For a time, I lived in a commune near San Francisco. When I was 19, I bluffed my way into a small community college. I got good grades and in my senior year I was offered a scholarship to medical school. I accepted it because I thought I could make up for what I'd if I were a doctor. Bruce resisted an urgatory chow touch her. You didn't see your brother Enel that time. He didn't know where to find me. I'm still not sure how he did. Finally a couple of months ago, he just showed up at the clinic I run. He said something about a drug dealer describing me to him. Sometimes I think I wanted him to come. Why? Because what we do together feels good. But it gives me some kind of PCIV. Been to 4 psychiatrists. Top men in the field. None of them even got close to the rage I carry inside me. Oh, I walk around smiling and doctoring, acting like Mother Teresa, but inside Dima seething de thirts Benny can make the pain go away. Bruce again felt the urge to touch her, this time he did not resist. He took her hand, it was cold and still ik no a bite about tragent pain too. Yes you do ik nu that themum intimidiu. It doesn't thave to be bedite can buse fulia vi just goto canalit. Edo that's the problem icanelidin tomerder. Non-a-tail ways Chandra. Certainly not necessarily. When you were a child, you used it to. Heal you vet probably ustito heal sethen without no injit you have reputation. As a medical miracle worker where it oest had come from. I've been lucky. Chandramispin was snapped. Yet within a month, I was able to walk with canes, and you yourself said I would probably recover completely. How often does that happen? Was that luck? Jack Drake, every specialist in the country had given up on him. But not you. You were able to do a they couldn't die to have a medicinitated and thave, techniques, skills? No. So what did you have? Chandra's fingers squeezed quick lion than shepuled themawe. We vegetajit out off here Bruce said can you drive, there has to be a vehicle. I can drive the voice lilted I'm too little. She's regressing how'd wajet hejel Chandra back? But maybe Chandra the chilled continued you could take her for a ride mare Bruce Wayne. In the next room, ASP was grinning at the receiver. Fritz said Bruce Wayne name's familiar. The Gotham City billionaire you idiot. ASP said of course. Makes perfect sense that's why he could withstand duratak vo redirecting thienergiat. Grey ho didn't he exist? Sauhati fia shotitat Wayne. Fritz said. Hui heedy huil die. Yeah well whatever you're gonna do you better do it fast that storm's a full-blown twister. Bruce sorts gamma from the receiver dash big enough to wheel this chair, Chandra. I told you I not Chandra. I am Sandra she had resumed sitting on the floor, her legs open. In front of her. ASP entered the room, followed by Fritz. Yes ASP said to Bruce her name is Sandra, and she is my precious darling. You are not. You have been a royal pain in my ass. Soon, you will be an ex-royal pain. ASP nodded, and Fritz moved toward the wheelchair. 20. Lanny Lucchesi was late getting his sorry butt to the garage. The dispatcher, this creep. Something Kowski they always had named Sodsant American couldn't he pronounce it didn't he? They, Dash yelled at Lanny from his wire cage the charter's waiting already for you they. For a creep piled so another 5 minutos 1 t kill lan imitaredash entered the locker room. He dropped his overcoat on a bench, opened his locker, and got out his uniform jacket to hell with the pants and putting Gontham pants they didn't like blue. Jeans to hell with hepulidon the jacket and began to button it the third button came. Often hishin to hell with it have finished buttoning gond put on his cap. Someone ahead didn't recognize a cami round the locker saw ida guy yanu. Lanny asked. Him ganas noto de some thingels to give me grief. Notifio oliva the driving tome the nukomer said andromedan I fintelines. Throat. The weather was still bad in Gotham City rain mixed with occasional sleet throughout most of the day but Graham Eachison had decided not to call off the basketball team trip to the mountains. He knew these kids had been counting the days until it happened for weeks, and he knew these kids had precious few opportunities to leave the grim, violence-ridden streets. Around Gotham Soxalus Project Sans Melfresh seethings that were a god made instead of man-made, walk without fear of a bullet from a dark alley shattering their young bodies. That social worker, Leslie Tompkins, had done her part, raising the money for the trip. Now, Graham Etchison would do his. Okay he shouted all aboard. A dozen boys, 8th graders wearing backpacks, began to climb into the battered yellow bus. After the last one was inside, Graham climbed the 2 steps and smiled at the driver. Guess we can get going. Gears clashed as the bus pulled slowly away from the civic center and headed for the bridge. and the countryside beyond. Graham sat directly behind the driver and looked through the grimy window at fat snowflakes wafting down between the tenements. "It's noin' oft," he could said. "When we get to the mountainside you'll see some real snow," Graham promised. The bus jolted as it hit a pothole and continued toward the bridge. It was one of Bruce Wayne's cardinal rules Batman ever appeared during the day. Jean Paul admitted that the rule was a good one, but Bruce Wayne, while certainly smart, wasn't infallible. If Bruce were wearing the cape and cowl, he might very well sit in the cave until nightfall. But if he did, they'd be wrong, because of a nightfall Graham Etchison might be dead. Would be dead, Jean Paul was certain of it. Heshekt Maserati Skrien San Detector Snove Hiklesanthe Statorthexes Road. He accelerated and burst from the hidden exit into a blinding flurry of snowflakes. He braked and scanned the dashboard. Where were the windshield wipers? The car was custom design, yet things weren't labelled well. How smart was hat? He pressed 3 buttons before. On the 4th, the wipers sprang from their hood recess and began arcing. He aimed the car toward the beltway. He had spent the night doing the kind of work he hated, the work that Wayne told him was the most essential of Batman's activities. Investigation on Airy Map told him that Etchison did not live in the city proper. He was one of those faceless hordes who, Monday through Friday, crossed the river to jobs in downtown Gotham. Bridge people, the locals called them, usually contemptuously. A city directory informed him that the job Etchison commuted to was in a community center near the projects. He was a social worker in a program funded by Wayne Tech. Jean Paul next consulted a special directory Wayne kept in the Cavian. A thought print at Lefany numbers next o street addresses and called Etchison's closest neighbor. That person, a grumpy woman named Matilda Partridge, said Etchison was away for the weekend. Then, an hour ago, at 6 in the morning, Jean Paul telephoned Etchison's place of employment. The community around found out that Etchison was planning to take a grade school basketball team on a trip west, to the mountains. This was bad if Etchison went directly to the center from his weekend John Twuden the Arth. Warning Jean Paul had left on his answering machine. And if Jean Paul could find him, Abattoir could too. Abattoir probably already knew where his cousin worked. The Beltway had traffic, but not much. Morning rush hour was past, most of the cars and trucks were going away from the downtown area. Jean Paul inched the gas pedal down and, traveling at almost 100, weaved effortlessly around the few vehicles he encountered. He was enjoying himself, amazed at his own skill. A month ago he couldn't drive idle now. He knew proudly, he was as expert as anyone on earth, probably much better than Bruce Wayne. He left the Beltway at the downtown exit, ran 3 red lights, and sped onto the bridge. Somewhere ahead was a yellow school bus full of victims and, almost certainly, a maniac who wanted to kill again. Fritz positioned Bruce directly in front of Chandra and stood behind the wheelchair as ASP prepared his hypodermic needle. Please, 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 Chandra whimpered. She might not survive if these Bruce told ASP. Oh, I believe Shuilisp said she's a hard unice our little Sandrayu, however. Let's get on with it, Fritz said. Why, ya won't be going anywhere until the storm passes. We'll shoot saver what's about to happen here. How often do we get to watch a billionaire die? ASP smiled at Bruce. Surprised Dick, no. Not particularly. It figures he'd have a theorem bugged. Beauty weren't clever enough to keep Sandra from labine your secretary. Bruce shrugged. It wasn't to considered the quality of the opposition and decided. You'd be too dumb to the information. Dumb? I'm not about Odie. Bruce grasped the chair's right wheel and shoved it forward. The chair lurched backward, hitting Fritz's legs. Fritz grunted in surprise as Bruce reached over his shoulder, grabbed Fritz skull around, pull down Fritz skin you thirm rest Bruce aramadizelbo into Fritz shaw Fritz stop led to side arms flailing hekata wheel loft hecker and pulled it with him as he fell. Bruce grabbed the chair arms and shifted his weight to the left, but he was too late. Still sitting in the chair, he fell on top of Fritz. ASP moved toward them, holding the hypodermic needle in front of him. Chandra rapped. Haram sarang diskavs no shigaspedyokan thurtham. ASP kicked her. She rolled a few inches, reached up, found his thumb, and twisted. ASP yelped. And dropped the needle. He kicked again, effectively. His shoe struck her under the jaw, and she slumped onto her back. Behind ASP, a window imploded. Tape tore in a piece of a park bench, driven by the storm. Wines crashed into the room in a shower of glass and hit ASP across the shoulders, staggering and stunning him. He stood, arms hanging, staring at nothing. Bruce grabbed Fritz scherpuletischt back and then slammed Fritz skeen onto the floor. Fritz grunted and stopped moving. Bruce shoved his good arm between Fritz's body and floor and turned Fritz over, then raised his right fist and brought it down on Fritz's unprotected face. Again. And again, savagely. Fritz seemed to collapse inward and was still. Bruce was panting, felt Fritz's carotid artery and detected a faint pulse. Never happened before. I lost control. Almost killed him. A gust of rain from the shattered window splashed him. He blinked away droplets of water. And saw Chandra lying a few feet away. He called to her, but her name was lost in the roar of the storm. He began to crawl toward her, dragging his left arm, ignoring the shards of glass that ripped his right palm. Sudden lithe roaring off the storm quieted, becoming only a murmur. Bruce's voice was abruptly loud. Chandra. Her eyes met his, and her lips moved silently. Something I have to tell you, he said back when it all began, when I were kidnapped. Iwasan me way to tell you out skew. Panting, his brow glistening, he reached her. She looked at him curiously, as though he were some strange inupit toskafayud marim. How very touching, asp, said he was standing above Brucey and Chandramming Fritz's gun. At Bruce shed theta teradand wounded knight declare shys intentions to the fair lady. Roman Saint Hemidstoff chaos he moved the gun barrel a fraction o fain and chuntil it was. Pointing directly between Bruce says butalas there will be a happy ending, not for you. For me, yes. I will escape with my dear sister, and tomorrow we will kill a pray ident. Bruce's bloody fingers touched something hard and smooth, asp hypodermic needle. The next day asp continued, is shall be rekanda shall be monk the missing evening. Your sarai stadiuri too dangerous to live. ASP closed one eye and squinted carefully at the gun's front sight. He lowered the barrel and pressed it into Bruce's forehead. The next sound to hear will be the last. Bruce jabbed the hypodermic needle to ASP's wrist. ASP howled and dropped the gun. He shook the needle free of his wrist and screamed, you filthy bastard. Chandra Richadutan touched ASP's ankle. Brother, she said softly. Bruce watched what happened to ASP, then watched the head bend backward as the bones and veins in the throat stretched the skin, watched the eyes roll back and their whites suddenly become red as all their capillaries burst at once, and watched the mouth gape open as the knees folded and the body dropped to the floor. Saw all that happening as ASP died, but heard only the sigh of the wind and the easy patter of the rain. I didn't think the drug to thought I kill them, Bruce whispered. No, Chandra said, did, but it didn't mean to, and I more than amount to kill my fathery. Ways trying to forgiveth them, help them, love them. It's Sakai, Bruce said gently. But to me how the love got twisted into pain and terror. Outside, the wind was louder, the slap of the rain more insistent. The storm was regaining its fury. Chandra vegetajed away from the window. Bruce said, I can't move, so you'll have to. Don Turi, Chandra whispered, you'll be fine. Her hand slipped over his, and her fingers tightened slightly. He felt as though she were touching every cell of his body at once, soothing, quieting, healing. The world went away. thin a bit away from him, and he was left alone with Chandra stuck in a place where there was no pain and no terror. Later Bruce would har that Fritz spot a washadanto a beach in Puerto Rico after being in the ocean several days. Sometime during that long night Fritz must have regained consciousness and tried to flee by boat. ASB's remains were never found when Bruce left the house. Thought morning gasp was lying where he had fallen. When the police inspected the premises the following afternoon, they reported finding no people alive or dead. The only explanation that made sense to Bruce was that looters had stolen the corpse for some dark reason of their own. All this concerned him when he returned to Gotham. But this morning, the morning after the longest and most peaceful night of Bruce's life, none of it mattered. Shirtless, barefoot, moving as easily and gracefully as he ever had in his life, he lifted Chandra and carried her through the debris, down the steps, and out onto the beach. The sky was a gleaming blue, the sun warm on his shoulders, the air a tonic. He stood on the sand gazing out at a sea that seemed to be made of shattered diamonds, and he smiled until it was time to find a way home. Night's End. 1. The snow was so thick, and so driven by the wind, that it was a white blur outside the mobile's windows, but Batman could still see clearly not to make out the Bastire tracks. He was on a road that branched off the main highway and led on an upward incline into the mountains. It wasn't said much this time. Few families were interested in picnicking during Gotham winter, and there wasn't much business in Theria, and that made following the bus easy. There were no other tracks on the road. The tracks were clear, despite the heavy snowfall. That had to mean that the bus was only a minute or two ahead. Batman briefly wondered if it would be foolish to accelerate further on a steep, slippery surface. He was already doing 70, and then he did. Wheels spun, bit into asphalt, and the car lurched forward. It skidded around a curve, its rear end almost snapping into a tree, and straightened. Batman smiled. Ahead, through the swirling white, he could see a smear of yellow. It had to be the bus. Etchison tapped the driver on the shoulder. Excuse me, but haven't you made a wrong turn? This isn't the way to think. The driver's free hand him up holding a large blue pistol hath a jammed beneath its cheesins chin. Then I guess we're all headed for his light detour, cousin. Dude's got a piece, someone in the passenger section shouted. Etchison jerked back. Cousin, what do you mean, and put that thing away. The driver dug the gun barrel into Etchison's throat. I'm family, cuz. And I want to thank you. The driver nodded toward the back of the bus and the 12 basketball players for the bonus. A dozen other souls to consume, not that they race important Asia on liu. Will really nourish m. War you. I told you I'm your cousin abattoir. You Rahim. That's right, we haven't met vous. Funny how I was never invited to the famligit. Together's the picnics, the graduations, the barbecues. I would have been a lot of fun at the barbecues. Abattoir steered the bus off the road and braked only a couple of yards from a wooden railing. Beyond it was a short, steep slope ending in a drop of 1,000 feet to a rocky valley. Whatever yawanta eva thekadsu tofit, Etchison said, there's no need to. Shut up, Grammy Hutenability, it doesn't mix with our family's blood. Abattoir yang kedth. Lever theta peen the bus door outside you first coos. Wait a minute, let's talk about. Abattoir amid thegunatalan kai youngman with dreadlocks him first. I kill you him in 3 seconds if you'dn't dao hate I say. The young man stared, fascinated, at the weapon. Another of the basketball players, a teenager wearing baggy jeans and a team jacket, said to Abattoir, Chillman. His teammates murmured in agreement. Chill you. Abattoir shouted, waving the gun. Don third them, Etchison said, moving toward the door. If you run the Aldi, Abattoir said. Etchison went down the 2 steps and stood blinking snowflakes from his eyelashes. Abattoir followed. Iwant to take hemidamu with you, he said pleasantly, giveth the children something to h. Etchison heard something, an engine, loud and approaching fast. He turned his gaze away from abattoir and that terrible gun. A black shape seemed to be growing behind the curtain of snow, enlarging and solidifying into a vehicle. There was a screech and the vehicle, some kind of sports car, Etchison saw, veered off the road and slammed into the back of the bus. With a sudden, final crash, the bus lurched forward into the wooden railing, splintering it. The front wheels went over the precipice, and the bus hung, swaying, only its rear wheels were on solid ground. Abattoir had apparently forgotten Etchison. He faced the car and stiffened as the door on the driver's side opened and a man in a mask and cape rose from it. "Yuri Batman," Abattoir said. "Put down te gun." Abattoir fired. Batman twitched as a bullet struck his armor, then came around the car. He raised his right arm, and 3 small darts shot from his gauntlet. One passed over Abattoir's shoulder, but the other 2 buried themselves in his forearm. Abattoir dropped the gun, and Batman leapt. Etchison watched as the maniac and Batman closed in a violent clutch and fell. He heard a crunching sound and moved his stare from Batman and Abattoir to the bus. It was swaying, tipping forward over the precipice. Through the windows he could see the youngsters' faces. Some of them started toward the door. "Don't!" Etchison screamed. "Stay where he war." He knew that if they went to the front, their weight would tip the bus over into a long, fatal fall. He lurched forward, grabbed the back fender and leaned backward, but wasn't strong enough or heavy enough. The bus inched forward, sliding on the snowy dirt. "Help!" He'd mean to shout, but the word was only a gasped whisper. He filled his lungs with cold air and tried again, "Help!" Batman, straddling Abattoir, looked up, saw Etchison and the bus, and punched again. Abattoir stopped struggling. Batman rose from him and ran to Etchison. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Can't you see?" And Batman did, then, see for the first time that the bus and its passengers were only seconds from death, and for a second wondered how he could not have seen it earlier. He put his hands next to Etchison's and pulled the bus slid another inch. "Get the mouth through t back window," he sked Butevanish spoke into the idea. Was not good. The back window, all the windows had metal mesh grates bolted across the glass. It would take more than a minute to loosen even one bolt. What would Bruce Wayne do? Find something to use. Batman glanced around. Nothing but the snow and the bus and the mobile. And he's a wapasaba answer. The mobile's bumper was locked with Thebus. How firmly were they locked? He ran to the open driver's door. "Where are you going?" Etchison asked. "Put the car in reverse," Batman said. "Maybe I'll hold Thebus while you te children out." "It's word hatry," Etchison said. Behind the wheel, Batman started the engine, reached for the gearshift, and he saw Abattoir, a dozen yards away, rising, trotting toward the road. Over the front of the hood the bus tipped the mobile's bulletin ink. He didn't need to ask himself what Bruce Wayne would do, but what should do. Save the dozen lives on the bus and let Abattoir go free to kill maybe hundreds. At the front of the car he could see Etchison slips moving. "What are you waiting for?" Abattoir had reached the road. Batman shifted into reverse and stepped on the gas. The powerful Maserati engine whined. A moment later Thesmalof scorching grubber filled the Arist mobile spinning tires. Melted through the snow to the frozen soil. Etchison scurried around Thebus. Batman knew he would be helping Thebos make the short jump from the bus door to the precipice, grabbing their hands, pulling them past the broken railing to safety. Etchison appeared from behind the bus and held up his thumbs. Everyone was safe. Batman stepped hard on the gas pedal. He'd either haul the bus up to solid round or he heard a rending of metal, and then the bus was tipping away from him, sliding over the Edge a vanishing break in Gonthe floorft heavily for below the mobile suddenly freed. Bolted backward and crashed into a tree. Batman was out and running before the fine white powder from the tree limbs had finished settling on the top of the car. He sprinted across the road into a stand of trees and stopped. Abattoir's footprint shad been plain and therod butharetha ground wasun even hinelt. And peered at markings in the snow, unable to be sure which were footprints and which were merely natural depressions around roots, rocks, and twigs. He had no idea of what to do next. He had never been in the woods before in his life. What would Bruce Wayne do? Easy. Wayne would do whatever was right because Wayne would have been in the woods. Would have anticipated situations like this, would have trained for them years ago. Batman returned to the car. Etchison and the basketball players were gathered around. Admiring it, examining the torn front bumper and crumpled rear end. Diduj thim? Etchison asked. Nobody will. Don Tigesso could give us a lift back to town. Batman shook his head no, got into the car, and drove onto the road. Halfway back to Wayne Manor, he remembered to call a state patrol substation and report what had happened to the basketball team. 2. Bruce let himself into Wayne Manor through the front entrance and stood in the foyer. It was a place he had known since earliest childhood and he'd been on from Iton Lai a short time. But it seemed alien and artificial to him, not quite real, a stage set with very expensive props. He remembered Alfred comparing his life to grand opera and smiled, and then stopped. Smiling when he recalled that Alfred Pennyworth was no longer here. Bruce had called. Repeated Liboth the Manor's general number and Alfred's privatelini and Hajadano. Answer. So Alfred mean twath a Sadathi hospital I wonder where he's gonna wonder if I should go after him. And I wonder if anything else has changed. He went to the grandfather clock and set the hands at 10:47. He stepped back, anticipating. Theopinen goft he secret doorway bootit didn't open he curled his fingers around the back of the clock and tugged. No give. The hidden door was sealed shut. Bruce was annoyed. Jean-Paul had no right to make changes no, that's wrong hedo she's been wearing the pandite one be any big chore to change things back. But I wonder where. Haze if he synth cave, he would respond to the alarm. Out? Out where? Bruce searched the rest of the house. It had the air of some ancient ruin, long abandoned and forgotten. Alfred's room contained on lie the bed and nightstand, the closets were wide open and devoid of anything except cottangers. Jean-Paul's room was also empty except for a few articles of clothing tossed across the bed and a stack of textbooks on the desk. Bruce went to the master bedroom and his own closet and changed from his three-piece suit and calfskin boots into jeans, a sweater, Nikes, and a leather bomber jacket. He walked out the kitchen duran spent 5 minutes doing stretching exercises. His body wasn't what I did. Bin. The joints were stiff, and the muscles soft. But his arms and legs moved freely, he could bend his back and move his neck in a full circle, all without pain. A miraculous cure. Considering how badly he'd been injured and he was certain conventional ski and couldn't explain. Chandra, the miracle worker. He did a final yoga asana, reaching past his knees and placing his palms on his shoulder blades, held it for a minute, straightened, and began to sprint across the snow-covered field that separated Thuana property from the Drakes. He was slow. The mile run took a full 5 minutes. I'll let Jean-Paul mind the store a few more weeks while I get back in shape. Tim answered the door. Hello Tim, Bruce said, long to me no see. Tim smiled, reached for Bruce and hesitated. Yuri allowed to shake hands with a neighbor, Bruce said. Tim grabbed Bruce hand and moved it up and down as thoughtfully a pumfindle eye. Don Tino Odyssey. For a peener you could invite main at Skoldouthera. Tim led Bruce to the kitchen and turned on an electric burner under a copper kettle aisle. May Kuzamita. Sounds good. Bruce hung his jacket on the back of house your father. At the moment he's in Gotham at the doctor's some tests but everyone seems pretty pleased with his progress. Good, glad to hear it. What happened with you? You're back. As far as I can tell it's completely healed. Are you sure? Timus get iminus thought possible. Yes, I'm ishuri and I sathastoba possible because I thappened butai tis making Mara think. A few ideas or maybe the refute prejudices of ficamatoan interesting conclusions you'll let you know. Where's Draken solving? She's so now long vacation I'll give a chapter and verse letter for now you to hear what. You have a tose how rethings at the cave. Tin folded isum san start at heflor iden texic lino huerto began. Which is my cue to see at the beginning Bruce sat at a largo acte blind looked at Tim. Expectantly. Tim slumped to chera cross from Bruce I think Paul's gone off the deep end. Okay n. For the next half hour between sip softia Tim told Bruce everything Jean Paul Shanjing. The costume, his barring Robin from the cave, his sudden bursts of temper, and most disturbingly, his increasing reliance on violence. You scare just without touching them usually Tim concluded. Part of my psychological arsenal it makes them feel I don't think they're worth harming. Givest him feelings of inferiority. Yeah, true beauty smareth and that you don't like to hurt people. No I don't teach him. I not sure thoughts true if Paul he cm stojatoff on busting them up. I can believe a thought ss so. You haven't seen him in action Bruce didn't take me word for it as Thicos Gordon. Montoya, even Bullock. Okay Tim take a tea I not doubt and Joab Bruce studan stared out the window wath. Fallings now for a full minute I vegato tacto him. That might not be a see he should up in the cavi and he's blocked alvine trances. Then we'll have a town blockona until I figure out he best way to doth it we'd better keep. Tibson him he's probably using wheels so I should keep watchin' the rampex attend. Follow him no you're not supposed to drive. Knows wetty havey a special probationary license. The state issues them to kids whose parents are handicapped. Good always nice to belagal okay out take the first watch. One theek no I'm there, alt hit electronic gear and the car alt hose hidden cameras. I'd sign yet the system myself. I installed most of it. And I anticipated the possibility that I might want to knock it out some day don turi with an inhuritl so much as scrap. Wire. Bruce this job you have given me a Tatum Drake job, or a Robin job. Robin very careful Robin. Go to it. Bruce strode toward the front of the house stay and tuck by radio you know that drill I'll do. Mithing and relieve winaka pleaf hours. Bruce stepped outside, breathed deeply, and set off at a brisk trot toward the southern edge of his grounds. He stopped 100 yards from the road, stooped, and pawed snow away from what looked like a clump of dead grass. He reached under it, found a small knob, and twisted. That takes care of the electronics. He trotted away, toward the mansion that was visible as a dim silhouette in the swirling snow. I'll get in Tothakavi and have it out with Jean Paul mabit'll be bout nothing mabe Tims. Misreading the situation mabe Thera Elementstein Cantino about mabe Jean Paul's. Protecting him from something. Bruce space quickened. And mabe Jean Paul has gone off samedi pendil havito take the cappy and cowl away from him and then I'll havito figure out my responsibility for whatever harm he's done and ask myself how I could have made such a terrible mistake. 3. Jean Paul paced frantically around the cave's computer complex but it wasn't my fault he said aloud for that 20th time thero'd ways to see anyone would have hit that bus. But he knew he was lying to himself. Bruce Wayne would not have hit the bus because Bruce Wayne would have taken the weather into account and Bruce Wayne was a more skillful driver. No, I am better than Heis. That was also an obvious lie. Wayne was the superior driver, and Wayne would not have let abattoir escape. Wayne would have chosen among a dozen possibilities, any one of which would have stopped abattoir cold. Jean-Paul felt as though his mind were splintering. He didn't know what the thought nor what. Hefelt he wanted to take some action, but didn't know what to do, how to begin, where. Might he find one man in a city of 7 million? He paced, trying to focus, to reason, and could not. Finally he knelt and closed his eyes. Most holiest Dumasi beseech thee. Yes. The familiar voice soft he saint deep comforting just a bite impatient yawn to find. This abattoir. If it is the will most venerable. What would Bruce Wayne do? The saint demanded. Jean-Paul moaned. I'm waiting, St. Dumas said, impatience now dominating his words. Detective work, Jean-Paul mumbled. Ya where is mantle do a shwood? As the will would havite. But the saint said, suddenly thundering, once you have found your quarry, do as I would. Have Audo. Jean-Paul raised his eyes. He was alone. Harozu went to the computer and began tapping keys. He wasn't aware they had a plan. But he moved his fingers deftly, calmly. A list scrolled onto one of the monitors. Jean-Paul looked at it and smiled. It was all quite simple, really. Abattoir was obsessed with his family. Would be likely to know everything about it, and the Etchisons were real estate people next. To the Waynes, the real estate people in this part of the state with property on both sides. Of the Ivor Bruce Wayne's excellent database had a list of their holdings. Bruce Wayne's. Not Batman. Jean-Paul had found what he wanted in the Wayne course files, not the Batman files, and somehow that pleased him. Most of the Etchison property he could eliminate at a glance. The apartment buildings in upscale neighborhoods, the big mall east of the city, the few downtown offices that Wayne didn't own. But there were other places, most of them in a decaying industrial area across the bridge, largely abandoned when factory owners left the area in search of cheaper labor and larger tax abatements. Those were possibilities. One in particular, and Gali empty for the last 4 years. It was worth checking out. He could be there in less than an hour. Hello, Jean-Paul. Jean-Paul whirled, dropping into a defensive crouch, at the unexpected sound of Bruce Wayne's voice. Wayne was standing at the bottom of the steps that lead up to the mansion. Something was wrong about him. How did you get down here? Jean-Paul demanded. Wayne's presence was an outrage. Blasphemy. The cave was desecrated by his presence. You changed the combination on the clock, Bruce Wayne said. Beauty, you didn't change eth lock itself. Any medium competent safe cracker could have beaten it. What do you want? I'll decide that after we talk. Jean-Paul knew what was amiss about Wayne. He was dressed casually, grinning a lopsided grin that had charmed scores of husband-seeking debutantes, and he spoke in the high baritone that had uttered vapid pleasantries at 1,000 Tony parties. But he was Batman. There was nothing soft or stupid in either his steady gaze or his relaxed, alert posture. "I have nothing to see to you," Jean-Paul told him. "You've just convinced me, otherwise you should have things to say, plenty of them. If you don't something's wrong, get out of here. Maybe soon, but not now. I'm warning you." "Of what, Jean-Paul?" "I'm Batmano." "That might be true, let's discuss it. I have work to do." "Maybe I can help." Still smiling, Bruce strolled toward Jean-Paul. "You vegeta case. No fio your business, I told you leave me alone." Bruce looked past Jean-Paul to the monitor screen. Something cooking on the computer. As Jean-Paul began to swing, he saw Bruce left arm rising. Bruce swayed, shifting but too slowly. Jean-Paul's fist caught him on the cheekbone. Bruce fell to the floor of the cave and in the same motion rolled and scrambled to his feet. Jean-Paul stared at him, struggling to contain his fury. "I'm leaving now, I veget work to do. Important work, you'd better not be here when I get back. Or you'll do it." Jean-Paul. "Whatever I have to don't remind dentist me." Jean-Paul ran toth mobilio opened the door, looked back at Bruce. "In ever want to see you here again, don't you understand? I'm Batmano." Robin Soth mobile burst from the hidden exit, obviously Bruce's disabling goft he security. System had been unnecessary. Jean Paul wasn't worried about being seen Robin driving his father's Lincoln station wagon followed mobily out onto the access road. Jean Paul was heading for the Beltway and, presumably, Gotham City. It was a few minutes after 5, the winter sky was steel grey, and night was coming fast. That meant that the strange, sleek vehicle might not be noticed. The dashboard telephone buzzed. Robin picked it up as he was guiding the Lincoln onto the Beltway ramp. Although Bruce was only 2 miles away, his voice sounded as though it were coming from an unimaginable distance. Him. Yeah, we're heading for Gotham. What's going on? I not sure, just don't lose him and confront them. Something bad happened, hasn't it? Bruce read the question. Give me a call when he stops. You'll probably be hearing from in a few minutes. Okay, Robin replied thoroughly of around concentrate on keeping Jean Paul inside the black mobile is moving at the speed limit button a tab of it and staying in the middle lane. Jean Paul was driving carefully. Robin noticed the damaged rear end and wondered if that had something to do with Jean Paul's uncharacteristic caution. Robin followed Jean Paul off the Beltway and onto the bridge. Across the river, the traffic thinned, and thinned further still when Jean Paul entered what had once been an industrial area. Robin had never been here and didn't like seeing block after block of empty corrugated steel buildings with shattered windows and bars with cement blocks sealing doorways. Once these desolate vacant streets had been Estate's industrial hub. Now they were a preview of the night after the final war. Only one factory was still operating, a smelting plant that Jean Paul passed twice. Obviously, he was searching. But for what? The street was easy to miss. It was a single long block that began at one huge, dark factory and ended at another. There were 4 low buildings on one side that had once housed bars and diners and, on the other, a single large structure with a low domed roof. Robin saw the shape of a huge bowling pin silhouetted against the last dim glow of the western sky. Jean Paul guided his car to the curb and stopped. 100 yards away, Robin wondered if he should try to get closer or keep what he considered to be a safe distance. Bruce would know. Robin was reaching for the telephone when he saw Jean Paul. It was impossible to think of him as Batman leave the car and begin running. Robin hesitated, his hand hovering near the phone. No time to consult his mentor. The decision had to be his. Switched off the Lincoln engine and began to see Jean Paul. It had taken Jean Paul longer than he anticipated to find the bowling alley, but he convinced himself it wasn't his fault. These ways a ghost town, no lights, no street signs, nobody to ask for directions. When he did find it, he realized that he had no plan. What would Bruce Wayne do? No. To hell with Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne was a pathetic has-been who could be dropped with a single punch. Jean Paul was Batman. He would devise his own tactics. Then he saw a side door open and someone leave the bowling alley. Even in this dim light, he instantly recognized the man he'd seen running into Thwoods the previous afternoon. He yelled, "Abattoir!" Abattoir turned and began running. He rounded a corner of the building and vanished into the shadows. But wouldn't escape again. Jean Paul couldn't see him but on the kind of ground that Jean Paul was used to, city ground. Jean Paul could hear him, could distinguish the sound of footfalls from other noises. Abattoir burst from the shadows and trotted up the middle of the next street. Jean Paul lengthened stride. You can take it away, hesh hout Dan thought brief light hat. He sounded silly. Abattoir came to a chain link fence, reached over his head, clutched the wire, and climbed. He rolled over the top and dropped to snow-covered asphalt on the other side. Jean Paul hit the fence at full run, jumped, grabbed the pipe that ran along the top, and vaulted. He came down running. Ahead, Abattoir was limping. He'd hurt himself getting over the fence. He hobbled past a row of cars parked along a wall. Jean-Paul realized that they were in a parking lot behind the factory he'd passed while he was searching for the Bolingoli. A rectangle of orange light appeared in the wall. A door had opened and a man dressed in coveralls emerged holding a cigarette. Abattoir elbowed the man aside and entered the building. Jean-Paul caught a glimpse of Timon's outraged face as she followed heard the man skrik xenophobic. The heat, after the cold outside, was like a slap, and the noise, a hideous combination of roar and shriek, was almost painful. Jean-Paul slowed and scanned the area. He was in a foundry. Concrete floor thick with grease, high, peaked ceiling crisscrossed with catwalks, directly ahead, a gigantic vat with gouts of steam and flurries of red sparks rising from the top. He saw 3 men wearing leather aprons over jumpsuits at the base of the vat. One was looking at him and yelling, the others were gazing upward. Abattoir was climbing a ladder toward a catwalk. At the top he paused and looked back at Jean-Paul, then rolled off the ladder and under a guardrail. Jean-Paul went after him. Here, on the catwalk, the heat was intense and the light, a blue-orange glare, filled his vision with sprays of brightness and looming shadows. But he could see Abattoir, fingers wrapped around the handrail taking slow fearful steps outward. But Abattoir couldn't go far. The catwalk ended directly above the vat. There was no ladder, no other exit. Jean-Paul advanced and Abattoir stepped backward, into a cloud of steam that rose from the vat, until his back hit the guardrail. For a moment the 2 men stared at each other through the white mist. Then Abattoir unbuttoned the top of his overcoat and tugged a gun from inside it. Batman raised his right gauntlet. 3 darts shot from it, one buried itself in Abattoir's wrist. Theather two cotton the thick clothes hofisco the gun drop at Abattoir opened his mouth to owl but his voice was lost in the roar. Batman stepped within arm's length of the killer and suddenly struck him on the chin with the heel of his right hand. Abattoir's head snapped back and he toppled stiffly over the guardrail. His body somersaulted backward as he began to fall toward the vat. His left fingers caught the edge of the catwalk hungfit dangling. He mouthed towards help me but again Batman couldna theorem. Batman reached down toward Abattoir's hand. Once you have found or quarry do as you would have ahido. Although the din of the foundry was as deafening as ever, the command was clear. Batman looked around for Saint Dumas. Wast had him over there, in the shadows? Or was Batman seeing a mirage, an illusion compounded of steam and flickering light? Do as I would have you do. Regardless of whether the venerated one was present, his wishes were unmistakable. Batman stood, turned, strode to the ladder, and climbed down. He met Robin at the bottom. You vegato helfum, Robin shouted. Jean-Paul glanced over his shoulder. Abattoir was still dangling from the catwalk. He shook his head. Then I will, Robin said, and reached for the ladder. Jean-Paul grabbed him beneath his arms, flung him to the floor, and again glanced over his shoulder. Abattoir was gone. The steam rising from the vat was no longer white, it was crimson and grey now, and tiny flames rocketed high in the air and arced downward. The roar seemed louder than ever. 4. I saw him de timzaid I was lying gone the floran de luke dupend watcheth I'm drop into the vat of molten metal. What a horrible end. Take ideas Bruce said Hirached for Tim's shoulder anthan withdrawwish and he didn't he know how to be physically comfortin' gone. He realized for the 1000th time that he would have made a terrible father. Maybe Yuri used ta things like that but not me. I'll never forget the sight oft hat man falling as long as alive. I hope not if I do forget ideal have lost something go fimensa value. Have I lost it? I don't think so no a haven tea. I'm sorry Brucey, I'm pretty freaked out. It's Sakai. They were in the library of the manor. Jean-Paul was somewhere below, in the cave. Bruce leaned back in the huge old easy chair and stared into the cold fireplace. What shadowing? Watch a feeling, regret, remorse, triumph, if and you may bade know what to do next. Tim was pacing back and forth in front of the windows. Beyond him lay acres of snow. Covered long glowing in the one light oft hue intermon I just thought off something he said couldn't you Batman be charged with a crime? With manslaughter or something? I guess it's possible according to the newscasts the manatha found dry rattling pretty garbled tale. There was only a skeleton crew working last night and only 3 of them. Actual I saw you want Jean Paul Bethue theory not calling him Batman he shanjedth. Costume offer therito be doubt. But what if they do charge you? I guess the police will have it warious and still be after technically I'm still wanted for questioning in connection with the murder of those women. But they veget bane. And maybe he's confessed or maybe not that's another problem Bruce looked up from the fireplace. Now's the time I vegeta tell him now Tim I veget more bad news. Tim stopped pacing I'm afraid tosk. And I'm afraid to tell you about it wouldn't be fair not to. Okay. I've been in touch with Gordon they found Graham Eachison. Who? The man abattoir was looking for. How is? Dead Tim abattoir kill them. Tim boudished O'Gees. Bruce hesitated he had to finish it he ways in the Bolingoli abattoir buried him under a pile of bricks in the basement. When? He did this morning in the hospital. Bruce watched Tim understand. He was alive last night. Tim said slowly when Paul washing abattoir. I'm afraid so. He was alive when I was here. Yes. If I'd stop at if I'd search at the Bolingoli. Time I had norius and to believe a theruasana point in bothering. Would I you have tonight? Bruce was silent. Answer me. Tim's voice was rillant there were tears in his eyes. After abattoir de would have gone back to see if anything had been overlooked. And to Dave saved Etchison's life. Maybe beauty v had yourself experienced I can t blame yourself. With the hell do you think I blame myself? I didn't do it Timp wanted the floor he did. That bastard was in your lousy cave down here he killed Etchison. I know targuing. There's only one question you vegetosk yourself Bruce what are you going to do about it? You sound like you blamed him. You picked him without looking at Bruce in crossed theorem and went into the foyer. Can you show me all right? Brucey called after him a moment later he heard the front door slam. Bruce sunk further into the chair he had a lot of technique stokal miss mind discipline shed. Learned from every kind of guru there was, yoga, meditation, deep relaxation, self-hypnosis. Active imagination the list was long and at this moment, useless. He could focus on nothing he was warier than he'd ever been in his life. I create him he's Batman and Batman is a minster maybe Batman's always been a minster. A childish, demented phantom that allowed me to escape from grief and loneliness, and my vanity wouldn't meet my pathetic vanity. Bruce got up and turned out the lights, then lay down on the rug and stared into the darkness. He would lie there, sleepless, all night long, and in the morning he would rise and begin doing whatever had to be done. Maybe it was time to retire Batman. But before Bruce could do that, he had to become Batman. Again. He set himself a training regimen as rigorous as any he had ever undertaken, a 20-mile run before breakfast, through snow, in work boots, carrying a backpack filled with sand, a 1,000 sit UPS and push-ups mornings and another set evenings, weight training for the major muscle groups on alternate days, chin UPS, squats, 2 hours of yoga mid-morning and another 2 hours late afternoon he deconverted the south drawing room to a fully equipped gym and to hell with the antique furnishings. The months of partial inactivity had been costly, although he had no hint of pain in his back and neck, he was stiff in his muscles where relax at first thus hocket a thou week he'd become 1,000 push-ups. His arms refused to flex after 300. Run 20 miles? After 6, he stopped and stooped, hands on thighs, breath erupting in white clouds from his mouth. But years of disciplined conditioning hadn't he been totally lastandathened. Oft he second week his body was responding to his demands, he wasn't I sold self far from it, but he was confident he soon would be. Bruce called Tim at least once every day. Occasionally Tim would actually pick up the telephone, but he was always in a hurry, always vague about his plans. Bruce read the Gazette and watched the local newscasts. No mention of Batman, nor of any unexplained violence. That was good. It could mean Jean-Paul was inactive, or it could mean he was operating very secretly. Bruce wished he could believe that it meant his protégé had retired, but there remembered the mask of fanaticism that had been Jean-Paul's face at their last meeting, and the hate in his voice. I'm Batman-o-ang knew it couldn't be so. Bruce considered entering the cave again. There were several ways that could be managed, and trying to peek with Jean-Paul, but the decided it wasn't a good idea if Bruce were to succeed in avoiding a final, physical confrontation. Jean-Paul would have to see he was dealing with an equal, not a supplicant. He wanted to avoid that confrontation. But it was a possibility, even a probability, and he had to be ready for it, assume it would happen. He was rediscovering his strength and agility. Next he would have to regain his combat skills. He would begin with some basics. A pre-arranged series of combat moves that superficially resembled a dance, but only superficially. It was actually a rehearsal for repelling several attackers at once. He chose a sequence from the Shaolin Kung Fu school, which he had first mastered at age 18. After his run on the Tuesday of the third week, he dropped his backpack into the snow and trotted to a wide stretch of lawn behind the north portico. He assumed the horse stance, legs wide, knees bent, hands at hips, and snapped out his right fist. Lame that punch wouldn't they've both read a hummingbird. He punched with his left fist. Lame-o. Straightened and kicked an imaginary opponent's solar plexus. He was a half-second late. Straightening his knee, the kind of mistiming that a seasoned attacker would turn to devastating advantage. Worse, he almost lost his balance. Am I stiff from the run? Is something wrong with me? He did 3 backflips. All systems go. He tried another kick, another failure. Okay, maybe Kung Fu isn't a good stiletto start with, let's try some ethicantler. He assumed the opening stance of Yang-style Tai Chi Chuan and began the slow, rhythmic moves of the most peaceful, and potentially most useful, of the martial arts. He put his feet in position and wavy disarms according to Thefram Buthiken. He wasn't doing real taiki. He could feel no movement of internal energy, no sense of flow, no harmony. He felt like a clumsy adolescent shoving his first date around a dance floor. Ivilist samethingandi natsuri wat. He picked up his backpack and went into the house, through the kitchen to the library. He sat in the lotus position on the rug. He asked himself, what have I lost, stilled his mind, and waited for an answer. It came in the form of wordless images. Amos Asplin slapping a small child. His mother spirals is pilling into the gutter. Bodies strewn around the narrow streets of an English village. Benedict Asp twitching on the floor of a house in Florida. When Bruce stood, he was trembling. I realized my capacity for violence. He now despised what had been an essential tool, what he had chosen to make an essential tool. He'd have it organitandek knew only one person could help him do that. 5. It took Bruce 2 days to locate Lady Shiva, and when he did, he learned that she was only about 1,200 miles away. The procedure which had learned years earlier was to place an ad in the personals section of a New Delhi newspaper and wait for a reply. That was a problem. He couldn't find had Batman and a telephone number, so he placid had. And with some reluctance and to visit Tim I could assist some computer help, he said Tim. led him to thuid room in Thirarov Tedrake mentioned that was filled with Dim's property, including a computer array that looked like the slightly younger brother of the one in the cave. Is thys a Robin Yabora Tim job? E heavy feeling that Robinison temporary retirement so kalita Tim job. Tim knitted okay. Ini diauto hackinto a newspaper database and jetmit headdress thought goes with a name. Local paper. Note exactly it Sheenan Diathanu Delhi Gazette. It's an English language a daily. I wonder if theft of data is illegal in India. Probably that swhy no taskin auto doi time only saying I could assist some help. What's the name ao wintan address for? Shasigned yourself Kali's sister. Okay, give me few hours I'll call you. Athador Bruce said if Robin ever wants to get back into action he could probably accommodated. Robin thinks she'll stay in Limbountal Samikistan Sari answered Maba finding good who. Kali's sister is could help answer them. Bruce finished the day's workout at a Spartan dinner and was preparing for an earlierist. When the phone rang, I twazelitharderthan thought it would be Tim's aide but if finally managed it Kali's sister gets her mail as Aussie Isis, General Delivery, East Cottage, Pennsylvania. I looked it up. It's a hamlet in Theolechenius Abitostoft Ford. I'll find a thanks time and Thorobin Yob offer still open. Let's see how will Robin's boss do she's job. Robin's boss will do hispus thean li hops Robin believes that thanks against him. The following morning, Bruce took a commercial flight to Pittsburgh, rented a car, and before noon was driving west on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Traffic was sparse. Seeing snow falling in large slow flakes reminded Bruce that it was Christmas Eve. The holiday had never meant anything much to him, not since early childhood, and so he was aware of it only if it bore on work he was doing today it didn't he. At 3 in the afternoon, he passed an accident site. A black Pontiac Grand Prix was overturned in the middle of the highway. He slowed, planning to offer help, but he saw that an ambulance was already there and paramedics were loading a man and a woman onto stretchers shoisn't Ned. He arrived at East Cottage an hour later. It was almost too small to be called a town, a single street with only a few small stores on either side. It was as picturesque as a calendar painting. And as vacant. At 4 in the afternoon, the sidewalks were empty, the layer of new snow covering them untrodden, the buildings dark. Christmas Eve. Folks at home with folks. But not a childish, demented phantom created to let an orphan escape from grief and loneliness. No, that morose warrior was prowling the twilight searching for a woman who would school him in mayhem. Ho ho ho. Bruce found an open gas station and questioned the attendant, an old man wearing a sheepskin jacket and a Steelers cap eager for conversation. He talked as he pumped gas. Nothery ain't nobody like you describe a living in town a livid herial my life and debus in saying ik no ever yon course some people come a only shapan mail. The mightn't necessarily know some of them live way up the mountain course Etherean tea. Much point in going up there to Nitrodsel Bay Dandifiuden Tino Wari Goin Jokud get in trouble jets real cold Jokud freeze a todiathan dimene thetites. Hapenadi Wajia I'd head on back to the highway and find Damatel Jokud Gate nearly. Start in Themmerning 1 TB's bad than county'll have a the roads cleared at least semiov. The unless it's nos again. Bruce took $100 bill from his wallet and handed it to the old man. You go tanny things maller mister, int ga change for these. But I'll bid you no so me buddy you ha kuda see few extra dollars Bruce said you'll be doing me favor if I ujavita thought personantal them to have a Merry Christmas. Well thanks and to have a Merry Christmas too. Bruce drove back through East Cottage to a crossroads. He stopped and got out of the car. To the right, a mile down a winding strip of icy asphalt, he could see the turnpike, a blue ribbon. Hazy in the snow, to the left, more icy asphalt that blurred into darkness. No contest. I'll always goes a thin night. He got climbing boots from the trunk, put them on, and locked the car. He would play a hunk. He would search for chivatoire sensational. The old man's advice was rational. Here but it felt somehow appropriate, and he'd learned to heed feelings when there was no obvious reason to ignore them. Sometimes his subconscious was smarter than his conscious, not often, but sometimes. He began to hike. At midnight, Bruce reached the end of the road. But he could see a path leading sharply upward through a stand of pines. He took a small flashlight from an inner pocket of his parka and played the beam on the path. Tiny depressions in the snow, footprints, almost covered. He climbed. At 3, by his watch, the snow stopped and silver-rimmed clouds slid away from a full white moon. Ahead, at the top of a ridge, there was a squat, square structure, a cabin, the only man-made thing in sight, harsh and unnatural, and in front of it something else, something smaller. Although Bruce was too far away to see it clearly, it seemed as natural to the vista of mountain peaks and trees as the cabin was foreign. He pulled a ski mask from his pocket and pulled it over his head. He walked on. Lady Shiva was sitting cross-legged in the snow, back straight, short hair stirring in the breeze, eyes staring straight ahead, open palms upturned on her knees. She was naked and beautiful. Without looking at him, she said, "If I hook me in a closer I'll kill you." "You haven't changed," Bruce said. "Good. Do I know you?" Shiva said, not moving. "Wemit about 4 years ago through Vic's age we had a lit workout in a pier." Shiva smiled. "Yes, you were a different mass thinandak ape you had promised Sheris." Or rather, it seemed to Bruce that her body transformed from sitting to standing so quickly and smoothly he wasn't sure he saw it happen. "You'd probably consider me chauvinistifio for it my code," he said. "Not necessarily, but I think he would break twa bones in our forearms and drive a sharp edgy scent on her vecklisters thought would cause a great pain. Then I want weary not wearing theatre guise, the cape, the mask oft bat. That's all been a sure pedalterd. Perverted." Shiva Salwidina danchurin her tongue over her lower lip. "Can check know about Jean Paul? No, she's deeply intuitive and she's the world's greatest reader of body language." That was just a lucky shot. "Yes," Bruce said, perverted. "And now Yowen tight back. I winter deem it. Why both are mu with these? I went auto train." Suddenly Bruce was attingent the snow he'd been watching her hands and saw she must have kicked him, but he hadn't seen her do it. His just begun to hurt. "You warn't ready," Shiva said. "Ich no make me ready. Why should I? For the Lyria Sonia do anything it might prove interesting. You are noteworthy of them. Not now, not yet." Bhutan si was remember the pier, bring back. Shiva turned away from a Myawarinavar worthy of me. "You refused to kill." "I almost did kill. Back in Florida. Because I was desperate and my body would not obey me. But that's a thing she can never know." "That will never change," Bruce said. "Then coming to us an insult. Noit ways attribute need nothing less than the best, and that's ya beautifio you refuse a theirs. Nothing I can do about it." Bruce began walking down his slope. "As you said it might prove interesting." Shiva was moving up the hill toward the cabin, stepping so lightly that her feet barely indented the snow. Bruce followed, trudging, feeling clumsy as an elephant. Saying nothing, she led him into the cabin. It was what Bruce expected: stark, functional, a futon, a glowing charcoal brazier, a few candles. The only ornamentation was a large yin-yang symbol hung on one wall. Shiva motioned him to sit by the brazier. She put on a flowing white silk robe that somehow emphasized rather than concealed her incredible sensuality. "Will you drink tea with me?" she asked, her voice now welled known off tea contemptuous authority Bruce had heard in it earlier. "It would be my pleasure." Bruce rolled at the bottom of Teskamoskto Hisapur lip above his mouth. "Wouldn't you like to take that off?" Shiva started he mask for Ramamantanthan slowly. Deliberately, slid her gaze down his body. "Imshy," Bruce said. Holding a china teapot, Shiva knelt in front of him and placed it on the brazier. The candle light glowed on her pale skin and caught reddish highlights in her jet black hair and "I wonder," she said, "what it would take to cure that shyness." The acrid odor of burning charcoal mingled with another scent that seemed to waft from beneath the woman's robe, and Bruce felt himself wanting Toriach for her. 15 years word Hof world-class sublimation is now cleaning out its desk. Whoa! Brucey Kofadan said he have to admitite samak bitero pening linathonisking me. Signed that bitab out curing miss shyness amin. She veres dania brow you do not find me allering. Lady Shiva or every probably the sexiest woman alive, which is probably not exactly a late breaking bullet in toya butiri leaden twant me forearms broken it would bitch me. Tennis game to hell. Shiva laughed. You have passador first est no take off or clothes. The direct approach. Take them a fond go outside side in the snow until I summon you. Is this part of me training? Yes, it is the part that frees easier us off. Can I keep me mask on? Only if it does not cover your ass. Later, after he'd been sitting for 2 hours, naked and shivering, watching the sun rise over a distant peak, Shiva came out of the cabin. She was again nude. Stand up, no breathe in your voice and note much of anything gel seether. Shuaket around him inspecting much muscle. Is thought good or bad? Itis neither itis a fact you worry strong so you will see our strength if I were not strong. Vudis is some thingels. What if he had nothing? The Nile would be dead and beyond me help. In the past the dad many kinds of masters, ranging from thugs whose fighting skills made them nothing more than what they wanted to be, highly accomplished bullies, to gentle, wise Kirigi, the ancient Korean who refused further instruction when Bruce would not swear to forsake violence forever. But none were remotely like Shiva. Once she must have been a daughter, a student, perhaps even a lover. Now, she was only her art. There was no technique from any discipline Bruce had ever heard of, that she had not perfected, and many he found completely baffling. She injured him, often, and when she did, she repaired the damage. An abrupt twist in a dislocated shoulder was restored with no hint of stiffness, a poultice held in place for 15 minutes and a cut closed, a cup of foul-tasting brew and a raging nausea caused by a kick to the belly vanished. There was no concern in her ministrations, just an incredibly efficient restoration of functioning. She was a healer, as was Chandra, but there the similarity ended. He had sensed that Chandra desperately wanted her patients to be healthy. Shiva, he was certain, cared nothing for his well-being, only for the potential she saw in him. In less than a week, he stopped being aware of the passage of time. No hours, minutes, seconds, no day or night, everything was reduced to conditions of heat, cold, light, dark, pain, fatigue, exhaustion. And each condition had a remedy and, ultimately, a use. Occasionally, in the rare moments when Shiva was not absolutely controlling his existence, Bruce wondered about Jean-Paul. What was Batman up to? Brooding in the cave? Or dunking the odd serial killer in molten metal? But Shivanavir allowed him or than a few moments reverie before demonstrating a new technique or proving, usually humiliatingly, that he was inept in the execution of an old one. He almost forgot about Gotham City. 6. Batman had 15 minutes before his appointment with Sergeant Harvey Bullock. Time enough to cruise the streets near the river and search for crime, muggers, carjackers, burglars, crack dealers. He might find any or all of them in this neighborhood. It was nearly midnight and a wire savimaliwe revelers were gathered in the theatre district, drinking alcohol and cavorting like animals. They were not his worry. He passed a tenement, Even in the wan glow of a street lamp half a block away, he could see that its facade was grimy. Its fire escape rusted and sagging. It was a dwelling for the poor, the hopeless, the lost, yet 3 of its windows were rimmed with colored lights and he could see a Christmas tree in a fourth. He remembered Ishola days with his father. There hadn't he been manufactured usually. His father was away, traveling, he now knew, on errands of violence. But some Decembers, his father joined him and they shared a meal: pizza, pastrami sandwiches from a delicatessen, bags of potato chips. They never exchanged gifts. The Maja brought presents his father had explained. The angel shad no need to there. Mission ways to serve various angels. He had no idea what that meant, not then. Now he did. His father had been Azrael, and Azrael bore, not gold, frankincense, and myrrh, but a fiery sword. At midnight by the dashboard clock, he turned into a narrow alley between 2 loft buildings. Bullock was already there, leaning against his battered Dodge, holding a cardboard carton and stuffing a donut into his face. "Yo," Bullock said as Batman approached. "Happy New Year." "What do you want?" Batman asked. "And they say I ain't got no gift off gab. Okay, let's get it. You may benata," said there and bin. "Much activity on the polis band lately." Batman dithad been and see he'd lassa learned a faflani by listening to th radio. "Ya wonder why?" Reasons Gordon put out toward we ain't supposed to the squawk box except in case of emergency. We're supposed talkery quarter sand call and pay phones. Or a say oniatham portable phones which Gordon says we gotta pop for yourself a say taya. $100 for only them things and the and counting what they car get put em in. Servicey anyway. I figure the commissioners freezing you out hadn't like our style of these days. Me idn't agree a thing curie doing fine. I make it way jia who hope you to betwar down. Couple weeks ago hikwas long gover doing dime dam shuri who been kicking ass and taking names so overtone that's me kinda police work. I got Italy we use it ta think you. Ways up you see Boy Scout no tanamora thof whatever yuri having for breakfast these days. I day like to faded a thuholadam department starter with Gordon. Thanks for thine formation. Batman turned and started for Isker. "Hold in a minute," Bullock said, taking a rolled sheaf of papers from the pocket of his overcoat. "I got something that might interest you. We got into the commissioner's private files and did some copying. It's a list of flow life as we know where dirty but we ain't been able to nail. Notin' away that stand up in court. I figure you might be able to do something about them. Keep ya busy." Batman accepted the papers. "You done with that bunch? Gimme a call and I'll give you some memory," Bullock said. Batman got into the car and put the list on the seat next to him. He would return to the cave and study the information Bullock had provided. Then he would go to work. Shiva fell backward into Adiep drift off snowtree to roll and couldn't for a moment. She floundered. He watched her struggling to regain her footing and felt a sudden, savage joy. He had taken her arrogant confidence and, if he chose, he could dominate her, humble her. Now, while she was helpless, a bruise was already forming on her chest where his heel had struck her. There were 4 similar bruises on her body. Yesterday morning, there had been none. "Excellent," she said. "It's time for me to go," he said. "Oh, I do not recall saying that." "You didn't? Is it because you enjoy beating?" "That might be good guess buton lie. I guess I'dn't really know. I not prepared to find out." Shiva shook her head ruefully. "Would you struggle with the ourself, accept what he wore? Yuri asking me to accept the our definition of Washam no deal." Bruce went to the cabin, dressed, put on his backpack, and started down the path. The sun was almost directly overhead, the snow all around him was glaring. Shiva stepped in front of him. "If I stay will make of I out the finest martial artist who ever lived. Some with her life. I could stop you from going. I could force you into a fight to the death. You could tree. You doubt my ability." Shiva laughed. No beautify insist on mortal combat I will disable you without killing you. Ya will fail I will kill you. I kept the possibility it doesn't change my mind. Shiva bowed and moved aside. I'm grateful Bruce said you have given me what I come for. If you need anything, get word. To Menawi have even all request don taver komitaga thamcity please. I promise no thing. I didn't expect you out goodbye. When Bruce Uasathi bottom of tepath heard Shivakal ya will return tome. He continued walking. You have given me what I came for, he'd told Hern dit was true. Yesterday morning gas Thiessen had just begun to glint off the distant peak she'd blocked a punch to his face and retaliated instantly with a palm strike the first of Shiva's bruises. And in that instant Dragon discapacited for violencia and Samethin more Samething. He had never known was his, the pleasure of physically dominating another human being. An hour ago, as he watched Shiva fall, it had erupted into the purest joy he could imagine. So I've been kidding Mijal fall these years it didn't bezit he violence I reveled in it. Deep within himself, Bruce felt the stirring of a long dormant fear, and he knew that if he lived through the coming week, if he survived the confrontation with Jean Paul, he would have to undertake the terrifying task of stripping away all the masks he wore to learn what kind of man lay beneath them. Bruce Scarwasware had left boot complete Liberia under snow and themonth he had been with Shiva on the mountaintop, he had been only peripherally aware of the snowfall, it was just another part of the erratic cycle of pain, exhaustion and rest that was life with Shiva. He hiked to the gas station and arranged for a tow, and while he was waiting for the tow truck driver to return he listened to the cashier's radio and earned that northeast had been assaulted with some of the worst storms in history while he had been away. He paid cash for the tow and a few minor repairs, tipped generously, and got in the car. It seemed strange to him, as though he were occupying some alien artifact, a vehicle from the fourth planet of Cygnus, say, assuming Cygnus had planets and those planets were host to beings who wanted to go somewhere. Cautiously at first, he guided the car down the steep road to the turnpike. Once on the pike, he regained confidence and accelerated to the speed limit. The pavement had been plowed and the night was clear, he was back in Gotham by midnight. He didn't want to risk a confrontation with Jean Paul, not yet, not until he knew what the situation was. So he checked into a downtown hotel, remembering to assume Playboy Bruce Wayne's shambling walk slightly unfocused and the Norvwa just missed being shrill. Imita wonderful manin charlatamali he explained to Theed's clerk an absolute guru, in my opinion. He said it is absolutely essential for a person such as myself to get away from ancestral influences once in a while. Too much of their ectoplasmic vibration can be stifling. Well, my house is crawling with ancestral influences at any time at all, and tonight I felt the ghosts were breathing into my face. Invisibly, of course. Not that I believe any of it. But what's the harm in being careful, as my great-great-grandfather Solomon Wayne used to. Sesoid decided to spend the night harasedoiho people zervikipers for breakfast. In theorem he considered calling time and didn't atwayun themmerning Tim should be sleeping, and Bruce didn't want to risk waking Jack Drake hesha disclose and lay down on the king-size bed he couldn't he get comfortable he felt as though he were easing kingamali into a vast, feathery mire. After an hour he got up, placed a blanket on the rug, did a quick relaxation technique that he had learned when he was 17, and slept. At 7 o'clock he was awake and refreshed. He ordered room service breakfast. As a matter of fact, they did have kippers, but he opted for pancakes instead, and while he was waiting for it to arrive, telephoned the Drake house. Tim sounded relieved. Bruce, I was beginning to worry. In the Playboy's tenor Bruce said, well, it was a longer trip than I anticipated, but the scenery was delicious. And dows be you. Na problemo. Our friend. A few developments but Noriel Kanjatharthan with the costume that he shanjita. Lot. Well will shoot bang thighs around a bitena consiho kanjatinta thesity Tim. Sure where are you staying? At the Gotham Towers Beauty Drather meet some Uariels how about Tepark? Southern entrance, Byth bus stop. Fine Northy Big Bird Cage how thatsu ideu. Big Bird Cage itis issued gether by 11. Bruce ate breakfast, which seemed heavy and cloying, and read the Gotham Gazette. Then he scanned the television for news programs and talk shows. Then it was still only 9 o'clock. Hi need to run, or to punch the hell out of Abug, and either of those activities was possible. The hotel had a gym and the park was near enough for a run. But both were distinctly Bruce Wayne-like. He found he was actually missing Shiva's food in his face. You have given me what I came for, he had told her, and now he wished he could give a little of it back. He sat in for the next 90 minutes slowly relaxed and contracted every external muscle. In his body only a tatum focusing concentrating total lithis was hivas modification of fa. Popular exercise technique, one that added elements of Tai Chi and Xing Yi, it was as effective, if not as satisfying, as a morning at the gymnasium. Tim was waiting for him at the birdcage. Let's walk Bruce sedan thabigan tosser cleathazu it was Saturday morning there. Were hundreds of mothers and nannies, and thousands of children making angels in the snow, building snowmen, throwing snowballs. The park was a field of innocence. But Bruce scanned it anyway, and even after he was satisfied that there were no listening devices nearby, spoke in a near whisper. Filmain Hesed wat veho bin up to. Algebra Spanish Civics American History English Composition and Lunch Tim said. Solemn lion grind ohio me an on third breast front well algebron thuristoff. That stuff have been taking most of my time, but I have managed to plant a tracer on the mobile. How? By jatingenta the cave you shut off the alarms remember. It didn't want you taking gonna chances. And it didn't played it super careful not that I think Paul would hurt my real identity. Anyway with the tracer I've been able to monitorum somtamisen die viven got a few photos. Timthathad tobe dangerous. Safer than crossing the street I sedate le photo lensa wasn't what hina 100 yards soft. Action. What kind of action? Nay my if it's illegal he shouldn't jit. How much hurt? He's broken alatoff bonus but nobody's dead. Isha developing theled shimself. Hard to see Bruce not likely he's not exactly a poster child for detective work. Then some buddies feeding him. Tim packadas snowball and pagatate no parking sign the last couple of night she's been cruising up and down Burnett Avenue a lot seems interested in an apartment building. In the 400 block. 415. How do you know that, Bruce? That's where his father was Hotan arms dealer named Ilhahounadapan Thous Thair. Arms dealer, hi this bloatus beginning to thicken he busted an arms shipment a few nights ago that's so oft hating z photographed. When can I see that photo? How about right now? Tim reached into an inner pocket off his parka and produced a business envelope I vejothaneg sans small contact prints. This'll do. Bruce took the envelope and removed a slim sheaf of photographs. Batman punching, Batman slashing with his bladed gauntlet, Batman shooting his darts, a crate full of what looked like assault rifles, 4 men in windbreakers running, Batman kicking, Batman holding a small round object up to a light bulb. I'll take these Bruce told Tim. Consider the homecoming gifted in Thave tomato shop for flowers. Yawan samelunk. Note unless you need me I told Ariana I might give Erical thighs of turnuan. She'll be better company than I have learned never to argue with my elders azur. You give me hope for the younger generation of ago. Bruce turned and started crossed he path toward the park softball diamonds. Bruce Tin called you'll stay in touch. Sure Bruce waved and watched Tim trot toward the street. I should have thanked him, Bruce thought. Oh noft he days I'll have it learn toba human. Waynetik's Gotham City headquarters were on the far side off Te Park at noon on Saturday. The tall, grim building was deserted except for a skeleton crew of security guards. Old Tom Joseph, who had been a Wayne employee for 30 years, was manning the desk in the lobby. How be yumru, old Tom's audas Bruce estrodato his disk and cniusan key before Christmas. Life grows ever more demanding, Bruce said. Sometimes I do not know how I keep up. What can I do for you? Not a single solitary thing, actually. I think I left a bottle of wine here as me place a chateau. Law fight something or other. I happened to meet a rather intriguing young woman who confessed to passion for that chateau Lafitte product, thought he'd surprise her with an early Valentine's Day present. Hel pio oluk. Nanamr Yosefil just stumble around Mijal Fuguna buddy our business. You need anything, holler. That it will. Bruce took the elevator to the computer laboratory on the 16th floor. He dropped his coat and hat onto a chair and noticed that the large, shadowy chamber was chilly. There was no heat in the building on weekends. Bruce went directly to an IBM mainframe with an array of peripheral equipment attached, snapped switches, and started working. He scanned one of Tim's photographs into the machine. A hunk nothing more than that booted 1/3 tok no wa Jean Paul was looking get. On the monitor, Batman peered at the round object. Bruce tapped keys. The image sharpened. More tapping, a box appeared around the object. Tapping. The object seemed to grow and move forward until it filled the screen. A medal, probably of gold, bearing the likeness of a stern man with a halo around his head. Yes. The sigil of the Order of Saint Dumas. Bruce looked away from the screen to the small photograph on the table in front of him. What was Jean Paul Thing King when thighs was taken? What did it do to whatevers left off eyes? Sanity? 7. He had beaten the gunrunners into submission, and as he was making his way to the car, he had glimpsed the golden disc on the floor of the warehouse, gleaming in a stray beam of light, shining through the grimy window. He picked it up, peered at it, and gasped. He had seen its twine only and see lying in his father's bombuth would never forgetite because his father had said simply St. Dumas, and suddenly often heard syllables had meaning to his 7-year old mind. This is Saint Dumas. This man. Saint Dumas is a man. It's a man that father is always talking about. At first, standing in that riverfront garage, surrounded by crates of automatic weapons, he thought the medal was a sign from heaven, or somewhere in that celestial region, a sign that he was doing good and righteous work. He felt a rush of approving virtue. Then he realized that of course he was doing good work had not the venerable saint himself approved of it, and that the medal must have been dropped by one of the criminals. He was confused. What would a criminal be doing with the sigil of the holiest and most secret order on earth? He heard sirens. Sergeant Bullock had said he'd give Batman a first crack at the mooks, but then he'd send in the cavalry. The cavalry was coming guays almost here. Batman left by a side door. He was speeding up a rear alley as 4 GCPD squad cars were arriving at the front of the warehouse. Batman went immediately to the cave, removed the medal, placed it on a table, and waited. Saint Dumas did not appear. Neither did his father. Neither did anyone or anything else that might have answered his questions. So he had to think. He had to be a detective, which he hated, but it didn't really require thought hardly any at all once he remembered that his father skiller Carlatonalha Haranege de member of the order ad Benanth. Arms trade indeed, was almost certainly the only arms dealer in Gotham City. As a member, he could have possessed a duplicate of the medal the Elder Valley carried. Okade his detective estufis to harden siujdentoit. Eliha was dead. Jean Paul himself had administered the killing stroke. But he could have dropped the medal sometime before he died, or left it somewhere, and an associate could have gotten it. The associate could have been one of the men Batman had just vanquished. Batman lifted the telephone and called Harvey Bullock shami number he skidabout. Gun runners. Bullock responded with a brief précis of their arrest records, prison sentences, backgrounds, aliases, and known employers, none of which interested Batman. I make the Patrick Mook the honcho, Bullock said, his words muffled by something. Almost certainly a donut in his mouth, mostly cause etherist don't cm brightina. Talita Christmas tree bulb. Tell me about him, Batman said. About Patrick. I just died to out te learn to list and okay I'll ruin it by you again. A jet 34. Arrests. For extortion. Not his history, Batman said impatiently. Anything odd he said or did at the police station? Yer the most amazing thing he swore he was innocent. I told him we was real sorry we inconvenience them beat havito stay anyhow and could may beget them a glass of lemonade. Anything else? Yahika said, arresting Gofficero of stealing a slug eye piece when he was getting gut off the lockup. Some kinda gold medal, he said. I asked him how lucky could it be with him getting busted like did. Getting gout. Batman asked angrily. Y'all let him go. Hell is lawyer washer waitin' for him with or it from age a that's dirt ya saw whores. Panties he wasn't behind person. You're funny how fast the system works for the bitches. Batman broke the connection without replying. The gold medal, the sigil, belonged to this Patrick N. And? Now what? What was he supposed to do with this information? Then he remembered Elijah had helped when he killed Jean Paul's father. He didn't know how. He knew maybe something his father had said in those final, terrible moments, or something Bruce Wayne had figured out, or something Saint Dumas himself had spoken. But Batman was absolutely certain Elijah wasn't alone sending bullets into his father's body. In fact, Elijah may not have actually pulled the trigger at all. This Patrick, if he was close enough to Elijah to have Elijah's medal, Elijah would have entrusted Patrick with an important murder. Perfectly logical. This detective stuff isn't too hard. Kill him. Batman looked around. The cave was empty. So who had spoken? No matter. Kill him. A good idea. An imperative. He called Bullock and get Patrick's address, 415 Burnett Penthouse. Elijah's address. This confirmed it for Batman. If Patrick lived in Elijah's apartment, he had to have been his father's executioner. Perfectly logical. The next night, he drove past 415 Burnett. There were no lights in the penthouse. He came back an hour later, and an hour after that, and twice more. No lights. Same the following night. 2 nights with nothing to show. A third futile night. Then he got an idea, detective work. He phoned the building and talked to the doorman. He said he had a package for Patrick, and Mayor Patrick wasn't answering his calls and could the doorman help? Mr. Patrick's out tate don the doorman said, back Friday Saturday beautifio olivathi. Package with mild sur he jit sit. No, I'll be sure he gets it. Friday night, no lights. Batman returned to the cave early Saturday morning and sat down to wait. In 12 hours, it would be dark again. Bruce went from the computer lab to his office on the top floor of the Wayne building. He stood at the window watching Gotham City brighten itself, first the tiny dots of headlights as drivers realized night was upon them, next the hazy blue of the street lamps, finally the gaudy glare of the theater district, which contained far more bars and topless joints and hotels that rented rooms by the hour than theaters. That's where Abena broke a last minute wash Batman. He turned from the window to a large, framed daguerreotype of downtown Gotham as it was in 1883, taken by his great-great-grandfather with an experimental camera. A rough approximation of Gotham to come. The streets were cobblestoned and crisscrossed with power lines, but the buildings were almost all of the grim, windowless style that professors of architecture the world over presented to their classes as examples of how not to build a metropolis, the style that still made the city an easy laugh-getter for lounge comedians. Everywhere the picture frame was hinged, and when he swung it open, he was looking at a safe, which he ignored. He slid the plywood backing from the frame and removed folded cloth from under it. He shook out the cloth and held up a grey-black costume. It was of silk, a summer costume about after themeth with shivahinwi wooden tb bathirdbith. Cold outside. He removed Bruce Wayne's finer yan startatopiton Batman's combat garb. He hesitated, not knowing why. A part of him was resisting this return to what he had been for so long. He shrugged and dressed in the tights, the tunic, the gloves, the cape. Finally he started to pull down the mask and again hesitated. With the mask in place, the transformation would be complete. He would no longer be Bruce Wayne. But he was. Even with the mask on his face, he did not experience the internal shift that had always characterized his assumption of the Batman identity. He was merely Bruce Wayne in different clothing. That was bad, that could be dangerous. Bruce Wayne was never a match for Batman's enemies. He considered putting his ordinary clothing on over the costume, that would certainly simplify getting out of this building and traveling the half-mile to 415 Burnett Avenue. But if he couldn't pass old Deminti lobby and a fush troller shemite meeten thue without being seen, he had no business wearing a cape and cowl, much less matching himself against gun runners and maniacs. Old Tom was no problem. He would go to his grave never knowing that a shadowy figure passed within 2 feet of where he sat reading the sports page of the Gotham Gazette. They strollers weren't difficulty ether Gotham City's architectural and design eccentricities. The high, windowless walls, narrow streets, few light sources made sneaking through it an easy pleasure. Rudimentary technique was all he needed. Move quickly but smoothly, stay close to walls, use alleys where feasible, use fire escapes and rooftops when possible. I may feel more like Bruce Wayne than Batman but at least Bruce Ian ta complete klutz. Burnett Avenue was the widest core city thoroughfare in Gotham. 3 short, tree-lined blocks lined with luxury apartment buildings and condominiums all constructed since the Second World War. It ran between the rim of the theater district and the river, and it was mostly inhabited by old moneyed men and women who wanted a place on he city in addition to their inevitable suburban mansions, and new moneyed men and women who could not yet afford suburban mansions but would be able to soon. Bruce found a comfortable spot behind a chimney on the roof of a condo across from Carlton Eliha's penthouse and waited for Jean-Paul Valley to arrive. He might not, of course, he may have lost interest in the 400 block of Burnett Avenue or be busy elsewhere tonight. But if Jean-Paul did appear, it might be an opportunity to observe, judge, and if necessary, stop him. Bruce had no idea what Jean-Paul had seen in the metal, or deduced from it. But his finding the gold sigilandicid and interest in lehas property couldn't be coincidence. Bruce mentally reviewed what he had learned about 415 Burnett when he was pursuing Eliha last year. It had a mere 15 units, all 3 bedrooms and larger. Rents started at around $48,000 a year and climbed to whatever the market would bear. There was a laundry room in the basement, nice for the hired help, and an attached parking garage. There was also a novelty, a helicopter landing pad on the roof that the tenants were now forbidden to use because of a zoning ordinance. Eliha owned the building. His own unit was the largest. 14 rooms with terraces on all 4 sides. There was a doorman, for show, and a private security force, at least 4 men armed with shotguns and automatics on duty at all times. The building was probably Gotham's most luxurious fortress. He had been waiting for 90 minutes when he saw lights gun behind Lha's penthouse windows. Lha was dead, of course. Bruce had seen him die in a blazing New Mexican oil refinery. But a man like Lha would have an organization, and maybe a few leftover odds and ends stashed around the old domicile Swiss bank account codes, for instance. His associates, accountants, attorneys, assassins would look for whatever Lha had left that could be turned into power or profit, and were almost certainly looking for it at this moment. But they weren't Bruce Sconser, not an itand may benever. He leaned over the parapet and scanned the street. A black custom-built Maserati sped from the darkness at the corner, glided toast open front of Lha's building. Gondicaped figure sprinted from it to the glass entrance. Bruce moved. He had looped his line around the chimney and was sliding down it when he heard the first shots. He hit the ground running. Okay, here we go, let's see how good Shiva's training was. A uniformed doorman was sprawled just inside the entrance to 415, and a guard lay a few feet away, his body almost completely covering a 12-gauge shotgun. There was a bank of elevators immediately ahead and, to the left of them, fire stairs. Bruce knew Jean-Paul would be on the stairs. Even amateurs were aware that elevators were traps. Bruce ran. 8. The two men in the lobby had been easy. Batman had dropped them without missing a breath. Did Wayne ever handle himself better? No, not a chance. The one at the top of the stairs was no harder. His weapon was only half out of its holster when Batman punched him into the door to the penthouse. As he was falling, Batman kicked, and the door slammed open. There were two of them in the spacious living room. Batman shot darts into the one nearest the door. The second, who was in the process of replacing a section of the fireplace, had his hands full of Heaviston. He was lifting into throwing position when Batman's gauntlet split his scalp. Batman glanced around the room. There was the gleam of metal behind the gap in the fireplace, a safe. Across the thick, creamy rug were French doors opening onto a concrete terrace, and near them two bulging suitcases. Obviously these criminals had come here to obtain illegal funds hidden earlier. Batman had no idea why they couldn't simply put the money in a bank, nor did he care. That was a matter for Sergeant Bullock. Batman was here to kill Patrick Ann. But which one of the men he had dropped was Patrick? He did not know what Patrick looked like. He had never seen a picture, nor even gotten a description. Bruce Wayne would have certainly not have made that mistake. Well, Wayne had his methods and Batman had his. The answer to the problem was obvious. Kill them all. What the hell? The man who had spoken was standing in a door Batman had not noticed earlier, a dozen feet to the left of the entrance. It led to an inner room, a bedchamber probably. He was holding a small radio, a walkie-talkie. His eyes moved and he said shit. He backed through the door and slammed it. Did he really think it would stop Batman? The door split down the middle when Batman struck it. The man was next to French doors. Duplicate soft hosey and he living room uteringento his transmitter dash. No, damn it, not the heliport here. Patrick, Batman said. Hey, I didn't know what our beef with mice. The na you are Patrick. Theman looked flustered for a moment. No, Patrick's not gonna show. Yali, Batman advanced. Don't thistameth the speaker was behind Batman. He recognized the voice. He whirled. A second caped, masked figure stood just inside the shattered door. For a moment Batman didn't recognize the newcomer. Another criminal? Saint Dumas in another guise? No. Geese two of em, Patrick said. Bruce Wayne, come to meddle. Stay out of these, Batman told him. We'll bind them and leave them for the cause, Bruce said. Nothing, Batman jerked a thumb in Patrick's direction. Headies. No. Batman raised his gauntlet to shoot darts, but Bruce was already coming, low and fast. The darts passed over his head. He hit Batman at the knees, and both men tumbled to the carpet. From high overhead, somewhere in the night sky, came the whine of an engine and the sound of rotors whipping the air. Patrick slid open a glass door and slipped onto the terrace. Batman slashed at Bruce. His bladed gauntlet ripped open a sleeve and tore into flesh. Bruce rolled away and Voltetto his feet ha glanced down a thisba eating garmile shia have. Thadon hesed but natanather. The engine noise was close, just above the building. Through the glass, Batman saw Patrick standing on the terrace, gazing upward. A helicopter. Batman stood. Let them go, Bruce Wayne said. Batman inuridum. Bruce grabbed Batman's shoulder, spun him around, jammed his hip against Batman's dropped and lifted a perfectly timed, perfectly executed judo throw. Batman somersaulted and landed flat on the floor. There was a thump over their heads. The engine noise was deafening. Batman kicked Bruce Wayne in the stomach and scrabbled across the carpet. At the French doors, he got to his feet and bolted onto the terrace. A helicopter trembled on a flat platform. Atop the penthouse, its rotors blasted Batman with wind. Patrick was stepping off a short ladder that ran from the terrace to the platform. Batman ran to it and climbed as Patrick was hopping into the helicopter. Bruce Wayne burst from the doors, vaulted to the wall of the terrace, and from there leapt to the platform. The helicopter rose. Batman jumped and caught one of the helicopter's landing skids. Bruce Wayne caught the other. The helicopter seemed to slow to the side and then rose further, passing over the rooftops, over the riverfront, and out over the river itself. It spun on its axis and flew downriver, toward the red lights of the Gotham Bay Bridge. Batman grabbed a strut and pulled himself up onto the skid. Patrick and a leather-jacketed pilot were in the cockpit behind a plexiglass dome. Batman punched through the plexiglass and struck the pilot in the face. The helicopter tilted and began to drop toward the water 1,000 feet below. On the other side of the dome, Bruce Wayne yanked open a door and reached across Patrick to the control yoke. But Patrick, panicked, tried to shove him back. The helicopter spiraled downward. The red lights on top of the bridge tower seemed to slide up from under the aircraft, followed by the steel suspension cables of the bridge itself. The aircraft stay l'assembly struck a cable and a moment later the cockpit smashed into tower. Batman leaned away from the skid, closed both hands around a cable, and began to slide. His armor would protect him. The helicopter dropped a yard and stopped, snared in bands of steel. It hung like a grotesque insect caught in a spider web. A rotor snapped off and wafted slowly into the river. Bruce slapped Patrick lightly on the cheek. Don't move, he said, help will be here shortly. What the hell's going on? Patrick whimpered. The helicopter swayed and creaked as a gust of wind hit the bridge. Patrick clung to his seat. Bruce clung to Akaba and looked down to the roadbed. It was too dark to see anything clearly, other than the headlights of a dozen vehicles stopped or slowing. Ehavto that Jean Paul's theresome place there in the water. Could be have survived a fall all the way to the river, even in his armor? Bruce simply couldn't know but he had to assume thought Jean Paul was alive. He had more immediate problems. He could hear sirens. Police and firemen would be here in a minute, followed by reporters who all ask questions she didn't want to answer. The cops would have questions too, and demands that he accompany them. That was not on his agenda. He was wearing silk clothing. If he tried to slide down a cable, the friction would shred the cloth and then rip the flesh from his bones. He looked at the nearest tower, a yard away. In the red glow of its lights he could see ladder rungs sunk into the masonry. He opened his right hand, swung, caught a rung, opened his left hand, and was flat against rough stone. Shouts from below. Hefoundari them gripe drop gripe drop gripe drop. The Estonian front office is bekamir dish bluderkant Brighton Day police cruiser. Its dome light flashing, was on the roadbed immediately below him. More shouts. Grip, drop, grip an. He pushed away from the tower and dropped a final time, beyond the bridge railing to a narrow catwalk that hung between the railing and empty air, and landed on his toes. Freeze someone day cop. Bruce ran, certain that the cop would not shoot. If Jean-Paul were alive, he would go back to Burnett Avenue, to his car. Approximately 2 miles he wouldn't be able to move as quickly as Bruce and that bulky armor Buthy had. A big head start. Bruce couldn't catch him on Spaheen Thwil Jean-Paul would head for the cave, he had nowhere else to go. Bruce himself had no vehicle, he didn't even have cab money he might be able to steal a car. Ira motorcycle but it was Riskathuane building wasn't much further than Burnett Avenue, that would be his first destination. He went to a service door, picked a lock with the tab of a soda can he found on the pavement, and entered. An alarm would sound, a guard would check, find nothing, and if he were doing his job properly, note a possible electrical malfunction in his watch log. Bruce went up the back stairs to his office and put his suit on over the silken costume. 40 minutes later, Tom Joseph saw his boss emerge from the elevator. Find Owerwine Emru, he asked. No such luck, what time is it? Midnight closeto. Darn, the shops will be closed. Listen, Mr. Joseph, are there still company cars in the garage? Couple of Chevys. Could you bring any round form? Better yet, just give me the keys. Surthing Tom detached a pair of keys from the ring he wore on his belt and handed them to Bruce. Silver onlgity with the garage other owns for that Chevy green ava parked. Nearth's chires I'll pen fix it for you. Thanks saw hola bunk. Shame about Huan. Yes, I wonder if my lady friend would settle for a weekend in Aruba. Tom chuckled and shook his head. 9. Ashoas guiding the car down Haram Pinta the cave Betman had a vision, not exactly a vision, more like an inspired idea. He got out of the car, checked the alarms, and discovered that they had been disconnected. For how long? How long had he been vulnerable, unprotected, a potential victim? He didn't know, but he did know who was responsible. Bruce Wayne Edavile incarnate couldn't he blame himself or no thaving sin. Wayne strew a self fairly it was Bertoff B and Jadaville Tobe clever and deceptive. Cleverness and deception were almost inevitably hallmarks of evil beings. His father had certainly been right about that, and there was little even a vigilant man could do to guard against them. Still, he wondered how Wayne could have fooled him for so long. It wasn't until earlier that night, when he saw Wayne in a costume, a mocking travesty of the true Batman garb, that he realized the fullness of his enemy's depravity. He could almost feel the recognition blast from the center of his being and hit Wayne, and watch all Wayne's cleverness on deception shatter and fall away. Batman spent the next hour reconnecting the alarms and adding to them, wiring them to various weapons. If anyone entered the cave, they would not only advertise their presence, they would almost surely die. Which was as it should be. When the task was finished, he went to his favorite place, a spot on the stone floor near the computer bank but out of the overhead lights, and sat to think. He reached up to remove his mask, hesitated, and decided to leave it on. The mask and costume were part of who he was. Without him he didn't feel like himself. He needed to plan, but before he did that, he needed to establish priorities. All right. Patrick had to be executed. That fact had not changed. In fact, the urgency was greater than ever, but there was any obstacle between him and his father slayer Bruce Wayne. A false idol. A false Batman. And the idea stunned him. Perhaps his father's real assassin. Why had he thought it was Elijah, or Patrick, when Bruce Wayne was the better suspect, Wayne had entered Batman's life barely a month after his father's death. Could that possibly be a coincidence? No, no. Batman felt awed at the ability of the foe to prevent him from seeing the obvious. But ultimately, the truth would out. Before he could destroy Patrick, he would have to destroy Wayne. Not it wasn't quite right. Patrick could love Patrick wasn't important. Wayne wasn't like concern. He would have to find them, but that shouldn't be difficult. He knew Wayne's secrets. That had been the enemy's big mistake, to let Batman know so much. In fact, it suddenly occurred to him, he might not have to do any more than wait. Wayne had visited both the cave and the house above it before, and he might again. Batman would lurk until the enemy appeared and strike. As he was taught to strike, swiftly, declaring vengeance in the name of Saint Dumas. Have I forgotten you are excommunicated? The most venerable one was floating above him, surrounded by a blinding aura as dazzling as the sun, but casting no light into the surrounding shadows. Batman could find no answer. A terrible dread began growing within him. Have you? The saint's voice seemed stern, but Batman was certain he could hear compassion in it. Yes, you have. You have often graced me with our presence. Since you disobeyed t command of me order st domisade. Finishing the thought, Batman would not have been able to utter. Yes, Batman bowdished. Though you have disobeyed, have neither forgotten or forsaken you. The saint said, you are mine. You can never be anything other than Mindante, who no thoughtful a child. How can I serve you? Batman said, feeling tears fill his eyes. You are serving me. You have been serving me. As Batman, you are far more useful than as Azrael. Other scandon thigerments of Azrael Buthirazenly one Batman. Thedriad within Batman's soul waste transformed instant lion complete lion to hoy. Only one Batman st Dumas repeated, you or he. Batman looked up. Saint Dumas was gone, but his presence filled the cave. An alarm sounded. Someone was entering Wayne Manor. Batman smiled beneath the mask. During the drive from Gotham to the manor, Bruce considered and rejected several tactics. He had to assume that Jean-Paul had reactivated the security system and was prepared for an assault that didn't eliminate a sneak attack, but it did compromise its chance for success. Unless he used the one entrance that neither Jean-Paul nor Tim knew about and that he would employ only as a last resort. He would much prefer to avoid violence, although the encounter at the penthouse proved that Shiva's instruction had been effective. I don't want to hurt them, but why not? Jean-Paul is dangerous and he never hesitated to solve his kind of problem with force before. Why not now? He didn't know maybe could find an answer. Now decided would entry to talk with Jean-Paul. Meet him in the manor. Keep the costume hidden under his Bruce Wayne finery. Avoid threatening him in any way. That might work. He glanced at his Rolex. 2:45. The darkest part of the night. The time when Batman was usually busiest. He wondered if there would be a Batman after tonight. If Thirisha won t but he regardless of who's under the mask, for better or worse this is the night Batman changes. He turned off the access road onto the drive to the manor. Twice his car stalled in snowdrifts. And had took considerable skill to free if the drive hadn't been plowed. Normally Alfred would have seen to that, but Alfred was gone, probably forever. He parked in front of the main entrance, tramped through the snow, and opened the front door, mildly surprised that Jean-Paul had not changed the lock. He stepped into the foyer, switched on the chandelier, and stood waiting. The alarm should have sounded. Jean-Paul would be aware of his presence. Bruce heard a grating sound. The grandfather clock swung open and a grim figure stepped into the foyer and shouted, "No." "Hello, Jean-Paul," Bruce said. "You are not Batman. I guess that's what we have to discuss. I am the Batman. Now get out." The voice was full of rage, and something darker. And uglier. I neither fight with you Jean Paul. I am not Jean Paul. He is gone forever. I am the Batman. Okay Batman, let's talk. We have nothing to talk about. Do we have to tell you again? Get out. Look, I'm trying to understand can we garithita don't this shows, it's min. Because Simeone gave it to you. Jean Paul flung a hand backward gesturing at the framed portrait of Thomas Wayne on the wall behind him. He gave it to you. Your father. You didn't deserve it to own Wayne a manarana morathane. You deserve it to be the Batman. You can't believe I thought Batman is my creation. Is he? Somehow I doubty I didn't think a privileged pampered weakling like Bruce Wayne could create something like me. Like you. But let's say you aren't lying, let's say you did create Batman. You were too weak to continue being him. Toi con too cowardly. You couldn't defeat Bane. He broke you like a twig, and what did you do? You ran. Renafand left Metadotha the dirty work. Jack Drake and Chandra Dr. Kinsolving were kidnapped. I had to find them. Soya say Soyad Havas believe I will tell you in a final time. Get out. Do what you do. Best slink away to your women and your cars and your parties and take Jean Paul. Whirled, reached up, and tore the portrait from the wall. Your precious daddy with you. He lifted the portrait over his head and snapped it across his knee. The ancient wooden frame broke. Bruce could not believe what he was seeing. Jean Paul tore the painting in half and flung both parts at Bruce's feet. Bruce looked down at them numbly. He had never anticipated something like this, had never experienced this overwhelming, paralyzing fury. His fists clenched, and he began to move forward. He wanted to hurt this insane interloper more than he had wanted to hurt anyone. Since that night, so long ago, when Hesse were revolver buck in a stranger's fist and watched his mother and father fall. He stopped and through his anger remembered that he was determined to avoid violence. He controlled his breathing for a few moments and said until this moment I wasn't so right heard thought he had list controlled had he had become a savage. Devoid of kindness, compassion, simple decency, even heard thought he had done what none of us can ever allow ourselves to do. Heard you kill a damn and beauty wasn't so didn't wanto. Believe in you fitted need wadanudo but true I can thought now you are guilty but responsibility I say at least partial liminu helped make you wadi war. You did nothing. I wish that were a true Paul Butitis and we vegetalado togather, you and I. We begin. Here and now take off the costume. Never. There was rage in Jean Paul's voice and some angels that Bruce now recognized fear Jean. Paul was afraid. Of what? Jean Paul raised his gauntlet, but Bruce was already down and rolling, knowing what was about to happen. The darts passed through the space his head had been occupying and thudded into the wall. Jean Paul lowered his arm and shot another volley. Bruce grabbed the half-soft Thomas Wayne's portrait and raised them in front of his face. The darts penetrated the canvas and the wooden backing, caught, stopped an inch from their target. How many does he have? Can one get to him before he shoots again? Bruce reached over his head and flicked the light switch. He was at a momentary disadvantage as his eyes adjusted to the sudden darkness, but Jean Paul would be having the same problem, and Bruce had been familiar with this foyer all his life. That would give him an edge. He heard a creaking and the click of a lock. Jean Paul had gone through the hidden door behind the clock, had fled back to the cave. Bruce got a flashlight from the kitchen. He didn't want to constern and gone thichin delier. He examined the clock. The combination had, as he expected, been changed, but that was no problem. Bruce had designed and helped build the mechanism. It took him only moments to decipher the new combination and open the door. He hesitated and decided on caution. He dropped to his knees and finished opening the hidden entrance. There was a hiss and a hail off Jean Paul's darts bedak crossed he foyer dohoin. Their mates in the wall, Okay, it didn't tek pectotobia, see there are probably other booby traps on the stairs behind. Clock and at the carexit probably bidim strap door to heel haviel the ace in and out. Covered all that he knows about. Bruce left the manor by the carport and began trotting across the snow-covered lawn and onto the open field behind the garden. Thick grey clouds hid the moon, but Bruce knew exactly where he was going. He leapt a fence, ran another dozen yards, and stopped. There was no marker here, no shrubbery, nothing to distinguish this patch of snowy ground from the acres of snowy ground that surrounded it. But he knew it, went to it unerringly, knelt and ran his fingers into the dead brown grass, seeking and finding the seam hidden beneath. He allowed himself a Fusicon store member. The day had been as bright and sunny as any the 6-year-old Brucey ever saw. Mommy and Daddy had put up a badminton net next to the garden, were idly batting a birdie back and forth, talking and laughing. Brucey wandered away on an exploration. He chased a butterfly. He blew the fuzz from dandelion stems. He rolled in the tall, prickly grass and suddenly the ground didn't feel right. And suddenly there was no ground and he was seeing the day shrink to a narrow blue slit. And something struck his back and his legs curled to his chest and he couldn't scream and he was sliding away from the blue slit into cold and dark and terror. After a while he could whimper, and a while after that he could shriek. He heard Mommy. Down there, Tom. And Daddy. Get them out whole studumsmol. Mommy again sounding like glass breaking. Daddy's come in for ya sweetie, can you hear me Brucey, Daddy will rescue you. Time passed and Brucey thought maybe he was dead. This was how he thought of death, cold and dark and hard and, more than anything, lonely. He must have slept. He blinked and Daddy's facial blurry and smudged with dirt, was inches from his. Brucey was lifted up. Through tableaues latandutin to dathatwas nalanger suna lifted into Mommy's arms. She hugged him until he hurt. Her cheeks were wet. She carried him back to the house, put him to bed, gave him a glass of cocolata milk and pretty soon a doctor came. Bruce had fallen through a narrow fissure that may have existed, unnoticed, for tens of thousands of years. When Thomas Wayne found it that day and realized how his son had vanished, he got a sledgehammer from the tool shed and smashed away the rock until he could squeeze through it. Later, he had wedged a wooden baffle into the ground over the hole and dumped a bucket full of concrete around the baffle's edges. Will't hat been of Tom? Bruce recalled his mother asking. It will be wakey porias and the boy next time. Shouldn't he use the workman? No, I shouldn't. If word of the cave gets out, we'll have everybody from geologists to historians spoken around went that mart. I really wouldn't mind. Thomas Wayne Pathishan son his wife's shoulders. Marty, are you ever going to stop being my little worrywart? Thomas Wayne had been an excellent physician and a mediocre hole plugger. Bruce easily dug away the crumbling concrete, slipped his fingers over the baffle, and lifted. He slipped through the hole and slid down a steep incline to the floor of the cavern. He took the kitchen flashlight from his pocket and swept it around him. He was in a tiny, dome-shaped chamber. No bigger than a large pantry. He'd assumed the tight would be huge to a terrified 6-year-old. It had been huge. He stood still and listened, hearing nothing more than the distant drip of water around the flapping golf bat's swings. There was a narrow round opening in the cave wall to his right. It would lead to the main chamber below the house. He wondered if it was wide enough to accommodate him. Ever since he had returned to Gotham a decade ago, he had been intending to explore and map the cave, but something urgent was always delaying the project. My consolation is that Jean Paul probably hasn't eaten any exploration either other one TB. Any nasty surprises waiting for me in here? He started toward the tunnel, stopped, found the baffle, and wedged it back into place. Wyama were Ryan Gabuthething now when he vanered it for so long? The only answer he could think of was that it seemed worth doing and he had learned not to ignore the promptings of his subconscious. Ignoring those promptings, insisting on pure logic, had almost killed him several times the first year he wore the mask. He squeezed into the tunnel, duck-walked, and then began crawling. The stone was rough, it scraped his palms and tore the knees from his trousers. The tunnel narrowed. His overcoat bunched at the shoulders and caught on something, stopping him. He wriggled out of the coat and continued. His shirt ripped, and then the silk tunic underneath it ripped. He crawled. It took him almost 2 hours to travel 1,000 yards. When he was beginning to wonder if he had miscalculated, if the tunnel led anywhere he wanted to be, he saw a glow. He closed his eyes for a full minute, then opened them. The glow was illuminating the grey stone ahead. He crawled forward. The tunnel widened, turned. He stood and crept to where he could see the cave, the vast chamber filled with computers, books, labs, gymnastic equipment, all the tools of his vocation. Flattening himself against the wall, he scanned the area. Jean-Paul was sitting on the floor, his back against the mainframe computer, silent and motionless. He seemed alien to the electronics that surrounded him, as ancient and elemental as the cavern itself. "What's me move? Nothing between yous except the trapeze around that swell off the floor, no cover, but I could probably reach him before he could stand, run zigzag to avoid his darts." Then a flying kick to his head. A good, solid kick would bounce his skull off the inside of his helmet. "Disorientin' cause concussion if I'm lucky then he's min." Bruce remembered his father's portrait turnly in Gonthe Feuer Rugen Dagain felt the fury. He breathed deeply and let the emotion ebb from him. "He's min Anthan, take him downtown, Gordon would havatos the hard questions he wouldn't want to but this dedication to his jabisens of honor would force him to that. Would bathind off Batman mabe thought would be best mabe that's inevitable but I not prepared to doit note yetiking to him didn't work before beauty might know if I'dn't he give him a target its word hatry." He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, certain that his voice would reverberate throughout the stone chambers, that it would seem to come from everywhere at once, "Jean-Paul Valley." Jean-Paul twitched as though stung. "Listen to me." Thwarts echoed as thought Heston itself were speaking. Jean-Paul rose to his knees and raised his arms as thought he most venerable estidumus. "Hey tinks I'm that finis saint. Have a ho come at me gain. Maybe I can us this pretend to dumus no I won't lie to him." "Estidumas is dead," Bruce shouted. Jean-Paul sank back to sit on his heels, his arms dropped. "Your father is dead itis tomito frio yourself off team and off Batman there is no Batman. Batman is a fiction dash." Bruce listened to the echoes as though listening to a stranger saying something utterly astonishing. Had he actually said that? All these years he had believed that Batman was the truth, Bruce Wayne the fiction. No dumas he continued no Batman on Liu Jean-Paul Valley Theatre Serentrial. Ywar. 10. Batman was transfixed. He was almost accustomed to visits from Saint Dumas, but who was this speaking to him? Someone with more authority than the Venerable One, of that he was sure. Someone higher in the heavenly brotherhood. An angel? An archangel? Someone even higher? But what was he saying, this heavenly messenger? Things that did not make sense. Stop hiding behind something that does not exist. Let yourself be yourself. Take off the costume. Yes. Oh, yes. It was plain to Batman now. The slyness, the cunning, the deceiver almost fooled him. Almost. Take off the costume, the exact words the defiler had see dearly right was no angel speaking. It was a coward afraid to show his face. Batman smiled. Cunning and deception? Batman would show him cunning and deception. Careful na sound humble it's you isn't it, Bruce Wayne? Batman waited for reply. Nana came head to dan out of wariness to the humility all right I'm tired off fighting tired. Off running from I who Batman astonished himself he sounded so sincere. Come in out let's discuss a truce. Bruce Wayne emerged from darkness how appropriate, dash and stood beneath the trapeze. Bar we have no need for a truce Paul weary notonemius butassa said we have a lotado. Together. Batman stood, careful to put his hands at his sides, palms forward and open notolatrially. Just one task and it's mine, not ours he moved toward the enemy, slowly, casually. Upstairs in the house I tried to kill you I could have killed we no careful and tea. Boast don't threaten then a changed me mind instead of finishing what he'd started I me. Down here to think the astonishing part of this is I'm telling the truth beautisn't thaw thou. Deceivers work? By using truth to cloak lies? Father once told me that the devil quotes scripture for his own purposes. That was a mistake and no we was raising ishandan wath. Was or look at tathina milikia simply just your thinking is foolish and weak action is. What counts he was closing this action. He slashed at Bruce Wayne. The blades on his gauntlet ripped through Tinami's white shirt, through something grey underneath it and into flesh. But Wayne had moved back an inch, the cut was superficial, just deep enough to draw blood, which began to stain the shirt. Jean-Paul Wayne said this is wrong. Batman slashed again and missed completely. Wayne leapt straight up and caught the trapeze bar. He swung, somersaulted, and landed behind Batman. Yuri victim Jean-Paul said your father and the thella shorter heservid twisted. Your mind from infancy and didn't even know it beauty and now you can stop being his puppet an. I am Batman. Batman roared springing to face Bruce Wayne because if I am not he. Stopped and gulped air. His throat burned, and he knew that the next words he said would be true and unbearably painful. But they had to uttered if I am not I am nothing. It was monstrous, it was unbearable, that the enemy had heard his deepest secret. He had succumbed to enemies whilst allowed enemy to draw from him that devastating confession. The enemy must not be allowed to seduce him further. The enemy must be sent to hell. Heron slashing but Wayne seemed to vanish from ispathy Batman's momentum carried him into the computers. His gauntlets shattered glass, and blue flame danced around him. His armor was insulated, he was unharmed. It will not be a thing, he screamed. Bruce Wayne seemed to materialize next to him. Jean-Paul please you vejat to understand. That wadiuri doing wadiuri thing kinjitsa kletum hell piu. Batman swung thedgi of Wayne's flathened structious forearm halting the blow. Batman punched with his left fist, but again Wayne seemed to melt into emptiness and reappear a yard away. He began inching backward, out of the light. I 20 doyu any good to run you can to dial find to. Note on the best day ia ever had Wayne said now he reveals his true essence smug. Arrogant, corrupt. It will find to Batman repeated. Note until Iwintobe found Wayne a turned and drain into darkness. Bruce easily outdistanced Jean-Paul. His costume spulky I'd make shim powerful boot title so make shim slow and clumsy thought smy. Edge. Bruce dropped to his hands and knees and crawled into the narrow tunnel. How long has it been since Paul's taken his costume off? Probably not 4 weeks it's become. Hois the exoskeletons replacid themina should have understood that much earlier Ritz. Something we have in common. Bruce paused until he heard Jean-Paul behind him, then crawled on. Finally he had a plan. Not one he could explain, but one that was filling him with certainty and purpose. By no we'll have Pathis Nidalan says in top place they one tito he much good beetle be. Wearing them anyway. You can't escape Jean-Paul called from behind him. I don't intento. He arrived at the narrowest section of the tunnel, the tiny neck barely able to accommodate him if he thrust his hands and arms out over his head. The flashlight dug into his belly. Something soft was in his way, his overcoat. He squeezed past it. His shirt caught on a tiny stalagmite and he felt it rip. He inched through to the other side and on, until he could crouch. A minute later, he heard Jean-Paul stop, mumble. The next few seconds will make all the difference. If he stops now, or removes the mask. Given Gupsasuan. Bruce shouted. He risked the light a quick flash to the top of the tunnel, nowhere near Jean-Paul. It was less than a second, but it was long enough to glimpse Jean-Paul wriggling out of the armor. If he also removed the mask, their conflict would surely have to end, finally and drearily, in physical combat. But Bruce heard the sound of metal against stone as Jean-Paul continued his approach that meant left the mask on. Bruce duck walked to the end of the tunnel, the dome-shaped chamber where he had entered. The cave how long ago? He glanced at the luminous face of his watch. It was nearly 7. The sun had been up for an hour. He waited, listening to the distant drip of water. Theflapoff bat swing santhe grunt soft. Approaching man who was both his pursuer and his quarry. Jean-Paul was out of the tunnel. Was entering the chamber. Bruce raised his hands, found the wooden baffle. And oft he line hesed. Jean-Paul's voice was loud and near. Yes, you veget no more room to run. Neither have eu it sovereign Paul, please believe a thought there's nothing to be gained be fighting. He heard the faint rustle of cloth and sensed Jean-Paul moving, preparing to strike. Bruce's fingers curled around Didgiof T baffle hepuled the cave was abruptly filled with sunlight. Jean-Paul chance jerked up talk over his ist he I saw his mask to late the glare stabbed into lenses meant only for starlight. He stumbled as though struck. I can see dash. Bruce looked at him, a heavily muscled man clad in a torn t-shirt and sweatpants, and a grotesque headpiece, arms over his face. I could hit him now. Jean-Paul wrenched off the mask. His face was young, younger than his years, his yellow hair drooping to his shoulders, his cheeks and chin covered with light blonde down. His mouth was open and he was blinking. Bruce tensed. I could vanquish him. Put him on the ground. He felt as though he were caught in some strange interstice between moments of time. If he reaches 4 mile finish him break on humiliate him sutter light hatail never recover if he must. Jean-Paul dropped to his knees and stared up at Bruce. You're the Batman, he said. You've always been the Batman and I am nothing. No rage in the voice now, no fear, just a loneliness Bruce realized had been there from the beginning. You'll take me to the police? Jean-Paul asked. It was the question that Bruce had not answered for himself. Issued he said slowly. If I'dn't I'll be deny in Galatof what malif has meant I'll be changing myself forever. But no, I won't take you out of the palace. Why, I assent that what you should do. Jean-Paul we're Maria like thane you know you see things in black and white. Right or wrong, good or bad, saved or damned, do to o rate least a dig until nabuta contitani. My part in your actions a panicad and forced winta some thinjo were entreaty for. What happened was my responsibility and yet I thought I was only doing what was right. What had Tobe done that show you feel to untit? Jean-Paul nodded. So maybe thero ad to hellas bavid with good intentions maybe if I'd been here if I'd seen. You killa batwar I'd have a to take you in and ask them to put the cuffs on me, too. But I wasn't there. I didn't seat the talos matajave the benefit of the doubt. Jean-Paul rose and hugged himself. He was quivering. I guess I'm letting you go, Bruce said. Slowly, because I didn't know what else to beautify whoever killaganil come for wheel. Fine do and dial bring you down regardless of cost or consequence, do you understand? Jean-Paul nodded. Bruce gestured to the bright rectangle behind him. Many years ago I fell through that opening. A haventry alive stopped falling. May bites to meet a gothiather way time for both of us to leave a theater. Bruce climbed up, out onto the wet brown grass, and reached down to help Jean-Paul. The sun was a hard, hot ball in a blue, cloud-flecked sky. It was a beautiful morning. Ya were wrong when I said I nothing Bruce said you just don't know you. Ari hwadi you might become beauty you might be able to learn it one tb as yandu might. Fail beauty you vegetatri. Then I you forgive m. Yes I suppose Edo. Someday, I may even forgive myself. You need clothes money. I'll be fine Jean-Paul said. Bruce pointed the horizonte now on taver comeback. Jean-Paul nodded and smiled a shy smile, the smile of a child. He began to walk away. Remember Bruce said Yuri not me Andurino our father. Jean-Paul continued walking. Brucey called I wish you well but I didn't know if ye and Paul heard him. Then Bruce turned toward the house. Below was a region of cold and eternal night, and it might be that this was his true home, a destiny he had created and could not escape. Soon, perhaps, he might return to it. But not today. Epilogue. It was 8 o'clock and he last Sunday March when Bruce Wayne picked up Tim Drake at the front door of Drake's mansion. As they left the property they saw Jack Drake out for his morning constitutional with his private trainer. He waved his cane to them and both Bruce and Tim waved back. For the first hour they were silent. Bruce seemed intent on operating the car and Tim gazed out the window, apparently enjoying the countryside. It was emphatically spring-themed savage entering Gotham City history had vanishidas. Abruptly as echo and disappearing from a magician's fist. Finally Tim shifted in his seat adjusted his safety belt and said worriedly haven't have vous? Not since Jean-Paul left. May bushed Bruce. If I have any questions suit. Okay for opener swats with Bane. I'm told still in the prison ward of the state mental hospital. He has no coherent memory. And very little physical strength. The doctors say that drug he was addicted to completely tangled his central nervous system. He's not expected to recover. What about his pals? What were their names? Bird Trogan Zombie. Bird Trogan Zombie Tim repeated. Yeah, what happened to them? Bullock and Montoya rounded them up. They re in Blackgate prison. There's talk of extraditing them back to Santa Prisca. By the way Bert's trying to cope very plain sight. He's already told the cops that Bane's responsible for killing the street girls, which gets Batman off that particular hook. Okay, now the tough question. Jean-Paul, what's with him? You have any idea? I got a postcard from Amsterdam towards I'm fine. He no severe thing. All me secret size I vegeta trust him not to reveal them, not much'll say I can do. A pretty teenager was riding a bicycle along the side of the road. Tim craned his head around to keep her in view as they sped past. How's Ariana? Brucey said smiling. You saw me look at the cyclist I am a trained observer. Ariana's fine, Tim said, turning to gaze at the countryside. I think you may love her, but what do I know about love? A lot of other girls are very interesting to me, too. How about you, Bruce? You ever have a lover? Not exactly. I soda fueled oats when I was knocking around the world back when it wasn't suicidal Todo thought, but I venavir made a commitment to union. Di dover wanto. Hey, if this is going to be about me personal, if let's discuss baseball. For several minutes Tim watched Bruce drive. Finally he's I'd tell me about he arksome inmates. Mustaf Timura in Blackgate until the asylum gets rebuilt, the Joker still free, and that's the worst possible news. It's like waitin' for the Thursday to drop. And the shit's loaded with high explosive. Tim's aid one more question. I didn't know if I have any right to ask this, but have you heard from Alfred? You do have a right to ask, he's your friend too. Unfortunately the answer's no nokels. No letters, no contact of any kind. Can't you find him? If he went to probably, if ever think wants to be found, I'll tribute it on te have to respect his decision. I owe him that. They were approaching an estate surrounded by a stone fence. Bruce parked the car outside the gate, and he and Tim walked across a wide lawn toward a large house with a garden on 3 of its sides. this I swear shall lives. Tima sked. Yes, I bought this place for Herench taffeted with trained nurses, a physician Luxon twice a week he sal ways and call lives 5 minutes away. What share condition? Pritimak like banes barring some unforeseen medical brain I threwd here snahappy. For her recovery but she safety and she hay severe thing she'll of your need. A matronly woman in a white dress came around the house and beamed at Bruce Mr. Wayne, how good to see you. Nice to see you Mrs. McFarland, this is my neighbor Timothy Drake. Tim and Mrs. McFarland shook hands, and the three of them continued walking past the house. How's your girl today? Bruce asked. Mr. Wayne, she is just the sweetest thing, Mrs. McFarland said. They entered a playground area, with swings, a jungle bar set, a seesaw, and a sandbox as large as a tennis court. Someone was sitting on the grass, playing with a stuffed unicorn. Remember, Bruce said to Tim, her name is Sandra now. Bruce and Tim squatted next to the woman they had once known as Dr. Chandra Kinsolving. Her curly hair hung loosely around her shoulders, she was wearing a long, flowing gown of bright yellow silk. Hello Sandra, Bruce said. Sandra raised her eyes and frowned, as though struggling to remember something important. I'm Bruce Yanthysistem, Bruce said. Thefronvanashiden Sandra smiled. Hello, hervoisethofsteleric contral tawas. That of a child, as soft and bright as her gown. You feelin' all right today? Sandra Solwidined, I feel wonderful. I'm glad, Bruce said. Hestudan then leaned down and kissed Sandra's forehead. I'll Komian sai you again soon. Sandra nodded and returned her attention to the unicorn. Bruce and Tim said goodbye to Mrs. McFarland and walked silently back to the car. Bruce sat motionless, not turning on the engine, just resting his hands on the wheel end, staring out the windshield. Bruce is the rest a Batman? Tim asked finally. Damned if I know, Bruce said.